It was only because this means was also not too humane that it was temporarily shelved. Moreover, this way of controlling spirit beasts was not as secure as directly contracting them. Only then did Sway you speak slowly. By having a sub-crystal core, Hoover will be able to sense your status in real time. We just have to find a way to cut you off from the sub-crystal core. If he can't sense your state, that proves you're dead. The sub-crystal nucleus binds you by life and death if you die. The sub-crystal nucleus naturally has no meaning to exist. We just need to get you to fake your death. The polar blood wolf looked at Sway Yu in front of him with a confused expression. What's all the jabbering about? Although he could sense that Qiu Yen and Sway Yu were speaking the same language. But it just doesn't make sense. And there's a sense of foreboding. Qiu Yen added these additions and said them again, and only then did the polar blood wolf somewhat seem to understand. But looking at Qiu Yan's open royal beast space, the polar blood wolf instantly understood. As an independent space, the imperial beast space was originally isolated from this side of space. I'm sure it's really possible to fake your own death and get a handful of people to do the same thing. You guys go in first. After a while, the prohibition in it will be triggered. Remember, make sure to put me in the imperial beast space, or I'll die a horrible death if I disobey Hoover's orders. Chapter 96 Explosion. The two nodded and walked past the polar blood wolf. The door to the room was not locked. Qiu Yen instructed the other two guards to walk over and gently open the door to the room. But just the moment they opened the door to the room, several people were startled by the sight before them. The room was filled with many strange and unusual instruments of torture, and Hoover's daughter, Lily, was tied up in the middle of the room. The whole person kept convulsing as if he had been subjected to great pain. The long black hair was stuck in strands of sweat and looked miserable. Can Hoover actually be that hard on Lily? Although Sway you didn't know Lily's identity, Qiu Yen and a few guards did. Missy! Missy! Several people rushed in, messing around with their hands, and finally turned off the current switch as well. Lily slumped back in her chair as if she were relieved, breathing heavily. Qiu Yan's heart and mind also sank. This Hoover is completely and utterly insane. He didn't say anything. He just picked up the things in the room and shoved them into his imperial beast space. Whatever it is, there's always something special about bringing it back. Even if you sell it for scrap metal, someone will want it. Sway Yu lifted her long sword, and with two clanks, she split the handcuffs that were locking Lily up and saved her. Qiu Yen looked around and saw a pitch-black operating lever. Guess that would be the cage switch for those sky rabbit girls? He had just pushed that lever up when a whimpering alarm sounded throughout the space. Probably being a thief, Qiu Yen was startled by this. However, the cages holding the girls opened with a click. Watch the teenage girls run out screaming in surprise. The polar blood wolf didn't mind his own business, just lying on the ground, as lazy as a big yellow dog basking in the sun at the head of the village. Right after Qiu Yen put a strange box in the middle of the room into the imperial beast space. Something that looked like a band shattered with a bang. Alarm bells went off in Qiu Yan's heart. Hoover was afraid that he was going crazy. Get thee out of my way. Get out of the way. Hoover looked at the thunder in front of him and also became furious. His back teeth gritted. This person neither fights hard with himself nor lets himself out, which is clearly disgusting. Crazy dodging his own attack is even if he just want a force to break out, but also can be dead to pull himself hard not to let go. Suddenly, he realized that the polar blood wolf looked like it was dead, and he could no longer feel its existence through the sub-crystal core. Moreover, he could also clearly feel that the restriction he had imposed inside the room had been broken. Done. That was all that was left in his mind. Seeing that Thunder was dragging himself down like this, even if it was a little cutie, should have guessed it too. The humans must have had someone sneak into the city lord's mansion, and the purpose was definitely ordered by the Council of 10,000 Nations. Damn, where on earth did so many humans come from? He hadn't had time to report the appearance of humans to the 10,000 clans. If the opportunity to fight leaked out, he was afraid that he would be directly targeted by the entire 10,000 clans. The thought of it really scared Hoover. People always explode with great potential in life and death. Surprisingly, he once again erupted with powerful speed and escaped the control of the thunder. Thunder looked at the gradually fading back and his heart shook. Damn! Song Han Yong and I will go after them. You guys go on. He sprinted away in an instant, leaving only a purple trailing trail behind him. Seeing his lord running away was undoubtedly quite a heavy blow to the few thousand guards left in the middle of the passageway. One by one, it was as if a mitigating buff had been applied, unable to give birth to the idea of confronting the generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who want to live, drop your weapons. I don't know who said something without a clue, but it actually worked. Clang. After a few crunching sounds, more and more of the guards dropped the spears and sharp knives in their hands and crouched down with their heads in their hands. What's the point? Lord Hoover has left them all to run away. What's the point of fighting anymore? Watching the situation stabilize over here, the Dragon Kingdom generals couldn't help but start worrying about Thunder and Song Han Yong who chased them out. In just a few breaths, Hoover flew back to Odin City. He was almost about to lose control of his hostile aura as he looked overhead at the guards and revolutionaries constantly fighting below. However, it was good that he still remembered his goal and strongly pressed down his desire to go on a killing spree as he continued towards the City Lord's mansion. But at this time, the upper and lower part of the City Lord's mansion is unexpectedly empty. Where are the guards? He saw only the bodies of many guards in the middle of the courtyard. What the? Hoover nearly went crazy when he returned to the door of his room. What had been a whole flashy room was now like a rough room, and the tunnels, which had been extremely hidden, were now wide open. He once again dashed down to the underground chamber in a flash, and saw a scene that set him on fire. The cages on both sides of the road, which you couldn't see at a glance, were surprisingly all open. Nearly tens of thousands of young girls inside, and now not even a single one of them. Damnable human! Hoover's entire body turned red as if he had collapsed. Then, as if he thought of something, he once again flew towards the deepest part. Lily! Lily! He called out anxiously, but when he opened the door again, there was nothing inside the room. All of his torture devices and whatnot had been emptied, as if the room had been robbed. Where's the secret order? Hoover rummaged around soulfully, but there was nothing in the bare room, and the secret order that he claimed had naturally gone into someone else's pocket. Suddenly, Hoover spotted an orb in the middle of the room. The orb looks like someone left it here deliberately. Is this? He was just thinking about touch. But then, there was an extremely dangerous premonition that went straight to the sky. Hoover was sweating. This was definitely dangerous. His body once again transformed into a stream of light was flying towards the outside. But it was too late. That orb suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, and even if Hoover was fast as lightning, he couldn't help but be slowly enveloped by the light. Boom! A loud sound came from the orb, which turned out to be a bomb of quite impressive power. At that moment, everyone in the city could feel the sense of vibration. It's like the whole earth is shaking. Even when the guards fought the revolutionaries, they were all unsteady and fell to the ground. Their eyes were gradually drawn to the fire in the distance. One could only see that the City Lord's mansion, which was located in the very center of Odin City, was suddenly enveloped by a powerful red pillar of light. What the hell? Everyone in the city didn't react, and then an explosion came. The sound was so loud that it was on the verge of piercing the eardrums. Those who reacted quickly had already covered their ears, while many of them had blood coming out of their ears and fainted on the spot. Chapter 97. See you later. Rolling smoke filled the entire City Lord's mansion. Amidst the burning fire, a ragged and tattered figure burrowed out. Crackle! Snap! A burning doorframe fell, directly on top of the rather wretched figure. Ahem! The blow also nearly knocked Hoover to the ground, staggering a bit before he was able to stabilize himself. Where was Hoover at this point as a lord covered in black? Even the mystic silver-colored lower limbs had become charred at this point. These humans! If I don't get this revenge, I swear I won't be a human being. At that moment 2 footsteps sounded outside the door. One dull, the other a little lighter. Phew! What a coincidence! Lord Hoover. What is it? What a huge fire. Who set fire to the City Lord's mansion in broad daylight? Hoover raised his head tremblingly, and saw Chiu Yen standing with his arms wrapped around him, his eyes full of playful laughter. Half a minute before he returned, everyone backed out. Chiu Yen sharply placed that spherical bomb in the middle of the secret room. Afterwards, being led by Sui Yu, he scurried out of the City Lord's mansion and hid himself around the area. The gold-level cultivation of Hoover actually should have been so lousy. But today, when he faced the thunder, he had already consumed too much spiritual energy. Even though he had recovered some on the way back, There was no guarantee that he would hold up his shield against the earth-shattering explosion just now. He could only gasp for air, glaring resentfully at Xiao Yan in front of him, wanting to rush up, but only feeling like his body was about to fall apart. The metal prosthetic limb had been deformed, so when he tried to walk towards Xiao Yan again, a creaking sound would emerge from the joints. "Have you ever thought of such an end, my lord? Sambo also slowly came from behind the door, and he had a look of vengeance on his face as he held Anmi in his hands. "Where's Lily? Where's Lily? Father, I am." Hoover looked around at the sound. Lily was leaning against a side wigwam, her eyes red and puffy as if she had just cried. "Good. Quickly help Father kill them all. Father raised you so well. It's time to return the favor." Hoover's face lit up with joy, but then he met Lily's cold stare. That look was like looking at an unrelated stranger. His smile stiffened instantly, because when he turned his head again, he saw countless young girls behind Xiao Yan. Without exception, all of them were wearing white robes with blood stains, and at this moment they were also looking at him coldly. Hoover clenched his teeth, his cheek muscles and temples bulging high. With that, he released a laugh and laughed with reckless insanity. "Ha ha ha ha. Are they all here to see my jokes? Want to see me in a sorry state? You did it. You should all hate me, right? Go ahead and kill me. Isn't this what you all want day and night?" But all the people there didn't move, they just stood still and watched Hoover alone. "Just kill me. Don't you guys hate me? Come on. Stick the sharp knife clean down my throat. Have you said enough?" Xiao Yan spoke again, but at this time, the long box in his hand was what attracted Hoover's attention. "Tell me, how do you open this thing?" Hoover's mind was a blur. It's completely over. It wasn't just him, it could have been Lily, or perhaps the entire Sky Rabbit clan. It's all going to be over. The battle plan that the 10,000 races had spent years of effort on had leaked into the hands of the human race. After that, it was bound to be liquidated by the 10,000 races. "No, you can't open it." Hoover instantly became agitated, as if he had been touched on the reverse scale. Even his voice became shrill. "Once it's open, everyone is screwed." Thinking about how he was now a member of the public, Hoover's figure gave a laugh, as if he were laughing at himself. "Never mind, you open it. Perhaps it would be good to have the entire Sky Rabbit clan buried with me?" At those words, Xiao Yan inhaled his nose as the burning odor in the air filled his entire nasal cavity. "Good. I'll open it now. What about the way to open it?" "Apply my blood to the box and it will open." Hoover seemed to have changed back into the sassy lord with a smile on his face if anything. Xiao Yan and Sui Yu exchanged a glance and didn't open it on the spot, but instead received it once again in their royal beast space. He moved step by step in front of Hoover, trying to finish him off. But without waiting for him to react, a shocking aura erupted from Hoover's body once again. "Look out!" Sui Yu exclaimed, but Xiao Yan waved his hand. Hoover's eyes grew hollow, slowly losing their luster. A generation of legendary lords of the Sky Rabbit clan killed themselves. I don't know if I was afraid of the torture after being captured or the liquidation of the 10,000 tribes afterward, but I just lay straight down on the ground. Xiao Yan sighed, this Hoover, although a little, but before dying, it is still like a man. "Pack it up." He wasn't looking at Hoover, but at Lily, who was already sobbing uncontrollably next to the wigwam. There's just been so much going on lately. Throwing away the silver-level cultivation all over her body. She was still a girl in her 20s after all. "Lily, my good girl. Come on, daddy hug." "Lily, did you listen to your teacher today?" "Lily, what do you see here? It's called the Heavenly Puppet Order. With it, you can order powerful dead soldiers, worthy of being my Hoover's daughter, breaking through the bronze-level cultivation at such a young age. Awesome. Dad will take you to Wowo County for some delicious food today." Frame by frame, memories flashed through her mind, and Lily saw the time she had spent with her father. Why is it like this? Is there no one to rely on from now on? At that moment, a breeze drifted by his side. A man stopped beside her and tapped her gently on the shoulder. Lily looked up quizzically, only to find that Honey had come to her side at some point. Without looking at Lily, Honey let out a long breath as her eyes looked off into the distance at the battle. "Good boy. I can see why Team Dragon had to ask me to give you a ride. Awesome. Was thinking of having you make some noise to distract Hoover. I didn't expect to blow up this old coffin directly, haha." Thunder's loud voice also rang out from the door, but soon the bearded mouth was covered by a white palm. Swayu stared viciously at Lei Thunder with a threatening look on his face. Thunder could only smile resentfully and scratch his head with a rustle, not knowing what he had said wrong. After this was done, Thunder and the other generals of the Dragon Kingdom quelled all the fires of the Heavenly Rabbit clan before returning to the mines. Nina Nia was also sent back by Rukoku at this time. Well, we should get back. Nina Nia and everyone else take care. Chiu Yen stood in front of the spatial rift and smiled as he looked at the crowd that came to see him off. Those who were here were basically all familiar faces. Even that Robert kid was here and was pulling his sister's little hand towards Chiu Yen and giggling. Mr. Chiu, take care. Take care along the way. We, the Sky Rabbit clan, will be the first allies of the humans. Nina's eyes were still gentle and watery, and she just watched the handsome teenager turn around and walk into the space rift. Volume 1, The Beginning of Rebirth, End. Chapter 98, Visiting the Spirit Beast Breeding Base Again. As the Imperial Beast examination was approaching, Chiu Yan's entire body and mind relaxed. Lying on his bed, looking at the darkened room, he clasped his hands behind his head and secretly recalled the content of the Imperial Beast exam. In his last life, although he hadn't experienced the Imperial Beast's high school examination, he would pay attention to the exam questions every year even if it was an old man or woman on the side of the road. He is no exception. Seems like it's also practicing in the secret realm, right? According to the intensity of each year, it's probably within the Black Iron level. The cultivation level of the spirit beasts in the secret realm would not exceed Bronze 1 or above at most. Most of the students had only started practicing since high school, which was around Black Iron. Basically, if 10 or so students teamed up, there was absolutely no problem surviving in the secret realm. Chiu Yen, on the other hand, had his own plans. Since he really has more secrets, he might as well just be a lone wolf and save himself some trouble. There were roughly 100,000 students in the entire city of Zhonghai, so the examination center would also be divided into 2 secret realms. If one was lucky enough to be assigned to the same secret realm as Lin Yuqing, then one could take her to lie down and win a wave. Just when most of his classmates were still at the 2nd or 3rd rank of Black Iron, Chiu Yen was now at the 6th rank of Black Iron. Moreover, he had 3 powerful spirit beasts, and with one person forming an army, fighting through the secret realm was definitely not a problem. Ding dong! Chiu Yan's cell phone lit up, and looking at the message on it, Chiu Yen smiled helplessly. It was a message from Lin Yuqing. Her luck was truly failing her, and she was assigned to the Stormwind secret realm. The Storm secret realm had many wind-attributed spirit beasts, as well as many bird-type spirit beasts. Lin Yuqing's granite rock tiger didn't have any powerful air-to-air means, so perhaps it might not play that well when the time came. Chiu Yen himself was assigned to the Water Swamp secret realm. The name has ZE in it, just like Dark Water Swamp, and the entire secret realm is like a sand dune situated on the water, like a reed field. The types of specialty spirit beasts are a bit more complicated, that is, some frogs, fish, snakes, and so on. Chiu Yen picked up his cell phone and gave a couple of words of relief. So it does seem like you're not having much luck then. But it's not a big problem after all. You're also at the 4th or 5th rank of Black Iron now, right? Well, good luck in advance? Thinking about this, Chiu Yen was still a little depressed. I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to really cultivate like a rocket. Just in the middle of the time he had gone to the Heavenly Rabbit clan, he had actually cultivated so quickly. Hey, thanks for that spell. I'll almost break through to the Black Iron 5th rank tomorrow. The test is the day after tomorrow. Should we go out and buy some test supplies? Seeing Lin Yuqing's rare invitation, the corner of Chiu Yan's mouth hooked and his fingers snapped as he typed on top of his cell phone. Okay, then tomorrow afternoon, let's go check it out. Aha! Chiu Yen extinguished his cell phone and fell asleep again. Thinking about the upcoming exam, Chiu Yen had a rare sleepless night. The whole lot of them tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He just rolled on and it was light again. Chiu Yen was a spirited batch, and seeing that he couldn't sleep, he also sat up from the bed. Xiao Yen, come eat breakfast oh. Zhang Li's voice rang out, and the entire kitchen was dense with a tantalizing aroma that drifted down the doorway and into Chiu Yan's room as well. Chiu Yen yawned and pulled open the door to his room, and he saw his old mom wearing an apron and humming a little song as she busied herself in the middle of the kitchen. Seems like he's in a good mood. Mom, wake up, come and eat. Your dad was at the office all night again yesterday. He just laid down after eating, so keep your voice down. Chiu Yen nodded before sitting down, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Pops is also working really hard for himself. Reborn back less than half a month. Froze even old dad did not see a side. Either you're working overtime or you're on your way to work overtime. Mom. After that you guys can relax a little bit too, right? Don't be so tired. Don't work overtime if you can help it. Zhongli brought the last plate of steamed xiaolongbao to Qiu Yan's face, her face full of relief. Good. Xiao Yan, then you should cheer up for the exam tomorrow. Hurry up and eat. Don't just stand there. It'll get cold soon. Listening to his dad snoring, Qiu Yan finished his breakfast. This morning, he decided to first go to the spirit beast breeding base to see if there was any feed suitable for spirit beasts. After all, the time Qiu Yan had spent in the other world was quite long, and those feeds he had prepared before were pretty much fed. There was even a polar blood wolf in the imperial beast space. There is no way, the 3 wailing children at home, not to mention that soon the imperial beast college entrance exams still need them to contribute. A trip is a trip. After greeting his mom, Qiu Yan went straight out of the house. It's been a while since I've been there, and the last time I went to the spirit beast breeding base was with old Li. Now it's the old man who misses the old Li's old man's joy. It wasn't very fast either, but at least it was able to keep out the wind and rain. Qiu Yan stopped a cab and went straight to the spirit beast breeding base. I didn't realize that Lin Yuqing, the girl who has the imperial beast examination tomorrow, was still working at the base. Hi! Seeing Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan smiled and waved. Hello! What brings young Master Qiu here? Lin Yuqing, still wearing her twisted braid, stopped her hands from tending to the goods. Buy some fodder for the spirit beasts to eat. Even the landlord's family doesn't have any leftover food. Qiu Yan spread his hands. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing also greeted her coworker and let him take over her work for a bit. He then led Qiu Yan towards the depths of the hall. What's prevalent out there are spirit beast eggs, and if you want any high-end fodder, you'll have to go 2 steps further. What do you want this time? I think your spirit beasts are probably tired of eating red flame aromatic pork for so long, right? How about trying the wind thunder pork? The texture of the wind thunder pork contains a hint of thunder power, but it can still enhance some of the damage from the purple moon thunderbolt. Qiu Yan felt that what Lin Yuqing said wasn't unreasonable. Generally, it's the spirit beast's fodder that is certainly related to its own attributes. It wasn't a good idea to keep letting Purple Moon Cinderella eat red fire-scented pork. Let's start with 500 pounds, and then get me 200 pounds of red fire-scented pork. Qiu Yan actually didn't know what Cole Ball liked to eat, but it shouldn't seem like the picky kind. By the way, is there any recommendation on what ice attribute spirit beasts are suitable to eat? Thinking of the polar blood wolf in the royal beast space gave Qiu Yan a headache. Yesterday they lightened the loot and found the sub-crystal core of the polar blood wolf on Hoover. That restriction would have been lifted. As a result, Wolf was as good as dependent on himself. Days pestered for demonic spider eggs. Even if it was released into the dark water swamp or whatever other secret realm, it refused to do so. Obviously, there is a distinction between a full meal and a full meal. Thinking that he had also gotten a gold-level cultivation spirit beast as a fighter for free, Qiu Yan could only reluctantly endure it. Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment, put up a finger and scratched on the cargo list for a while, also finding the corresponding goods. How about the ice demon sheep? It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but the quality certainly can't be beat. Just as Qiu Yan was about to agree, a middle-aged uncle's voice sounded behind him. Little friend Qiu, what a coincidence. Chapter 99, The Qi Family. Qiu Yan looked back, and the person who made the sound was standing behind him looking at him with a smile. The middle-aged man wore a 3/7 haircut, was wearing a high-fashion suit, and his face looked exceptionally well-maintained. Qiu Yan felt strange. The middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar, like he had seen him somewhere, but he had no impression. Which one of you? He asked somewhat tentatively. Even Dad and Mom's friends and relatives have thought about it, but they can't remember. Oh, little friend Qiu might not remember. We met a few days ago. It's on the elevator in the administration building of Haruyuki Mikado High School. The middle-aged man's words instantly pulled Qiu Yan back to the memories of the previous days. Hearing him say that, Qiu Yan also remembered. Not that day he was going to find Li Jiangguo to talk to those leaders that day. I remember when this middle-aged man was very friendly and helped himself to the elevator. Oh, I remember. Is there something you want? There is nothing to be done. Qiu Yan didn't know how the middle-aged man recognized himself and knew his name though. But once he struck up a conversation with himself, It proved that he must have come to ask for something. After all, they don't have much interest, belong to the kind of relationship that can't be hit by 8 poles. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new honorary principal of Haruyuki Imperial Beasts High School, Ike Shuin. It's like this, my daughter is also taking the Imperial Beast exam tomorrow. I looked at the list yesterday and realized that Shoyan's classmates, no matter whether they are spirit beasts or culture classes, are at the top of the list in the whole school. That's why. Would like to ask young student Xiao Yen to be able to look after the Imperial Beast examination tomorrow. As a sign of sincerity, I'll pay for what little friend spends here today, and after it's done, there's a big gift to give. At those words, Xiao Yen was alerted. It's definitely not all as simple as it seems. Could it be that he wanted to let himself protect his daughter in the middle of the test? While teams are allowed, the score is definitely tied to your own performance. If his daughter doesn't have much to show for it, then the actual score won't be very high. Are you sure? Xiao Yen grinned. Truth be told, I found a hidden route. The herbs on the route happen to be exactly what my daughter needs, as long as you help her obtain those herbs. Her spirit beasts are strong too. They won't hold you back. Ji Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Yen with a sincere face, and this attitude made Xiao Yen feel even more strange. It doesn't look like your family is short of money, so spending a bit of money on a team is actually enough, right? Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude of being a soft touch, Ji Xiaoyan also had a headache, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. This matter is not suitable to will other people know. Xiao little friend alone know is good. The reason behind this, Ikyawan called out toward the back. Ikaru, come on. Only a slender figure slowly stepped out from behind the door frame. Appearances like Sui Yu generally cool, but compared to the cold outside and hot inside Sui Yu, this woman is obviously more rejecting people outside the 1,000 miles. A pair of deep and cold eyes looked Xiao Yen up and down, like they didn't carry any emotion. Hello. Her voice was nice, but it was also cold, and she could hear the sound of fuming breath in her voice. Lin Yuqing's heart, however, trembled for no reason. What's going on here? Introduced Xiao Yen to someone to start with? I don't know what the others present thought, but at least Xiao Yen was in trouble at this point. If it was to accompany people to pick some herbs, it would be nothing, just a matter of passing by. But as long as he agreed, Xiao Yen had an extremely strong premonition that something would go wrong. Xiao Yen was surprisingly unable to speak for a while. Hello! He snorted, but suddenly saw Ji Zhao looking at Ji Xiaoyan with a grimace on his face. For a while the atmosphere looked awkward. Ji Xiaoyan wasn't idle either, and quickly walked over to the counter, and without waiting for Xiao Yen to respond, he directly made the payment. These would still be nearly $1 million after Lin Yuqing's employee card was discounted. Xiao Yen could only smile helplessly. A moth is a moth. With this 1 million, it was at least a month's ration for one spirit beast. The preparation would take nearly another hour, and the name changed back when Ji Xiaoyan spoke again. Well, please move over, little friend Xiao. This is not the place to talk either. He smiled and looked at Xiao Yen with a questioning expression on his face. Xiao Yen, on the other hand, looked back at Lin Yuqing in a somewhat entangled manner, and only nodded after seeing the other party blink twice towards him. Okay, let's go check it out then. But I can't promise you that once it would interfere with my Imperial Beast exam. $1 million, I can still afford it. Qi Xiaoyan's face was delighted, and he immediately led Xiao Yen towards the outside. However, before going out, Xiao Yen still twisted his head to mention to Lin Yuqing not to forget about the afternoon's appointment. Although Lin Yuqing was still a bit torn in her heart, there was no reason not to let Xiao Yen go. After leaving the door, Xiao Yen saw a nanny car parked outside. It seems like it would cost quite a bit of money as well. The carriage was set up like a small conference room with some valuable tea sets. Tink. Only when Xiao Yen sat down did Ji Xiaoyan smile and start boiling water for the tea. Xiao Yen and Ji Zhao were also just a small table apart. Perhaps it was because he was too close. Xiao Yen could smell the bitter flavor of the Chinese medicine mixed with the fragrance. By the looks of it, the young girl was also a pothead. Little friend Xiao, I'll be honest. I can't say much about it just now outside, but it was actually Thunder who recommended you to me. Captain Thunder? A trace of difference flashed through Xiao Yan's pupils. Since he was an acquaintance, it had dispelled a large portion of Xiao Yan's wariness. Only then did Ji Xiaoyan speak again. Since Brother Thunder has been in Zhonghai City for a longer period of time, I asked him if he had any young talents, and he recommended you to me. The water on the tea table boiled quickly, gurgling and steaming outward. Ji Shoun said softly as he brewed the tea. The disease in my daughter's body is a congenital weakness. I've been searching hard for a medicinal herb for many years, and I only learned 2 days ago that this medicinal herb only grows in the secret realm of Water Swamp. I don't feel comfortable leaving this matter to anyone else, so I'll have to rely on little friend Xiao. Xiao Yan took the teacup Qi Shoun handed over and shook his head as he gently blew on a mouthful of hot tea, the aroma of which was overwhelming. Take a sip and the refreshing bean flavor spreads on your tongue. After half a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Since he was an acquaintance of Lei Ting, Xiao Yan naturally had to give a few points of face. Moreover, Thunder had saved himself twice, so this favor always had to be returned. Ji Shoun was also not at all standoffish towards himself, and was always polite and courteous from the beginning. Are you betting on yourself? Okay. Then you two communicate. The map is here. I'm going out for a smoke. Ji Shoun smiled and placed a piece of vellum in front of the two men before pulling away and taking a deep drag of smoke. The compartment was separated from the driver's seat, which caused Xiao Yan and Ji to be alone for a long time. There was a long silence before Ikaru spoke slowly. You don't have to worry. I won't hold you back. Besides, I don't really need someone to help me, Percy. Chapter 100 Attending a Dinner Party. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, nodded fervently at his words. It does seem to be very sick. Serious prejudgment of one's own strength. Ji Zhao was a bit annoyed, but thinking of the purpose of this trip, he could only force down the anger in his heart and once again coldly opened his mouth. Here's the map, see for yourself. Our starting point, if we land in Mizukizawa, we can pass through the Spirit Turtle Mound, the Frog Jumping Gorge, and finally here, our destination, the Mizukizawa Treasure Temple. There is a relic there, and it seems that an ancient civilization is here. It's long extinct now, but there are some strange herbs growing in it, and that's where we're going. Xiao Yan nodded, and inwardly began to think of countermeasures. How to get a better score while carrying a drag queen is a question. The Imperial Beast examination would continue for about 3 days, during which time, one could team up to hunt spirit beasts or pick spirit herbs and medicines. Each of them has corresponding points, and the one with the highest points will be the winner of this Zhonghai city. You can only have the chance to take the school exam of Huaqing University if you become a top student. His target was not the regular class of Huaqing University, but the experimental class. The experimental class will not need to pay a dime out of their own pocket and will be fully supported by the university. It was no exaggeration to say that the crystal cores that were sold at a high price in the outside world were able to be given to spirit beasts to chew on as candy beans. Okay. You set the general direction. My job is to make sure you're safe and sound. Just make the arrangements. Xiao Yan took a sip of tea, his mouth was really good. Snap! The car door was opened and closed. Ji Shoun had already extinguished his cigarette and sat down with the faint smell of tobacco on his body. Little friend Xiao, why don't we go have dinner together later? It's just right, we can also study with our families little early during dinner. But as soon as those words were spoken, the nanny car shook slightly directly and drove towards the front. It wasn't like Xiao Yan was being consulted, it was also tantamount to notification. Thinking that there was no way to get off the bus even if he wanted to now, Xiao Yan could only let out a bitter smile, squeezed the pocket-sized teacup, and drank the translucent tea in one gulp. Smash it twice and it does come back to haunt you. Neither Xiao Yan nor Qi Zhao were talkative people, and along the way, thanks to Qi Shoun's mediation in the middle of it, it also made the atmosphere in the car seem less awkward. Noticing that the nanny car slowly came to a stop, Xiao Yan stretched out a finger and flicked open a corner of the curtain on one side, and also raised an eyebrow after seeing the scene outside. Isn't this the best banquet restaurant in Zhonghai City? Delicacy Mansion? It was really Xiao Yan's first time eating here. Getting out of the car, he followed behind Ji Shoun and walked silently, but his eyes kept darting around, and his look of a bumpkin still caused Ji Zhao to give him a blank stare. Ikaru was wearing a long, light dress today, and although the design was simple, it was nevertheless textured from the material of the dress. And more will pool early lined with fresh and elegant, but all the people passing by are cast obsessive eyes. The suit Ji Shoun wore was clearly an old money style, and every now and then there were acquaintances passing by, exchanging pleasantries and letting out a hearty laugh. Compared to these two, Xiao Yan was simply casual as hell. A black t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of board shorts. It doesn't add up to more than $400 altogether. causing a random waiter to pass by with leather shoes under his feet that were going to light up Cho Yan's eyes. Old pool. It's been a long time. You're a really tall man. Showing off the mountain. It's so hard to see you once. When he came to the entrance of the banquet, a middle-aged man wearing a National Style lab coat greeted him. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and with a smile on his face, he seemed to be the host family of this banquet. Li Gao Cheng. Ji Shouwen smiled, obviously a little ashamed. Handing over the invitation, he extended his hand to shake the man surnamed Li. You, this is your daughter, isn't it? I haven't seen you in a few years. You've grown so beautiful. Hello, Uncle Li. Hikaru owed a slight bow and spoke politely. Good. So this is… Li Goziong looked a little hesitant as Ikazu stood next to a hung-over teenager. Handsome as he was, he clearly wasn't paying enough attention today to this party he was organizing. Who wears a black t-shirt and jeans to a party? This is too perfunctory. For a while, Li Gao Cheng's face was a bit unsettled. Ji Shouwen sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he rushed to round up the situation. As for this one, it's one of my juniors who bumped into me on the road and brought me here by the way. Isn't your senior Li going to talk about some cultivation tips today? So why don't you bring him here to see the world? Upon hearing this, Li Gao Cheng's face then looked better, and with a businesslike smile on his face, he let a few people take their seats, and then went to receive other guests. Ji Shouwen smiled and shook his head, leading the two of them to find a spot to stand. Little friend Xiao, why don't you stay over here with Xiaozhao for a while? I'm gonna go say hello to a few old friends. Qiu Yan didn't care, and went to the side and pulled a stool to sit down by himself. As a result, he was hastily yanked up by Ji Zhao, his eyes cutting Qiu Yan severely. It was only then that Qiu Yan noticed that most of the people in the room were standing around one of their respective small tables, talking and laughing with their highball glasses. It does raise some eyebrows. After returning the stool to the corner, Qiu Yan walked back again and stood silently next to Ji Zhao, staring at the juice in his hand. I was thinking of keeping a low profile, but I didn't realize that the trouble was finding its way to my door. Yo, Ikamachi. It's been a while. Transferring schools without a word. Not even a hello. A boy walked over, and from the way he was dressed it was clear that he must be a rich boy whose family was no weaker than Ikazeo's. But the exit was a sour squeeze. At this time he was also standing beside a female companion. A long dress appeared to have a dusty temperament. This female companion Xiu Yan also recognized. It was none other than Chen Qingqing. The long dress she was wearing at the moment was very well fitted, outlining the curves of her beautiful body more and more seductively. A pair of coupled arms wrapped around the boy's arm, pressing the fullness of his chest against it. Hikaru apparently didn't even look at it, taking a sip of the juice in his hand to himself. Jason, it doesn't seem to be any of your business where I go.
Friend?
Yes, this one is better looking than your last one. Seeing Chen Qingqing's face look very bad, Qiu Yan secretly laughed beside him. Hikaru seems aloof, but the speech is really solid. Qiu Yan felt a little strange. After all, not long ago also saw Wang Ziqing and Chen Qingqing together, how a few days did not see and changed a rich second generation. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. That day in the administration building, Qiu Yan had seen Chen Qingqing summon a platinum upper bloodline phantom crocodile with his own eyes. Did this Jason buy this? When his eyes looked at Jia Tian, the man's face turned green and red as he choked on Ji Zhao's words, and his vision fluttered so much that he actually locked eyes with Qiu Yan for a moment. Jia Tian looked like he had found a lifesaver as he directly opened his mouth and teased. Indeed, my vision is getting better, and Qingqing is really pretty and understanding. The Ikebukuro family's eldest daughter's vision is quite average. She's willing to stand with other boys even though she looks like a stranger. It was Qiu Yan's turn to have a black face. If you two don't get along, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm just a spectator. Don't get me wrong. Okay? Chapter 101. The Dinner Party Controversy. What I'm in a peace with, naturally, has nothing to do with you. Ji Zhao similarly wrapped his arms around Qiu Yan and gave a vicious tug to his side. Qiu Yan laughed awkwardly from the side, and just like Qi's earlier molded brother, pretending to be careless, he took out his own phone and began to swipe the short video. I didn't realize that I forgot to turn down the volume, and instantly a powerful stream of music erupted. Straight away, it drew scrutinizing looks from the surrounding crowd. Scared Qiu Yan, he hurriedly extinguished his cell phone. Seeing this, Jia Tian's face became even more ugly. He had chased after Ikazu for over a year before, and had thought that he would be able to melt this piece of ice that was Ikazu if he was persistent. As a result, Ikari hadn't even looked at herself for a moment. Jia Tian even talked about a girlfriend in order to piss off Ji Zhao, passing by Ji Zhao all day to show love. I didn't realize that Ikazu had ignored him and even transferred to Haruyu Gobyo High School in a couple days. He tried to send some boo-hoo messages to Ikaru afterward, and invariably they were all red exclamation points. He himself had long since been blacked out and deleted by Ikaru. I didn't realize that as soon as Ikamachi transferred here, he was with a gigolo. Although he was not as handsome as him, but at least his family situation could finish off this little white boy. Wearing all the ground goods, he had the nerve to come to Elder Li's dinner party. When Qiu Yen saw Jia Tian's grim look, he secretly said that it was not good. This is clearly being used as a shield by Ikazeo. However, he suddenly became aware of another resentful sight. When his eyes turned to see Chen Qingqing, however, quickly turned her head again and gently smiled at Jia Tian. Well, the Imperial Beast exam is tomorrow, so I'll see you at the exam center? Jia Tian smiled coldly and turned around to leave with Chen Qingqing. However, on his way out, he also turned his head to glare fiercely at Qiu Yen. Qiu Yen only felt that this person was brain dead. Seeing the two of them leave, Ji Zhao then loosened his hold on Qiu Yen. Don't get me wrong, it's just that the flies are annoying. So be it. Qiu Yen nodded and put his phone on mute, silently swiping the short video. Seeing Qiu Yen look like he didn't care, Ji Zhao was definitely uncomfortable in his heart. A big beautiful woman herself has taken the initiative to let him take advantage of it. But it is like a wooden head, indeed not understanding. Soon it will be time for pre-dinner snacks. As the waiters passed by with their trays of food, there were large men reaching for a small piece of the delicate cake. Although Qiu Yen was swiping the short video at this moment, his eyes were constantly glancing towards the waiter's side. Gentlemen, would you like a snack? Qiu Yan's eyes inquired about Ji Zhao, and after receiving consent, he also brought over 2 cupcakes. Do you eat? Qiu Yan just stuffed the cupcake into his mouth in one bite and said vaguely, no food. Diet. Ji Zhao glanced at Qiu Yan without a good look. Oh good. Qiu Yan, almost in passing, threw the other cupcake along with the plate underneath into the Imperial Beast space, thinking that Lin Yuqing must not have eaten this kind of high-class dim sum either. Anyway, I still have to go out with Lin Yuqing to purchase supplies in the afternoon, and this snack is really quite delicious with its sweet and sour taste. At that moment, the waiter stopped in his tracks, somewhat torn. Sir, we had the plates custom made. Maybe, probably, maybe, can't take it away. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yen was embarrassed again, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. Only dutifully did he bring out the cake. Oh, then you can give me a packing case, please. The waiter obviously couldn't believe what he was hearing, and some of the bigwigs around him looked over. Packing box? No. Qiu Yen was a bit puzzled, and waited until the bigwigs on the side all laughed softly. Only then did the waiter react, which led to a nod, a light response, and a respectful walk down. No one noticed that the corners of Qiu Yan's mouth quietly rose a bit. Being mocked by Jia Tian just now had clearly caught the attention of some of the surrounding bigwigs, making Qiu Yen a target. Perhaps all of them were wondering what kind of person this one was that could make the Qi family's eldest misfavor. Qiu Yen didn't have a penchant for having his background investigated by others. This move, too, would dispel the doubts of the bigwigs on the sidelines. Thinks he's just a bumpkin not worth caring about. So far, Qiu Yan's plan to keep a low profile had succeeded. He had already attracted the attention of Long-Hearing Spring, and if he caused some other bigwigs to look at him sideways, he would simply have no privacy at all. At least Qiu Yen didn't have a backer right now. Before long, though, the lights in the arena faded out, and the host's voice rang out from the distant stage. Honorable guests, thank you for coming. Here's Elder Li to tell you all about it. The spotlight hit the hunched-over old man off to the side, standing out. Qiu Yen also recognized it. Isn't this old Li? This? The big man that everyone in the room respected so much actually had a side job as a bodyguard for someone else? Qiu Yen hurriedly lowered his head and also prevented from meeting old Li's eyes. Unexpectedly, the sharp-eyed old Li saw Qiu Yen at once. His eyes cast over and blinked towards the side, an unidentified smile spreading across his face. Luckily, Qiu Yan's earlier move was successful, and the firepower was successfully diverted to Ji Zhao next to him. The surrounding bigwigs marveled. This girl from the Qi family, She actually managed to gain Elder Li's favor. Hey, it's simply a promising future. Not bad. Not bad. The little girl is pretty and has a good heart. It's no wonder Elder Li looked at her twice more. Ji Shouwen also walked back at this time. Looking at his daughter, his heart was still a little proud. A large hand wrapped around his daughter's shoulders as if he were showing off to the surrounding area. A proud smile spreading across his face. It seemed to be very receptive to all the admiration around it. Old Li talked a lot on stage, just like how spiritual power is used and how it works, obviously with some unique insights of his own. It was also true that there was a lot of off-the-wall knowledge that Qiu Yan had never heard of. Although Qiu Yan was ostensibly swiping the short video, his ears were nonetheless perked up, fearing that he would miss every word that Old Li was saying. This knowledge made Qiu Yan feel that he had really come to the right place today. There is also a deeper layer of understanding of your spiritual energy. Old Li probably spoke for about half an hour or so, and with that, this dinner party officially began. Lights snapped on all around them. Numerous waiters moved through the venue in an organized fashion, carrying trays filled with small portions of gourmet food. Qiu Yan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. All the delicacies Qiu Yan took only 2 servings. As long as Qi Zhao didn't eat, Qiu Yan packed it up and threw it into his royal beast space. After all, Qiu Yan was only thinking of keeping a low profile and lowering his presence just enough. You also can't take several copies at once, which also draws the ire of others, which makes it even more noticeable. Seeing that the banquet was about to end, Old Li was now carrying a glass of wine through the venue. When the surrounding bigwigs saw Old Li, they also nodded their heads in greeting, and spoke some pretty words under their breath to try to brush up their favorability in front of Old Li. Old Li just nodded and responded one by one, and was walking straight towards Qiu Yan's front. This also caused Qiu Yan to cry out in his heart. Chapter 102 My bodyguard is a giant. Under the gaze of the crowd of bigwigs, Old Li walked over to the table where Qiu Yan was. Ji Shouwen was clearly very respectful of this old-timer and greeted him with a smile. Elder Li, I've really heard of your great name for a long time, and I happened to bring my daughter to your banquet today. Still looking good after all these years. Old Li hemmed and hawed and nodded twice. Then his eyes looked over towards Qiu Yan's side. Not only Old Li, but all the bigwigs present had put down what they were doing and came to stare at Qiu Yan's side. Looking at Old Li smilingly walking over, Qiu Yan was like having sand in his eyes, frantically making eyes. Old Li, however, acted as if he didn't see it, his steps slow but purposeful. Ji Shouwen's chest was full of bravado at this time. Seeing that her daughter had the opportunity to be appreciated by Elder Li, she was designated to rise up the ladder in the future. He might be able to be accepted as Elder Li's close disciple. This person was a great man in the era when the aura had just been revived, and any insights he left out could benefit a person for a lifetime. Little friend Qiu Yan, what's wrong with you? Did you get sand in your eyes? Old Li came over with a smile and came up with this sentence without a clue. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. I thought that Elder Li was more appreciative of that little girl from the Qi family, but I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to talk to a young man whose name was unknown, and it was obvious that the two were so well acquainted that they actually knew their names. The eyes of the crowd of bigwigs were scanning Qiu Yan like X-rays, almost about to see through him. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Qiu Yan had no choice but to scratch his head, pretending to be busy and beating the autumn wind. Old Li, no, Elder Li, how's your health these days? Old Li gave Qiu Yan a blank look. This kid's talent and awareness was extraordinary, and at that time he himself could see it. It's not often that you see someone so mean to themselves. Everything else is fine, it's just too low profile. How can you not know how to move up the pole when you have the intention to build up his momentum? Even if you call Grandpa Li, won't this relationship be climbed? As an extremely gifted young jungler, all you think about is keeping a low profile all day long, and you can't do without some arrogance in your bones. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding people almost fell out. Are you kidding me? This is Elder Li, not the grandpa walking down the road, who doesn't bow respectfully when they see Elder Li and actually ask if he's well. I wonder if Elder Li was injured in the Holy Beast battlefield back then. It's almost like the pot calling the kettle black. It's not too bad. The Imperial Beast exam is tomorrow. How's the preparation going? When the crowd heard this, they were again wildly shocked inwardly. What a situation. Li Lao usually has a look of a divine dragon. How has he ever mentioned a junior so much like this? It looked like it was very concerned about the young man dressed in a ground-up suit. And the tone, it's totally like a conversation between grandparents and grandchildren. Could it be the old man's affair outside when he was young? Ahem. Okay. Later about someone together to buy exam supplies. Lu Cho Yen really had no choice. He had thought to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect that old Lee would be so disrespectful. It's like holding him over the fire. Oh, hardly. A hint of cunning flashed in old Lee's eyes and his lips hooked up. Trying to get past this one, are we? And put a little more heat on you. But then he remembered the present occasion and coughed, resuming his previous image of a worldly superior. It was the first time the crowd here had seen Elder Lee in this state. The suspicion in his mind was instantly convinced a few more times. Definitely the old man's old fling. They could have all just seen the little girl of the Chi family breaking her arm around this kid. That little girl from the Chi family is notorious for being high-minded. It must not be an ordinary person to get into her eyes. Old Lee hemmed and hawed, taking Cho Yan's shoulder in his big hand and greeting the crowd towards them. You guys eat. I'll chat with little friend Cho Yan for a while. Now in the middle of the hall, a needle can be heard. Only the crowd's heavy breathing. How can anyone have the heart to eat? Just eyeballing the two as they slowly left through the side door. Cho Yan had thought of running away, but how could a royal beast master twist past a powerful martial artist like Old Lee? It was directly equivalent to being dragged out in general. Ji Shoen's jaw dropped in shock. He had clearly investigated Cho Yan himself. His background was particularly ordinary, and he was not even close to Elder Lee. They actually crossed paths, and they're very familiar with each other. Looks like we've picked up a treasure this time. He had also seen the scene of his own daughter being intimate with Cho Yan just now, so it seemed that these two had a chance. Thinking of this, Ji Shoen also glared at his daughter. Not far away, Chun Qingqing had a flash of light in her head and recognized this Elder Lee. Wasn't this the old man who stood next to Cho Yan when he and Wang Ziqing were at the spirit beast breeding base at that time? I didn't realize it was so high status. This kind of big brother was actually standing beside Cho Yan at that time, just like his own grandfather? Suspicious. Absolutely suspicious. For a while, Chun Qingqing actually somewhat regretted tearing her face off with Cho Yan. No wonder Cho Yan went to put his flame chillin up for auction. It must be that Elder Lee's side had better resources. It was only a pity that he was so focused on the benefits in front of him that he actually gave Cho Yan up. One must know that Cho Yan used to be subservient to himself. Not only was Chun Qingqing's intestines green with regret, even Jia Tian on the side was regretting it. If I had known, I wouldn't have made the mistake of taunting Hikaru just now. This time, even Cho Yan offended. If I had a better attitude before and had a good relationship with Cho Yan, wouldn't I have been able to get on Elder Lee's line as well? Even the knife and fork in his hand pinched and bent at the thought. Cho Yan's side was pulled into the middle of the building by Old Lee, and looking around at no one, Old Lee immediately smiled again, looking very lewd. Little friend Cho Yan, hello again? I told you. We'll see you again soon. Cho Yan took a look at him without any good humor, took out the cigarettes that the big brother had scattered earlier when he came over to say hello, and handed them to Old Lee. Old Lee naturally took it with a smile, took out the commissary's $1 lighter from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep sip. Having just spoken half a day on stage and having to deal with guests, it almost didn't suffocate him. Old Lee, you just intended to embarrass me today. Cho Yan leaned against the top of a side wall and sighed helplessly. The old man is building up your momentum. What do you know? What's a young man like without some sharpness? You've told me all about those deeds of yours. Xiaolong, well done. And abducted back an ally for my human race. Looking at Old Lee's lewd smile, I guess the crowd would be stunned if it was placed outside. Was this still the Elder Lee they admired? Cho Yan, however, keenly grasped a word and immediately blurted it out. Xiaolong wouldn't be the dragon-hearing spring big brother, would he? Awesome. Aha, brat. Now you know how powerful your Old Lee is. Old Lee will cover you from now on. Old Lee was obviously enjoying the feeling. It was too good simply. In the case of a cool article similar to my bodyguard turned out to be an absentee giant. He, Lao Li, is also quite knowledgeable. You and that little girl from that spirit beast base, what happened? Isn't it time to go shopping later? This Old Lee's old habits again. This gossip look, which has the appearance of a worldly superior, is clearly the roadside nagging grandparents. Forced by Old Lee's lustful authority, Cho Yan could only nod his head with extreme reluctance. You kid. Really good. You're like me when I was young. Seeing Cho Yan's look of contempt, old Lee was also unconvinced. Bastard. Don't believe me, do you? Back in the day, we were known as a handsome young man in all the villages. Speaking of the past, Lao Li was as gushing as if he had opened a box of words. Chapter 103: An Eventful Fall. Thud. Just as the two of them were chattering, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the middle of the building, accompanied by heavy breathing. Qiu Yan and Old Li instantly resumed their previous serious appearance and started a discussion on the issue of spiritual power. Elder Li, Brother Qiu. A familiar voice rang out, and Qiu Yan turned his head to look. Ooh, isn't this Wang Teng? Panting appearance, which still has half of the temperament of the second generation of rich people. The bangs were also stained with sweat and looked extremely messy. Brat, why didn't you come until now? Could it be that you're looking down on me? Old Li had a face like an elder and reprimanded. In fact, Lao Li is not to Wang Teng have any opinion, is to feel that this kid is a little frivolous, every day soaked in the pile of women or need to knock some. Although Old Li was not a good bird when he was young, that is. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng folded his hands together and nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, with a bitter look on his face. Elder Li, you've really wronged me. It's not the martial arts exam tomorrow. My master is at home giving me extra practice. That's why I'm late. I thought that no one would notice if I sneaked in here. I didn't expect to be caught by you. Qiu Yan gloated as he looked at Wang Teng from the side and scowled at him. Wang Teng probed his head and took a look at it. Then he could not hold back his laughter a bit and hurriedly buried his head deeply again. But the more I thought about it, the more I found it funny. My whole body trembled slightly, and I didn't pay attention to the biffed and laughed out. Old Li's face, which had just somewhat eased, crumbled again, just like a head teacher who caught a student in the act, and snorted coldly. This time Wang Teng was honest and his entire body shivered. A feigned cough and a secret pinch at the base of his thighs stifled the laughter. Come on. There's a little more to tell everyone. Wang family boy, do you still have any formal clothes in your storage space? Take a set for Qiu Yan to change into. Later, I'll build you two up. Old Li also put away his bad taste of teasing his juniors, and his expression turned serious. Qiu Yan and Wang Teng simultaneously looked aghast, as if they were about to guess what Old Li was going to say later. Mostly there is something about the 10,000 clans. A spatial rift inexplicably appeared in the Dragon Kingdom 2 days ago, which was not a good sign. This meant that the binding force of the Holy Beast battlefield was beginning to weaken. I'm afraid that the Sacred Beast battlefield in 3 years' time will perhaps be the most severe battle for the human race. Qiu Yan and Wang Teng were both of similar stature. By the time Qiu Yan put on the high-fashion suit that Wang Teng had given him, his entire body became much more refreshed. At first glance, I wondered which rich boy had come. Unlike Wang Teng's somewhat evil and handsome appearance, Qiu Yan's whole person reveals the temperament of a stranger like Jade, a gentleman like no other. Old Li nodded, his aura instantly changing, as if he was like a long, dusted sword about to be sheathed. A cloud of gloom seemed to hang over his brow as he snorted coldly. These rich kids in the audience had grown up in fine clothes and had endured the dividends of their father's tilted resources. Next, it was time for them to fight for the Dragon Kingdom, for the entire human race. Squeak! Old Li pushed open the door, his eyes glaring, followed by Wang Teng and Qiu Yan. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. Qiu Yan, who was a beggar just now, turned out to be so handsome after changing into formal clothes, and with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, he was even more handsome than Kai Shukuan, the chicken god of the top-stream beast masters. For a while, the handsome two directly attracted the gazes of all the girls in the arena. Even Ji Early and Chun Qingqing were no exception. The teenagers in their flashy outfits also paled in comparison to the two. It wasn't until Ji Shouwen coughed gently, which woke up his own daughter. At this time, Lao Li had already stood at the very center of the stage. Spiritual energy surged through his body, and even his voice contained a hint of spiritual energy to ensure that everyone here could hear him. I see everyone's pretty much eaten too. I'll just come and say a few words. Only when everyone's eyes around him were focused on his side did Old Li speak again. I'm sure everyone knows that a spatial rift appeared in the Anexian Villa area a few days ago. This spatial rift is extraordinary. In these 50-odd years since the recovery of the Blue Star's aura, It's the first time that the 10,000 races have appeared on the opposite side of space and time. This also means that the seal of the sacred beast battlefield has loosened, and from now on Blue Star will become unsettled. And it's highly likely that it will once again play out the disaster that happened more than 50 years ago. Old Lee paused and didn't say anything. Instead, they swept around in a circle, one by one, observing the demeanor of the guests present. There's panic, there's uncertainty, there's anger, there's sadness. Everyone is a leading figure in various industries in several cities around Zhonghai. I asked you all to bring your juniors here today to carry out the Dragon Kingdom's plan. We'll name it the Starfire Program. Youths with excellent potential will be fully nurtured by the Dragon Kingdom. During the summer vacation, a Starfire squad will be formed to train deep into the hinterlands of some of the 10,000 races. All of your children are like flowers in a greenhouse, without having experienced the wind and rain. How can they stand firm in the midst of future battles against the cunning 10,000 races? It's obviously very dangerous, but it's not like they're being sent to their deaths. There are also accompanying teachers and seniors leading the way together. Upon returning, we'll join the newly established university called Dragon Blood High. It features the strongest demonic geniuses and the most elite faculty in the country. We only aim to raise pillars of the nation who can carry the peace and security of the human race. It's not just this area. I'm sure you all know that banquets are being held all over the country today, inviting the elites of all parties and their children. Guys, I'm not looking down on ordinary people. After all, my old Lee used to be a farmer. Rather, your children and descendants, who have enjoyed top-notch resources since childhood. It's time for them to do their part for my Dragon Kingdom. Please take to heart what I, Li Kunlun, have said here today. Old Li then took 2 steps back and pushed Qiu Yen Wang Tang to his side. These two, I, Li Kunlun, will make the decision to appoint them as the captains of the Beastmaster and martial artist factions of the Starfire Squad in Zhonghai City. You don't have to participate in the Starfire Squad selection after taking the entrance exam. You can directly enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. The moment Li Kunlun said this, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, causing an uproar. The crowd of guests were no strangers to Wang Tang. They all knew that he was the only grandson of old General Wang Jianlin, and it was natural that no one would dare to have an opinion if he came to be the captain of the martial artist faction. But what about Qiu Yen? In just a moment ago was a beggarly teenager dressed in floor clothes and packing meals. At this time, there are bold people speak loudly, but also considered to ask the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. Elder Li, what exactly is the identity of this little friend that he has impressed Elder Li so much? Chapter 104 Oddities. Li Kunlun, on the other hand, laughed, and then he opened his mouth again, with a hint of unquestionable authority in his voice. This is little friend Qiu Yen, who is none other than the dual-gifted. One of those abilities is the ability to foresee the future in advance. With Wang Tang and the others, they smashed a stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church on Suwan Street. And 2 days ago, on the other side of the spatial rift, pulled together a former member of the 10,000 races for my human race, the Sky Rabbit race. It's because of him that our human race will never be alone after this. As a senior student, he is now a Black Iron 6th Order Imperial Beast Master, already able to cut down early Bronze Stage opponents over the level. May I ask, who of the children present can do that? Li Kunlun's words were so loud and clear that for a while, there was surprisingly only the sound of constant intake of breath in the arena. The people present were scared to death of Qiu Yan's resume. What the hell? You're saying that Qiu Yan, this kid, has turned back an entire Heavenly Hair clan all by himself? Moreover, this battle power is also against the odds. What do you mean by decapitating a bronze-level enemy with a Black Iron 6th rank? None of these bigwigs present were fools, and all of them understood the deep meaning of this. Genius. A first-class genius. Looking at the rest of the people's somewhat showy gazes, Qiu Yan frowned slightly. I didn't expect to be pushed into the limelight by old Li just like that. The greater the fame, the more benefits it would bring, and the more it would inevitably provoke the suspicion and targeting of those villains in the shadows. Once Qiu Yan was exposed in the open, it was very likely that he would draw retaliation from the 10,000 clans. If Qiu Yan were the 10,000 races, once he found out that there were geniuses coming out of the human race, where would he foolishly cultivate his own upstarts, letting them develop individually, and then fight to the death in the middle of the sacred beast battlefield in a dignified manner? This is so stupid. Qiu Yan would never do that anyway. Instead, They directly sent out spies hidden among the human race to directly strangle the geniuses that had not yet grown up in the cradle. A genius who hasn't grown up isn't a genius and isn't to be feared. What if a genius hides and develops? Then he always had parents, relatives, people who cared, right? If the 10,000 clans held Qiu Yan's dad and mom or Lin Yuqing hostage right now, Qiu Yan would really have a headache until he exploded. Even if all the people involved were protected at the same time, would there be no chance? There will always be traces left behind. Those feats and techniques of the 10,000 races were varied. Qiu Yan didn't want to have a 10,000 race that could stealth or shrink standing over his bed in the middle of the night and slitting his throat. However, when it came to Gongfu, Qiu Yan remembered that he still had the Tiangui forging body star god clan Gongfu that he hadn't cultivated. With this dharma, then one would certainly be able to make up for the reason why one's body was weaker. It would be a shame to die in the enemy's decapitation program. However, if one wanted to cultivate this technique, merely learning the cultivation method would not do. The conditions are very harsh and you have to wait until a day when the stars are shining and stand under them. Moreover, the whole body must be coated with the juice of the stargazer. Qiu Yan searched all night yesterday and browsed through all the major shopping apps without finding where starlight grass was sold. Eh? What a headache! Seemingly sensing some concerns in Qiu Yan's mind, Li Kunlun stretched out his large, old and powerful hand and gently patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. Afterward, he hemmed and hawed and pushed Qiu Yan and Wang Tang toward the crowd before quietly fading out of the stage. Facing a brainstorm of bigwigs surrounding him to brush up his favor, Qiu Yan was also helpless, and he was really tired of dealing with this kind of scene as well. With a stomp of his feet, Li Kunlun flew towards one of the tallest buildings in Zhonghai City. The whole building was quite spectacular, conservatively estimated to be 1,000 meters high, and they were all made of some extremely hard otherworldly materials, more than enough to carry the attacks of a gold-level spirit beast. When he was close to the building, Li Kunlun suddenly stopped the operation of spiritual energy in his body, and his body sank, directly falling down from a high altitude. However, when he was about to get close to the ground, the protective spiritual power appeared without warning and wrapped around Old Li's body as it landed lightly on the ground. His purpose was to get to the top floor and meet someone as promised. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Lao Li arrived at the open-air office on the top floor. At the moment, Long Listening Spring was holding his hands, his back to Old Li, standing in front of a large glass wall looking out into the distance. Has the word gotten out? Long Hearing Quan came up with this sentence without a clue. Old Li sighed heavily and pulled out a cigarette from among the inner pockets of his clothes and lit it. Xiao Long ah, isn't this a bit cruel to the two little kids? After all, we're using the two of them as bait, so if we accidentally play it off, either one would be an unacceptable loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Long Hearing Spring slowly paced up and down, and a hint of melancholy was revealed in his voice. Uncle Li, let's see how many remnants of the 10,000 clans are hiding in the middle of the city of traffic. The 10,000 races are the best at compelling people to work for them. Human nature, it can't be tested. Some, perhaps for fame and fortune, perhaps for greater power, or for the sake of continuing to live, have become the servants of the gods of the 10,000 races. The hands of the 10,000 races have stretched too far, and the Dragon Kingdom is now about to run out of time. Li Kunlun shrugged his vaguely aching shoulder blade and exhaled a puff of smoke. Who knows? But you're right. It's too late for us to take our time investigating and pulling up those assholes one by one. Yes, Uncle Li, it's time to close the net after such a long layout. Long Hearing Quan looked back and was just about to say something when he saw Old Li flick the ashes of his cigarette to the ground, the sparks still floating in the air. Instantly blushing. Li, uncle, how many times have I told you not to dirty my floor? The sentence was almost squeezed from between his teeth. Li Kunlun, however, spread his hands with an innocent face. What's wrong? You're the head of the National Security Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, and you still want to talk to my old man. Long Hearing Quan closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, giving himself a good thought before he opened his eyes again. That's just it. I'll clean it up later. Seeing this, Old Li's face spread with a smug, sinister smile. No one could have imagined that the diamond-level cultivation Imperial Beast Master Long Listening Spring would have such a strange hobby of cleaning the floor. As a result, Old Li was happy about the matter of dirtying the floor in front of Long Hearing Spring. After all, Old Li is known to love his juniors. After a cigarette was finished, Li Kunlun, The old bastard, directly unqualifiedly threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stepped on it twice. Seeing that long-hearing Quan was about to go berserk, Old Lee dodged into the elevator with a flash and waved his hand cunningly towards long-hearing Quan. You! Long-hearing Quan just wanted to say something, but the elevator door had already closed, so he had no choice but to swallow the words that were on his lips. He took out a rag with a dark face and half-squatted on the ground, cleaning up the footprints and soot that Old Lee had stepped on bit by bit. In fact, sweeping robots or manipulating them with psychic powers can mostly achieve the same effect. But Longting Quan is obsessed with the act of scrubbing the floor, especially the creaking sound of a wet rag wiping on a polished floor. It simply mesmerized him, until the floor was wiped like a mirror. Long-hearing Quan then threw the rag into the trash can and slowly stood up, sitting on the side of the boss chair with one hand in his pocket. The right hand rests on the armrest to support the chin, and the legs keep swinging from side to side so that their bodies sway with the chair. His brow furrowed gently as he seemed to be pondering his next move. Chapter 105. A Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. Qiu Yan had a hard time getting rid of all the bigwigs around him, and looking at his cell phone, it was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it was time to go buy some exam supplies. At this time, Lin Yuqing also sent a message saying that she had also finished work and was sitting in the staff lounge waiting for Qiu Yan to come and pick up the goods. Qiu Yan, can you wait? Qiu Yan and Wang Tang were walking side by side with a smile and a laugh, when suddenly, an uninvited guest blocked Qiu Yan's path. Seeing Qiu Yan turn his head and leave, Chan Qingqing also became anxious and hastily reached out her hand to pick Qiu Yan's sleeve. As a result, it was coldly shrugged off by the other party. Qiu Yan, I was wrong in the past. Can you forgive me? I promise that, in the future. Chen Qingqing just wanted to continue, but after meeting Qiu Yan's cold eyes, she only felt chilled, pursed her lips, and finally did not say anything. This kind of look she had never seen before was like a tyrant in the middle of a chilling abyss, and once this one was angered, the consequences would obviously be severe. Sis, haven't we met somewhere before? At this moment, Wang Tang also came to be interested, his eyes flirting as he arched his shoulder over Qiu Yan. I didn't realize that my good brother's peach blossom luck was also very strong. It's a pity that he's just too dedicated in terms of feelings and wants to hang himself on the tree of Lin Yuqing so early. What's wrong with playing along? It's not like we're marrying her. This is the reason why one is never short of women around. Innocent sexy photo kills. The girl in front of me is at least a beauty with a score of 85 or higher. Brothers don't bubble, I'll bubble. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's face turned white. At that time, when he and Wang Ziqing were still together, he had invited Wang Tang to dinner. Although in the end, because Qiu Yan stirred up, also did not invite, achievement is up. However, as a matter of fact, he wasn't that ugly. But Wang Tang didn't seem to have much of an impression of himself at all. Chen Qingqing then thought, even if Qiu Yan wasn't going to forgive himself, but Wang Tang's offer seemed good, at least he was worth much more than both Jia Tian and Wang Ziqing combined. Noticing Wang Tang's line of sight, Chen Qingqing twisted and ruffled her bangs and looked across the room with charming eyes. Qiu Yan also knew Wang Tang's nature, which was a master of passing through all kinds of flowers without touching a single leaf. I didn't think about it. Just let him go. Soon, a figure shattered Chen Qingqing's fantasy. Jason is here. This is like swearing sovereignty to her in her arms. At the same time, it destroyed her last hope of hooking up with Wang Tang. Brother Qiu Yan, I apologize for slightly offending you earlier. Buddy, I hope you don't take it to heart either. Jia Tian had a friendly smile on his face. The speed of this face change was simply faster than a certain intangible cultural heritage in Chuan City. Chen Qingqing couldn't help but despise Jia Tian even more in her heart. It's just plain stupid. Not only had he spoiled his own good deed, but now he was actually shyly begging for Qiu Yan's forgiveness. Coward. The last such Wang Ziqing who was beaten by Qiu Yan and didn't dare to let out a single fart had already been kicked by her. Now Jia Tian was actually bowing down to Qiu Yan as well? I didn't realize that the new big man I'd fallen for was actually pulling his crotch so much. Since this is the case, it is time for her to consider her relationship with Jia Tian. Her Chen Qingqing's man can only be a worldly hero who doesn't change his face when the mountain crumbles in front of him. At this moment, Qiu Yan only felt amused, but he was able to understand. Human nature is like this. For those who are not as good as themselves, all kinds of contempt. For those who are stronger than themselves, they will try their best to curry favor. There are very few people who are truly able to be rich and powerful, poor and lowly, and mighty and mighty. I pressed on. Qiu Yan opened his mouth indifferently, without a trace of emotion. For such inconsequential side quest NPCs, it's good to skip the dialogue altogether. Jia Tian's face was happy, but he was obviously stupid and weak, and carried out a big bag of packed dishes from the side, and handed it over to Qiu Yan. Chun Qingqing blankly glanced at her current boyfriend without any good reason. Big dummy. It's not that people Qiu Yan didn't take your words seriously. Rather, he didn't take you as a person seriously. As she thought this, even she didn't realize that she, who had originally resented Qiu Yan extremely, had actually started to help Qiu Yan in her heart. But immediately afterward, a scene that shocked Chun Qingqing happened. Qiu Yan actually smiled and took the bag over, nodding towards Jia Tian and saying, "Have a heart." This time, Jia Tian was confused and sent gifts to people's hearts. Chun Qingqing was a bit dumbfounded for a moment, stumped in place. After Jia Tian delivered the food, he even gave Chun Qingqing a very doting look. Immediately, he felt that he really hadn't talked about this girlfriend for nothing. I had just gone to pack my own groceries, which took quite a while, and was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it. I did not expect Chun Qingqing to keep the two consciously. It's almost as if the bull demon is turning on the big guns. The bulls are coming out of the woodwork. Because Lin Yuqing was still waiting for him, Qiu Yan just dismissed the people around him one by one, said goodbye to Wang Tang and got into Ji Shouwen's nanny car. As soon as he got on the bus, Ji Shouwen similarly changed his attitude, from the original appreciation to fawning. Originally, he was hesitant to trust Qiu Yan, but he didn't expect to be given such a big surprise. Because of Lei Ting's words, he had made such a good karma for himself, and he would have to thank people later, giving himself the opportunity to befriend this promising young man. He absolutely could not let it go easily. At the thought, he spoke sorrowfully. "Qiu student, don't worry. I let you get bullied when I wasn't in Chunyu before. I've just investigated. Those 4 old denizens bullied you and Mr. Li Jianguo, didn't they? In an hour, I'll tell the 4 of them to get lost. That Chun Zhenhua who incited the fire will also get lost together." Qiu Yan raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit puzzled. Isn't Chihulian just an honorary principal? He's just working for the 4 school board members. Where does he get that much power? Ji Shouwen was also a grassroots-born, 1,000-year-old fox, and directly saw through what Qiu Yan was thinking and opened his mouth to explain. "Qiu student although I'm the honorary principal, at the same time, I'm also in the education bureau. The reason why I came to Spring Rain Imperial Beasts High School is just to hang out an idle position for fun. Don't worry. Your Uncle Chi is here to set you up. It's just 4 paid managers. They can't kill him. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." Qiu Yan listened in his heart and immediately understood what Ji Shouwen had in mind. Not bad for an old man. In just a few sentences, he tried to climb into a relationship with himself, and his address changed from "me" to "your Uncle Ji." It looked like it was really betting on itself. The reason for disposing of the school manager and Chen Zhenhua in this way is clearly to take 5 people as a pitch. Qiu Yan didn't say anything. This was the time to put up an attitude, creating an appearance of being very happy in his heart but accidentally showing it. This time Ji Shouwen became even more energized and immediately dialed the phone. At this time, the 4 managers and Chen Zhenhua is dividing the previous tender guaranteed places in the stolen money. The result of a few people at the same time received a phone call. It was as if the sky had fallen, and he slumped in his chair in disorientation. The caller said that a direct leader from above had named them to investigate their Spring Rain Royal Beast High School, suspecting them of abusing their power. Things are exposed. It's over. It's completely over. Chapter 106 Preparation for the Exam. Squeak. Qiu Yan had already arrived at the place. He opened the door and jumped straight down. "Xiao Qiu, promise me something. Don't forget." Looking at Qiu Yan's distant figure towards the spirit beast breeding base, Ji Shouwen shouted out, a hint of currying favor in his voice. Qiu Yan didn't turn around, but waved his hand and agreed. His whereabouts are no secret. Just now in the car, he had already cautioned Ji Shouwen that if he allowed Qi Zhao to follow him, he would definitely run into danger in the water swamp mysterious realm. After all, Self had been put on the spot by old Li. There was no telling how many pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark at this moment. Qiu Yan walked in full of concern. In the middle of the parking lot next to him, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man stared at Qiu Yan's back, thinking that he had hidden himself well, pretending to carelessly follow him. Who knows? but a big hand suddenly came from behind him, covering him over the neck and slitting his throat. Qiu Yan's side also sent an early message to Lin Yuqing, sitting in the middle of the hall. Lin Yuqing helped Qiu Yan collect the goods on his behalf and hurriedly ran over towards this side. Qiu Yan. Seeing her figure from afar, Qiu Yan stood up and hooked the corner of his mouth, just watching her slowly approach. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Since the little girl is only working a half-day shift today, there should be no lunch included at noon. Not yet. I ate bread and I'm not hungry for a while. Why don't we go shopping for exam supplies first? By the way, what you bought? Lin Yuqing was just about to take something out, but Qiu Yan waved his hand. Wait a while. I have some more snacks here you can eat. With a wave of his hand, Qiu Yan took out many exquisite snacks from the royal beast space. Straight away, the small coffee table in front of the hall was all over the place. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Yuqing looked at the wide array of snacks in front of her, and for a moment, she picked her eyes. Qiu Yan shook his head. That day when he was caught in a spatial rift, it was Lin Yuqing who helped to report it. This food is nothing, not to mention that you didn't spend any money on it. Lin Yuqing just casually took some and waved her hand saying that she was full. Tidying up the coffee table, the two of them headed towards the nearest shopping street. However, as he was leaving the spirit beast breeding base, Qiu Yan keenly sensed a few strands of sight, if any. Old Li's entire being disappeared after he said those words at the party. It seemed that he was preparing to launch himself as a living target to be used to attract the ears and eyes of the 10,000 races. Then let's wipe out those Skydome Church-like organizations. However, one would think that Old Li wouldn't let himself be slapped to death by those powerful people belonging to the forces of the 10,000 clans. Not knowing whether it was a foe or a friend, Qiu Yan didn't show it and remained as usual as he walked towards his destination. Hubby, I want a chicken fillet. Okay, I'll get your favorite golden chicken cutlet right away. Akabane chicken fillets from the deep end, golden crispy and flavorful. Close to the commercial street a long way away, you can hear the sound of loudspeakers shouting. The periphery of this commercial street was full of food stalls and milk tea stores. So much so that Qiu Yan, who had just walked in, was made dizzy by all the shouting. Still, he clearly loves it here. The air here was filled with the scent of food, which could be many times better than the environment of the streets of the Sky Rabbit clan. Not hungry yet, Lin Yuqing took Qiu Yan on a ride around and came to an outdoor store. It's worth noting that although the store is small, it's packed with a wide range of merchandise and all kinds of wilderness gear. Since Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were going to different secret realms, the things they had to prepare were naturally different. The two immediately came to different areas. Hehehe. What can I get you, lad? An old man with gray hair put away the newspaper in his hand with a snap and looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. Master, is there a waterproof tent here? Bring it out for me. Qiu Yan said indifferently. Mentioning the tent, Qiu Yan felt a little hard to bear. The tent in the dark water swamp last time had cost him thousands, and as a result, it had been rendered unusable at all by the briquettes at the time. Heya! I guess the youngster's examination room was assigned to the secret realm of water and zephyr. You've come to the right place for this. I tell you, the row in front of you, all waterproof, and the tent is thickened underneath, absolutely able to isolate water vapor and moisture. The Royal Beast High School 3 days can definitely provide a warm shelter. After all, the Imperial Beast examination was different from the martial arts examination. The martial arts exam is in. From this old man's words, we can see that he should be quite confident in his own products, using 2 absolutely in a row. Qiu Yan carefully selected and took a light green tent. Camping in the wilderness is able to blend in perfectly with the surroundings and is not very conspicuous. Take 2 of this and 3 of that. After all, it was the Imperial Beast examination, and Qiu Yan still took it very seriously. Although he is now able to guarantee the Dragon Blood higher education, but in the pre-test instructions can be seen in the excellent results can go to the official inventory of the Dragon State to select a material. Qiu Yan was in need of starlight grass right now, and if it wasn't available in any of the major shopping programs, it might be available in the official inventory. However, with an unintentional glance, Qiu Yan noticed a tall man in a bodysuit passing by outside. Although he was wearing a hat, a piece of his green airplane head protruded out, which allowed Qiu Yan to recognize him. Is that Luck Yen? Qiu Yan couldn't help but begin to sigh at how small the world really was, actually seeing the opponents from the previous underground coliseum. This outdoor store was located in the middle of nowhere, so other than Lin Yuqing, who knew what she was doing and would come over to buy something, not many people should pass by. And it looked so sneaky and suspicious. Qiu Yan secretly shook his head. What did he care? Once again, he looked at the old man who was watching the store, and did not return the price, very quickly paid the money, and threw all the big and small packages into the Imperial Beast space. The line of sight turned to Lin Yuqing's side, who was currently arguing with a middle-aged uncle. Uncle, there's no way you can do business like this. How many times have I bought from your family, and can't it be cheaper at all? Little sister, our family has been paying this price for so many years. It's hard for national products too. Okay? That guide uncle had a bitter look on his face, looking very embarrassed. I thought that this little girl is a good to pinch the lord. They quietly sit on the ground to increase the price of some should not matter. Most of the students wouldn't be able to pay back the price since the Imperial Beast exam was coming up soon anyway. I didn't know it would be so difficult. It's a tough ride now. No way. Look, it's only this much online, and you've gone straight up by 200. Lin Yuqing's small face turned red as she raised her cell phone and pointed. Really thinks she got her money from the wind. Eh? Line. At that price. Uncle is really annoyed, just want to give this little girl to get rid of, although after the cheap as usual have to earn is. Seeing that she had saved another 200. Lin Yuqing had happiness written all over her face. Chapter 107 Departure. The Twin Lives Secret Realm. Finally the supplies were bought, but the amount spent was a significant amount. After returning all those spirit beast meats in the royal beast space to Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing then freed up her space to put everything in. Okay. Either go home and get ready, or we'll go stomp around the test center later. Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing, who still had a meaty look on her face, and couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Okay, but have you booked a hotel yet? Huh. Qiu Yan was visibly stunned, but then reacted. The secret realm of the two was a rare twin-born secret realm. It was an area where two spatial cracks appeared at the same time, and these two spatial cracks led to different secret realms. The entrance was also more than 60 kilometers away from Qiu Yan's side, and the queue to enter the examination center would be at 9 o'clock the next morning. It would obviously be too late to go to the examination center tomorrow. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Yuqing's reminder, Qiu Yan almost forgot about it. Booked. He pulled out his cell phone and opened the order details to take a look, and his entire body froze. It shows that the order has been automatically cancelled after the timeout for payment. Scratch that. Doesn't seem to be booked. Qiu Yan then tried to look at the other hotels, but realized that basically all of the hotels that he could see were showing full room status. Hiss. Sucking in a breath of cool air, he did not expect his reputation for a lifetime to be ruined. Qiu Yan's expression was also a rare sight. Lin Yuqing curiously came over, and after seeing it clearly, couldn't help but laugh out. Next, where to stay at night is a problem. It's not like we can say we just bought a tent today. However, Lin Yuqing seemed to have thought of something and her pretty face slightly reddened. 2. Why don't you stay in my room for the night? Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing with some embarrassment. But then she added, don't you misunderstand. I'll just sleep in the tent at night, you take the bed. Thinking that Qiu Yan had also helped himself a lot, it wasn't like he would do anything to himself anyway. It wasn't impossible to give him the bed. Furthermore, Lin Yuqing didn't know that Qiu Yan had already been guaranteed admission, and felt that the Imperial Beast's college entrance examination was indeed a major life event. Qiu Yan's spirit beast was so powerful. If he lost his chance to go to the higher learning institution because of such a trivial matter, wouldn't that be too much of an injustice? Haha. Thank you then. Qiu Yan didn't think so much about it, he was still quite happy. Next thing you know, the two of them are off to their own homes to pack up their things. Lin Yuqing had stayed at home for the past 2 days, and the Heavenly Vault Church had fallen silent after being so messed up last time. There was no way to return to the Anexine Villa area, as the spatial rift had caused that side to be blocked off in layers. Because the Sky Rabbit clan side obviously had a passageway to the 10,000 clan's main camp, it was still necessary to guard against a sneak attack from the 10,000 clan's forces. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom had now sent many people forward to garrison the Sky Rabbit clan, and was also helping the Sky Rabbit clan to rebuild their homes after the war. Son of A. As soon as Qiu Yan opened the door, he found his old man sitting cross-legged on the sofa stoned on melon seeds and watching TV. Dad, you're not working tonight? Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow, changed his shoes and sat down next to his old man. Don't you know? Our workers' families are on vacation if they have children who are taking the entrance exams. And it's paid. The Dragon Kingdom still pays a lot of attention to it, And it said that this year's Imperial Beast examination and martial arts examination are being broadcast live across the country. Good son. If Dad can't go to the scene, he'll support you in front of the TV. After saying that, Cho Haiba even stretched out his hand and dotingly touched his son's head with a lot of emotions in his heart. Hey yeah. It's going to be college in a flash. This time is really flying by. Okay. Dad, you watch first? It's a rare break to rest, so you don't have to be so tired afterward. Chiu Yen smiled and stood up, going back into the middle of his room to start packing. Chiu Yen also knew something about the live broadcast thing, but the thought of it gave him a headache. Since the family dad and mom are resting after, if by then in the live broadcast to see their own, that is not the old embarrassing. This big pile of secrets of his own is estimated to be definitely impossible to hide. I guess I can have some explaining to do when the time comes. Packing his bags, Chiu Yen turned around to say goodbye to his dad and left the house. When he went downstairs and passed by Chun Qingqing's door, he could still hear the quarrel inside. Chiu Yen shook his head and laughed to himself. After being reborn, one's eyesight has been raised a lot. Chun Qingqing, who had once been regarded as one's archenemy, was nothing more than a strip on the side of the road. In her last life, she didn't have to rely on the flame unicorn to get to the top and marry into the richest family in Zhonghai City. However, no matter how much you rely on a man to get to the top, can't you still kick the out of him? Thinking about this, Chiu Yen had no more mood swings towards this Chun Qingqing who had deprived him of his future in his past life. When he came to the entrance of the subway station, it seemed that Lin Yuqing hadn't arrived yet. Chiu Yen bought 2 cups of milk tea and waited outside for a while. Ta-da-da-da-da. Not long after, he only saw Lin Yuqing running over in her sportswear, carrying a large bag of things, her face still flushed because of the strenuous exercise. Chiu Yen knew that it must have been another unwillingness to give up and swept a shared bicycle from home to ride over. Hey! Hey! When did you get here so fast? Seeing Chiu Yen looking at the things in her hand, Lin Yuqing also got a little embarrassed and spat out her tongue. The range of my Imperial Beast space is a bit small. These won't fit, so I'll have to carry them in my hand. Since this was the beginning and end of the subway station, the 2 easily found seats and sat down. The subway line curved around and it was a hard ride for 3 or 4 hours to get to my destination. It hurts my ass to sit on it. It was already evening when we reached the hotel and we could see that almost all the surrounding buildings were lit up. Dinner for 2 was simple and uncomplicated. This was thanks to the meals Jason had packed, which were basically the 2's favorites. Still, even if you don't want to do anything, it's a little weird to have a man and a woman in the same room. Chiu Yen was also embarrassed to sleep on the bed, so he sat down on the ground with Lin Yuqing and cultivated. In just one night's work, Lin Yuqing had made another breakthrough and had now reached the Black Iron 5th stage. That's good to know. At the same time, Chiu Yen was also just a breath away from the 7th rank of Black Iron. After all, it was obviously faster for 2 people to cultivate together. Well, it's 7 o'clock too, so pack up and get ready to go. Both of them also made a point of taking a shower before they left. After all, the next thing to do was to survive in the secret realm for 3 days without any surprises, and during that time, one would have to keep hunting spirit beasts. Definitely no time for a shower. The entire street was filled with test takers and parents sending them to the exam, and Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing slowly squeezed their way towards the front along with the crowd. Just as he was almost at the spatial crack, Chiu Yen felt a tap on his shoulder. Chiu Yen turned back with a surprised face, and it turned out to be Ji Zhao. Also dressed in a sports outfit at this point, he slowly squeezed through with the crowd. But there were a few bodyguards standing around, apparently forcing their way through the crowd for the sake of their own missy. Chapter 108 First Arrival at the Secret Realm of the Watermarsh. Ikamachi. Chiu Yen. Noticing that Lin Yuqing's eyes were not right, Chiu Yen hurriedly inclined his head and explained to her. The hot air he exhaled blew her ears itching and reddening her ears. On the side, Ji Zhao but coldly grunted, and many dissatisfactions immediately rose in his heart. You've managed to squeeze through the crowd just to see them show their love? Oh, Pops still wants to develop himself with him? Looks like Pops is not really blessed to have him as a son-in-law. The delivery queue was soon blocked by a series of barriers, which caused the wide road to thin out considerably. Ikazu shook off the security guards behind him and jogged to catch up with the 2 once they were identified. The 2 of them could slow down their pace, and Chiu Yen turned back and said softly, "You'll go in with me later. After all, the Water Swamp secret realm, as a secret realm that has long been conquered, is randomly teleported into the middle of a different area later. Once you get separated, it's hard to rejoin. Ikuo nodded in agreement. Although communication devices would be issued in the secret realm, there was no way for the candidates to contact each other. Because of the attitude implied by these words, her impression of Qiu Yen changed quite a bit. At least Qiu Yen was able to communicate with himself seriously, which killed most of the geniuses who had their eyes high in the sky. Qiu Yen was no longer the bodyguard her dad had found for her in her eyes, but more like a peer partner who attacked difficulties together. By the time Qiu Yen and the others arrived in front of the spatial rift, there were already many people waiting outside. Several invigilators arranged the line into 2 long lines. If a small group or individual is ready, they can go and wait in line to enter the exam room. Lin Yuqing greeted Qiu Yen and ran off to find her best friend Meng Yuxuan. Meng Yuxuan was a tall and thin girl, although her looks were not as outstanding as Lin Yuqing's, but she was also considered a clean-cut type. When he saw Lin Yuqing, there was an immediate gleam in his eyes, and he waved his hand with a smile, pulling him into his team. There were 5 people in their squad, 3 women and 2 men, all known to be classmates or family relatives, and a few of them seemed to be on good terms with each other. However, after meeting up with Lin Yuqing, Meng Yuxuan still gave Qiu Yen a look of deep meaning. After that, they talked about something else, but the distance was too far for Qiu Yen to hear, and he only saw Lin Yuqing redden her little face, raise her little fist in shame and anger, and hammer Meng Yuxuan. Qiu Yan's sight turned back to Ji Zhao's side and spoke in a deep voice. Anyway, our trip isn't just about finding the kind of herb you need. Along the way, if you are encountering some spirit beasts or something, you kill them and I'll help you pillage. I won't make a move unless it's necessary. This Imperial Beast examination was a nationally broadcasted event, and Qiu Yen was well aware of the importance of his bottom card. If he could, he didn't even want to release Purple Moon or Cinderblock. After all, he was now the captain of the Starfire Squad's Imperial Beasts faction in Zhonghai City, and he didn't know how many people were secretly eyeing him. The only spirit beast that he had exposed himself to now was the Flamefire Qilin. If someone wanted to trouble himself, then let him taste the power of Purple Moon and Cinderblock. Who would have thought that an ordinary high school student like himself would have 3 spirit beasts? Ikatsu responded softly, contemplation flooding his cool face. No problem. If nothing else, my 2 spirit beasts are enough to handle most of the dangers as well. With the help of her father, she had already awakened the talent of the Imperial Beasts in junior high school and stepped into the cultivation stage. It is possible to awaken early, but you need to take some expensive spiritual herbs to assist in the awakening. Now both of the platinum-ranked bloodline spirit beasts had been elevated to the same realm as her, the Black Iron 4th stage. Platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts were not cabbages. That's a testament to Ikuo's financial strength. Cultivating a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast was already hard enough. Not to mention that there was another one that Ji Shoin had specially acquired from the market. The 2 spirit beasts were the illusory poison flower demon with a platinum low-rank bloodline and the golden winged mantis with a platinum high-rank bloodline. There were flower demons for defense and praying mantises for offense, and high bloodline spirit beasts were basically able to cross over and fight low bloodline spirit beasts. As long as the cultivation gap wasn't particularly large, they could usually be resolved. Even in the secret realm, even if he couldn't defeat a spirit beast with a bronze-level cultivation, running away would be no problem at all. Everyone, stay where you are as long as possible after the teleportation has passed and don't run around. Anyone who acts without reason is considered cheating on the test. Encountering irresistible danger, timely press the distress button. The invigilator will quickly go to the rescue. Everyone should put their own life and safety in the first place. After the invigilator had finished announcing the pre-test instructions, after a short while it was already time to start entering the secret realm. The score of the Imperial Beast examination is composed of the number and quality of spirit beasts killed, one's own spirit beast strength and bloodline, performance in actual combat, Imperial Beast master cultivation, and so on. Each item is an assessment node, each node is full of 100 points, and there will be a special invigilator to assess, and finally add up to arrive at the score. Therefore, if one could hunt spirit beasts just by entering the secret realm, the score, even if not much higher, would obviously be unfair to the candidates at the back of the line. The group kept moving forward, and with the addition of the 2 people, Qiu Yen and Ji Long ago, there was no need to wait for the entire squad to be assembled, so naturally they were also in a more forward position. Soon it was both of their turns. In front of them was the inspection gate, and the spell formation engraved on it was able to automatically sense whether or not the items in the Imperial Beast space complied with the regulations. Once a forbidden drug that temporarily boosts the strength of a spirit animal is found, or a weapon or explosive that has a strong killing power, an alarm will be sounded immediately. If the candidate refuses to cooperate in producing the item in question, then he will be disqualified from the examination. After Qiu Yan had claimed the video equipment, communication equipment, and positioning equipment, he dove headfirst into the middle of the spatial rift. There weren't many twists and turns, and Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao entered the water swamp mystic realm very smoothly. First there was darkness, then the vision became progressively clearer. Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao were standing in the middle of a sand dune, surrounded by bright green weeds and clear water. The environment is favorable and breezy, and there is a great sense of a clear sky. Gently sniffing the air here, moist and fresh, it was a good place to go on a weekday. Qiu Yan took out 2 waterproof cushions from the Imperial Beast space, one handed it to Ji Zhao, and one patted it underneath himself and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the notification from the invigilator teacher in the communication device. The density of spirit beast swarms here was not small, and they were basically able to be seen everywhere. The general route I looked at yesterday is still relatively dangerous, and you can encounter spirit beasts at any time. The range here is immense. It's better to be careful. I guess we've landed in Waterbird Zephyr, so we'll get ready to move after a little rest. After saying that, Qiu Yan closed his eyes and prepared to take a short nap. After all, the Imperial Beast examination was going to last for about 3 days, during which various situations were guaranteed to occur, so it was better to try to rest as much as possible now that you had the time. Neither Qiu Yan nor Ji Zhao realized that this small dune they were on was slowly moving with the current. Chapter 109: A Difficult Dilemma. Qiu Yan suddenly felt the communication device vibrate violently and picked it up to see that a message had been sent on it. Attention all candidates, the exam is starting. Please turn on your portable video recording devices. The video recording device was a small orb-like device that would float into the air after injecting spiritual energy to activate the binding, following its owner and transmitting the image to the terminal in real time for a live broadcast. Qiu Yan realized that it looked like there was a spiritual power thread above it if there was one, following him closely. It's kind of fresh. Suddenly, he just glanced casually. It was then that he realized that a tiny trickle of blood was slowly gushing out of the water in front of him and was swooshing through the surface. He half crouched down closer to the water, trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. Just in the blink of an eye, a thigh-thick spiny fish scurried out with its sharp teeth and mouth wide open, while carrying a strong fishy odor. Grass! Qiu Yan reacted quickly with a backward lean, narrowly avoiding the attack. Puff! The spiny fish crashed into the water again with an explosive splash. Qiu Yan was really taken aback, and looked at Ji Zhao next to him in shock, only to see the other frown as well, seemingly feeling a pang of fear at what he had just experienced as well. The situation is not expected to be good now. Qiu Yan took a breath and paused, then continued. The spiny fish is a swarming fish spirit beast. It's very likely that we've been surrounded. As if to corroborate Qiu Yan's guess, several spikes suddenly appeared on the originally calm and wave-free water. These are the spines on the back of the spiny fish, which are not only incredibly sharp, but also serve to protect themselves. Qiu Yan then felt a dull hissing sound coming from beneath his feet, and the entire dune began to shake violently. A great deal of sand and rocks were shaken down into the water, staining the pale green water source a muddy color. Qiu Yan instantly realized that this was not a small sand dune. It was clearly the back of some aquatic spirit beast. The entire dune is also the size of 2 small cars. After such a shake, the space in which the two were able to settle was compressed, causing the two to be forced to approach. Yikes! Ikazu let out a shriek as the earth collapsed beneath his feet without warning. Seeing that Ji Zhao's entire body was about to fall into the water, Qiu Yan was quick and lunged forward, pulling Ji Zhao's wrist with one hand. Chi Chao came back to his senses and backhandedly grabbed Qiu Yan's wrist as well, looking downward with a frightened heart. A few sharp spikes became more numerous as they toured the murky water, obviously smelling the prey. There was no doubt that if Qiu Yan hadn't grabbed onto Ji Zhaoyao in time just now, once he fell, he would have been instantly torn to pieces by the spiny fish below. Because of the continuous shaking of the dune, Qiu Yan froze and was unable to use his strength, and was slow to pull Ji Zhao up. Seeing that the fish below were starting to move again, Pool couldn't wait any longer and decided to take a shot. The big deal was to abandon the car and give up a spirit beast to ensure his survival. Golden-winged mantis, she chirped, and a one-person tall mantis spirit beast appeared next to her, fluttering its wings with golden patterns from a point on the water, pushing Ikkyu to climb the small dune again. Just a moment after she had climbed up and retracted her feet, one of the spiny fish below rushed out and opened its mouth to bite down on the spot Ikazu had been in earlier. Taken aback, Ikatsu covered his chest with his right hand and gasped for air. The face was no longer the same icy cold as it had been for 10,000 years, and it was filled with a look of horror. Due to the limited space in which to stand, Chi had long since retrieved the golden-winged mantis back into the imperial beast space after coming up. The golden-winged mantis is unable to fly for long periods of time, which leads to no place to stand and only retract again. The risk of letting the golden-winged mantis push himself back just now was also purely driven by desperation. What to do? Ji-Zeo panicked. Does it mean that he just came into the secret realm and had to ask the Invigilator for help? His own goal was to enter the Dragon Blood High School and become a strong person step by step. If this kind of difficulty couldn't be solved, it was feared that the Dragon Blood Highlander would be directly deprived of the opportunity to take the test. We don't have any ice attribute spirit beasts. If there are ice attribute spirit beasts, wouldn't that be able to temporarily freeze this water? If there's a landing spot, the gold-winged mantis can fly us back to shore. Looking at Ji-Zeo's panicked face, Qiu Yan's heart sank to the bottom together. The polar blood wolf in his royal beast space was an ice blood dual attribute spirit beast, so he thought that it would definitely be able to achieve the effect that Ji-Zeo had said. But the point is, polar blood wolves don't always follow their orders. This is an uncontrollable time bomb. The chips in Qiu Yan's hand that could checkmate the polar blood wolf were simply pitifully small. Just some food can buy the polar blood wolves? Qiu Yan wouldn't be so naive as to really believe that the polar blood wolf was only superficially in love with demonic spider eggs, and that was why it was relying on being in the middle of his royal beast space. And, right now, the two of them are on a national broadcast, suddenly releasing a gold-level cultivation polar blood wolf from within the imperial beast space? This is too shocking. Just as Qiu Yan's mind was storming, the small hill below shook even more violently, and the water flow below was dyed a light red color. The place we're in now is definitely not a simple little dirt slope or sandbar. It's definitely a spirit beast of some sort down here, and it's being surrounded by spiny fish. Once the spirit beast dies, I'm afraid that the spiny thornfish will instantly turn its spearhead on the two of us. Qiu Yan had a serious look on his face. The issue at hand is kind of tricky. Cinderblock or Purple Moon or maybe Polar Blood Wolf could solve the current crisis. But should we expose our cards in front of the whole country? Demon, use the phantom poison. Make those spiny fish stop attacking. At this time, Ji-Zeo's hand summoning spell light flashed. A body type cool like the 7 boys in the 7 of Yangtze River, Flower Demon appeared in her arms. The head was a huge rose, while the limbs, which consisted of stalks, were covered with rosy red flowers. It gives an overall chubby look. Qiu Yan, don't breathe for 2 minutes. With her command, the illusory poison flower demon shook its petals and sprinkled pollen with illusory poison into the water below. The toxin diluted by the current wasn't strong, but it was enough to make the attacks of those spiny fish below a little sluggish. Phantom poison, as the name suggests, is the signature skill of the phantom poison flower demon, capable of causing hallucinations and paralyzing the enemy. After 2 minutes, all the pollen had been shaken off into the water. The effect was immediate, and it could be seen that those spikes that were originally exposed moved much slower and slowly sank. The small dune underneath Qiu Yan's 2 bodies also stopped shaking at this time. This is not too good news, because Qiu Yan can feel that the small dune is slowly sinking towards the bottom. It was now more than 20 meters from the shore, and by the time they swam over they were afraid that the spiny fish would have woken up. What's more, the spiny fish paralyzed by the phantom poison was only in this small area, and among such a large body of water, it was believed that there were not a few predators in the water. Come on, let's count 1, 2, 3, and jump together toward the shore. In the air, the gold-winged mantis will catch us and push us over toward the shore. Chapter 110, The Valley of Snakes and Insects. 3, 2, 1. The two of them moved at the same time as Ikazu shouted out the last number. Almost instantly, they bent their knees at the same time, and then stomped their feet so hard that even the small dune underneath sank a lot, leaving only one tip unsubmerged. And the golden-winged mantis also appeared in its original place. and in a flash of lightning the strong hind limbs stomped with force, fluttering its wings directly toward the two men. The speed is smashing. The Dragon Nation viewers in front of the TV were all hot and bothered, and Ji Shoin was no exception at this point. Yes! He clenched his fists and hammered them hard on top of the armrest of the sofa, unable to hold back his sigh of approval. His original worry for his daughter swept away. Worthy of being my Ikkyeowan's daughter. One could only see that golden-winged mantis catching up with the two in the blink of an eye, stretching out its forelimbs to press on top of the two's haunches, directly sending the two more than 10 meters away. Xiao Yan scrunched up his body, minimizing the resistance of the air, and when he was about to reach the ground, he rolled hard to the side, just enough to dislodge the excess force. Ji Zhao also stood up, patting the dust that had stained his body, with a look of having been robbed of his life. Just as the two men were just catching their breath, suddenly, a spiny fish twisted its stubby tail and leapt high out of the water like an arrow off the string, with the same long, fine, dense, sharp teeth. This time, its target was the golden-winged mantis, which was also a spirit beast. Danger! Ji Zhao exclaimed, his eyes flashing with anxiety. It was too late to take the golden-winged mantis back into the imperial beast space. Just as the teeth of the spiny fish were about to bite into the abdomen of the golden-winged mantis, a sudden change occurred. Roar! The flamefire Qilin poked out half of its body from the imperial beast space and appeared next to it, with a mouthful of sharp fangs biting down hard on the thorny spiny fish's body. Straight away, the spiny fish's attack was cut off. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and a thigh-thick, half-man-long spiny fish perished on the spot. The two were truly relieved. With a flick, the flaming unicorn snapped out the crystal core of the spiny fish, then with a flick of its neck, threw the fishy body back into the water. The meat of this kind of spirit beast was really tasteless, tough and fishy, and clearly not in the flame griffin's food chain. Awesome! Ji Shoin was looking forward to seeing how his daughter and Xiao Yan would act next, but he was directly switched to another screen by the evil guide. The expression on his face stiffened straight away. Grass! Who is the guide? If I find out, I'll have to put shoes on you. Xiao Yan's side, however, was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had hidden all his other cards. However, after this battle, he was profoundly aware of the importance of having a flying spirit beast. It seems that one has to find a way to make up for this shortcoming afterward. He asked again after a few moments of silence. Ikea, where is this side? Do you remember? Just as the two of them were resting their eyes, the spirit beasts under their feet were moving on their own. Luckily, the examining party determined that this was not considered a violation of exam room discipline. Otherwise Xiao Yan would have really had to cry foul. Now they were in a completely unfamiliar environment, and there were no landmark references here. Even after taking out that map of the Watermarsh Mysteries, the two of them were simply unable to judge what position they were in. The good thing is, this place still has a magnetic field. Xiao Yan took out a compass and held it up in all directions, finally recognizing the direction. The destination of their trip was none other than the Shui Treasure Hall, which was in the northeast direction. There was nothing for it but to try and walk in a northeasterly direction, and running around blindly was much better than waiting in place. He didn't meet any other powerful spirit beasts on the way, and even if he was occasionally attacked when he mistakenly entered another spirit beast's territory, he was taken care of by the flame Qilin and the golden-winged mantis in a matter of seconds. At the moment, the two men's pace was halted, for before them was a one-way valley floor. In fact, this place was originally a high mountain blocking this place, just don't know why. The whole big mountain all seems to be all divided into two by something. Well, this place should be called Snake and Bug Valley, in which all kinds of poisonous snakes and bugs survive, and if you're not careful, you'll be trapped. Ikatsu held up the map and kept comparing it towards the landmarks in front of him. We are now in the right general direction. Indeed, heading north. Do we really want to go in, though? It does seem a bit eerie in here, to be honest. Seeing Ji Zhao's indecision, Xiao Yan looked around. The Snake Worm Valley in front of him was eerie, due to the high mountains. This place couldn't be exposed to sunlight all year round, so even the air contained some moldy smell, and the mountains that stretched around them blocked other paths. Now, if you want to take a detour, you'll waste at least a couple of hours. In total, it would only be 3 days, so Xiao Yan thought that he still had a mission ahead of him, so it would be safer to go to the Shui Treasure Hall first. After all, Ji Shoin Mouthwater Heartgrass is only related to the canonical records, such as photos or field video, but did not find more information. This kind of secret realm was considered strategic in the Dragon Kingdom, and what kind of resources it had were strictly kept secret and forbidden to be spread out. Otherwise, once people knew that spirit herbs with special effects grew here, perhaps everyone who came to practice would have to scavenge this place for its specialties. This is also the reason why Ixuoan couldn't find water mine grass in the market. Ji Zhao's physique was special, and what she had initially awakened was an A+ grade imperial beast talent that was capable of continuous growth. The heart of wood spirit. The effect is that all wood attribute spirit beasts in the contract are increased to varying degrees in terms of growth speed, skill damage, and bloodline mutation chance. The reason it's an A+ talent is that it also has a major drawback. That is, the water attribute elixir was needed to constantly flush the body in order to unclog the blocked tendons and veins in the body. If the heart of wood spirit was allowed to grow, the wood attribute spirit power would stagnate in Chi Zhao's body, completely blocking the tendons and veins. The best result is to become an ordinary person. The worst result is that Ji Zhao's heart will be wooden, completely turned into a piece of wood. The loss of blood supply function. No, we'd better plan ahead. Your dad has already told me about your condition, and all these years have not been able to completely cure this aftermath. Don't think about taking a detour if you can get to the Mizukawa treasure hall quickly. Qiu Yan's expression became a few more points more serious, and there was a hint of irresistibility in his voice. Chi Zhao knew that Qiu Yan was doing it for his own good, and in the end, he could only agree to it. The valley was extremely wet, and even the ground had some standing water. Snap! The two stomped through the mud as they kept walking through the valley. It was frighteningly quiet, and aside from footsteps, you could basically just hear the sound of water dripping and the occasional insect chirping. A small amount of light shone in, and while you could barely see the road ahead, the exit was completely out of sight. Do you think we'll come to a dead end in the middle of a dead end, and then blocked out? Already walking for more than 10 minutes, Ikaru is a bit sullen and said tentatively. That's not true. The terrain here is flat and there are plants growing on both sides of the road, and the water on the ground doesn't look like muddy stagnant water. Keep walking forward. Going back now would be even more of a waste of time. Qiu Yan shook his head, and seeing that it was pitch black in front of him, he simply summoned the flamefire Qilin to illuminate it. As for why he didn't use a flashlight, for one thing, it was because wild spirit beasts would more or less have a slight fear of flames, and it would also be able to cauterize poisonous insects. After all, the dark and humid environment, the poisonous insects are also attracted to the light. Chapter 111. There's a mystery inside. The two of them had been walking for an hour and a half in the middle of the valley of snakes and bugs. The two video devices that followed the two seemed to be out of signal as well, following the two with a shaky look. Not realizing that such equipment issued by the Dragon Kingdom was so inferior, Qiu Yan could only remove the video equipment with a helpless face and put it into his pocket. Even Qiu Yan couldn't help but start to get anxious. When the hell is it going to end? What if this is a dead end, as Ikamasa said? Has the map lost its currency and expired? Has the landscape here changed? Thinking about this, Qiu Yan rarely doubted his judgment, a layer of worry shrouding his brows. Squeak! A whistling sound suddenly came from the distance, which also made Qiu Yan look happy. Although it wasn't a spirit beast, just an ordinary small animal, the fact that there was an animal surviving meant that the front was definitely not a dead end. Just keep moving forward and you'll get out. Qiu Yan took a long breath and was about to continue walking towards the front. But then he saw several rats scurrying out of the darkness ahead of him. It looked as if something extremely terrifying had been encountered up ahead, so it was fleeing towards the outside. Run! Run after those rats! Without hesitation, Qiu Yan took Ji Zhao and ran out towards the way he came. Hiss! As expected, just after the two of them ran out more than 500 meters, horrible screams began to echo from the bottom of the valley. Then what looked like a behemoth ran off in a hurry towards the outside, with heavy footsteps. It's too late. Hide first. Realizing that the situation was not right, Qiu Yan retrieved the flame Qilin back into the Imperial Beast space and brought Chi Zhao to hide behind a rock with a flash of his body. Qiu Yan curled his body up and hid all of his figure in the shadows of the rocks as much as possible. Less than 2 breaths later, the behemoth rushed out. Because of the dim light, Qiu Yan vaguely saw that its body seemed to be injured, and blood flowed on the ground while running. It was only seen driving its limbs on the surrounding walls for several consecutive jumps. Each jump was able to rush out more than 10 meters away, speedily escaping towards the outside. Not long afterward, several panting mystics chased them out of the depths, chanting under their breath, "Quickly chase after them." If we let Wind Cloud Harvest run out, we won't be able to catch it then. Fortunately, the terrain here is narrow and unsuitable for flying. Hurry up and inform the others to block the exit before it's too late. Damn! Why is it today to run away? Why did it have to be the day of the Imperial Beast exam? If our research is discovered, it's all over. Only after a few people were far away and the sound of their footsteps could not be heard did Qiu Yan appear, a thoughtful look spreading across his face. Qiu Yan had heard their words clearly just now. These people were definitely not from the official organization of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have lurked in the secret realm of water and swamp a long time ago, and had secretly researched something here. Is the storm cloud they talk about their research? Judging from the size, it really does look like a variant of the legendary creature, the golden hair harvest. Generally, for spirit beasts like the Flamefire Qilin that possessed a mythical bloodline, basically their bloodline grade would not be lower than diamond grade. Qiu Yan's eyes widened as he suddenly tried to understand something. Does it mean that the front is their lair? For a moment, Qiu Yan inhaled as if he had smelled a buffet. When are you going to stop stealing from your family? Qiu Yan didn't even think about it and directly ran towards the darkness ahead. But Ji Zhao pulled Qiu Yan's sleeve at the right time, obviously a little worried. Those people who had just run past were obviously not good people, and if they were to be entangled, they would definitely get into a lot of trouble. Judging from the breath perception, it was at least a silver-level strength. Qiu Yan lowered his voice. Since there's someone in front of us, there must be a treasure. And don't worry about getting out. A normal shelter wouldn't have just this one exit. Ji Zhao sniffed and was also a bit interested. She was also curious as to what kind of treasure was in front of her. What if you just really hit the jackpot with a bunch of watery mindweed in there? Then wouldn't your own body be saved? Thinking of this, she also stopped blocking the way and instead ran in with Qiu Yan towards the deepest part. Let's just say that this place deserves to be called the Valley of Snakes and Insects, with venomous snakes all over the place. There were a number of large dark eyes staring at the two men as they moved forward, but none of them made any rash moves. Obviously, they had been used by those people in some way, causing their own sense of territory to not be as strong. After running wildly for half an hour again, a gate appeared in front of the two of them this time. The entire alloy gate looked like it had been clawed by something and just lay shattered on the ground. Qiu Yan was also shaken. Such a high-intensity gate had been scratched by that storm cloud harvest just now. If there were any other passages here, either they couldn't be drilled with their massive size, or they were heavily guarded. Qiu Yan clearly believed in the former more than the latter. If there were a lot of troops, how could they allow a storm cloud harvest to run so far away? Qiu Yan looked around to see that no one was around, and furtively lowered his figure, probing his head to observe the scene therein. Before coming in, though, he changed into shoe covers to avoid leaving footprints. Even though the ground here is all made of lapis lazuli, shoes with dirt on them are sure to leave a mark when they go straight in. The layout of the place fit perfectly with Qiu Yan's fantasies of an old laboratory. The old fluorescent tubes gave off a cold white light, and the rusty ceiling fans squeaked. Metal canisters labeled with hazard symbols were stacked in the corner, and many scribbled manuscripts and sophisticated instruments were piled on a lab bench to one side. There was also a cup of tea on the table. Qiu Yan touched the wall of the cup. It was already almost cold. Completely in line with the time just after those few people chased them out, it was assumed that no one else should exist within the stronghold either. Qiu Yan continued forward to pick up the pile of lab reports on the next table. Titles like About the Effect of Ores on the Bloodline of Spirit Beasts, Dilution and Enhancement of the Bloodline of Spirit Beasts, and so on. Qiu Yan placed the report back in its original position and then continued to search in the middle of the room. Opening the refrigerator, a wave of cold air with a strange smell came out, in which a number of bottles and jars were placed with a layer of frost, as if they were filled with unknown liquids. He put on his gloves and reached for one of the innermost clear jars, lifting his cuff to wipe the white frost from the surface. After the sight in it, a feeling of nausea went straight to the sky. Surprisingly, they were some undeveloped spirit beast embryos. Ikazu covered his mouth next to him, shocked at this research. Suddenly, Qiu Yan heard weak cries, his voice breaking like he was dying. Looking around, it seemed to be coming from the middle of the room inside. Qiu Yan put the jar in his hand into place, purposely placing the side that had just been rubbed with cream facing inward. Since it has built up such a thick layer of frost, it must not be used in general. Qiu Yan then gently leaned over and held his hand on top of the handle. Chapter 112 Infiltrating an Unknown Base. Squeak! Chiu Yen opened the door a small crack and peered towards it. Oh! Among them lay mossy cages, all locked up without exception. There's also a particularly large cage that's open right now. It was empty, so it must have belonged to the wind cloud harvest that had just run out. Seeing that no one else was guarding inside, Chiu Yen then slowly pushed the door open. This one took in the full view of the room. The walls were covered in blood that had dried, and the floor, like the outside, was paved with ordinary lapis lazuli. But even though the inside of the room was dirty, there was little odor in the air. Chiu Yen gently walked in and waited until Ji Zhao joined him before slowly closing the door to the room. There were spirit beasts imprisoned in the cages all around, many of which Chiu Yen was familiar with, but there were many traits that were different from memory. It's as if it was deliberately mutated through special breeding. Perhaps that wind cloud harvest just now was bred by these people? Most of these spirit beasts were lying in their cages, and when they saw Chiu Yen enter, they didn't even bother to raise their eyelids. It was estimated that such spirit beasts used for research had long been tortured and lost their vigor. In his excitement, Chiu Yen began to search for those spirit beasts that had utilization value. Ow! The faint voice sounded again. Unlike just now, Chiu Yen had begun to secretly run the book of words and spirits, and this time he was able to hear it. Roll! You hateful, bad people! Chiu Yen went deeper in with interest and found a wind cloud harvest cub about the same size as the illusory poison flower demon standing in the middle of the cage, staring up with round little eyes and just staring at himself. It was similar to what was recorded in the myths and legends, like a puppy, but more lion-like in size, with wings on its back, which had been put away at this time. But if it were fully extended, it would probably be 3 or 4 times as long as its body. Under the illumination of the fluorescent lights, the fur of the storm cloud hollow pups took on the pale gray color of a dark cloud. Chiu Yen opened his mouth softly, but his voice was one that had been augmented by his own talent, so that even the cub on the opposite side could understand it. I'm not in league with those guys. Let me ask you, what was that windstorm that ran out on you? Ikaru, who was on the sidelines, also raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise. No wonder Chiu Yen hadn't seen him use his sentinel beast talent until now, and had never told himself about it. So there's a gift for languages. But a linguistic talent was obviously not going to be recognized by the Flame Griffin. So, could it be that Chiu Yen is a dual-talent Imperial Beast Master? Even though Ji Zhao was full of doubts, he also knew that right now was not the time to gossip. So he did not interrupt and followed Chiu Yen to stare at the cubs in front of him. The wind cloud harvest cub froze in place for a while, as if its brain had gone down, but then a look of panic erupted in its eyes. The human in front of it was actually able to understand its words. Wouldn't that also mean that what he had just scolded him had been heard? The storm cloud harvest cub was stuck in embarrassment, and it took a long time before it could speak. It's my mom. Can you get me and mom out of here? Chiu Yan's face, however, flushed with doubt. I just saw your mom go out and not come back for so long, so she must have escaped already. Who knows? The wind cloud harvest cub was spiritually shaking its little head, looking a bit gloomy. No, it won't. The entire mountain range's boundaries have been opened. Mom won't be able to escape. At this moment, Chiu Yen was just thinking of opening his mouth to inquire again, only to have a series of footsteps resound outside the door. Oops, those guys are back. Chiu Yen and Ji Zhao exchanged glances and scrambled around looking for a hiding place. Chiu Yen was already getting used to this situation. After all, there was experience last time in the middle of the Odin City Lord's mansion. In a flash of lightning, Chiu Yen chose a hiding place and came to lie down under a crib. The bed seemed to be for some experimentalists to sleep on at night, and you could roughly see that it was originally white, but it seemed to have not been washed for a long time and was stained gray by dust and still had crimson blood spots all over it. Seeing that Chiu Yen had already found a hiding place ahead of him, Ji Zhao had little experience and was in a hurry. Chiu Yen was also in a hurry and reached out from under the bed, pointing toward the cabinet next to him. In an instant, Ikkyo came to his senses and hastily pulled open the cabinet door. But inside, a human skeleton model directly fell down, which gave Ji Zhao a fright, if not dead cover his mouth, almost to scream out in shock. Hurriedly, he shoved the skeleton model in, and Ikaru's entire body burrowed in as well. But the experience inside was not good. That model was like alive, staring at Ikazuo's heart Harry. Squeak! The door to the room opened just as Ikamachi turned his head away from the model with a click. Through the door walked several men in white coats. Without exception, they were stained with bright red blood. Chiu Yen hid under the bed and quietly looked out, and realized that they were holding a chain in their hands at the same time. And with a single push, several people pulled in the adult stormcloud harvest. Chiu Yen could see clearly that the other end of the chain in each person's hand was connected to a different body part of Feng Yunhao. And the mouth of the link is still plopping with blood from time to time. Come in. You. Humph. Still wants to run. If it wasn't for the fact that I opened the defense spell formation in advance, I really would have let it get away. By the way, we didn't make much of a scene, did we? A bald man with a cross-faced face spoke out indignantly, his tone carrying much dissatisfaction. It just seemed particularly out of place now that he was wearing a white coat as well. You're telling me that this man is not a bodyguard, but a researcher? It's fine. I've just been purposely wandering around outside for a while, and I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet, a thin, middle-aged man said. Still, a hint of fluke was revealed in his voice. Upon hearing this, the large stone in Chiu Yan's heart also fell to the ground. Since his and Akatsu's whereabouts hadn't been exposed, there wasn't much of a problem, and after that, finding a chance to screw these guys over and then slipping out would be just fine. A few people used all their strength to pull that adult wind cloud harvest in. At this moment, Wind Cloud's body was covered in blood, and his appearance was very miserable. Not Dao was it Chiu Yan's illusion. It always felt as if Feng Yunhao had glanced at himself. However, Stormcloud Hollow did not show any abnormalities, at most showing a bit of resistance to the actions of a few people, and then was put into the cage under the united efforts of a few people. The bald guy let out a long breath, like he was very relaxed. Fortunately, captured and finally safe. But we've been studying here for almost 10 years now, haven't we? So how come the sect leader hasn't contacted us yet? Chapter 113. The young man has a future. Bishop? What kind of godfather is this? Hearing the middle-aged man's name in his mouth immediately brought back bad memories for Chiu Yen. The bishop lord of the Heavenly Vault Church hadn't been found yet, and from what Thunder and the others had said, it seemed that he had teleported to another secret realm. Just don't know what kind of organization this is that can even research this kind of spirit beast. Don't know if the godfather is okay now. No one has been heard from for 10 years. My Snow Region Divine Sect was at least a top divine sect back in the day. The few of us have been hiding here for so many years. I'm suspecting that we've been abandoned by the sect leader. Originally, the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom was still able to communicate with us, but it turned out that a few years ago, some kind of Laoshenzi Heavenly Vault Church picked the peach. Grass. If we get a chance to go out, I'd like to see what kind of person has the guts to do that. That bald researcher seemed to have a very short temper and immediately cursed at the Heavenly Vault Church. As he spoke, his aura burst forth, and in Chiu Yan's opinion his cultivation was not much worse than Hoover's. Obviously a martial artist who had cultivated to the peak of the silver rank and was only one step away from gold. Forget it, old G. Now that we're hiding like rats in a sewer, we'll be killed by Long Hearing Spring when we go out. 10 years ago he was at the peak of the gold rank, and now I don't know what strength he has now. Squeezing us to death is no different from squeezing an ant, right? The skinny researcher sighed with a sigh, and a hint of fear clearly flashed in his eyes when he mentioned Long Hearing Spring. Back then, that man was in his 20s when he came out of nowhere like a divine sword, and his 3 dragon spirit beasts swept through the entire Snow Region Divine Sect. They left the other members behind and hid in the secret realm of the water and Zephyr, which was how they dodged a bullet. It was only at this moment that Chiu Yen truly knew the gold content of the Dragon Listening Spring, when it really is the man who carries the entire Dragon Kingdom. Another person then spoke, but because he was hiding under the bed, Chiu Yen could not see his face. But this one was extraordinarily tall, with a voice as thick as an announcer's. I said how so many Dragon Kingdom experts suddenly descended half a year ago. How could you choose this place for the Imperial Beast examination? If it wasn't for the defense and confusion spell formations we set up, we would have almost found out. Dr. Kim is still out there. If we run into anyone, we'll be in trouble. The thin man thought for a moment, then spoke grimly. If you meet anyone, kill them all. Anyway, there's no proof of death, so the big deal is to throw the body into the water and feed it to the spiny fish. Chiu Yen frowned. It seems that this snowy divine cult and the Heavenly Vault Church are also the same, both being masters of strawmen. In that case, there was no psychological burden in killing them yourself. All deserve to die. Bam! A crunching sound came, and Qiu Yan's heart shook so wildly that he almost collapsed. Perhaps a little longer, and the men dispersed. Favor this time. However, Qiu Yan's summoning spell formation on the back of his hand quietly appeared, ready to storm out and sneak attack as soon as something went wrong, striking first. Ikatsu hid in the middle of the cabinet and covered his mouth in death. Next to this goddamned model, a knuckle suddenly fell off. What's that noise? The thin man was alerted, which made everyone else tense up and turn their heads around to look around the room at the same time. The wind cloud harvest pups were obviously very resourceful and understood the truth that there was no egg under the overthrow of the nest. Quite cooperatively, they tore up the cage in front of them, making a similar rattling noise. Harm! So it's this wind cloud harvest pup. Elder brother Yu Ming, you're also too cautious. The bald researcher sighed in relief. When Qiu Yan saw the scene, he was instantly a bit more impressed with this wind cloud harvest cub, giving rise to a few thoughts of wanting to contract it. The young man has a future. The road is wide open. Get ready to eat and drink after your brother. But instead of relenting, the skinny researcher was pacing around with a frown on his face. No, it's not the same place as where the sound just came from. We just went out in a hurry and the door was unlocked. There's a good chance that a few little mice could have slipped in. Akemichi hid in the cupboard, his heart pounding wildly, afraid that he would be discovered, and then be done by those people. The bald researcher frowned. No way, elder brother Yu Ming. All the other passages are blocked by us, just the one inside the warehouse. We just looked when we were out there too, and there was no one on the road at all. Now that the entire defense and confusion spell formations are all open, it's simply impossible. Look, I still have the spell key. Seemingly eager to prove it, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of jingling keys. Yu Ming nodded. After all, he was also a colleague who had worked together for more than 10 years. This point of trust was still there. That's true, you guys go figure out how to fix the original gate. I'll look around again. Listening to the sound of several people's departing footsteps, Qiu Yan only wanted to curse in his heart. This old wall sconce named Yu Ming was cautious. Fortunately, he was very careful when he came and didn't leave any traces, or he wouldn't have been able to avoid being surrounded by a few people. Even if they were able to release the polar blood wolves, they would most likely experience a bitter battle. For better or worse, Yu Ming was the only one in the room now. Even though this person's cultivation was a bit worse than the bald head. But back then, even if he was able to pull it out of Long Hearing Spring's hands, he thought that he must have some skills. At least not below silver. Seeing that Yu Ming was about to touch over towards the side, at this time, ow wow! The wind cloud harvest cub suddenly whistled, directly attracting Yu Ming's attention. Shut up! How dare your mom sneak out? That's what it deserves. You call again? Wanted some dragon fruit and war trampling, didn't you? Although the wind cloud harvest cub could not understand Yu Ming's words, the spiritually intelligent one did feel the threatening intent in the words. He sat down honestly, a broken whimper escaping his throat. But the eyes kept darting under the bed. Human who seems to be a good guy. Little master and mom are counting on you. Don't ever let the little lord down. Ow! Ow! It looked like a few meaningless howls to Yu Ming. Not long after, the adult wind cloud harvest roared as well. This sound is really distracting. Yu Ming just think that it is the wind and clouds of the mother and child love. Walked up to Clunk, kicking the cage, to show the meaning of warning. Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed in his heart. The one who had the Book of Words and Spirits talent on the entire time was the one who heard it. Probably. Humans, see little master so righteous. Quickly take us away. Out of my mom fly up, these people absolutely cannot catch up. Do not want to be tortured, want to become your spirit animal. This kind of, just what Qiu Yan wanted. He was worried that there weren't many flying spirit beasts like the wind cloud harvest growing up. Not only was it fast, but it was also relatively large in size. At that time, even if every day in the secret realm as a motorcycle brother, back and forth can earn a lot of 100 kilometers consumes only half a pound of spirit animal meat. Cost effective. However, seeing that Yu Ming had dismissed the idea of continuing to check, Qiu Yan also breathed a long sigh of relief. Next, just think about how to escape. Chapter 114 Cheap Betrayal. After about another hour or so, several of the fellows had returned to the room and were greeting the men in the room. Elder brother Yu Ming. You, old you. The gate is fixed. Guaranteed to be very much as strong as the previous one. At that, Several of the men looked at the tall, goofy one among them, their disdain unmistakable. This gate has only just been smashed by a claw of wind cloud harvest. As sturdy as the previous ones? Where exactly was it sturdy before? Ahem. It's fine. Follow up by gathering some materials and reinforcing it. Yu Ming also felt a bit embarrassed, so he could only dryly cough twice. Even though several people called Ming by different names, Qiu Yan could tell that this cunning old Deng status should not be low, and should be just below the Dr. Jean that they were talking about. Yu Ming stretched his block and waved towards the crowd. You guys go out first. I've just forcefully activated the secret method. I'm a bit consumed right now and I'm dizzy. Wait for me to rest. There's soup in the kitchen that I made earlier. Remember to brush the pot for me when you're done. Seeing this, a few people thought that they hadn't eaten lunch today, and also felt their stomachs a bit empty, so they directly turned around and retired. Only when the rest of the few people had left the room did Yu Ming leisurely pull a stool and stare at Feng Yunhao mother and son with interest. Then, he smiled and opened his mouth without any warning. It looked like he was speaking to Feng Yunhao, mother and son, but in fact it was all for Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao to hear. Gentlemen, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out. They're all stumped by me. He narrowed his eyes, his large, rough hand reaching into the cage and stroking the furry head of the windstorm hollow pup, mumbling under his breath. I put ecstasy in the soup, so I'm sure they'll all pass out in a little while. Don't be afraid. I'm just a regular guy who's tired of this life. Qiu Yan's mind, however, was secretly calculating, just lying on the cold ground without moving. This man, he couldn't see it. Is it scamming them both? Or is it genuine? Seemingly seeing that the two were slow to move, Yu Ming said absent-mindedly while teasing the wind cloud beast cub. Hee. Don't worry, today, storm cloud harvest is what I intentionally released. It's just a way to stump them to drop the ecstasy. Yu Ming retracted his hand back, and his entire body slumped down onto a side chair, still lowering his head and rubbing the remnants of the small fluff on his hand. After rolling it into a small ball, it blew right out of the air. 3, 2, 1. Puff! Puff! There was a constant sound of falling to the ground outside, as well as the sound of china tiles breaking and tables and chairs being moved around. See? Believe it this time. Yu Ming spread his hands as if he had expected it. Qiu Yan has not yet moved. Ji Zhao is the first to be unable to hold his breath. Directly snapped to open the cabinet, from the side of the drill out. Maintaining a weird posture for a long time but not daring to make any move was really draining her strength. Along with her came the model of a human skeleton. Directly like a poor quality tempered glass. Straight down. Bang sound explosion. Fell all over the bone. Hello senpai. She straightened her slightly messy hair and stood timidly. Yu Ming smiled as if he was looking at a good boy. He loved the feeling that everything was under control. That little friend, please come out. It's the one under the bed. Knowing that he had been discovered, Qiu Yan could only honestly crawl out from under the bed. It's puzzling, isn't it? How did I know you were there? Obviously you were very careful about sneaking in. Weren't you? Obviously all traces were erased, and still they were found? It's simple. Yu Ming shrugged his collapsed nose and sniffed the air. Odor. It's the smell of hormones, and it only belongs to teenage girls. Then it can be easily deduced that this young girl must be a candidate for the Imperial Beast examination. The scent is light and advanced, at least a rich lady. May I ask, who's the first lady who can sneak into the enemy camp alone and then erase all traces with extreme care? Obviously, there's this little friend guarding from the side. I didn't realize that what I felt was a perfect infiltration plan was so easily recognized. Qiu Yan was calm on the outside, but at this moment, he was torn up inside and looked extremely embarrassed. Does this old man know how to recognize women by their scent? It was no wonder Yu Ming noticed this. These have not seen a woman for 10 years, so naturally they are more sensitive to this aspect. In the middle of a lab where a bunch of grown men were, there was suddenly a scent of a young girl's body. That's suspicious. Those men of Yu Ming's had more or less noticed that something was wrong just now, but they were immediately sidetracked by Yu Ming. What do you want? Qiu Yan quietly looked at Yu Ming, one hand behind his back, still flickering with the faint glow of the summoning spell. If the person in front of him made any movement, he would immediately summon the Flamefire Qilin and bite Yu Ming's neck. Oh, like I said, I'm just a regular guy who's tired of this life. The sect leader of the Snowy God sect died a long time ago. That was just a lie I wove for them. And they'll do my research for me honestly. Wouldn't it be nice to let them live all day in the illusion of having hope? I want to get out. Take me out. Even if you turn yourself in and live in prison, it's better than living in fear all day. Yu Ming laughed, with a relieved smile on his face, looking sincere and full of goodwill. If he hadn't seen Yu Ming drugging his own little brother, Qiu Yan would have almost believed it. Qiu Yan, however, began to have a heavenly battle in his head. Should I trust the man in front of me or not? You can tell he's very selfish. For the sake of his own freedom, he chose to sacrifice the men who had spent 10 years with him, using them as a pitch for his surrender. Is someone who betrays his partner so easily worth trusting or not? But if you don't believe it, what can you do with him? Is it possible to kill him? Could be said that as long as he didn't release the polar snow wolf, Qiu Yan would never be able to fight against it on his own. After all, the depth of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists was by no means comparable to the Sky Rabbit clan's tiny watery silver ranked martial artists. Cuff yourself. Instead of approaching the man, Qiu Yan took out a pair of handcuffs engraved with inscriptions from within the royal beast's space and threw them over. Such handcuffs, once handcuffed, would block all spiritual energy from all over the body. Oh, it's possible. The spirit locking stones have all been updated to these lighter yet stronger handcuffs. Interesting. Yu Ming's eyes glittered with brilliance, seemingly very interested in the object before him. After all, 10 years ago, they were still using expensive and troublesome to make locking spirit stones. This kind of stone was only produced in certain specific secret realms, and once it came into contact with the skin, it could hinder the flow of spiritual energy in the body. There is a big downside to this stone, though, and that is that it is very rare and wears out over the course of its use. Before Qiu Yan could voice a reminder, Yu Ming consciously handcuffed himself. Chapter 115 Heavenly Puppet Goddess. Oh, it works so well. It's simply too much better than the spirit-locking stone. Yu Ming was as excited as a toddler with a natural freshness for everything, just driving his hands and looking across the room. Come on. Take us out of here first. Qiu Yan said indifferently, then his words changed. But before you go, open the cage. I just want the windjammer. No problem. Ji long ago so watched Yu Ming very quickly took out a set of keys from the cellar and snapped open the 2 cages. His appearance at this moment was like a harmless white rabbit, and he was simply a different person from the ferocious person who had just clamored to kill the Dragon Kingdom candidates. Squeak! The door to the cage, crawling with moss and blood, was opened. Mother and son just stared at the trio in disbelief, as if their brains were short-circuiting and they hadn't been able to adjust to the sudden freedom. Not expected to have to go through a vicious battle to escape. Now, just let yourself go? Ow! In just an instant, Wind Cloud Harvest scurried out, directly pouncing Yu Ming to the ground. While showing his teeth, a regular gurgling sound emerged from his throat, seemingly threatening Yu Ming. The saliva in his mouth dripped down onto Yu Ming's cheek in an unbiased manner, and Yu Ming just managed to turn his arm around a bit, lifting his shoulder and wiping his face with the clothes on his body. The eyes didn't blink. They looked like they were at the mercy of the others. Kill me. I've lived enough anyway. Qiu Yan, however, was in a hurry, maintaining the book of speech and spirit and shouting towards Feng Yunhao. Stormbringer, don't let go. Although Wind Cloud Harvest was skeptical of Qiu Yan's ability, it nevertheless did as it was told, and the force of its front claws became a few more points heavier. After all, one does have an unabashedly evil person in front of him. Yu Ming's eyes widened, wondering if he had heard wrong. Don't let go? Wouldn't it normally be something like, stop, don't kill him? Or something like that? What's the meaning of this don't let go? Where's the other exit? And where is the key to the exit? Qiu Yan's face sank and his tone was cold. Now that Yu Ming had no more aura to protect his body and was being pressed into his chest by Feng Yunhao, he couldn't breathe well and his face turned red. Behind the dining room table. But the key is my psychic power and Dr. King's psychic power. There's no way I'm the only one who can fully open it. When Qiu Yan heard this, wasn't this a wasted endeavor? Never mind, it's better to be honest and go out from the outside. The big deal was that by virtue of the pitifully small amount of friendship he had with the Wind Cloud Harvest cub, he would ask its old mother to send himself and Ji Zhao to the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Feng Yunhao was extremely fast, so he thought it wouldn't take long to reach his destination. Qiu Yan paused, then said indifferently, "Can't open it? Then you're useless. Stormbringer, do it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Yunhao's force increased a few more points, and one could see that Yu Ming's face was in great pain. Click! With a crunching sound, one of Yu Ming's ribs broke in response. At the same time, he also suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries, and his head directly tilted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Don't! Dr. King will be back soon. Don't you want to know what's behind the door? Yu Ming clearly didn't have the calm color he had earlier at this time, and opened his mouth in panic. Seeing this, the corner of Qiu Yan's mouth hooked up and a cold smile spread out. Passage? Is it hard to believe that there's some kind of treasure? Like to sell, huh? Then you sell. Then, Qiu Yan looked like he had thought of something. Forget it, we have things to do, I don't want to know. Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Don't! The back door is our warehouse. For 10 years we've stocked up a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines amongst our warehouses. It basically contains all the specialties of the secret realm of water and zephyr. Hearing this, Ikaru raised his eyebrows slightly and unnoticeably. Is it not true that you have your own water spirit grass? Right? There's also the technology to cultivate the wind cloud harvest. Now that our technology is extremely mature, we are completely capable of mass production. Wouldn't you like to have a powerful legion of windjammers? As the experiment continues, we can mass produce more and more high bloodline spirit beasts. Even mythical creatures can be created. Qiu Yan's emotions then fluctuated. He had also seen the potential of Feng Yunhao, and what Yu Ming had said did not seem to be unsupported. Because Stormcloud was literally standing right in front of him. Okay, Stormcloud, loosen up a bit. Don't it up. Ahem. Yu Ming, who had gotten a chance to catch his breath, coughed loudly, and it could be seen that his blood was still mixed with some broken bone dregs. However, the glint of resentment in the corner of his eye was well concealed. While breathing, his eyes kept glancing over to Qiu Yan's side. The brat in front of him was simply not following the rules. Almost had to give up his little life here. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to the conditions of the heavenly puppet goddess. One night in the first half of the month, the idol in the middle of the warehouse suddenly gave off a soft glow. Yu Ming, who had come to fetch the material at that time, was the one who happened to notice the anomaly. Directly after he touched the idol, a majestic female voice resounded in his head. Just hearing the sound was enough for him to feel a piercing chill. The goddess made a request of him, or rather issued a task. The content of the mission is to collect the bodies of a teenager and a young girl and refine them into walking corpses for the goddess of heavenly puppets to use. Since it is not refined into a puppet, the entire body must be intact. The reward for completing the quest, on the other hand, was a spirit beast with more than a diamond-level bloodline for him to study. In addition, the heavenly puppet goddess provided him with a piece of news. It was the Dragon Kingdom that would later use the secret realm of water and zephyr as an examination center for the Imperial Beast examination. Also, she seems to have the power of prophecy, or so she says. In half a month, a man and a woman will come to the Snake Worm Valley, and at that time, send them to come before this idol. After that, consider your mission accomplished. I thought that this kind of behavior of cutting off one's own arm could win the trust of Qiu Yan and the two of them, but in the end, this brat's brain was very strange, and ruined his own plans completely. Had enough rest? Qiu Yan's voice resounded once again, waking Yu Ming up from his delirious wanderings and looking at the teenager in front of him with some confusion. He then nodded, as if he had come to a realization, remembering the answer Qiu Yan wanted to get. That's right. There's a real treasure behind that passage. That's a mysterious statue. The bloodline of Wind Cloud Harvest was extracted from that statue. Qiu Yan, however, found the blind spot. This Yu Ming is not honest. The words were all about trying to compel yourself to enter the passage. And sensing that he was interested in Feng Yunhao, he directly spat out all the information he knew about himself as if he were taking out the trash. Was it because he was going to kill him and he wanted to use it as leverage? There are ghosts. There's definitely a ghost. What the hell is he playing at? Chapter 116. Dr. King. Okay, then I'll trust you for once. Although Qiu Yan said so, there was no action on his hands. I need you to help me catch Dr. King. But you don't have to worry, his cultivation talent is poor, it's just like he's at the beginning of the bronze level. Yu Ming smiled bitterly and raised the handcuffs in his hands, shaking them in the air. Qiu Yan nodded. According to him, Dr. King, as he called him, was actually a particularly ordinary researcher. It would also be easier to just get Dr. Jean killed if you let Stormcloud come. Most people started cultivating at the age of 16 when they were admitted to high school, which was the case for Chiu Yen. After advancing to university, they will undergo a second awakening to further stimulate the potential in their bodies, and if the awakening is successful, the cultivation speed will increase almost geometrically, often scurrying up to silver or gold level in 2 or 3 years. In layman's terms, the first awakening is the ignition, then the second awakening is the gas pedal, and that Dr. King apparently failed his second awakening. It is also known as not in gear, skidding. You can only cultivate yourself step by step, and so far you are stuck in bronze. Chiu Yen was undoubtedly the best candidate. He came into the living room, and sure enough, he saw several people all lying on the floor. Sighing, he took out the handcuffs that Thunder had given him before traveling to the Sky Rabbit clan. One by one, they were all locked up, and Chiu Yen then began to summon the flame fire Qilin out and moved a few people into the room where the wind cloud harvest was previously held. There's no way around it. We can't just leave these guys lying here. However, after summoning the flame fire Qilin, Yu Ming was clearly a bit shocked. The spirit beast really did have a divine beast bloodline as well. From the purity of the bloodline alone, it was also only a thread weaker than wind cloud harvest. What the hell is this kid? After the flame Qilin had done that, Chiu Yen moved the other extraneous things in the lab outside. Finally moving the dining table out of the way, Chiu Yen fiddled a few times in front of the wall based on the description from Yu Ming's mouth. At once, the sound of organ motors rang out, and a wide entrance appeared in front of Chiu Yen. But that only opened the outer door, the inner door remained tightly closed. Chiu Yen recalled what Yu Ming had just said about needing the spiritual power of both of them to verify, and at this point, he couldn't help but make a mistake. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door outside the main entrance startled several people into a jolt. Crooked. There is no one. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? The voice was old, but it had a good center. Speak of the devil. Instantly, Chiu Yen moved, hiding directly behind the front door, trying to make sure he wouldn't find himself when the door was opened. Yu Ming then got up from the ground and shouted, "Just a moment, Dr. King. We're doing an experiment and it's getting to the point." "Okay, move fast." Chiu Yen couldn't help but wonder at this point. Dr. Jean, who was the head of several people, actually didn't have a key, and as the head of the organization, do you need to go out and run errands yourself? Chiu Yen remained skeptical, but looking at the locked-up Yu Ming smiling bitterly at himself, Chiu Yen sighed. He had the flame griffin hide in the dead center of his vision and went to open the door right after. Dr. Jean was a chubby little old man, and he didn't look like a martial artist by the looks of his physique. At that moment, wearing a dirty white coat, he sat resting on a rock, muttering something under his breath. It seems to be very disgruntled. Squeak! The door suddenly swung open, and it was then that Dr. King got back to his feet and patted himself on the back about to head inside. Roar! He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a spirit beast that he had never seen before pounced on him, almost causing him to pee in fear. With great speed, the flaming unicorn pushed Dr. Kim to the ground with a splash. Bang!
金博士倒地，嘴巴里还在哎呦哎呦地叫着。
What the are you guys up to? Where did this spirit beast come from? You! That hurts old me. It's my spirit animal. Do you have a problem with that? Chiu Yen also appeared from behind the door at this time, his face grim. Huh? Who are you? Who are you? Dr. King looked agitated and spiteful. Could it be that you're from the Dragon Kingdom's Special Incident Handling Team? Bingo dog. Chiu Yen coldly came up with such a sentence. Although he wasn't a member of the Dragon Scale Squad right now either, but borrowing their name for a bit, I'm sure Thunder wouldn't mind. After all, the Thunder have been throwing him under the bus for a long time. Chiu Yen walked out, put the key in his pocket, and closed the door. Old sir, I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask, do you have another exit here? Dr. King froze. This is what's going on. Shouldn't the normal process be to cuff yourself and take yourself out to jail? Now what's the deal with asking for directions? Too late to think carefully. Dr. King spoke in a hurry. There's a little door in the back. Eh, let me ask you, that Yu Ming, what the hell is he? Chiu Yen walked over and squatted in front of Dr. Jean, his face filled with curiosity. He really kind of wanted to know. This old man in front of him looked like the kind of person who would save his own ass, and it might not be necessary for Chiu Yen to use any means to account for himself. But Dr. King's eyes darted around as if he were thinking of some wording. Chiu Yen didn't spoil him and directly snapped and rewarded him with a slap on the mouth. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, you'll die, and I'll ask the one called you Ming the same thing. Huh? Don't, don't, don't kill me. I'll be honest. Dr. King was shaking with fear, the fat on his face wobbling around. Yu Ming is the high priest of our Snow Region divine sect, and I'm a researcher under him. Although I'm not as high up in the hierarchy as he is, I know about all of these programs, and I'm the one who leads the research projects. Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems that there are some discrepancies between this Dr. Jin and Yu Ming's statements. Yu Ming said that Dr. Kim is the head. Even though he puts on the appearance of being a glutton for punishment, he is always untrustworthy. Qiu Yan still decided to trust Dr. Jin in front of him. Fine, then I'll leave you alive. But where's your warehouse? I will send the relevant personnel to receive it afterward. My lord, the warehouse is behind the dining table, but it was basically consumed a few days ago because of the research on Stormcloud. Oh, then how did Yu Ming tell me that the warehouse is full of specialties from the entire water swamp mystic realm? And then, it also says that you're the backbone of several people over here, and that no one would dare to hold it against you. Moreover, he said that you were evil, bullying men and women, even an old lady in her 80s. Since you refuse to tell the truth, you're ready to die. Flame Kirin, do it. Qiu Yan coldly snorted and gave a direct order. Flames surged from the flame fire Qilin's mouth, and it was already storing up its power to burn the flame fire sea. In fact, Yu Ming hadn't told him any of this at all, and he had purposely added to the conversation. Sure enough, that Dr. Jin immediately cried out that he was wronged, with tears and snot running down his face. If Qiu Yan hadn't forbidden him to pee in his pants pocket, he might have gone in to change his pants by now. Qiu Yan waved his hand so that the flame Qilin did not make a move. Okay, I'll tell you something else. That Yu Ming has already sold all of you, several people all drugged and mesmerized by him, ready to give them all to us, ready to turn themselves in to reduce their sentences. What do you mean? Dr. King's face instantly grimaced. These are his old men of more than a decade. To act like this. Qiu Yan paused, and the corner of his mouth raised in a bad smile. Later, I want you to cooperate with me in a play. Chapter 117, Opening the Gates. Squeak. Qiu Yan took out the key and opened the door to the room. As soon as he looked up, he realized that Yu Ming was sitting on a folding chair and was staring at himself, with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Before opening the door, Qiu Yan uncuffed him. Qiu Yan was naturally emboldened. Just earlier in the day, he had made an agreement with Feng Yunhao that Qiu Yan would take its child out to see the outside world. After showing the photos in the phone's album to the Stormcloud Hollow pups, the little guy showed a keen interest. You don't have to suffer the torture anyway. The flame unicorn chimed in, selling how good his master was. Seemingly to prove the flame Qilin's point, Qiu Yan purposely took out some high-grade spirit beast fodder he had just purchased from within the royal beast space. Sure enough, the flavor of the super high-quality spirit beast meat just couldn't be beat, and the mother and son grunted as they ate it. The little guy immediately said that he would follow Qiu Yan in the future. As for why he didn't contract that wind cloud harvest that was already an adult, Qiu Yan also had his own considerations. The adult wind cloud harvest was able to grow so quickly due to not having a contracted imperial beastmaster, because it had been spawned by whatever means the Snow Region divine sect had used to bring it to life. The potential of a body is overdrawn to nothing, which means that the future is already characterized. Obviously, it's the normally grown pups that have more potential. At this moment, the adult wind cloud harvest was sitting and standing on the side, with its head lowered to lick its own wounds, and the cubs were circling around their old mom in excitement. Ji Zhao, on the other hand, stood in front of the experimental table and kept flipping through the records of the experiments left behind by these people. Even though he was prepared, Dr. Jin was startled at the sight in front of him, and his assessment of Qiu Yan's strength had risen a few points in his heart. Breaking into their lair with a chick is a first. Dr. King, you're back? Yu Ming had a false smile on his face, and there were still remnants of dried blood around his mouth. The word "you" is also emphatically raised a few decibels. You sacrifice. Xiao Yua, what's the matter with you? Noticing Yu Ming's eyes that wanted to kill, Dr. Jin also suddenly changed his tone. The way these two old foxes were acting with each other for their own benefit. Qiu Yan saw it all in his eyes and couldn't help but secretly laugh. It would be a waste of talent not to give them both an Oscar. Ha! Come on. Come on. Now that Dr. King is back, We can go to the warehouse. Yu Ming had a pleasing smile on his somewhat pale face. If Qiu Yen hadn't probed Dr. Talkin in advance, I'm afraid he would have really thought that this was a criminal who wanted to sincerely repent. With a light smile on his face, Qiu Yen arrived in front of Yu Ming and helped him up, extending his hand to pat his shoulder. Warehouse. But Dr. Kim just told me there wasn't much left in stock. If I can't, I won't go in, you guys can just take it out for me. Yu Ming was startled, and Qiu Yen was able to see his pupils suddenly contract, seemingly obsessed with letting himself into the warehouse. But then Yu Ming laughed along. How come? Although we consumed quite a lot in the first 2 days, we still have more or less some stock after lurking over here for so many years in our snowy divine sect. It's just that Dr. King probably doesn't know that. Qiu Yen gave a dry laugh, but there was not the slightest smile on his face. Ha! That's not right. Isn't Dr. Kim your head? Doesn't he even know how many goods are in the warehouse? You're afraid you're not going to be a cutie for me, right? Storm Cloud Harvest? Seeing that Feng Yunhao stood up from the ground, Yu Ming felt that his chest became even more painful again, and even a lot of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. No, not. In fact, I still have some private goods stored in the warehouse, so I didn't tell Dr. Kim. Oh, so. Qiu Yen slapped his head and looked extremely exaggerated as he looked like he had come to a realization. Well, if the warehouse isn't stocked, you know the consequences. This old den was clearly taking Qiu Yen as a cutie. Now, anything that is normally put in a warehouse should be public property. Putting your own personal stuff in storage? That storage space doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all, okay? Qiu Yen felt that maybe Yu Ming used to be cunning and his brain rusted after hiding here for 10 years? Yes, Yu Ming answered with his mouth full, but after seeing Qiu Yen go over to Ji Zhao's side, his eyes cut into Dr. Jean like a knife, itching to break him into pieces right now. This dead old man, Qiu Yen tells whatever he asks, almost ruined all my plans because of this. Come on, let's open the warehouse. Yu Ming limped to the front of the warehouse entrance, his body staggering as if he was on the verge of exhaustion from moving these few steps. Seeing this scene, Qiu Yen became more and more certain in his heart. There are definitely ghosts in this warehouse, and it's like you can't wait to let yourself in. However, from Dr. King's mouth, there is indeed some watermine grass still inside the warehouse. This time, Qiu Yen was in trouble, knowing that there is a trap in front of you, should you go or not. Sighing, he greeted Dr. King and headed for the warehouse door at the same time. Seeing this, Yu Ming was practically jumping for joy. As long as Qiu Yen and Ji Zhao went in together, then wouldn't the task given to him by the heavenly puppet goddess be completed? Wait, where's Ikamachi? Yu Ming turned his head and looked over, but found that the little girl had already watched with fascination and took out a notebook to read the lab report while recording. Lean, don't be so serious. That Missy. Not going in? Yu Ming asked somewhat tentatively, but the meaning of it was guessed by Qiu Yen. Is this old den trying to get them both into the warehouse at the same time? Not going, it's just a warehouse, what's there to go to? That's what my father taught me anyway, not to expect too much from things, and to look only at the results of anything. If there's water-mined grass, then I'm naturally happy. If there isn't, we'll look elsewhere. Ji Zhao didn't even lift his head, turning the lab report in his hand with a snap, with an air of unconcern. Seeing the state, Yu Ming was also a bit confused and took a breath just to say something else. But then Qiu Yen stood behind him and directly rewarded him with a hairy chestnut. Grumble, 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 grumble. Eh. There was no choice but for Yu Ming to stand in a line with Dr. Jean. Both of them simultaneously extended their right hands and pressed on top of the black gate, and with the continuous injection of spiritual energy, the sound of the organ motor rang out once again. Are you sure you don't want to go in, beautiful? Yu Ming remembered that the heavenly puppet goddess had told him to bring a man and a woman in. He began to tangle up, and you could tell from the look in his eyes that there was a drop of embarrassment. If Qiu Yen was the only one who went in, he didn't know what the outcome would be. Well, not into it. Cut the Angie crap and lead the way. Qiu Yen didn't have the heart to reward him with another slap on the head. Only then did Yu Ming honestly walk ahead, like a condemned prisoner about to be executed. However, right after Qiu Yen had just entered the passageway, Yu Ming instantly moved, lightning straight back at Hikaru. Chapter 118, The Savior of the Wicked. Danger! Just as Yu Ming was about to approach Ji Xiaoyao, Qiu Yan reminded him loudly, but he was still a small step behind. However, Stormcloud moved. It directly lunged towards Yu Ming. It so happened that the claws once again pressed on its chest, directly staining a large piece of clothing in front of Yu Ming all red. For a while, it was a bloody mess. This time, Wind Cloud Harvest didn't hold back and attacked with the intention of killing Yu Ming. Yu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood, at which point he fell to the ground again, like a candle in the wind. He knew that his life was slowly draining away, and surprisingly, his will to die had become clear. Good. In that case, let's die together. After saying that, Yu Ming's body instantly radiated a dazzling light, illuminating several people who could not open their eyes, and if they looked directly at this light, their eyes would be able to feel a strong, stinging sensation. Not good. The one surnamed Yu is going to throw himself away. He's going to blow himself up. Dr. King's voice rang out at the right time, his face quite grave. Quick! Hurry up and come in. This door is enough to block the self-destruction of a peak silver-ranked martial artist. It was only then that Ikatsu reacted, putting the entire shelf where the documents were stacked and some specimen instruments all into the sentinel space. You don't want to die. Come on. Qiu Yan was also in a hurry and directly waved towards Ji Zhao. Seeing that Yu Ming's body was about to explode, Ji Zhao was categorically unable to catch up. Qiu Yan was also so anxious that he almost rushed out. Right at this moment, Wind Cloud Harvest drifted into the passageway with its cub in its mouth, and along with it, it swept up a gale that blew Ji Zhao inside the door as well. Clang! The moment the black door closed with a bang, Yu Ming exploded. Due to the cultivation system, martial artists needed to strengthen their limbs and bones. Then there was naturally a considerable amount of spiritual energy stored in them. And the reason why martial artists could fight consistently and stay in superb condition was because of the ability to provide them with a constant supply of spiritual energy within their limbs and bones. Just like fat, once too many calories are consumed, it automatically breaks down into energy for the body to carry out basic life activities. To self-destruct is to release all of this energy at once. Any part of the body can be used as a weapon. The moment the light engulfed Yu Ming, his mind flashed through the memories of this life, although he had lied to Qiu Yan. But often lies laced with truth are more convincing. Instead, he was tired of this life of hiding. What was once his unwavering faith had faltered within the 10 years of hiding in the secret realm of the watery swamp. He wasn't sure there was any point in him doing this. Don't marry my daughter without $500,000. The man who was almost going to be his old man said as much. So he worked desperately on his research, staying in the lab day and night. It was pathetic to say the least. He was a silver-ranked martial artist. Even if he went to help other squads explore the secret realm, he could still earn quite a lot of money in a month. But he's afraid. He's got a hold on his heart. I've finally saved enough money. I'm going to marry you. Sometime later, he finally made enough money to collect his paycheck and ran to his home with gusto, wanting to tell his girlfriend the good news. However, he found that his girlfriend was under someone else's body, not even noticing that he had already come, and continued to move while mouthing a lot of disgusting and extreme words. This made Yu Ming feel like the sky was falling. This man, he also knew he was his senior. They were having an affair in the marriage bed they had prepared. He wanted to kill this pair of dogs, but how could he, who had been deserting his training in the lab all day, be a match for his senior, who was from a good family and a fellow martial artist? Yu Ming was thrown out with a broken leg. Just as his heart was dying, the man appeared. His appearance had become blurred in his memory, but his voice was very thick. Want to kill them all? I can help you. The price and all it takes is for you to join me in the Snowy Divine cult and do research for me. As it turns out, the man had noticed himself long ago and had taken a liking to his scientific abilities. That night, the adulterous couple suffered the retribution they deserved. The release of emotions was terrifying, and even Yu Ming was a bit scared now when he thought about it. It was as if there was an unseen demon behind them that was maneuvering itself and cutting off chunks of each other's flesh bit by bit. The mournful wails and pleas for mercy in his ears were like a stimulant for him. He is simply a natural-born villain. The wicked need their own savior. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and he followed the man, treating human life as if it were nothing. On that day 10 years ago, Long-Hearing Spring killed their lair alone, and the tens of thousands of sect members were surprisingly no match for him. That man had used up his own spiritual energy in his final battle with Long-Hearing Spring. Quickly go. The Snow Region Divine Sect is in your hands. This is the medium to communicate with the heavenly puppet goddess. He said so, handing the statue, which was only half the size of an adult, to Yu Ming. Yu Ming had thought of hiding in the other strongholds of the Snowy Realm sect to recuperate, but he was taken over by a group called the Heavenly Vault Church. He had only brought the most important few people with him and hid in the secret realm of Water and Zephyr. He tried many times after that but could not communicate with the statue. Only half a month ago, the statue responded to him. With stronger spirit beasts came stronger strength. If you wanted to kill Long Hearing Spring, you could only rely on this tactic. However, now his plans seemed to be failing. Nope. Both Qiu Yen and Ji Zhao ducked into the warehouse. I'm sorry, but after today, the Snow Region Divine Sect will cease to exist. Now that you have completed the mission of the goddess of heavenly puppets, count on it and be kind to the man. Boom! Qiu Yen, who was hiding behind the black gate, only heard an earth-shattering sound. Even hiding in the warehouse, I could feel this energy outside. For a moment, it was surprisingly a bit unsteady. Or rather, the whole base began to shake on the ground. Qiu Yen shielded his employer underneath him, then waved his hand, allowing the flamefire Qilin to blast the falling boulders into pieces. The quake lasted about 3 minutes, and several of the men stood upright again with gray heads. Qiu Yen looked at Ji Zhao to the side, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Even if there was some kind of trap in the warehouse, at this point they had to jump in willingly. In this way, Yu Ming's purpose was really accomplished. Only, I wonder what could be waiting for them in here? Dr. King, do you know of anything else inside this warehouse? Oh, just a very ordinary warehouse indeed. Just a little further on, Dr. King said casually. He wasn't like Yu Ming, who had some deep feelings for this snowy divine sect. He had been captured in the first place, and he had never been able to find a chance to run away just yet. Sure there's nothing? Oh, it was as if Dr. King was enlightened, as if he had thought of something. In the warehouse, aside from some resources from the Water Swamp Mystic Realm, there's also a statue. 119. Spooky statue. Statues? What does it look like? Where did you get it from? Qiu Yen frowned tightly. This statue, perhaps, is the key to this issue. The reason why Yu Ming had gone through all the trouble of trying to coax the two of them into the warehouse was because of this statue? Well, statue is just plain a goddess statue. But this goddess statue is only half a body. But it's worth mentioning that the goddess statue doesn't seem to have any clothes. After saying that, Dr. Jean also laughed cheaply twice, looking particularly obscene. I'll tell you we came in as a squad of a dozen before. Except for a few that were too injured or died of illness. And there's another one who died a particularly miserable death. Dr. King mysteriously lowered his voice like the oldest man and woman chattering at the entrance to the village. Oh, Qiu Yen came to be interested. For this statue, he also wanted to know more information so that he wouldn't be in the gutter when the time came. Afterwards, Qiu Yen raised the back of his hand and patted Dr. Jin's big belly, signaling him to continue. It was the man's turn to be on patrol that day. He went into the warehouse and never came out. We must have been asleep. No one would have realized it. We all took a big nap the next day. We thought it was strange at the time. Normally, it's the night watchman who wakes us up in the morning. And the man is gone. We responded and sent all hands to find someone in the neighborhood. Turns out when we found him, the man was naked all over. It's like it's been dead for days. And it's starting to rot all over, covered with pus and worms of all sizes. We thought it was strange at the time. You say, it was in the middle of winter, and even if it had been dead for 4 or 5 days, the body wouldn't have rotted so dramatically. I didn't dare to look at that time, just saw that man covered in blood from afar, especially down there. Qiu Yen, however, interrupted at this time, not sure if he understood the below. Which one down there? Dr. King sighed and stomped his foot anxiously as if he hated it. What else could be down there? It looks like something bit it off. In the end, no one dared to take that corpse of his, so we had to empty the other resources at that time, and then set a fire into the warehouse to burn them all clean. That's something that's seeping through me a little now that I think about it. After saying that, Dr. Jean even leaned towards Qiu Yan's side and said in a voice that only the two could hear. It was said that the man seemed to be suffocating and got horny seeing that statue in the middle of the night. They say it's because of the blasphemy that they died so tragically. Ji Zhao, however, looked a little irritated at the secret of two and cast a questioning gaze towards them. Dr. King looked at the little girl's simplicity and stood up straight and silent again. Qiu Yan, why don't we go back? After listening to this story, I always feel that there is something waiting for us in front of us. There was some hesitation in Akatsu's eyes. In fact, she is not as cold and strong on the inside as she appears to be on the outside. At this point, facing the unknown ahead, a little girl's attitude is revealed. Qiu Yan also nodded. Since it was so weird, it was better to run away. Dr. King, if it's not possible, we'll pull out. It's still better to go out from the outside, isn't it? Dr. King also seemed to have some small fear in his heart, and without hesitation went back to the exit. After trying it out for a while, I got some very unfortunate news from Dr. King. The organ motor seems to have been shattered by the fallout from Yu Ming's self-destruction, and the structure on the outside is collapsing and there's no way to repair it. Qiu Yan let out a tisk and looked at Ji Zhao with some helplessness. There's nothing we can do, so we'll just have to keep going toward the front? Dr. King nodded thoughtfully as well. It'll have to do, but speaking in our state, we don't have to worry too much. We've had a lot of people in and out of the warehouse since then, but nothing has happened. It looks like as long as you don't desecrate that idol, you should be fine? These words also undoubtedly fed the two a peace of mind. Qiu Yan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone and just followed the passageway towards the interior of the warehouse. However, just as he pulled out his phone, Dr. Jean still gave Qiu Yan's phone a glance with interest. It's just that I haven't been back to the Dragon Kingdom for 10 years. But I didn't realize that this kind of high-end cell phone has already been introduced. Da, 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 da. The sound of several people's footsteps echoed right in the middle of the narrow passage. Wind Cloud Harvest also followed behind a few people with its own cubs. After all, if you want to get out, you'll have to follow them. Just the moment several people stepped inside the warehouse, a thick fog inexplicably rose around them. This fog had no other odor, but it was extremely obstructive to vision. Stormcloud Hollow, try to see if you can blow this thick fog away. Qiu Yan ran the Book of Words and Spirits and turned his head towards Feng Yunhao. Wind Cloud Harvest immediately stretched out the wings on his back completely, and basically it was able to have a length of 7 or 8 meters, just fluttering his wings in place. There was a gale of wind. If it wasn't for Ji Zhao's death grip on Qiu Yan, who was beside him, Qiu Yan had a death grip on Dr. Jean. Almost had to be blown away by this gust of wind. However, that doesn't really help much else. Instead, the fog around them grew thicker and thicker. It was so thick that you couldn't even see half a meter in a square. Hey, what's this? Dr. Kim, Ikamachi, hold on to my hand. Qiu Yan was like an enemy. The light of the spirit beast summoning spell formation flickered in his hands, ready to deal with the enemy at any time. At this moment, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. When he looked back again, Ji Zhao, Dr. Jean, Wind Cloud Hollow, and the cubs were nowhere to be seen. Hello, where are you guys? Qiu Yan gathered his hands into the shape of a trumpet and shouted in all directions. But while his voice echoed around him, he couldn't hear anyone else's voice. Suddenly, he felt a warm body press up against his back, hugging him tightly from behind. Qiu Yan, thank you. Thank you for helping me so much, and healed my grandmother, and I want to marry you. The familiar voice came, giving Qiu Yan a sense of unreality. Lin Yuqing? Why is Lin Yuqing here? Lin Yuqing was in the middle of the secret realm next door for the Imperial Beast examination at this time. I don't think you're Lin Yuqing, are you? Qiu Yan didn't think much about it, but instead landed an elbow strike on top of the petite body behind him. The soft touch made Qiu Yan feel as if there was a sense of unreality. Qiu Yan, what are you hitting me for? At this moment, Qiu Yan fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually Ji Zhao? Was it Ikaru who hugged himself from behind? Did himself hallucinate and injure his teammates by mistake? No. Qiu Yan overturned his guess again. How can Ikemichi have the size of Lin Yuqing? Chapter 120 The Mist. Suddenly, it was as if Qiu Yan sensed something, and the hairs on his body stood up. What's that? With a keen instinct for danger, he didn't hesitate to take a backward step down. Brush! A sharp blade light grazed the tip of his nose, bringing up a strong wind that scraped his cheeks. This is the golden-winged mantis attack? With no time to think carefully, the two sharp forelimbs of the golden-winged mantis once again stretched out from the mist and continued to chop towards Qiu Yen like a gale. This also caused Qiu Yen to tire himself out, narrowly dodging these attacks. However, just as Qiu Yen wanted to summon the flame Qilin out to counterattack, the golden-winged mantis seemed to have disappeared, never to appear again. What the is going on here? Alarm bells went off in Qiu Yan's heart. Everything in front of me signaled the extraordinary nature of this mist. It not only shields perception, but also creates realistic illusions. The slightest mistake could kill you. Qiu Yan's brain was racing at this moment. He found the matter particularly fishy. Why did Yu Ming risk his life to let them into the warehouse? As a peak silver level powerhouse, wouldn't it be enough to just forcefully capture them and send them in? And why go to the trouble of mesmerizing those members of your own group as a way of gaining your trust and coaxing yourself and others in? Unless there is a condition that needs to be met, like the inability of people like yourself to get hurt? Right in the middle of Qiu Yan's brainstorming for just a few breaths, the golden-winged mantis reappeared, directly cutting off all of the mist in front of Qiu Yan. He merely took a step back towards the back, but did not dodge the golden-winged mantis attack range. Qiu Yan stretched out his hand as if he was willingly allowing the golden-winged mantis in front of him to slash onto the top of his arm. He's betting. Just betting that what was in front of him was a hallucination of himself. The moment the blade penetrated the arm, the expected sharp pain did not appear. Indeed, Qiu Yan retrieved his intact arm and let out a long breath, then stepped away and walked directly towards his front. During this time, there were constantly golden-winged mantis, wind cloud harvest, and even flame Qilin attacking towards themselves. However, these attacks were invariably like illusions and penetrated Qiu Yan's body. There wasn't such a horrible white fog when he was still in the middle of the passage, and from a distance he saw that the scope of this warehouse didn't seem to be very large. It's one of those things that you can see at a glance. Qiu Yan walked faster and faster, and slowly started to trot, but 10 minutes had passed, and he still hadn't reached the end. Perception is being interfered with. He simply closed his eyes and sprinted with all his might, following his instincts. A few minutes later, with a muffled thud, he collided with a body. You! The familiar cries of pain made Qiu Yan's heart flutter with relief. Dr. King! Little friend Qiu Yan? Qiu Yan stood up, closed his eyes, and groped toward the front. Without saying a word, he slapped Dr. King across the face. The sound is crisp, the feedback is great, and the feel is okay. What are you doing? Dr. King covered his cheeks, shocked and angry. Sorry. Make sure it's not a hallucination. Qiu Yan explained without apology, then frowned and asked, You didn't see the thick fog around you? What thick fog? Dr. Kim looked confused. Since we entered the warehouse, you two have been running around screaming like you're possessed. It's freaking me out. Even though Dr. Kim was a researcher, he was nonetheless a little superstitious about this kind of godly stuff. I avoided the two men, fearing that I would be similarly possessed if I ran into them. Dr. King, are you unaffected? Can't you see the fog around you? Dr. King coughed dryly, the fiery pain still lingering on his fat face. What mist? I think you two are really possessed. Qiu Yan sucked in a breath and swallowed the cold saliva before opening his eyes again. What came into view was an open warehouse illuminated by lights, with several wooden crates stacked in the middle of the corners. Stormcloud was sitting in front of what looked like an exit door, playing around with his cubs. In front of himself was Dr. King with a bitter look on his face. There was Ikamachi lying next to him. At this point, Ji had long since looked like he was having a nightmare. His eyes tightly closed, beads of sweat staining his forehead. The fresh hair was stuck into a skim of sweat. A big gasp kept coming out of his mouth, and a pair of small hands were clenched tightly together. Qiu Yan wanted to try and wake up Ji Zhao, but no matter what, Ji Zhao was still immersed in that state. He got up helplessly and began to look around. The surrounding area was indeed a normal warehouse, as Dr. King had mentioned earlier. However, among those boxes, Qiu Yan found the statue. Silly boy, don't go over there. That statue is not to be desecrated. Dr. Jean wanted to stop Qiu Yan, but it seemed too late now. Qiu Yan had already stood in front of the statue and squatted down, scrutinizing it carefully. Roughly, it seemed to be an ordinary stone statue, but its texture is very smooth, like a ceramic product, and the carving is so detailed that it feels like every strand of hair is clearly visible. I have to admit, the statue does look good. The statue's face was holy, but it was indescribably eerie. This should be the thing that's up to no good. Flaming Kirin. In an instant, The spirit beast wrapped in flames appeared beside him. This also allowed Dr. Jean next to him to finally have the opportunity to be able to take a good look at this extreme spirit beast that had attacked him earlier. The coat is beautifully colored and the muscles of his body reveal an explosive power. Qiu Yan didn't even look at those wooden crates next to him and stuffed them all into the imperial beast space in his head, and then he ordered towards the flame Qilin. Sea of burning flames. Blazing columns of fire erupted, yet the statue stood firm in the flames. This statue is invulnerable to water and fire? Qiu Yan was in trouble at this time. Ikatsu's current state was absolutely unrelated to this goddess statue in front of him. The first order of business was to wake up Ikamachi. Seeing that external forces could not destroy it, after hesitating for a long time, Qiu Yan simply had his heart set on receiving that statue into his royal beast space. Dr. Jean, who was on the side, was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This kid is really brave. Anything that dares to be stuffed into the royal beast space, isn't he afraid that this thing will contaminate the royal beast space? In fact, this kind of incident happens all the time at Blue Star. Some of the martial artists who entered the secret realm to explore, or there are royal beast masters, saw those spiritual medicines that they do not recognize, only think that they can be sold for a good price, and do not know what efficacy, so they directly stuffed into their own storage space. As a result, those elixirs contained intense poison, and anything put into the space would be corroded, and then the entire space would be ruined. Martial artists are fine. At most, they have to carry their weapons or equipment with them, or hand them over to their traveling companions. It wouldn't work at all if it were a sentinel. One would have to leave their spirit beasts outside and follow them wherever they went, which could be said to be extremely inconvenient. Qiu Yan was unimpressed. It would be best if the statue could be devoured by the 10,000 Elements arcane book. If it doesn't work, wait until you return to the Dragon Kingdom and then hand it over to a professional testing organization and you're done. Still, Qiu Yan's move was a wise one. While placing the statue in the Imperial Beast space, Ikatsu got rid of that state. What's going on with me? Chapter 121. Arriving at the Treasure Palace. You seem to be fine once you're awake. Let's get going. Qiu Yan helped Ji Zhao up from the ground. You can see that Ikaru is in a bad state right now, like his whole body is very tired in general. Qiu Yan moved the pool early onto the Flamefire Qilin before he opened the door and continued walking towards the outside. About 5 minutes later, several people finally regained their sight. It was now high noon, and several people were about to lose their eyes to the sunlight. However, right at this moment, the video equipment in Qiu Yan's pocket vibrated violently. It looks like the signal is back. Not long after, an invigilator rushed over on a flying spirit beast. What the hell is this? Why is it detected that you guys just had a 2 to 3 hour signal loss? The invigilator also looked relatively young, that is, in his 30s or so. At this moment, he was looking at the two men with a scrutinizing face, and then his eyes caught a glimpse of Dr. Kim, who was standing honestly next to him, and Stormcloud behind him. The spirit beasts underneath them were so frightened that they had begun to store up their power for a big move. What's this next to it? Can you take it easy, teacher? We just smashed a stronghold of the Snow Region Divine Sect in the Snake Worm Valley. This is the hostage we saved. Qiu Yan spread his hands with a helpless look on his face. What? The Snow God Cult? You guys destroyed the stronghold of the Snow Region Divine Sect? The invigilator's eyes widened as if he was doubting the veracity of what he was hearing. What a joke. He had also heard of the Snow God Sect. This organization had been destroyed 10 years ago by Officer Long alone, right? And after this organization, it was as if it had disappeared from this world out of thin air, never to be heard from again. I didn't realize it was hidden here. When the invigilator saw that a few people didn't look like they were lying, he spoke a couple of words into the headset he had with him. Before long, a large group of invigilators came running over. One of the older veteran professors had a look of delight all over his face. Lao Jin. Eh? Dr. King saw the visitor and a smile began to bloom on his face. Elder Brother Wei. Qiu Yanqi looked at each other earlier. It looked like the two knew each other before, which saved them the effort of explaining. After a discussion between several invigilators, they unanimously decided to bring Feng Yunhao back to receive treatment. Meanwhile, Dr. King followed a few people out of here. Eh? Qiu Yan also sighed helplessly. At least today is not able to hitchhike. But luckily, the Wind Cloud Harvest Cubs were kept. At this moment, the little guy was circling around Qiu Yan in excitement. Qiu Yan smiled as he crouched down and picked up the Wind Cloud Harvest Cub, signing the contract with a flash of light on his hand. After the contract was completed, Qiu Yan let go of his hand and the little guy flew freely around the two. In fact, from the time the little guy was born, he had been kept inside the base of the Snow Region God's cult, doing all sorts of experiments. The little one looked excited to taste freedom for the first time. However, when it came to naming, Qiu Yan began to get tangled up. I can't think of any good ideas after half a day's thought. Anyway, there was no rush to take the name, so Qiu Yan immediately rushed towards the front with Ji Zhao. It wasn't until they came out that Qiu Yan realized that the mountain ranges behind them were endless, and he couldn't help but begin to rejoice in his decision. If we make another detour, we might run into other obstacles. It only took 2 to 3 hours to take such a shortcut, which was still very lucky for Qiu Yan and the others. Ji Zhao followed behind Qiu Yan with the map. The two of them were now much closer to the Water Zephyr treasure hall, and a conservative estimate was that they could make it there in just 50 or 60 kilometers. It was worth mentioning that Qiu Yan did have water-mined grass amongst the pile of supplies he had shunted earlier, but only a few plants. From what Ikaru had said, it was clear that these few plants would not be enough if he wanted to completely remove the aftereffects of his talent. But it did give the two men hope. In other words, the secret realm did indeed have water-mined grass growing in it, and it did grow right in the Water Zephyr treasure hall. The two made a point of finding a relatively flat rock to sit on. Qiu Yan took out a head-sized piece of wind thunder pork, sliced it in half and threw it to the wind cloud hollow cub. This piece of spirit beast meat was almost as big as its body, and even carrying it in its mouth seemed a bit of an effort. Immediately, he dragged it aside and tore into it with extreme force. Qiu Yan took out a knife and another tablet and began to split the spirit beast meat. Although humans are also able to eat spirit beast meat, it's just that it's a bit of a luxury, because the power of the corresponding attributes in it generally strengthens the attributes of spirit beasts. Humans, on the other hand, are completely incapable of absorbing this ability. In layman's terms, it's just a taste. There was no other way. Qiu Yan in the middle of nowhere would have to eat barbecued meat once more. After all, grilling is quite convenient and provides the body with more than enough energy. I was thinking of telling Ji Morning to come up and eat together, but I didn't expect the other party to give no face at all, saying that he wanted to lose weight, so he took out a few cucumbers and nibbled on them. After resting for almost an hour, Qiu Yan and the two of them were ready to move again. The two didn't waste any more time. Even at night, they didn't rest, and made their way through the thorns, doing away with all the spirit beasts that blocked their way. With a flourish, he arrived at the entrance of the Mizukawa treasure hall. The Mizukawa treasure palace was originally a magnificent structure built along the banks of a river, but over the years it slowly sank due to the loss of sand and soil. A small door in front of the two was just as much as a window. Qiu Yan played with a palm-sized crystal core in his hand as he gazed towards Ji Zhao. Why don't we take a break here? After all, we've traveled for more than 10 hours. Let's just take a break. Do you have your scuba gear with you? You're going to be in the water later. Chihei nodded and immediately took out 2 sets of diving equipment and tents from within the Imperial Beast space, tossing one of them to Qiu Yan. I also have scuba gear. Before Qiu Yan could finish, he was interrupted by Ji Zhao. My dad had it custom made. It's waterproof and made of much better materials than those gears that are commonly available on the market. You work on it. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap. Ji Zhao didn't bother with Qiu Yan anymore, but instead dug headfirst into his tent. The location where the two rested was certainly not above the shore, but rather a location that was farther away from the shore, but able to see the entrance to the Water Zephyr treasure hall at a glance. Qiu Yan placed the flame Qilin outside, while he himself also burrowed into the tent, cupped the wind cloud harvest cub in his hands, and began to operate the breathing technique. The video equipment then floated persistently above the two men's tent. After all, no one would want to be on a full broadcast while they are resting. For such behavior, the official side of the Dragon Kingdom is equally permissible. However, right after Qiu Yan had cultivated for 2 hours, he heard a few people discussing something softly outside the tent. By the looks of it, it seemed that they were also students who had come to take the Imperial Beast's high school examination. However, the location Qiu Yan and the others had picked was still very hidden and tucked away amongst the dense bushes, so they hadn't been detected for the time being. Chapter 122 Xia Yang Royal Beast High School. Boss, that's not good. We're on a national broadcast now. Isn't there something wrong with this? A shrill voice rang out, but was about to say something else before being interrupted by another outburst. Humph, where is it wrong? This world is all about the strongest, and there are definitely a lot of treasures coming from this Shui Zhe treasure hall. Don't you ever want to get a high score? The man who spoke was tall and strong, his hair shaved into a plait, and he looked tough and concise. He was the first in his grade at Zhang Royal Beast High School, Wan Guolong. A bunch of people could be seen around him, all of whom seemed to be his classmates. As a rule, the Imperial Beast's examiner was not allowed to gather so many people together. It looked like it had been assembled after entering the secret realm. Judging from the attitudes of the people around them towards Wan Guolong, it seemed that this person had a lot of authority amongst their school, and the moment he opened his mouth, he gained the approval of most of them. Brother Wan is right. Such an era of scrolling, if we don't grab it, are we going to give away our scores for nothing? That's just it. People die for money and birds die for food. I think the official side should also tacitly approve of us like this. But don't be our ing but, or you won't be allowed to make a move when we get inside. Hey! Don't. I'm just kidding, hey. There was a lot of talk for a while, but the vast majority were still very much in favor of Wan Guolong's proposal. Good. Soldiers are quick. 10 of us will go in first and the others will guard the outside. Not a single person is allowed to be let in. If someone dares to come and touch the mold of our Shayang Imperial Beast High School, then let him suffer. After saying that, Wan Guolong directly walked towards the Shuizhe treasure hall, followed by a group of people behind him in a big way. Qiu Yan saw all of this in his eyes, and at this time he couldn't help but sigh. If I hadn't been up all night, I wouldn't have let these people get the upper hand. Qiu Yan was thinking of going to wake up Ji Zhao, but he didn't expect Ji Zhao's voice to beat him to it. Let's go too. Otherwise things will fall into someone else's hands. I'm afraid. Qiu Yan then realized that Ji Zhao had woken up at some point. I'm sure all those people in front of me who were plotting loudly were also heard clearly. Okay, let's go. Qiu Yan drilled out and realized that Ji Zhao had changed into a diving suit at some point. The illusory poison flower demon and the golden winged mantis were also released by her. Qiu Yan returned to his own tent and took the wind cloud harvest, which had grown several times larger, back into his royal beast space. I'm also afraid that it would look a bit shocking if the growth rate was seen by people across the country. Since he didn't know exactly what it was like inside the Shuizhe treasure hall, Qiu Yan planned to let those people from Xiaoyang go in and explore before saying anything. After all, this secret realm hadn't been opened for 10 years, and what kind of spirit beasts and what kind of plants were in it were not known at all. And all that information and stuff from 10 years ago is basically no longer a reference today. Qiu Yan had originally thought of saying that he would ask Dr. Jean what exactly was going on in it. I didn't realize that the old man had never gone in at all, saying that the wetsuit didn't have his yardage, and that he waited in the middle of the base every time. This also left Qiu Yan speechless for a while before. Qiu Yan put on his diving suit and walked towards the entrance of the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Yui Ikari stayed in place, monitoring the situation in the room. There were basically 10 or so other students of Xiaoyang in this place. Such a number was a disadvantage for the two of them, so she had the illusory poison flower demon follow behind Qiu Yan, ready to release the toxin at any time. Stand still. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by our Summer Sun High School. If you want to go in, then you'll have to wait for the wave we went in first to come out before you can go in. Waiting for them to come out? Meaning, wait until they fill their royal beast space to the brim and let themselves go in to drink the soup and gnaw on the bones? Don't even think about it. Qiu Yan laughed coldly, finding it particularly absurd, and then spoke in a deep voice. I'm from Spring Rain High School. No offense, I just want to go in and get some watermind grass. If it's agreeable, I promise to take the watermind grass and leave. And those students from Xiaoyang High School on the opposite side opened their mouths to mock as if they had heard some kind of joke. No way. If you want to go in hard, then you shouldn't take the Imperial Beast examination either, or go back to farming. That's it. Don't pretend to be a big head. You should consider your own strength. How can a guy from Chunyu High School try to get on our good side? Don't even look at the results of last year's Imperial Beasts College entrance exam. Chunyu High School's promotion rate was just over 40, but our Xiaoyang had 80%. The cynicism of several people was very harsh. Having said that, it also means that the negotiations have broken down. Qiu Yan nodded toward the back. He had put on an oxygen mask beforehand, so he walked even more recklessly towards the entrance of the Water Zephyr treasure hall in front of him. Do you not understand human language? Do you mean you don't want to take the test anymore? Take another step forward and prepare to be eliminated. Seeing that Qiu Yan was unmoved, Those from Xiaoyang High School looked a bit disgruntled and summoned their respective spirit beasts almost instantly. Qiu Yan also raised an eyebrow when he saw this scene. Most of them were silver and gold bloodline spirit beasts, and there were even platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts. Such a lineup wasn't as bad as he thought. The bloodlines were moderate while none of the strengths were bad. Haruki Gobyo High School is considered an elite force. What the hell are you? You want to fight us all by yourself? How about this? If you give us the resources you've acquired up to now, we'll let you go. What do you think? After all, who's going to mess with their prospects? A small fat man with a contemptuous smile on his face slowly surrounded towards Qiu Yan. However, Qiu Yan turned his head to look at him and directly greeted him nonchalantly with a fist in the face. This also became the trigger for the engagement, and several people who were friends with Fatty instantly roared out in anger. Toast to the drink. Brothers, go. If you don't leave the resources you gained today, don't even think about leaving. Seeing that the dozen or so spirit beasts were about to pounce towards Qiu Yan, the illusory poison flower demon behind Qiu Yan moved. The pink flower bones all over his body opened up, and then he shook off a lot of pollen that had a paralyzing effect. These pollens kept spreading to those spirit beasts with the river wind. With the persistent inhalation, the bodies of all those spirit beasts clearly began to shake. Some of the spirit beasts with weaker bloodlines even fell to the ground with a thud. There are still smart people in Xiaoyang High School, and they immediately covered their mouths and noses and shouted, "Quickly retrieve your spirit beasts. The pollen in the air is poisonous." At those words, Qiu Yan secretly sighed. Since the illusory poison flower demon hadn't poisoned these people down, it could only take action itself and deprive these people of their exam qualifications. Flame Kirin, there's no need to hold back. Beat them all until they can't crawl. At this moment, a few sharp-eyed people from Xiaoyang High School then noticed the spirit beast and his master. Run fast. It's Chunyu's age first. Qiu Yan. Brothers, let's talk this over. Don't make a move. Ah! Chapter 123 Robbery. Please, Brother Qiu, have mercy. I'll go talk to Wan. Seeing this, that little fatty shivered and climbed up from the ground wanting to burrow towards the middle of the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Did I let you go? Qiu Yan's hand was quick and directly yanked on little fatty's undershirt, and even when little fatty's pair of thick legs flew backwards, he was never able to store in. Couldn't be helped that little fatty was only at the third black iron stage right now, and his cultivation was a long way off from Qiu Yan. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body will become. So even though little fatty was holding his face red, he couldn't escape Qiu Yan's hand. In the end, he simply did not have the decency to kneel like this, and fell at Qiu Yan's feet. Brother Qiu, don't eliminate me. I've got an old man and a young man. Who knows? While the people around him weren't paying attention, the little fatty even directly hugged Qiu Yan's thigh and turned back towards the crowd to shout, "Everyone, run quickly. This person is already under my control. Go in and get revenge on Brother Wan." Upon hearing this, the crowd basically ran towards the middle of the Water Zephyr treasure hall, except for those who were already lying on the ground. Qiu Yan. They went in. Ji Zhao anxiously opened his mouth, but looking at Qiu Yan's uncaring demeanor, he still swallowed the words that came to his lips. Qiu Yan stepped on that little fatty under his feet and carried two of Xiaoyang's students in his hands. At this time, looking at the crowd that drilled in one after another, there was not the slightest intention to stop them. Ikatsu came over from the distance at this time as well, with a puzzled look on his face. But before he could speak, he was again preempted by Qiu Yan. After all, this is a straight-up strong man's honor. Don't worry, when they come out, I'll make them spit out everything they got. After all, it's just an area that won't be here for long, and they always have a limited number of oxygen tanks. The entire Mizukawa treasure hall can be underwater. In less than an hour, they'll all come out good. Even for these three, they'll be back soon to retrieve it. Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed, taking off his mask in order to conserve oxygen. The two sat on the sidelines, and although people would occasionally pass by in the surroundings, they could no longer think of confrontation when they saw the mighty golden winged mantis or flame unicorn behind the two of them. Even if there were a few self-proclaimed powerful idiots who came over to provoke, they were all scared off by Qiu Yan with words like, "This is the territory of Xiaoyang Middle School. Those who don't want to be eliminated should get lost. Have you heard of our Wan Guolong boss's name? He's right in there," and so on. After all, Xiaoyang's reputation as the school with the highest advancement rate in Zhonghai City was still very useful. Moreover, next to Qiu Yan there were 3 other people who were tied up into dumplings, and they seemed to be very miserable. Soon there were 4 people drilling out from within the Water Zephyr treasure hall one after another. The time was even shorter than Qiu expected, and after waiting for roughly 20 minutes, these people actually sank their teeth into it. One of the taller students braced his mind and shouted towards Qiu Yan, "Hey, release our classmates now. Otherwise, when Brother Wan comes up later, he will designate that there is no good juice for you to eat. Who cares what you say in Qianliang, actually bullying the weak? Not a man." It was then that Qiu Yan stood up from a nearby rotting tree trunk, facing towards the few people in front of him. "Right? I'm a bully. What's wrong with that? Those who don't want to be eliminated now, hurry up and take out all the resources you got. Come on." As he spoke, Qiu Yan also stretched out his palms toward the several people, spreading his hands flat. You're a robber baron, right? This is robbery on your part. Is there any law? Is there any law? Although the 4 men were a bit afraid of Qiu Yan, they couldn't help but harden a few more points for a while when they thought that their boss was right behind them and would be arriving soon. "Rob, it's you who are robbing. Robbery. Get out what's valuable." Qiu Yan's decibel suddenly rose, directly giving the few people in front of him a fright. "Don't think we're afraid of you. Brothers, go. Watch out for the flower demon behind him." They summoned their respective spirit beasts one after another. As the large troop was still behind them, the 4 men had a great deal of bravado in their hearts. Heaven did not give birth to my Xiaoyang scholar, and the imperial beast is as long as the night. What's wrong with being first in your grade at Harumi Mikado High School? They're also in the top 50 of Zhang High School, so they may not be afraid of him. However, the reality is very cruel. Saw the flame Qilin, rushed out, 3 or 2 times to their spirit beasts all cleaned up. "Grass. Any more spirit beasts yet?" "No. No more." A few people were grief-stricken, although Qiu Yan stayed his hand and didn't behead their spirit beasts on the spot. However, it would take most of the day to fully regain battle power. It's the same as a broken pen in the middle of a cultural entrance exam. So what's the point of taking it? Think the invigilator can still lend them a spirit animal for the exam? Thinking of this, several people flew and took their spirit beasts back into the imperial beast space. The spirit beasts were already like this, nothing could happen to themselves. After all, once a candidate was fatally attacked, they would be immediately transported outside the secret realm. But a few people were still thinking too simply. A vine instantly drilled out from the land under their feet and directly wrapped around their ankles. As a result, the 4 of them directly fell on their asses, and they couldn't get rid of them for a while, so they could only watch as their bodies were dragged bit by bit to Qiu Yan's face. "Don't." The 4 of them were just like the small fat 3 from earlier, directly tied up solidly by the rattan man, and at most they could only act like maggots, constantly chrysalis on the ground. There were students constantly crawling out of the Water and Zephyr treasure hall, and some of them had a few water plants or something hooked on their legs, looking very wretched. When he saw the 7 students who were tied up next to Qiu Yanqi's mourning, he directly reddened his eyes. They can be good students who spend a lot of time together. Soul Taker, let them go. Come at me with anything. Him. After saying that, 11 spirit beasts attacked towards Qiu Yan from different directions. Even the Flamefire Qilin couldn't help but feel a burst of pressure at this moment. Qiu Yan knew that so many spirit beasts in front of him were definitely a not-so-small force, and it was really a bit difficult to pass without injury. Although the Flame Qilin was strong, these people in front of him were equally not weak. They were all the elites of the Xiaoyang Imperial Beast High School. At this moment, the golden-winged mantis also joined the battlefield, helping the Flamefire Qilin fend off the 2 spirit beasts' attacks. Even so, the Flame Qilin still had to face the 9 spirit beasts alone. Ow! The Flamefire Qilin's body was covered in flames, and it was as if it was going all out as it charged towards the 9 spirit beasts. Purple Moon! In just a flash, the purple moon appeared beside Qiu Yan's body, its dark purple scales shining with colorful patterns due to the reflected sunlight. The snake's mouth opened, and an arrow of electric light was radiated, accurately hitting the fastest rushing vine leopard. Bang! As soon as the vine leopard was struck, its body, which was even larger than the Flamefire Qilin, suddenly froze and tumbled on the ground directly due to the inertia of its forward charge. It took a while before it stopped, trembling madly, with gouts of black smoke. The vine leopard's imperial beastmasters looked horrified and looked around at their companions for empathy. Grass! Where is this spirit beast from? Didn't Qiu Yan only have one spirit beast? Where did this thunder spirit water snake come from? Bull. There's a thunder spirit water snake this big? It's a ING platinum level higher bloodline electric lightning thunder python. Chapter 124 The Universal Dragon. Qiu Yan always had a faint smile floating on his face, but after hearing the discussion from the opposite side of the room, the corner of his mouth ticked imperceptibly. Electric lightning thunder python? Sorry, but Purple Moon can continue to evolve, and it can get stronger. Purple Moon kept releasing electric light arrows. Each time the piercing electric light crossed, it could KO that spirit beast on the opposite side on the spot. Gradually, those Imperial Beastmasters on the opposite side began to feel that the situation was getting a bit bad. One after another, they called their spirit beasts back and took them back into the Imperial Beast space. Qiu Yan laughed in his heart as he took a look. Just now, he was mumbling something about friendship, bonds, or whatever to get the spirit beasts to charge over. But this is a wimp. However, the Flame Qilin didn't chase after it again to catch up with it. Once they actually start eliminating students from Zhang High School, it's basically a feud with the opposite side. Even Qiu Yan would find it tricky if it didn't end in death when the time came. After all, these weren't the 10,000 clans either, and blind enmity wasn't something Qiu Yan was willing to see. You're Qiu Yan, right? What's the point of bullying them? You're the number 1 in your grade at Chunyu Imperial Beast High School. A rather muffled voice rang out. Qiu Yan's gaze followed the sound and saw that Wang Guilong had climbed out of the Shui Zhe treasure hall at some point and was looking at himself with a smile. His muscles were outlined by the tight wetsuit as if they had been carefully sculpted, and when he walked down the street he belonged to the kind of muscular man who could scare a child to tears. No one would have thought that this kind of big fierce man was actually an Imperial Beastmaster, right? Qiu Yan secretly slandered, but his mouth was indeed unforgiving. Ha! Who told you minions not to let me in? And they were the ones who attacked me first, too. Ask, if I were an ordinary student, would they show mercy and not eliminate me? Qiu Yan's face was filled with disdain, and he was speechless at Wang Guilong's behavior of standing on the moral high ground and accusing himself right off the bat. Wang Guilong was choked by Qiu Yan, but his expression remained unchanged as he opened his mouth with a shameless smile. If you don't go in, will they still attack you? If it's because of you that so many of my brothers are disqualified from taking the exam, you're the one responsible for ruining their lives. At this moment, not only Ikazeo, but even the viewers in front of the TV were a bit angry. People Qiu Yan clearly negotiated in a good voice, but he didn't expect to be mocked somehow. Striking out was also purely an act of self-defense. Moreover, couldn't you see that Qiu Yan had already stayed his hand? This Wan Kwok Lung is really shameless. Grass. How shameless. Xiao Yan. Let the flame unicorn bite him to death. That's not right. Where did that spirit beast next to Xiao Yan come from? How come I've never heard him talk about it before? At this time, Qiu Haiba and Zhang Li were in front of the TV, high on melon seeds and enjoying the rare leisure, while staring intently at their own son in the middle of the TV. Inside a plain mansion, Old Li sat in a taiji chair and shook his head in an old-fashioned manner. Being human, he obviously saw something in the door. How is it that this kind of extremely high-quality spirit beast is all on this kid Qiu Yan? However, that kid across the street surnamed Wan isn't simple either. This kid looks arrogant and cocky though, even more shameless than my old man back then. But there's no trace of contempt and sinister color in its eyes. It's like it's deliberately provoking Qiu kid. You, who researched this live streaming thing. Interesting. Qiu Yan's side stared at Wan Guilong and spread his hands with full concern. So what? He was not so far gone as to let the other man's mere words cloud his mind. On the contrary, if Wan Guilong had been so arrogant outside, he would probably have been beaten to death a long time ago. Mostly faked. His family's background didn't seem to be very strong either, and he obviously didn't know about Qiu Yan's participation in Li Kunlun's luncheon. Seeing that he couldn't provoke Qiu Yan, Wan Guilong smiled helplessly. How about we go 1v1? I win, you release them. If you win, at your disposal. How about it? Qiu Yan sipped his teeth and nodded. Could be. At the same time Qiu Yan nodded, Wan Guilong summoned his spirit beast. Surprisingly, they were 3 platinum-level spirit beasts, and without exception, all of them were platinum advanced bloodlines. Qiu Yan remained unmoved by the battle in front of him and hooked his hand towards the opposite side of Wan Guilong, provocatively. Immediately afterward, One of the bird-like spirit beasts flew into the air with a lift of its wings and a loud, high-pitched chirp in its mouth. And the aura was revealed. It was clearly a black iron fifth-order spirit beast. The minions around him all spoke up in admiration. Worthy of Brother Wan. It's too powerful. I didn't expect the Ice Jade Luan bird to have been upgraded to the Black Iron 5th rank within these few days. Yeah, a week ago it was still a Black Iron 4th rank. This time Qiu Yen will definitely lose. Haha, Qiu Yen. Honestly, release them. Perhaps Brother Wan can still be lenient with you. The surrounding taunts continued to ring out, sharp and piercing sounds lingering in Qiu Yan's ears. But there was no ripple in his heart. If his previous self had faced such an enemy, he might have felt tricky. But now he was not afraid. This kind of confidence was not given to him by Stormcloud. Rather, it was his ability, bluff. Although flying spirit beasts were extremely fast and could dodge in the air, they were also capable of launching long-range attacks in the air. This was because long-range attacks always used up spiritual energy, and because flying spirit beasts didn't have high long-range damage, they couldn't sway the battle at all. The ultimate destination was still to swoop down from the high altitude and pull and wrestle with the spirit beasts on the ground. With extreme speed comes the inevitable disadvantage of containing little defense. What if we launch a bluff at this time? With just a split second of buffer time, the Flame Qilin or Purple Moon could give it extreme damage. So it was just a matter of being a little wary of that Ice Jade Luan's long-range attacks and then cleaning up at the end. Qiu Yen looked at the two spirit beasts next to him, and they were the famous Lava Giant Rhinoceros and Shadow Leopard. The Lava Giant Rhinoceros has great defense while also providing great impact. The Shadow Panther, on the other hand, surrounded the Lava Giant Rhinoceros, and once the Lava Giant Rhinoceros's charge gained effect, it could take away the seriously injured hostile spirit beasts like a ghost. Coupled with the Ice Jade Luan bird harassing from the side, it was simply a flawless combination. Qiu Yen smacked his lips, worthy of being the number one in Xiaoyang's grade. The spirit beast tactic was one set of tactics. If it was an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to beat this spirit beast configuration. But looking at Wan Guolong, he didn't look like a rich kid, which was strange. This set of configurations, even Ikamachi's dad didn't have the destiny to get it. Come and fight! The corner of Qiu Yan's mouth lifted up in a smile when he saw the battle-hardened Wan Guolong in front of him. It was true that there were not many people of one's age who could fight with one's own. Of course, only if you don't release the briquettes yourself. Okay, I'll figure out how to be at my disposal first. There was a hint of confidence in his voice. After all, Qiu Yen also wanted to see where the limits of the Purple Moon and the Flamefire Qilin were. Chapter 125, You, Qualified. Charge. Lava Giant Rhinoceros. Let him taste your power. As soon as the words fell, the Lava Giant Rhinoceros rushed out like a freight-heavy truck, frightening the crowd in front of it to avoid it, fearing that it would affect them. The Shadow Panther was wrapped in black mist, trying to conceal its figure underneath the Lava Giant Rhinoceros as much as possible, charging along with it. This allows you to approach the opposite spirit animal under its cover without any effort. Chirp! The light in front of the beak of the Ice Jade Luan bird in the sky was so bright that a small spell formation appeared, and many ice crystals were scattered down from the formation like ice rain. The Flamefire Qilin deftly dodged backward, dodging those ice crystals. However, those ice crystals were deeply knot into the ground in case they cut into the body. I'm afraid that they would not see blood on the spot. Purple Moon. Haste. Thundertooth. Leave that Lava Giant Rhinoceros to the Flamefire Qilin. It's no problem. Before the words fell, Purple Moon used the haste skill. The entire body was like an arrow off the string, shooting sharply towards the Shadow Leopard on the side. No one had expected that a snake-type spirit beast would be able to burst out with this kind of speed, and even Wan Guolong was taken aback. No way. Snake-type spirit beasts also have speed-type skills? It was too late to scrutinize, and he gave a big wave. Attack that snake! The Ice Jade Luan bird whistled shrilly and reversed direction, new ice crystals condensing in front of its beak. Just in the nick of time, the Flamefire Qilin violently opened its mouth and spewed out a spiraling pillar of fire. Flames and cold ice collided in midair, exploding into a sky of steam, and the entire venue was suddenly filled with white mist. As Akazu watched, he couldn't help but begin to feel a twinge of nervousness about the battle. Although the Purple Moon and the Flamefire Qilin were both at the Black Iron 6th rank, those other three spirit beasts were only at the Black Iron 5th rank. But having an extra spirit beast for nothing, or having less of such an offensive system, Qiu Yan was at a comparative disadvantage. Go boss! Exactly! We must avenge us and save them. For a while, there was a continuous stream of cheering on the field. At this moment, Qiu Yan was rather like a big villain. He was currently holding his arms and calmly observing the battle. As a beastmaster, what is needed is not only a passion to face the enemy, but also the ability to have a very calm judgment, timely adjustment of the spirit animal's position and means of attack, and so on. Everyone could see that Purple Moon and that shadow leopard were directly entangled together. The moment the snake teeth pierced the shadow leopard's hind legs, the shadow leopard reacted almost simultaneously, kicking its hind legs as if they were springs. Purple Moon was lifted out by this huge force, but twisted her body in the air and landed smoothly on the ground. It looked like Shadow Leopard's hasty strike didn't hurt Purple Moon. Purple Moon also only had her scales broken a little, and was currently staring at the distant Shadow Leopard with snake eyes. It seemed like an evenly matched battle, but the next reaction of the Shadow Leopard was one that blew everyone away. What's going on with Shadow Leopard? That's not right. How could the electric lightning thunder python have toxins? Miserable. In just a few breaths, the shadow leopard is starting to turn black. You're so stupid. The shadow leopard is black. For a while, there were countless murmurs. Although he couldn't see Shadow Leopard's face, he was able to see Wan Guolong's face. His entire face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and those large hands had quietly clenched up at some point. No one knows the physical condition of his spirit animal better than he does. This time, the shadow leopard had definitely been poisoned and had lost the ability to continue fighting. How? Still want to fight? Qiu Yan looked at the shadow leopard in front of him, not expecting such a battle formation to be dismantled just like that. In fact, the positioning of the assassin equivalent of the shadow leopard's own poison resistance is actually average. Purple Moon had only injected a very small amount of some toxins, and its body began to stagger, as if it was drunk and couldn't distinguish between east and west. Lava giant rhinoceros. Vulcan heavy armor. It looks like Wan Kwok Lung is getting ready to pike. The moment the command was released, the lava giant rhinoceros glowed even more brightly, as if it were magma, and lava like blood flowed within its black skin. It is no exaggeration to say that the temperature has reached 1,000 degrees of heat. As the lava giant rhinoceros radiated high temperatures, one of its sharp bull horns was aimed at the flamefire Qilin, and then it launched a charge. Because it was protected by magma-like body fluids all around its body, it caused Purple Moon to be unable to take part in this situation, and could only continue to use electric light arrows from the sidelines. Moreover, the lava giant rhinoceros had a strong defense, which basically yielded little results. It all comes down to the flame griffin. As he watched Wan Guolong pike, Qiu Yan also kept his respect for him. Sea of burning flames. Receiving the command, the flame Qilin released a thick pillar of light from its mouth, shooting towards the lava giant rhinoceros, the powerful high temperature swirling up the gale, directly impacting on the lava giant rhinoceros face. The hedge of the two forces set off a powerful might, and the crowd on the side couldn't withstand the heat, and they all moved and ran away towards the distance. The ice jade Luan bird was still trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack the flamefire Qilin, but for no apparent reason, his body shook. The flamefire Qilin in front of him steeply released an aura that was comparable to that of a gold-level cultivation retailer, which caused its flight to stall for a split second. Right at this moment, Purple Moon rewarded it with an electric arrow that directly hit the ice jade Luan bird. This kind of spirit beast's defense is not strong. This directly burnt and blackened to snap on the ground. And looking at the lava giant rhinoceros that was forcing its way through the light pillar and was currently retreating, Wan Guolong sighed and took a few steps forward, taking the shadow leopard and ice jade Luan bird back into the imperial beast space. It looks like the winners and losers have been split. Qiu Yan had a dangerous smile on his face as he stared tightly at Wan Guolong in front of him. Okay, I concede. Wan Guolong was also very awake at this time. Seeing that he was unbeatable, he obediently also took back his lava giant rhinoceros into the imperial beast space. At this time, their goal was to get good grades in the imperial beast examination, not to fight Qiu Yan to the death. Even if we put our lives on the line, what can we gain? Qiu Yan nodded. The last time I saw an opponent like Wan Guolong who knows what's coming was in the underground coliseum. Qiu Yan didn't hate such people. Yes, you're qualified. After the Imperial Beast's high school exams, come see me and join my Starfire squad. Upon hearing this, Wan Guolong, however, frowned. expressing his incomprehension of Qiu Yan's words. Starfire Squad? What does that mean? In short, it's the new program that Dragon Nation is supporting in the face of you, and I'm the captain. If you want to join Starfire Squad, you have to get my permission, understand? Wan Guolong wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Qiu Yan waving his hand. All right, let's leave the rest for now. Leave the watermined grass you obtained in the Water Zephyr treasure hall, and the others can leave, including a couple of the guys tied up over there. Qiu Yan did not have any emotion in his voice. However, when the others heard it, they were shaken. Qiu Yan was actually so generous that he didn't think to make things difficult for himself and the others even after they had mocked him so much earlier. In an instant, the few people who had opened their mouths to taunt Qiu Yan earlier all walked up to him, and one by one, they began to bow and apologize, and also took out a portion of the resources that each of them had harvested and handed them over to Qiu Yan. I'm not going to lie, we didn't find much water-mined weed when we went down there. You see, that's all we got in total. That's why we got out so quickly. With a bitter smile on his face, Wan Guolong waved his hand and a small pile of spirit grasses appeared in front of Qiu Yan. Chapter 126 Mysterious Statue. Are you saying that for such a large Shui Zhe treasure hall, there are just so many resources in it? Qiu Yan looked at Wan Guolong's appearance and didn't look like he was lying, asking what was on his mind. Yes, we were blocked by a boulder, so there was very little room to move around, and after half a day's scavenging, even the water plants growing in it were almost clean. Wan Guolong spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is not an empty statement." Qiu Yan knew that even if the dozen or so of them all went inside the Water Zephyr treasure hall, they would still have to be collected and recognized. It's kind of a bumper crop to harvest so much in 10 minutes. Okay, then you can go. After some negotiation, Qiu Yan and Wan Guolong exchanged contact information with each other. In Qiu Yan's narration, Wan Guolong began to understand the Starfire Squad, and he was naturally happy to join. The welfare benefits are even better than the welfare benefits of top colleges such as Huaqing University, Longhua University, and so on. Now it is also equivalent to half a foot has crossed into the college gate. Wan Guolong at this time is obviously in a good mood. Reaching out, he patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. So, Captain, we'll see you later. Aha! Qiu Yan nodded and watched these people go away. However, as Wan Guolong left, he also looked back at Qiu Yan. It always feels like it's going too well. A feeling of being on the wrong side of the law? Let's see if there's any water-mined weed. Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao crouched down at the same time, picking at the resources in front of them. After some inventory, Qiu Yan realized that there was pitifully little water-mined grass in it. Could it be that it was all gripped up by the snowbound divine sect? That doesn't look like it. Qiu Yan knows that those who are engaged in scientific research should understand the importance of sustainable development, and they can't dry up their fishing. So, is that all there is in total? Or is there something else going on? Qiu Yan put his equipment back on and prepared himself to head inside the Shui Zhe treasure hall to take a look around. As for the testimony of Wan Kwok Lung that he was blocked by a boulder, it is still necessary to go to the field to check it out. Qiu Yan, who had thought of going in by himself, looked back and saw that Ji Zhao had likewise put on his equipment and was jumping out of the water to prevent cramps from being caused by the water temperature being too low. You going too? Aha! What are you going to do? I'll just go down alone. I'll go too. You're going down there alone. What if something goes wrong? Qiu Yan expressed his speechlessness. What can go wrong with that? Those students of Xiaoyang have been around the inside twice. What danger can they encounter? I'll just go down and see if there's any pickups. Don't worry about it, just. I'll go down too. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Ji Zhao, Qiu Yan could only sigh. That's a really bad way to get $1 million. Still, Ikazu had helped him a lot along the way, so it was still useful. Thinking to say that he would just go in and stroll around for 10 minutes or so, and that nothing much could happen, Qiu Yan simply agreed. Qiu Yan put on his oxygen mask and drilled through the small door in front of him. You can see that it is dimly lit below. Qiu Yan could only take out a bead and put it by his side. This is the illuminated pearl that was shunted over from Honi's side during the time of the Celestial Rabbit Clan. Once infused with spiritual energy, it explodes with a rather powerful light. It's basically the equivalent of an LED light pretty much. Just as Qiu Yan injected his spiritual energy, the fish below instantly scattered in all directions and hid in the shadows. They can't receive bright light because they spend years in dimly lit waters. The only sound in the silence of the waters was the bubbling sound of the two men diving, which seemed extremely eerie. and the waters below are clearly not crystal clear. The aquatic plants or some mosses over here color the water a light green. As a result, visibility is but not very good either. Qiu Yen realized that the entire water Zephyr treasure hall was conical in shape, and the further down it went, the wider the space became. After circling around, apart from some water plants, there was basically no spirit grass to be seen. This also made Qiu Yen believe half of the news about Wan Guolong and the others again. The idea is that if you're here, you're here. Naturally, there was no reason to go back halfway, and Qiu Yen decided to continue downward. When he dived down to a distance of about 50 meters, Qiu Yen found a huge boulder in front of him, which just happened to block the way of the two of them. It seems that this is the location that Wan Guolong was talking about. Qiu Yen explored the surroundings and realized that this place didn't look like it was caused by nature. The surface of the boulder was covered with thick moss, but Qiu Yen gently wiped it with his hand, but revealed a more polished stone wall. That's odd. It's been closed for so long and it's still underwater, so it's obviously a man-made mark. Those people from Wan Kwok Lung did search the place all over. The only thing that hadn't been searched, I'm afraid, was the space beneath the giant stone slab. Qiu Yen nodded towards Ji Zhao, and then began to look around. Perhaps there would be some kind of mechanism or something that could open the stone wall. Turns out, after looking around, it's either a mound of dirt or moss. Qiu Yen sighed and was just about to go back when he found a stone in a corner. The stone seemed to have been sitting here for a long time, but its shape was quite slender, which made Qiu Yen unable to help but not be skeptical. He flipped his flippers and came to the rock. The surface was wiped down with a glove covered in rubber granules, revealing the more polished material underneath. This kind of material Qiu Yen is very familiar. It seems like he has seen it somewhere before. After he quickly wiped a few handfuls of the statue and wiped away all those water plants and mosses that had been entangled in it, the lower half of a woman's body suddenly appeared. Moreover, this kind of craftsmanship seemed to be exactly the same as the statue that Qiu Yen had found in the middle of the Snow Region Divine Sex warehouse. Qiu Yen didn't think about it in detail, it was purely driven by curiosity. He took out the statue of the goddess that only had the upper half of her body in the Imperial Beast space. There was no need for Qiu Yen to do it himself. That upper half of the statue slowly flew towards the lower half as if it was being pulled by something, and automatically spliced together, tightly. Previously, Ji Zhao had yet to see the statue, as Qiu Yen only woke up after subjecting it to the Imperial Beast space. So there was a hint of doubt in his eyes at this point. Boom! Suddenly, however, a violent sonic boom occurred on the opposite side of the stone wall, shaking the two men's eardrums raw. The next thing you know, slowly a passage opens up. Oddly enough, the water flow was isolated, while looking through the passage revealed something else below. Below is a dry environment and there is a platform just below the two men. But there seems to be some distance to that platform. How? Qiu Yen looked back at Akazu, his voice seeming a bit buzzed after traveling through the water currents. Go down and see. Ji Zhao then swam directly to Qiu Yan's side, and the two of them dug into the passageway together. Once inside, the two of them plummeted towards the bottom rapidly due to gravity. Golden winged mantis. Fortunately, Ji Zhao reacted faster and summoned the golden winged mantis, only to see the legs of the golden winged mantis stomping towards the ceiling, receiving the two people securely on top of their forelimbs, frantically flapping the golden wings behind them, before bringing the two people slowly to the ground. Ikatsuki took off his mask and looked around. A desolate scene. But there were still some traces of human habitation that could be seen. What is this place? Chapter 127, The Monster in the Mural. I don't know, but it's certain that this place must be related to the Snow Region Divine Sect. Qiu Yen similarly removed his mask and looked around, finding nothing. This place looks like an ordinary wasteland no matter how you look at it. But no matter where it was located or how it came in, it proved at all times that this place was extraordinary. Qiu Yen held up the illuminating pearl and kept searching around, hoping to find something extraordinary about this place. The entire space was cylindrical in shape, and the place was roughly the size of 2 soccer fields. The space was large and wide, and it took more than 10 minutes of walking to reach the border. Qiu Yen brought the illuminating pearl closer to the wall and realized that something was engraved on it. He patted the heavy dust on it and a mural came into view. There were several small figures and a monster carved into it, and a rather large spell on the ground, though the rest of the details of the spell were somewhat discernible due to the ravages of time. Qiu Yen noticed that the monster looked peculiar. Where it should have belonged to the head, there was a black mist growing, with a pair of red glowing eyes in it. Then the lower body was filled with tentacles that looked like octopuses with suction cups, sticking out from underwater as if asking for something. The mural as a whole looks very out of place. However, it could be seen that the little people looked very respectful to the monster, and there were some yellow objects among the plates held in their hands. I think it's the little people who are giving that monster a confession? Qiu Yan ran to another mural nearby. What he saw this time wasn't too different from the previous mural. However, he noticed that the little people all seemed to have a tiny thread of silk on each of them, the ends of which were attached to the one tentacle that the monster had extended. Are these people being controlled by that monster? Qiu Yan muttered. However, there was a new discovery on Ikea's side. Qiu Yan, come over here. There should be a spell formation carved into the ground over here. When Qiu Yan arrived next to her, he realized that the ground seemed to be covered with a thin layer of sand. He used his shoe to pivot a bit to the side, and realized that there was indeed a spell carved into the original ground. It was much like what he had seen among the murals. Qiu Yan felt that this was not a good place to be, and there was a creepy feeling in the entire building. Trying to run away but realizing there's no way to go back at the moment. Even if it was wind cloud harvest, its current size was not enough to carry the weight of two people in reverse. Even a slightly lighter weight Ikaru would probably be enough. It seems that it's just a matter of continuing to look for an exit here. After the two of them, Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao, cleared the dust from the entire ground. A complete spell formation appeared in front of the two of them. Qiu Yan, look at this spell formation, it looks like some sort of sacrifice type. The blood over there is faint, but still visible. I guess the people who were there should have died in a very miserable state, with blood splattered everywhere. Ikatsu said in a deep voice. He seemed to have imagined that scene and felt a chill down his back. You can still smell the faint stench of decay in the air as you breathe in and out. Hold your horses while I see what kind of story the murals around here really tell. Qiu Yan withdrew from the scope of this spell formation that took up almost half of the area and began to study the contents of the mural. For the sake of efficiency, he even summoned the Flamefire Qilin, and just rode his spirit beast around in front of all the murals as fast as he could. That's what it takes to get the full story. He then spoke slowly, recounting what he had seen. The monster on this mural should have descended from the side of the 10,000 races, and then been worshipped as a miracle by the people of this side. And the people of this side are regularly required to make offerings. Over time, a portion of the people became disgruntled and then rose up against the monsters. It turned out that some of them were controlled by monsters, and after that they started killing each other. But in the end, the human side won, and that monster couldn't be killed, so they had to use the FA formation to seal that monster here. That's how I understand it anyway. Don't you think? Qiu Yan analyzed what he saw to himself and turned back to him, only to see Ji Zhao staring at him. That look in his eyes was like he was about to fall into an ice cave, making Qiu Yan feel uncomfortable. Hey! Hey! Ikaru suddenly laughed. Only, at this point, the smile didn't carry a hint of amusement. It was more like the result of the activity of the facial muscle groups, as if it had been manipulated. Her entire body then twisted strangely, like a puppet being manipulated. Qiu Yan then realized that Ji Zhao had stood in the center of the spell formation at some point. $$ at. Ikazu suddenly started mumbling for no reason. Those tones in his mouth were similarly unintelligible even if Qiu was running the book of words and spirits. Suddenly, Ikazu's body swelled grotesquely, swelling into a ball in almost 2 seconds before gradually being engulfed by his own swollen flesh. What the? Qiu Yan merely hesitated for a moment, and Ji had long since turned into a monster in the middle of a mural, with his mouth still hissing continuously like a wild beast. Immediately after that, the spell formation under her feet began to emit an unearthly light, which was continuously channeled into her body through the eye of the formation in the center. This also caused Ji Zhao's body to become more and more massive, almost about to take up a third of this space. Before Qiu Yan could react, the monster stretched out its black tentacles and reached directly towards Qiu Yan. The speed was so fast that even Qiu Yan could only see a trace of a remnant shadow. Ow! The flaming griffin reacted quickly and sent a fireball towards that tentacle, which slowed it down for a split second. Carrying Qiu Yan, he leapt to the side and directly pulled away, just in time to avoid the slap. But the video equipment that followed Qiu Yan wasn't so lucky. It was slapped directly on top of the wall and became crumbs, crackling and falling to the ground, sending up black smoke. At the same time, Wind with a fishy odor came crashing down with the attack of the tentacles. Qiu Yan could never have imagined that the high and cool beauty beside him just now had turned into an ugly monster in the next moment. Not bothering to be indecisive, the flame Qilin directly blasted over with a sea of burning flames. This one hit just in the middle of the monster's chest cavity. It didn't break the defense, but it still revealed a small hole. The small hole only appeared for a moment, and then the blood and flesh grew like crazy, and in the blink of an eye that small hole was repaired and was as good as new. But in a short time, Qiu Yan saw a hand in it with a string of crystal bracelets. It's pool early. So, Ikazeo didn't turn into a monster, but was devoured by one? Qiu Yan's tightly furrowed brows gradually stretched. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Cinder, purple moon, flaming griffin, flaming wings. The flame-fire Qilin had flame-like wings sticking out from its back, which also made its forward rush faster. Carrying Qiu Yan, he kept dodging the tentacle slaps. At this moment, both Purple Moon and Cinderblock appeared in different directions, releasing their respective long-range attacks. The situation on Purple Moon's side was not optimistic. After all, the monster was huge, and it was difficult for the electric light arrows to be effective. Every time Purple Moon tried to inject her own 9 heavenly toxins, she would be forced to dodge again due to the tentacles coming at her. Cinderblock's side as well, its own tentacles having little effect against the monsters. After all, Cinderblock specialized in jabs, and each attack only left small, densely packed holes in the monster's skin before it healed again in the blink of an eye. This also gave Qiu Yan a headache. Because of the monster's sonorous slaps, the entire Mizusawa treasure hall began to shake violently, and debris would fall from the ceiling at any time. This also meant that Qiu Yan had to dodge the monster's attacks while keeping an eye out for the falling rocks on the ceiling. Chapter 128 Goddess of Fate, Amira, Purple Moon. Find a way to inject the 9 heavenly toxins, but make sure you're safe first. Cinderblock. Prioritize attacking the monster's head and lower body. Try not to attack the entire chest cavity, lest you hurt Ikazeo. Qiu Yan observed the situation and kept giving orders. Just as he was dodging the attacks, he wasn't idle, but took out a few bombs given by thunder from within the Imperial Beast space. As for why it wasn't detected when going through security, because of the existence of the 10,000 Elephant Shen book, it caused the Imperial Beast space to be covered in a layer of mist, and the bomb was lying so peacefully in the Imperial Beast space that even Qiu Yan had almost forgotten about it. My lord, times have changed. Qiu Yan pulled off the safety and threw it directly underneath the monster. After a silent count of 3 seconds, the bomb exploded. Bang! The violent explosions reverberated in this side of space, and even if he covered his ears, it nearly tore Qiu Yan's eardrums apart. The bombs looked good though. After the smoke cleared, most of the monster's body had been blown up, and was currently dripping dark black blood. With that, the flame unicorn rode the wave of victory. Sea of burning flames. In just an instant, the pillar of fiery red light blasted into the monster's chest cavity, and the entire majority of its chest was about to be torn apart by the flame Qilin. Since the monster was in intense pain, it was surprising that the flame Qilin was allowed to build up its power to the top at this time, which provided the sea of burning flame and fire with even more powerful killing power. Howl! The monster let out a violent howl. Qiu Yan took this opportunity and directly drove the flamefire Qilin to quickly approach the monster. At the same time that the flame Qilin jumped up, Qiu Yan also stood up from its body and climbed onto the monster's body in one long leap. However, the flame Qilin had no choice but to fall to the ground again in order to avoid the tentacles, leaving Qiu Yan alone to hang on to the monster's body like a cell phone chain. Although the monster was still shaking its body violently, Qiu Yan reached out and pulled out a small knife to its body and stuck it firmly with a forceful stab and twist. The monster tried several times but failed to shake Qiu Yan off. Qiu Yan quickly stabilized himself, and bit by bit, he climbed up to Jizeo. At this moment, most of Ikazeo's body was exposed, and his body was still covered in the monster's blood, and his entire body looked as if he had been salvaged from the middle of the asphalt. Qiu Yan turned the blade of the knife along the outside of Ikatsu's body and pulled her arm with a strong tug, only to find Ikatsu sunk deep inside the monster. It was firmly stuck by the monster's various flesh and blood vessels, and with its strong toughness, it was surprising that it couldn't be cut for a while. Cinder! Qiu Yan shouted, and the coal ball immediately understood Qiu Yan's meaning, and a few tentacles lightning-like stabbed into those flesh and blood around Jizeo's body. He grabbed both of Ikazu's arms and jumped downward, using the force of the fall to rip Ikazu out. The cinder block was extremely agile and reached out its tentacles again, instantly cutting off the last blood vessel that was connected to it. Bang! That thickest blood vessel snapped with a sound, and Qiu Yan wrapped Ji Zhao's slender waist towards the bottom and fell. Only seeing the flame Qilin see the right moment, it jumped once again, steadily catching Qiu Yan and the two of them, and after landing, it sped towards the border. Well done! Flaming unicorn! Qiu Yan even patted the flame Qilin's back when he had the time. This also caused the flame Qilin's emotions to rise and its running speed to increase a few more points. Just half a minute after Ikazu disengaged, the monster's body suddenly shrunk. For a moment, a gust of black mist rose from within the monster's body. Qiu Yan was also afraid that this black mist would cause any strange effects after inhaling it, so he immediately let the coal ball wrap around himself, pulled the oxygen mask and put it on his and Ji Zhao's faces, while the remaining two beasts were taken back into the Imperial Beast space by him. After a while, there was a sticky sound like popping around the room. The cinder block sensed that the black fog outside was dispersing, and its bodily fluids slowly contracted, releasing Qiu Yan. At this time, the high-hanging illuminating beads had already been extinguished, and the unknown was hidden in the darkness, causing Qiu Yan to get goosebumps. After he infused his spiritual energy to light up the illumination pearl again, he found that the monster from earlier had actually shrunk to more than 3 meters tall. But even so, the body was still very large, and it was no longer the same disgusting appearance as before, but legs had appeared. When he raised his head to look upwards again, Qiu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The previous monster had actually turned into a woman. It had light gray skin, but its face was no different from the statue at the entrance, and its body was even hotter than the statue. There was no clothing, but the key areas were shrouded in black mist. Brush! At this moment, it suddenly grew black feathers on its back, spilling some feathers. Moving her plump thighs, she was approaching Qiu Yan step by step. I don't know if it was Qiu Yan's illusion, but he suddenly saw the monster in front of him tickle the corners of his mouth and smile. The cinder block popped its tentacles straight up and stabbed at the monster head-on. Clang! A crunching sound like the clash of steel appeared, only to see the monster just lightly raise his arm and isolate Cinderblock's attack. This also caused Qiu Yan to cry out in his heart. However, the monster didn't harm Qiu Yan, but squatted down and gently stroked Qiu Yan's cheek with interest. Immediately afterward, surprisingly, he spat out human words. Gotcha, little guy. It wasn't quite what was expected, but it turned out well. After saying that, the monster is like a ripe young woman in general, covering the mouth giggle laughed in a flash of flavor. Even Qiu Yan was beginning to doubt his eyes. What do you want? Qiu Yan gently set Ji Zhao aside and then stood up. This but happened to lock eyes with the crouching monster. Let me tell you a story. Do you know the Sky Puppet Clan? At those words, Qiu Yan's heart shook. He hadn't guessed wrong. It was really from the side of the 10,000 clans. But since the 10,000 races have appeared here, wouldn't it be that the aura revival has started to descend to the blue star? It seems that this thing hid well and actually lived peacefully for more than 50 years. I know. Tell me, what do you want to get? Humph. Take it easy, little man. I am the god of fate, Amira, one of the 12 goddesses of order of the Sky Puppet Clan. Ever since your human bigwigs created the Holy Beast battlefield, you've been purging Blue Star. Although I am also strong, the Holy Beast battlefield weakens me from above. So with only a remnant of my soul left, I hid and waited for this opportunity. The monster that called itself Amira paused, and at that moment, it seemed to be very pleasurable, and even stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Right? You're the pawn for my return. Oh, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm going to refine you into a spirit puppet. Don't ever think about cutting yourself or anything, or I'll show you what real fear means. As soon as the words left her mouth, Amira transformed into a black mist, and when she reappeared, she was already standing in front of Akatsuki's body. In his hand, at some point, he was actually pinching a silk thread, and at the other end of the thread it was none other than Ji Zhao's brow. Qiu Yan's pupils suddenly shrunk. This corresponds exactly to what is on the mural. Haha, look nah. It's the destiny silk thread. It winds and flows through the void, entwining the knots of sorrow and destiny of all beings. No one can easily change destiny. Chapter 129, The Disappearing Thread of Fate. What does the thread of fate mean? Qiu Yan's expression was solemn as he stared tightly at Amira on the side. The amount of information contained in her short words was extremely large. Whether it was the spirit puppet or the thread of destiny that she was talking about, she could not understand it with her current knowledge base. However, Qiu Yan was able to extract a key piece of information. A wisp of a soul, the current Amira, a mere remnant of a soul, and it was still being suppressed by the holy beast battlefield? That doesn't seem unbeatable by the looks of it. Oh, everyone has their own destiny, including me. Guess what happens if I rip the thread of her destiny? Amira stared at Qiu Yan with a smile, and the slender hand that was pinching that silk thread slowly exerted force. Don't! Qiu Yan immediately bellowed out, like he was very scared. Seeing this, Amira laughed softly and let go of her hand again. It seemed that this Qiu Yan, too, was goods that could be easily taken. And the instruction given by fate is that you two will become my spirit puppets today. You guys stay here for now. Have a good time, yo. After saying that, Amira's entire body disappeared into a puddle of black water. Just as she left, the surrounding area was suddenly flooded with a thick black mist. Qiu Yan realized that the threads on Qi Zhao's brow had disappeared, but there was a trace of black gas that entered Qi Zhao's body as he breathed. It doesn't look like Ikamachi is in good shape. He reached into his pocket, felt a button, and pressed it hard. This is a distress device officially equipped by the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the device is pressed for 5 seconds, it will be automatically discarded, and the invigilator will be instantly teleported to the side due to the spell. But several minutes passed, and there was still no movement beside Qiu Yan. Want to ask for help? Don't dream. This place has been completely sealed off by me, and the field can't be lifted unless I die. Although Amira was not here, her voice constantly echoed in her ears, as if the two Qiu Yan were being monitored at all times. Qiu Yan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this claimed to be effective in all parts of the secret realm of water and zephyr? Before Qiu Yan could think of a way to break the situation, a warm body pressed up against him. What are you doing? Qiu Yan just tried to push Ji Zhao away, but it was like she was stuck to Qiu Yan. She couldn't shake her off. This also gave Qiu Yan a headache. What goddess of fate might as well be called the god of chimera? What is this? However, Qiu Yan seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Could it be that if they wanted to refine the two of them into spirit puppets, this was a necessary part? Qiu Yan didn't care to show mercy and directly slapped a big mouth on it. At the same time, his hands cupped Ikaru's shoulders and shook them hard. Wake thee up! Eh! Wake up! Pop! Qiu Yan was now in a state of urgency. If Ji Zhao didn't wake up, the two of them would be refined into spirit puppets. Apparently Amira also didn't expect Qiu Yan to be like this either. As a rule, but anyone who inhaled just a hint of the potion she had concocted would have their brain go down instantly, and then would only follow their animal instincts. Qiu Yan actually didn't have a problem at all and kept slapping Ji Zhaoyao's big mouth. Does he have an unusual physique? Or does he have some secret in him? You've had enough. Amira manifested herself as an entity next to the two, then twisted her hands lightly, once again pulling the thread of fate from Ikkyo's brow. Do as I say, or I'll kill her now. Qiu Yan changed his previous panicked expression and wore a cold smile on his face. Oh, you're lonely here, aren't you? It's very empty, isn't it? Want to go back to the Sky Puppet Clan? You wouldn't dare kill her. Amira was really about to go crazy with anger. Her entire body trembled violently, and her hand tried to pinch off Ikazu's thread of destiny several times. But every time she hesitated and then loosened her hand once again. Why? She growled frantically in her mind. Why was Qiu Yan, the little thief, able to resist the aphrodisiac she had personally concocted? For so many years, she had controlled those people of the Snow Region Divine Sect to help her collect the spiritual herbs around her for the sake of experimentation. It's basically all collected, and that's how it's been blended out. As a result, it had no effect on Qiu Yan. At the moment, Amira had the feeling of just missing the goal, but the shoe flew into the goal. She didn't know that in Qiu Yan's royal beast space, the 10,000 elements Shen Shu was floating in the center, still flickering with a faint light. How do you know I wouldn't dare? She threatened loudly, the force in her hands suddenly increasing. For a moment, an extremely pained look began to show on Ikazu's face. Whatever. I'm just here to take the test anyway. Once the 3 days are up, I will be forcibly rejected by the rules of the secret realm. Do you think that this pathetically weak domain of yours can fight against the rules of the entire secret realm? Qiu Yan had a roguish look on his face, and even moved the folding chair from within the royal beast space, eating chips while looking at Amira. It seemed as if the pool in front of him was inconsequential to Qiu Yan. Rats! With a flash, Amira arrived in front of Qiu Yan and tried to draw out Qiu Yan's thread of fate. But soon, a look of horror appeared on her face. Nope! Where's your thread of fate? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Why don't you have a thread of fate? Almost instantly, Amira no longer had the winning look she had before, and her entire body growled shrilly at Qiu Yan. Her hands suddenly became bigger, and as soon as she did, she grabbed Qiu Yan's body and lifted it high in the air. Why? Obviously half a month ago, I was able to peer into your thread of fate. The threads of fate between you and this woman clearly intersect. What on earth has happened to you within this half month? Qiu Yan frowned. In other words, half a month ago he had the thread of fate, but now he doesn't? What changes have produced themselves in half a month? Right? At that time, he had no evolutionary talent himself. It was only the next day that he himself swallowed the ice rain condensation flower, thus advancing into the book of words and spirits. Now that makes sense. The corner of Qiu Yan's mouth curled into a smile. It seems that you, the god of fate, can't seem to see my destiny. Shut up. Then in that case, there's no point in you living. Die for me. Amira's body erupted with powerful energy, and all that black blood around her converged on her body. It also made her presentable again. The hand she had grabbed Qiu Yan with had suddenly turned into what looked like an octopus-like tentacle once again, tightly wrapping itself around Qiu Yan's body. But soon, Amira froze. Qiu Yan, who had thought that it was as simple as crushing a mole cricket, why was his tentacle slow to deposit? And one is losing the touch of that tentacle. Only a terrifying coldness was seen emanating from by Qiu Yan's body, and then it looked like it had been frozen by something. The speed of this icing was spreading rapidly over his own being. Seeing Amira's puzzled look, Qiu Yan sneered. Polar blood wolves, out to work. Chapter 130, The Might of the Polar Blood Wolf. Ow! A vortex suddenly appeared beside Qiu Yan, and the polar blood wolf poked its head out of it, its mouth spreading with blood-colored cold air. Even if Amira was far away, she could feel the icy, bone-chilling temperature. What? A gold-level spirit beast? Amira was confused. That's completely unscientific, isn't it? There was actually a gold-ranked spirit beast in the black iron-ranked Imperial Beastmaster's Imperial Beast space. This was completely against the iron rules of the Imperial Beastmasters, and he was actually able to contract spirit beasts of gold-level cultivation. Amira didn't realize that Qiu Yan was just trying to rely on the pathetically weak agreement between himself and the polar blood wolves to Jedi turn the tide. Kid, let me strike at least 20 demon spider eggs. Mark it. The polar blood wolf roared, its figure drilling out of the Imperial Beast space completely, its blood-colored fur standing on end as it lifted its limbs and charged towards Amira. I'm a king-level powerhouse. Would I still be afraid of a golden spirit beast like you? Amira's 7 or 8 meters tall. Even her voice carried an intimidating tinge, and she resolutely disconnected her icy tentacle. Such a move also just suppressed the ice crystals from spreading to his own body. Qiu Yan therefore also fell to the ground with a snap, but soon broke free with the help of the 3 spirit beasts and regained his freedom. He stood up and snorted, though there was more than a hint of playfulness in his voice. So what? The current you is just a remnant of a soul. Wolf, I've got 5 more demon spider eggs. As soon as his words fell, blood-colored ice crystals began to condense under the forward-charging feet of the polar blood wolf, and their speed grew faster and faster. So much so that a blood-colored cold aura began to appear throughout the space. Qiu Yan's naked eyes could then only see a scarlet shadow of light that was shooting sharply towards Amira. It also gave him some heartburn. It was fortunate that he and Suiyu did not fight hard with the polar blood wolf at that time. Otherwise it would not be a black iron plus a silver that could handle it anyway. Amira was still trying to resist when a tentacle slapped the polar blood wolf on the back. Bang! It clearly felt like his tentacles were being hindered without attacking the solid kind of touch. It wasn't until she moved her tentacles away that she realized that a blood-colored ice shield seemed to have appeared above the polar blood wolf, followed by her tentacles coming out in unison. The result was either nimbly dodged or resisted by that blood-colored ice shield. Emila's attacks were never effective. In fact, Amira was very strong, at least at the gold level. But she had the bad luck of running into the polar blood wolf. The polar blood wolf was a dual attribute spirit beast of blood and ice, and its greatest characteristic was its ability to cause blood to coagulate. In other words, abolishing Amira's regeneration ability completely. Now Amira's body was not like the past, but was a body that had been condensed from years of collected flesh and blood. Then using Ikkyo's body as a medium, this escaped the suppression formation and ran out. So once the polar blood wolf uses the blood clotting trait, it basically loses control. No! Amira whistled in despair as the polar blood wolf had closed in on her. She's not happy about it. From the time she hid in the secret realm of water and Zephyr 50 years ago, she had begun to plan her return. As long as the two were refined into spirit puppets, the plan could begin. Blend into the sacred beast battlefield and use the method he knew to open the passageway and return to the heavenly puppet race. Spirit puppet was a secret technique possessed by the Sky Puppet Clan. The body of the heavenly puppet race was weak, and most of them had to rely on the bodies of foreigners in order to survive, commonly known as parasitism. But even after parasitizing, you can only temporarily manipulate this body. This is because once the parasitization is successful, it will result in the immediate death of the original owner of the body. This also means that future growth is almost nil. If you just want to parasitize, then you can have as many of these bodies as you want. For example, if Qiu Yan was parasitized, then Qiu Yan would die immediately, and his cultivation would be forever fixed at the 6th order of black iron, never to be stored again. This kind of cultivation was absolutely unable to enter the sacred beast battlefield. And what Amira wanted was to refine spirit puppets. Spirit puppet has another name, which is taking away the body, completely occupying the entirety of both Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao. Includes everything from sentinel talents, spirit animals, memories, and future developments. As long as she relied on her own experience and knowledge, reaching the minimum threshold to enter the sacred beast battlefield, the silver level was as simple as drinking water. However, if you want to refine spirit puppets, you must act when the Fae are copulating until their brains go blank. And there must not be any damage to the bodies of the two, or they would be unable to carry her soul. But your own plan seems to have failed. Thinking about this, the last vestige of illusion in Amira's mind was shattered. It's the only chance left. If the power she possessed now wanted to peek into the river of fate, it was basically already impossible. She had given everything she had to this project. I'm not happy about it, only to see the polar blood wolf's mouth light up and spit out a blood-colored vortex. With a biting gale, it impacted Amira's body. Gradually, Amira's massive body began to quickly appear as a blood-colored frost, then gradually turned into ice crystals. It looked like the life had completely faded. Qiu Yan at this moment was keenly aware that a streak of flesh and blood was slowly writhing behind the massive ice sculpture, and was drilling towards the bottom of the spell. Purple moon. Flame fire unicorn. Following Qiu Yan's line of sight, the two spirit beasts simultaneously flung away a long-range attack. Squeak! Only after hearing that miserable scream did Qiu Yan put his heart down. Wolf is awesome. Come back soon, extra food for you. Right after Amira's soul was destroyed and she was too dead to be seen, Ikkyo woke up. At this moment, there was a blank look on his face, as if he had just woken up after a hangover. Where am I? His face hurts, and so does my body. Qiu Yan, what's wrong with me? Ikaru's face was white, but both cheeks were swollen. It turned even her original melon face into a round one. Just now you were possessed by the goddess of the celestial puppet clan, and I just got you back. Qiu Yan snorted and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After all, he himself had just laid a heavy hand on Ikkyo to get him to wake up a bit. But that's something that can't be said. Ikazu suddenly screamed and flew to cover himself. A hostile face glared at Qiu Yan. Her body was completely wrapped in black blood earlier, and Qiu Yan hadn't cared. It turned out that her wetsuit had long since dissolved into slag, leaving most of her body exposed. Ahem. Clothes for you. Qiu sniffled and turned his back with a red face, dropping a new wetsuit. At that moment, he realized that the ground below him had broken up quite a bit due to Amira's previous actions. The entire phalanx was destroyed. It also reveals another room below. I'll go down and check it out first, and you'll follow. Qiu Yan jumped with a long leap without much careful thought, partly to leave Ikaru some privacy, and partly because Emila was now dead through and through. The room below is mostly free of any danger. Chapter 131. The pot is full of money. Pop! Since the distance between the two layers was not that far, Chiu Yen just slightly bent his knees and defused most of the impact. So it looks like this is Amira's lab? The ceiling here is inlaid with bright flint and produces enough light to see the room's displays as well. Chiu Yen looked around and realized that there were bottles and jars everywhere, and there was also a hint of a putrid smell if anything. Suddenly, Chiu Yen spotted a corpse from the side. It looked as if it had been dead for a long time, and its body looked as if it had been air-dried. According to Chiu Yan's judgment, this senior, who was no longer recognizable as a man or a woman, had been dead for 30 to 40 years. Pop! Ikkyu entered here as well. At first, the sight of the body was also startling, but next came an extreme interest in the space below this one. At this moment, a small room next to them was the one that attracted the attention of the two. Wait here. I'll open the door. Chiu Yen slowly approached the small door. The entire door was made of wood with a rusty wire mesh set in as a doorknob. Naturally, there are no door locks or anything. Squeak! As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by boxes and boxes of supplies. By the looks of it, it should be left behind by that Emila just now? Chiu Yen didn't let his mind be swept away by the huge amount of resources, and remained wary, taking one step at a time as he wandered around inside the room. After making sure that the room was safe, Chiu Yen then greeted Jizeo and entered the room. Wow, that's a lot of water mined weed. Ikazu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, his mouth forming an O shape. The water-mined grass, which was very treasured in the outside world, was at the moment just like a weed casually thrown on the ground. It's also quite understandable. Water-mined weed grows right out there. Although it was unknown how Emila had slipped out to collect it, it was thought that it should have possessed the corpse that Chiu Yen and the others had seen earlier. But it also just goes to show that there are other exits here. That's a good thing. Chiu Yen searched around the place, only for a strange plant to catch his attention. This is starlight grass. At this moment, Chiu Yan's hands were trembling a bit. The cherished spirit herb that could not be found in the outside world was surprisingly found here. With the starlight grass, wouldn't it be possible for him to follow the method given by the 10,000 Elements Shen book and allow himself to cultivate the body forging method? Thinking of this, Chiu Yen almost jumped for joy. They are both very well distributed. As long as it was a herb that Chiu Yen couldn't use, it basically went to G early. It also made her Imperial Beast Space stuff to the brim. He really couldn't put it down, so he put it in Chiu Yan's Royal Beast Space. Thought this one was quite rewarding. While Chiu Yen was calculating how much money he could sell the other spirit herbs for, he didn't expect that the Wanxiang Xian Shu would start devouring itself again. It also made him give a bitter laugh. After all, one's greatest reliance was the Wanxiang Xian book. Even if one devoured more spirit grass, as long as one couldn't use it, one wouldn't be heartbroken is all. After scouring the place, Chiu Yen walked up to a doorway the size of a dog hole. He put on his oxygen mask again just to be on the safe side. Just after the two entered the passageway one after the other, the body in the exterior room hooked a finger. Hey, wait a minute. I'll go back and check. Chiu Yen seemed to think of something. The body outside haunted him, and seemed to have been tormented by Amira for a long time as well. From the clothes it was wearing, it looked like it should be an innocent person as well. Chiu Yen really couldn't see him exposed to the wilderness like this, and immediately returned to his room. Hey! Seniors, go all the way. Flaming Kirin. After saying that, the flame Qilin spewed out super high temperature flames from its mouth, mildly impacting the body of the corpse. Ah! As a result, it burned, but there were screams from among the corpses. This also gave Chiu Yen a fright, but right after the bodies burned and became a fine powder, the screams then stopped. If she was still alive, I'm sure Amira was wronged at this point, as the outside world is full of searches and hunts for the 10,000 clans. Chiu Yen just settled Emila so sparingly, and Amira is only really dead now. After the two of them crawled down the passageway to the outside, it was indeed, as Chiu Yen had expected, a body of water. Right after the two poked out of the water, an invigilator rode a flying spirit beast close to the two. You two were the ones who pushed the Mayday button? According to the rules, you two are going out with me. Any objections? If there's an objection you can mention it, like a false touch or something. Chiu Yen took off his mask and pushed Ikazeo in front of himself. No more teacher. Go ahead and pull her up. Good. The flying spirit beast then pulled both of them onto its back. The invigilator held a compass in his hand, and a spatial rift appeared in the air 60 meters above the ground. The flying spirit beast then carried the two of them headlong into the middle of the spatial rift. At this point, more than 2 days had passed since the exam. Therefore, there were many parents gathered outside the twin life mystery realm. Quick look. A student has left the exam room early. I hope it's not my boy. Stay a little longer and maybe the score will be higher. Saw it. It's a man and a woman. After the flying spirit beast placed Qiu Yan and the two of them on the ground, the invigilator and the surrounding colleagues greeted each other and set up the flying spirit beast before once again drilling into the water swamp mystic realm. Qiu Yan couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and read the stars. It's now about 5 a.m. the next morning. According to the weather forecast, it looks like a very starry night. It also made him look happy. There is also no way to verify the video equipment of the two men as it was all destroyed. The invigilator outside the arena then brought the two men into the room separately and told them to bring out all of their gains from this time. Soon, the invigilator's gaze changed from scrutiny to shock. In order to avoid going overboard, Qiu Yan only took a small portion out. But even so, the invigilator was surprised. Qiu Yan's harvest alone was going to be more than all those students who came out early combined. It seemed that he felt something suspicious and suspected Qiu Yan of cheating. He immediately reported it to the top, but the instructions from the top were to leave it alone. This is somewhat intriguing. Teacher, can I go now? Can. Put these away. That's a perk for you candidates. You've done well. I'm looking forward to your performance when you get to the top of the Holy Beast battlefield in the future. Nodding with the invigilator with a respectful attitude, Qiu Yan turned around and went out of the aspect. At this time, there was a group of people waiting outside the door early. At the head of the group was Ji Shouwen. He greeted him with a smile, just as Qiu Yan and the two of them came out just now. His own bodyguard notified him that Missy and Qiu Yan had returned, so he couldn't wait to get out of the middle of the hotel where he was staying. Well, looks like a good haul this time. Huh? Got it. Qiu Yan smiled and nodded, but did not speak. After all, this is a public place and you can't reveal too much. After Ji Zhao ran out with a happy face, Qiu Yan declined Ji Shouwen's banquet invitation and pulled out his cell phone to book a hotel. Now he just wanted to go back and take a nice shower. Ji Shouwen waved his hand, unable to contain his joy. You're going to a hotel? Don't. I've already arranged a hotel for you. It's in that building. State my name. The whole hotel is mine. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan smiled helplessly, said goodbye to a few people and went in to check in. Coming inside the presidential suite, Qiu Yan took out his cell phone and sent a message to his dad and mom. As a result, he cried and laughed at his father and mother to see the TV set for a long time without their own picture. Feeling bored, even went back to work overtime. Chapter 132 Infrastructure Maniac. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Qiu Yan dried himself and lay down naked. Holding his cell phone, after sending a message to Wang Teng and Lin Yuqing, he began to check the real-time news of the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days. Because the martial arts exam was almost over, although Qiu Yan was not taking the exam, he was still curious about the counseling in this area. Ding dong. Pop-up window popped up on my phone. Qiu Yan took a look and it turned out to be Wang Teng. Qiu Yan, you're out so early? Aren't you going to stay in the water swamp mystic realm for a bit longer? I've watched the video of you in it ow. Can't even spare the cinder block. It's obviously watered down. Seeing the message from the other party, Qiu Yan heatedly smiled. No, cinder blocks put out, that's not bullying people? How did you do on the test? Average. Then naturally, he's the #1 in Zhonghai City's martial arts examination. But I've identified a few Starfire squad members for this martial arts exam. How about you? Qiu Yan then remembered that he hadn't added Wan Guolong yet. With that, he hurriedly cut out and sent a friend request to Wan Guolong. Wang Teng sent another message at this time. Dude, let's go out for the night. All the activities dude arranged. Okay. I'll take a nap, sleepy. Qiu Yan extinguished his cell phone screen and sank his mind into the royal beast space. It's just that somehow, it doesn't feel quite the same as entering the imperial beast space in the past. Because this time it was no longer a transparent body of consciousness, but an entity. Qiu Yan also deliberately pinched his little handsome face, and the touch was just like the real thing. On the side of the lawn, his 4 spirit beasts are chasing and playing on the ground, seems to have a good relationship, and there is no workplace bullying this kind of situation. This was doubly comforting to Qiu Yan. The polar blood wolf, on the other hand, was lazily lying on the side, chewing on the demon spider eggs in its mouth. Afterward, Qiu Yan's line of sight glanced and saw that the open space on the side was filled with spirit grasses. This is what's going on. Qiu Yan turned around and arrived on top of the open space filled with spirit grass. These spirit grasses didn't look like they were illusory either. He squatted down and gripped a handful and brought it to his mouth to chew on. Feeling the tangible medicinal power, Qiu Yan amazingly realized this was the real deal spirit herb, and, in the distance, there seemed to be someone moving around in the clearing. What's this? Qiu Yan couldn't help but burst out. When did a person appear in the middle of one's imperial beast space? It was known that no one could enter the imperial beast space, which would lead to the collapse of the imperial beast space. Since he was the master of the entire imperial beast space itself, Qiu Yan arrived in front of the man with a flash in front of him. What is this? Why are you here? Little friend Qiu, we meet again. The one who was burying his head in the medicinal garden was an old man who now raised his head and looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. This moment caused Qiu Yan's entire brain to go down. Oh, don't be surprised. As an item-type talent, the Wanxiang Xianshu naturally possesses an artifact spirit. Old me is just the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Elements Shen book. Qiu Yan then remembered. The voice seemed very familiar, having been heard ages ago. It was like that time when Cinderblock attacked, or when he contracted the Flamefire Unicorn again, this voice had appeared. He turned his head to look at the book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries. At this moment, the Wanxiang Shen book was still in its usual state, floating continuously. No wonder it always feels as if the Wanxiang Shen Shu possesses self-consciousness, and can also devour spiritual herbs and medicines on its own, and knows to sift through what works for me. Qiu Yan this time all figured out the problem that had puzzled him for a long time. And what do I call you? Well, I was originally born in the Wanxiang Shen Shu. There is no name. How about you give me one? The old man replied as he looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. After a moment of silence, Qiu Yan then spoke again. How about you take my last name and call yourself Qiu Wuji? It's better to call you Qiu Lao from now on. I feel that calling you by your name is a bit less respectful. As if sensing the entanglement in Qiu Yan's mind, the old man in front of him unexpectedly transformed into a graceful woman. Every smile and knit exudes its own charm. Qiu Yan was startled again. Qiu Wuji shook his head. Don't panic. I'm originally an artifact spirit. My appearance is just virtual. What do you want me to become? Her voice was beautiful, simply better than any woman Qiu Yan had ever seen, and the looks were almost as if they had grown on Qiu Yan's aesthetic. How Qiu Yan looked awkward. He quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Why don't you just become youth-like? Just be similar to me. Good. Qiu Wuji's appearance changed again, becoming a man who bore some resemblance to Wang Tang, but with more distinct facial angles. Dressed in the clothing of the ancients before the revival of the aura, he looked surprisingly like an immortal cultivator out of the world. Qiu Yan looked at the ground and then at Qiu Wuji in front of him, his mind somewhat spinning. So, you're here to help me take care of this clearing? Yes. All the spiritual plants and herbs that my essence devours will produce seeds, and the light of my essence can accelerate the growth of spirit beasts or spirit plants. After learning this news, Qiu Yan was practically swooning with excitement. I didn't expect that after not coming to the Imperial Beast space for a few days, I had prepared such a big surprise for myself. Black Iron Grade Royal Beast Space can grow spiritual grass? I'm afraid no one would believe it even if they said it. It was recorded in the canonical books that unless one's cultivation had reached the diamond level or above, the Imperial Beast space was just an ordinary space. There was no sun or moon here, and it provided absolutely no conditions for the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. I didn't realize that the book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries was so powerful. Is this still his own royal beast space? This is clearly a fully automated spirit herb breeding base. Immediately after, Qiu Yan looked towards the side and surprisingly realized that a lake had appeared in his royal beast space. What's the situation? A lake appeared in the space of the imperial beast. To be honest, Qiu Yan seemed to have an urge to roar inside. However, he had seen a lot of strange things today, and Qiu Yan quickly calmed down. Qiu Wuji, you plant it first, haha. I'm going around. Qiu Yan's mind moved and immediately appeared at the edge of the water. He leaned down, and beneath the clear water, the same spirit grass and plants grew. Many of them were the ones he had previously found in the secret realm of the water swamp. With a glance, Chiu Yen realized that the carpets and whatnot he had gotten back from the Aodong City Lord's mansion were still piled up in the corner. The mind was set on its own infrastructural endeavors. Sure enough, engaging in infrastructure is hidden in the bloodline of every dragon nation. After a few hours of remodeling, Chiu Yen divided the Imperial Beast space into several areas, such as the spirit animal area, the planting area, the leisure area, the utility room, and so on. After this flurry of messing around, Chiu Yen had really wasted quite a bit of effort to put the entire Imperial Beast space in order. Hey! Nice, that's awesome. Just a moment after it ended, Chiu Yen's mind suddenly relaxed and he drifted off to sleep. Ding dong! Chiu Yen opened his eyes once again. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was now 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was Lin Yuqing who sent the message. Chiu Yen, you came out? It's too hard in the storm mystery realm this time. And so many wind attribute mutated spirit beasts. It's a good thing we went in as a whole team. What about you? Chiu Yen smiled, rubbed his eyes, and sat up from the bed. I'm okay. Where are you? Young Master Wang Tang is inviting us to dinner tonight. Shall we go together? Huh. But the day after tomorrow is the day my grandmother has her surgery. It's fine. I've taken care of everything over there. I've hired the most professional team of caregivers in Zhonghai, 7 or 8 people surrounding your grandmother. So don't worry. Huh. Okay then. I'm in the hotel room we had before. I'm packing. Okay. Wait for me. I'll get you. Chiu Yen got up and changed into a fresh and clean set of clothes, and then after making sure that nothing was left behind in the room, he brought the door to the room with him. Chapter 133 Damaged Sky-High Dresses. Chiu Yen arrived at the door of Lin Yuqing's hotel room with his previous memories, and at this time, the door of the room was hidden, and the sound of things being packed up in it could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. Chiu Yen knocked on the door of the room and then pulled it open. Yo! He waved towards Lin Yuqing, who was packing her bags. Lin Yuqing took the time to look back and smiled sweetly towards Chiu Yen. However, what Chiu Yen didn't expect was that Lin Yuqing wasn't the only one in the room either. There was also Lin Yuqing's best friend that he had seen earlier at the entrance of the Twin Lives Mystic Realm. Hello. Chiu Yen was the first to open his mouth, but Meng Yuxuan had a self-congratulatory look about her, smiling and extending her hand towards Chiu Yen. Hello. My name is Meng Yuxuan. You're Lin Yuqing's little boyfriend, right? Not bad looking. Have you two had a mouthful yet? Huh. Even Chiu Yen was a bit confused by this question. This woman in front of me is also a little too raw. Opening is this kind of question? Rain, what are you talking about? Lin Yuqing walked over without any good humor and hammered her fist towards Meng Yuxuan. Seeing this, Meng Yuxuan pretended to be in pain, frowned and rolled onto the bed with an "you." This move also caused Lin Yuqing to blankly stare, and with a blushing face smiling awkwardly towards Chiu Yen, she continued to start packing her bags. This was because her Imperial Beast space was indeed rather limited. It also leads to the fact that you obviously bring a lot of stuff and end up leaving it in the middle of the hotel when you can't fit it all in. You end up with a big bag that you have to carry and bring back. Chiu Yen couldn't look on, and with a wave of his hand, he directly packed up all those miscellaneous items and put them into his royal beast space. There's plenty of room anyway. Yuqing, let me take you to buy a dress. Chiu Yen thought about it and came clean, but for fear of hurting Lin Yuqing's pride, he tangled for half a day before saying it. Huh. Lin Yuqing's movements of packing up her things froze, and for a while her brain was very confused. Why did Chiu Yen suddenly tell himself this? Is it because he thinks he has no money, no taste in clothes, and is nothing compared to that Ikazumi? Although she hadn't officially gotten together with Chiu Yen yet, she was mentally prepared. Why does that sound so unappealing? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's eyes were a little red. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. Isn't Wang Tang going to have a celebration banquet tonight? I'm going to buy a suit later too. I can't lose his face. Chiu Yen, who noticed Lin Yuqing's mood was off, hurriedly explained. Lin Yuqing colored a bit better this time. After packing up, Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing took a car and went straight to the Zhonghai IFC Center. Of course, Meng Yuxuan, on the other hand, was sidetracked by Lin Yuqing for a reason. After all, with Meng Yuxuan around to go shopping, who knows what other shocking words that little mouth of hers could speak. As soon as they got off the bus, Chiu Yen went straight to the front door with Lin Yuqing. However, standing at the door, Lin Yuqing looked at Chiu Yen timidly, somewhat afraid to go in. Who doesn't know that Zhonghai IFC is the most luxurious realm in all of Zhonghai? Many of the world's biggest brands are gathered inside, and I'm afraid that any t-shirt will cost thousands of dollars, and any jacket will cost tens of thousands of dollars. She tugged at Qiu Yan's coat and stammered. Why don't we go to another place? It's so expensive here. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and directly pulled her in. What I didn't realize was that this was met with blank stares from the two security guards. Little brother, clothes aren't cheap here. Yeah. There's another street next door that still has some signs in it. No, I can afford it. Qiu Yan didn't say much, but pulled Lin Yuqing straight into IFC. Right after the two of them left, the two security guards were still not hiding the look of disdain in their eyes. Dressed in a ground-up suit and pretending to be posh in front of the little girls. Yes, 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 it's just like treating us like cuties. We warned him, and now he's giving us the runaround. Humph, this kind of tactic is just enough to fool a little girl. What would you like to see, sir? In the middle of the Burberry store, the counter clerk asked somewhat tentatively. Looking at the two, they were dressed like normal high school students. Since there's no class today, it's probably just after the entrance exam. It looks like it's taking money from parents and coming to the store to get a prom line. That's understandable. If you want to buy clothes, you can take a look at this row of ready-made clothes. And if they don't fit, we have a tailor here who can help you change them on the spot. Without looking down on the two, the teller hastened to greet them warmly. Aha! Qiu Yan casually took a dress and checked it towards Lin Yuqing's body. This one fits you. Go try it on? Lin Yuqing was startled after glancing at the hang tag on it. 98,888. It made her wonder for a moment if she had misread the price. Oh, okay. Seeing the eyes of the teller next to her, Lin Yuqing was also afraid of losing face to Qiu Yan, so she just drilled her way in. A few minutes later, Lin Yuqing poked her head out, her pretty face slightly red, hesitant to come out, because the clothes Qiu Yan picked out for her seemed a bit revealing. A little bend in the road reveals your career line, and the skirt was also very short, so even if Lin Yuqing tugged it down as much as she could, it wasn't enough to cover it. However, under Qiu Yan's urging, Lin Yuqing slowly walked out from behind the door. Under the bright lights, it set off Lin Yuqing like a little princess. Even the teller next to him couldn't help but stare. Does this girl even look this good without makeup? Gee. Nice, it really suits you. Qiu Yan almost looked straight in the eyes, thinking that the teller was still next to him, and got serious again. You stand over here a little? Oh, prickly. An awkward scene occurred. The hem of her skirt, somehow, actually hooked onto the doorknob, and Lin Yuqing almost fell over. The quality of the dress didn't seem to be online though. It had a rip right through it. Lin Yuqing looked back at the cloth still hanging on the handle in a daze, and for a moment she was a bit at a loss for words. Sir, it seems that if you damage clothing, you have to pay the price. The teller freaked out too. It wouldn't have mattered if I had just tried on the clothes. But the point is that the dress is now torn, and it certainly won't work if it's mended and sold to the next customer. She is now most afraid of the two behind the unreasonable parents to come to the store to mess around, blaming everything on the store facilities, refusing to pay compensation. In that case, even though you don't have to pay for the whole dress, you will face a fine. It's okay. I can still afford a $100,000 dress. Qiu Yan said indifferently. That unperturbed look felt a bit unbelievable even to the teller who had read a lot of people. Was the plainly dressed teenager in front of him sure he wasn't just puffing up his face, but actually had a lot of money? Chapter 134 Starfire Team's First Meeting. Get another one. What do you think of this set? Qiu Yan brought another clean white skirt from the side and walked over to Lin Yuqing. This one has no extra designs and is more simple compared to the previous dress. But the fit is definitely figure-flattering. Lin Yuqing beamed her little mouth and looked at Qiu Yan with an aggrieved face, her eyes red again. It was actually her fault that she hadn't noticed the back hem of the dress. Hence the situation. $100,000 for nothing. Lin Yuqing's heart was very fragile, afraid that this would suffer Qiu Yan's dislike and think that she was a natural nerd. Well, it's good that you didn't fall. It's just a dress. Come and try this on instead. Qiu Yan touched Lin Yuqing's head with a breezy expression. Watching her obediently turn around and go inside to change her clothes, Qiu Yan didn't stay idle and kept wandering around the counter. At this time, the teller also reacted and directly trotted over, recommending his own products to Qiu Yan. Just as Qiu Yan chose his set, Lin Yuqing also walked out once again. The clothes Chiu Yen picked out this time weren't very revealing, and then they were also very clean. But even after coming out, Lin Yuqing still looked at her back with some trepidation, fearing that she would hook the doorknob again or something like that. Chiu Yen. The gentleman went inside to change, so you can sit on the couch for a moment. The teller's voice rang out at the right time. Since it was the first time she came to this kind of occasion, Lin Yuqing responded softly and sat obediently like a little kid, sitting straight. Squeak! The small door next to him opened in response. But this time it was Lin Yuqing who had a light in her eyes. Not bad for a man in a dress and a horse in a saddle. Chiu Yen deliberately chose a more casual suit. Serious suits with a little ingenuity in some asymmetrical designs surprisingly have a little cynical air. What are you looking at me for? Chiu Yen walked out and looked at Lin Yuqing with a smile. Huh? Oh no. Neither. It just feels like you're kinda handsome. Lin Yuqing spat out her tongue and looked at Lin Yuqing with some embarrassment. Okay. That's the set then. Chiu Yen walked over towards the teller, still holding the set of clothes that Lin Yuqing had accidentally damaged earlier. Let the tailor mend the one before, it might be wearable too. Oh, don't worry about this. Our tailors are professionals. It's definitely exactly the same as before. When the teller took the princess dress, she pulled open a small door and ran toward the back of the room. We're just going out like this? Is it too formal? Lin Yuqing looked at her hemline with some hesitation. And oh yeah, get 2 more casual sets to wear. Chiu Yen was just about to turn his head to get 2 more when he realized that the hem of his shirt was being tugged by Lin Yuqing. She looked around and lowered her voice. I didn't mean that. These are too expensive. Before she could finish, Chiu Yen pressed her hand. It's okay, clothes. It's good to buy 2 more sets. How about you look at that set? The little pale green dress kinda goes with you. The 2 of them picked and chose and bought several sets in total. At checkout, the previous teller was going crazy with joy. I thought these 2 were just ordinary students, but I didn't expect to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes right out of the gate. If you do the math, your own commission can be worth half a month's salary. Lifting those things into his hands, Chiu Yen pulled Ji Zhao out of the gate. Chiu Yen looked clean and fresh in a classic striped shirt. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, was walking next to Chiu Yen in a fairy dress. For a while, passers-by looked sideways. Even the 2 security guards at the door were a little hot-faced at the sight. The sign upstairs in their own house and they recognize it. True or not, you can tell at a glance. Brothers, it's better if we don't judge people by their appearance in the future. I don't know what kind of quirks these rich people have. Obviously so rich, but still wearing all the groundlings. With a look of thuggishness. Who knows where that money came from? The other security guard, however, still chattered on as if he saw through everything. Well, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. A middle-aged man in a suit came from the back, the manager of the entire IFC. I just came out to inspect the perimeter and happened to hear the 2 security guards just talking. This dog-eyed security guard will seriously damage the image of their brand if he receives complaints from other guests. I was wrong, manager. Manager, don't go away. I think. The security guard who spoke out of turn was anxious and just wanted to go forward to explain, but the manager walked into the door without looking back. Since it's also in the center of town, it's also a matter of a cab kicking the gas. Chiu Yen and the 2 of them soon arrived at the entrance of the delicacy mansion. Naturally, this place was also the property of Wang Tang's family. At this moment, Wang Tang was squatting outside smoking a cigarette, and as soon as he saw the 2 of them, he directly threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the trash can, and then welcomed them. Yo, man, you look good today.
Gan.
Miss Lin looks good too. Hearing Wang Tang's ancient style name, Lin Yuqing couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Hee. Come. Since they are my Wang Ting's guests, little dear, you guys should know each other. Bring the 2 of them upstairs. Chiu Yen recognized that this was dear Lin, who had previously gone to Suwon Street together. With a smile and a nod, he patted Wang Tang's sturdy shoulders and followed dear Lin into the hall. Arriving at the box, Chiu Yen realized that there were already a few people here who had arrived early. Seeing Chiu Yen's arrival, several people stood up and called out, "Hello, Brother Yen," and "Hello, sister-in-law." With this kind of battle, if one didn't know, they would think Chiu Yen was some kind of black shark club head. You are. Chiu Yen was a bit puzzled. The few people in front of him didn't have much of an impression of themselves. One of the skinny lads stood up and pulled Chiu Yen with an eager face. Ooh-hoo. Speech probably doesn't know. Our brothers are all part of the Starfire squad under Brother Tung. In the future, we'll all be members of the same Starfire squad, so I still hope that Brother Yen will take care of it. Let me introduce Brother Yen. I'm Lung Jianyu. This is Kisnenki. Several people were polite for a while before Chiu Yen sat down. However, the way several people talked freely about the martial arts exams, Chiu Yen was really interested in listening to them. Lin Yuqing was obviously not too adapted to dealing with this kind of occasion, and could only smile and nod at the polite remarks of a few people. But her small hand hidden under the table was sending a message to Chiu Yen. What's the Starfire squad? Why do they all say they're part of the Starfire squad? You too. Chiu Yan's expression was a few degrees more serious at this point, and he was similarly typing under the table. This is a brand new policy. Do you want to enter the Holy Beast battlefield in the future? I'll take it or leave it. I have to take care of Grandma. I'm still a little uneasy about leaving Grandma in the hands of someone else. Grandma's getting older now, too, and I'm kind of sad to see her go. Chiu Yen glanced at Lin Yuqing beside him and nodded. People have their own aspirations. There's really no way around this one. But he was actually quite worried about Lin Yuqing. If she wanted to go, was it really possible for her to join the Starfire squad and follow herself and the others to fight for her life? The 10,000 is not that easy to deal with. Chapter 135 Their Happiness. Soon, Wang Teng led a few more people back to the box. Wang Teng sat on Chiu Yan's left-hand side. The other few people also had the good sense not to sit next to Lin Yuqing, but found another seat. Just as everyone was having a good conversation, Chiu Yan's cell phone rang. Ding dong. Chiu Yan opened his cell phone, and it showed Dragon Emperor has passed your friend request. Chiu Yan was also speechless at the Microsoft name of Wan Guolong. I don't know if it's a non-mainstream thing or if I'm just playing with myself, but it always feels like elementary school. Brother Chiu, I just came out of the water swamp mystic realm. What exactly did you mean by Starfire squad earlier? Chiu Yan patted Wang Teng with the back of his hand and handed the cell phone over. After all, it's polite for a guest not to bring a guest. Lin Yuqing doesn't count. Since he had met with Wang Teng naturally invited Lin Yuqing as well. Wang Teng took over the cell phone and read Chiu Yan's note to the other party after reading it. Naturally, he opened his mouth rather ostentatiously. Wan Kwok Lung. Is that the one who was first in Xia Yang's grade? You can do it, bro, you pulled this off. Call him over. With that, Chiu Yan then took his cell phone and tapped a few words to send it over. The general idea was for him to come over now, just when everyone was there, and discuss it together. It was only about half an hour or so before Wang Guolong arrived. Yo, this dude is... Could it be a classmate from the martial arts exam in the next city? Lung Jianyu is 8-faced and has obviously done his homework. Before the martial arts examination, he had investigated the city's top-ranked members of the martial arts examination in detail, but there was no such person among them. Since he was able to participate in this gathering, it was assumed that his strength must also be unquestionable. The only other possibility is a classmate from the next city over. This can't be blamed on Lang Jianyu. After all, Wan Guolong is full of tendon meat. Whoever puts it aside can't associate it with the first grade of Xiaoyang Royal Beast High School. Once these words came out, Wan Guolong became a bit tense. Trying to scratch his back, he realized that his muscles were too big to scratch his back. As the boss of Xiaoyang, it was the first time he was in such an awkward situation. It was only when Chiu Yan spoke up that he relieved him. This is the first in Xiaoyang's grade that was just mentioned, Wan Guolong. For a moment, most of the people in the room froze. You're telling me that this muscular man is a beast master? In the end, it was Lung Jianyu who reacted and spoke again. I'm sorry. It's true that you can't tell the difference between people. Brother Wan, sit down. You're welcome. Wang Guolong scratched his head and pulled a chair and sat down. But that chair looks like it's too small anyhow. Wang Teng stood up at this moment with his wine glass, a subdued smile on his face. Since everyone is here, 15 of us as Starfire Squad, even if we meet first. Of course, it's still a matter of whether or not Miss Lin will join our Starfire Squad. So it's 15 people. Come on, let's all clink. And our team will continue to grow after that. With that, everyone stood up. The dining room table was particularly large, but everyone touched at intervals, and it was meant to be. Cheers! We'll be the sharpest of the new generation of sharp knives in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Get those dog wands. Get those dog wands. For a while, the atmosphere surprisingly began to be saber-rattling. Afterward, Wang Tong let out a smile and greeted everyone as they sat down, then ordered down and started serving the food. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten very well in the secret realm in the past few days. Wang Guolong's eating style was so bad that he couldn't wait to chew his chopsticks and swallow them. Seeing this, Qiu Yan smiled and pinched some dishes over to Lin Yuqing. Qiu Yan didn't resent the fact that Wang Guolong was being so generous. It's also the first team member who belongs. At the dinner table, instead, no one mentioned such a serious topic as the 10,000 clans again. Instead, they all started talking about family, gossip, and their own embarrassing stories, etc. Everyone was obviously members of Wang Ting's thousands of choices, and they were quite compatible in terms of personality. And with everyone having some humor cells in them, the table was filled with fun for a while. Even Lin Yuqing, who was a bit shy at the beginning, no longer felt constrained at this time, and with a serene smile on her face, she relaxed and looked around. Knock, knock, knock. Just as everyone was chatting away, there was a knock on the door. Which one? Lung Jianyu, who was closest to the door, put down his half-chewed duck leg and jogged to open the door. Huh? Chief Long. Lung Jianyu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly lowered his head respectfully. At this moment, the inside of the box instantly quieted down, as if the head teacher had appeared outside a noisy class. It's okay. Everyone's playing. I just came to check it out. Long Hearing Spring had a gentlemanly smile on his face as he greeted towards the surroundings. He then gave an extremely subtle wink towards Qiu Yan. Having no choice, Qiu Yan whispered a few words to Lin Yuqing and trotted out of the box, closing the door in the process. I've realized that you kids don't have some kind of Conan physique. Just to take a test, and to destroy the stronghold of the Snowy God cult, and to save Dr. Jean. Moreover, was that Sky Puppet Clan goddess also killed by you? Huh? How do you know? Shock was written all over Qiu Yan's face. It had only been a short while, and Long Hearing Spring had investigated his own head. Long Hearing Quan blankly glanced at Qiu Yan without any good reason. What do you say? If not you or who? I don't believe whoever it is. I believe you. Actually still able to bring a bomb into the middle of the Water Zephyr secret realm. You're invincible child. As he said that, Long Hearing Spring actually laughed. Squeak. Wang Tong walked out with a cigarette in his hand and a puzzled look on his face. What's up, Longbottom? Why don't you go in and sit down and have a couple bites? When he finished, he flicked his cigarette ash. Qiu Yan clearly saw Long Hearing Spring's eyelids jump. It's fine, I just came to see Qiu Yan. Okay, you guys go inside. Long Hearing Quan waved his hand and pushed the two into the box once again. Qiu Yan and Wang Tong looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what the hell was going on. Cackling. Long Listening Spring didn't know where to feel out a rag and squatted on the ground to carefully wipe it. Still, it was only after blocking the nearby cameras and making sure no one was around that he moved before rubbing it. In a short while, Long Hearing Quan was satisfied and threw the rag into the trash can. However, there seemed to be a rush of footsteps coming from the distance, just in time to take in Long Hearing Spring's movements as he rose to his feet. Ahem. Long Hearing Quan seemed to look busy and coughed dryly. Long Bureau I saw that the surveillance signal disappeared and thought something was wrong. Don't be a terrorist attack. The person who came was none other than the Wang family shadow guard Lu Heng. It's okay. What can I do here? Okay. Go back. Ooh-hoo. Lu Heng also looked extremely embarrassed at this point. Just as he turned to leave, Long Hearing Spring was as close to his ear as a ghost. If you say anything, I'll kill you. Lu Heng was shocked by this. Chapter 136, A Little Happiness. Hey. What are you saying, Long Bureaus? I can't understand. Lu Heng had a pleasing smile on his face and rubbed his hands together, but a cold sweat was born behind his back. It seems that rumor circulating in the market is indeed true. It's just that it's not an unseemly fetish. It's normal to like hygiene. This one is a tough guy behind the scenes. Back then, he entered the Sacred Beast battlefield with a gold-level cultivation in his early 20s and killed the 10,000 clans to the ground. At the same time, that session's Sacred Beast battlefield was also one of the battles with the lowest casualties for the human race. It's good that you can't understand. A light breeze was blowing. When Lu Heng looked back again, he realized that his back had long been empty. The boulder raised in his heart was then released. As for today's incident, he wouldn't dare to talk about it even if he was killed. Right after Long hearing Quan and Lu Heng left, the atmosphere in the box became joyful once again. Wang Teng was about to approach Qiu Yen for a drink with his wine glass, while Qiu Yen only had a shallow taste. It wasn't that Qiu Yen didn't give face, but he had something else to do tonight. It's not that I want to arch people's cabbages, but I'm going to start practicing Tian Gui forging body, and the starlight grass that I got with great difficulty is definitely going to be used in some way. Originally, Wang Teng was still a bit unhappy in his heart. However, Qiu Yen had only condescended to Lin Yuqing and used her as a shield for a bit. After Wang Teng, the boy, learned of this, his face was immediately all flooded with a meaningful smile. There was no more exhortation to drink, but the others began to play through each other one after the other. So it wasn't until a dozen people after 9 p.m. that it broke up. On the entire table, Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing were the only two who were still awake, and as they glanced at each other, they both laughed heartily. Let's find a place to put them first. Qiu Yen had the shadow guards outside the door pack up all these people and send them to a large hotel not far away. Needless to think, the same is the property of Wang Teng's family. At this moment, only Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing were left on the road. Originally, he wanted to take a taxi to send Lin Yuqing home. As a result, Qiu Yan's hand slipped and accidentally set the positioning on the street next door. I thought it would be good to eat and eliminate, so I didn't modify the positioning. The two of them just walked side by side, enjoying the rare peace of the moment with the evening breeze. Tonight the moon is bright and the stars are shining. It's a beautiful day. I just don't know how much longer this stability will last. Qiu Yen quietly stretched out his fingers and hooked onto Lin Yuqing's soft and boneless little hand. Her little hands were soft and smooth. It's not sticky like a hand cream, but rather warm and cool, like a diamond in the rough. Seeing that the owner of the small hand made no movement to break free, Qiu Yen then extended his other fingers and held the entire small hand in his palm. Lin Yuqing's head was buried very low as she walked in silence, only feeling a burn on her face. Still, she had some small expectation of what would happen next. Movie and TV dramas often have this kind of bridge, male and female main characters walking side by side, and then the female lead suddenly by the male lead domineering a kiss or something. Qiu Yan's hands were large and made her feel safe. Despite being shy right now, she kinda liked the feeling though. Moreover, Qiu Yan's body would always emit a refreshing fragrance, making her unable to resist wanting to stick close and sniff carefully, inquiring about the source of the fragrance. However, Lin Yuqing quickly regained her senses and her ears turned red. And at the same time, a strong condemnation of your previous thoughts. Just feel like a female hooligan. So nasty. After a long time had passed, Lin Yuqing became a little sad, and she had just heard everyone's chatting at the dinner table. You're the captain of Starfire Squad now. Maybe. We'll both be on two paths from now on. After saying that, Lin Yuqing's other hand kept rubbing the hem of her skirt. His own talent wasn't strong, and his spirit beast's bloodline wasn't as powerful as Qiu Yan's. She had already enrolled in a relevant program at Kyoto Medical University and was destined to have no interactions with Qiu Yan in the future. Perhaps, afterward, Qiu Yan would meet even better girls among the Starfire Squad. He himself was never able to be beside Qiu Yan and follow him to fight side by side. It won't. It won't. Qiu Yan's voice was lowered, but his tone carried a 12% certainty. She was the white moonlight of her past life and this one too. Lin Yuqing could clearly feel that big hand clenching her hand tighter. Somehow she felt happy. Girls have strange little minds. Often the heart is in the right place, but always want to hear a firm answer from the other person's mouth. With a blossom in front of his eyes, Qiu Yan turned around and arrived in front of Lin Yuqing, a pair of black eyes like a quiet lake, appearing mysterious and unknown. It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Lin Yuqing's heart was beating fast. Knock, knock, knock. In the silence of the night, even the occasional car that drove by seemed to have the mute button pressed, except for the deafening sound of her heartbeat. Lin Yuqing was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Qiu Yan. Her entire body tensed up and tightly closed her eyes. Suddenly, the other's moist lips imprinted lightly as a feather on his own. In an instant, Lin Yuqing almost forgot to breathe, and even the tips of her ears flushed pink. Somewhat clumsily, they responded to each other. But Qiu Yan wasn't much better is all. Again, a pure novice, the operation is raw and dry. It seemed to have accidentally bitten Lin Yuqing's lips, and the little girl winced in pain. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qiu Yan's cell phone rang. He had never felt his ringer so harsh. Grass. Xiao Yan cursed and hurriedly let go of his arm around Lin Yuqing's waist, pulling out his cell phone in a hurry. But it took a small amount of digging to get the phone out. Hey! What's taking so long to answer the phone? I'm at your location. Where are you? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Ooh-hoo. Here it comes. Xiao Yan could only awkwardly apologize repeatedly to the owner of the car before pulling Lin Yuqing along with him and running towards the positioning. Blinding car lights could be seen in the distance. Coming to the side, Xiao Yan stopped and looked at Lin Yuqing, whose pretty face was red on the side. Bye. Nerd. Lin Yuqing broke away from Xiao Yan's hand, stood on her tiptoes, and pecked towards Xiao Yan's chin. Then he darted for the cab, pulled open the door and got in. Looking at the taillights of the car that had gone away, Xiao Yan froze, and the evening breeze blew past, the part of his chin a little cool. For no reason at all, he scoffed to himself. It seemed that he was really inexperienced, and Lin Yuqing was quite right. Looking at the bright starry sky at night, Xiao Yan also took a taxi and returned to his home. As soon as I opened the door, Mom and Dad popped out from behind the door, gift buckets in hand. Bang! Bang! Gifts showered down from the sky, and the 3 of them were covered in small, colorful notes. Son of a... Finally, the college entrance exam is over. Are you happy? Xiao Yan cried and laughed. Dad, you're too old for this. Hey, come eat cake. Why do you smell like cigarettes and alcohol? It still smells like someone else's girl. Zhongli sniffed towards her son, becoming more and more certain of her suspicions, and directly pinched Xiao Yan's ears to lift him up. You mom, what are you doing? The brat doesn't learn. Learning to hobnob on other people's little girls. Don't hang out with misfits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, not knowing how to explain this to his own mother at all. The matter of the Starfire Squad is still confidential. Basically, even Mom and Dad cannot tell. And the general public doesn't know about the 10,000 nations yet, so it's kind of a way to protect them. Well. Let's eat the cake first. Qiu Haiba rushed to round up the crowd, ran to the table, and cut a piece of cake and brought it over. Zhang Li's eyes cut Xiao Yan severely before she let go. Naturally, the cake was not as good as the treats at Delicacy House, but it was the best that Mom and Dad could give him. Xiao Yan was still eating happily. The family was happy, and it was a rare reunion of sorts. This also made Xiao Yan cherish this hard-won affection even more. Right now, the Sacred Beast battlefield was about to open again, and as the captain of the Starfire Squad on this side of Zhonghai, he had a heavier burden on his shoulders. Once the 10,000 races really achieved victory and entered the Dragon Kingdom in a big way, then his dad and mom, Lin Yuqing, and other people he cared about would be threatened. What else can Xiao Yan do to guard the little happiness that belongs to him? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan entered the room and gently locked the door, intending to start cultivating the Tian Gui forging body. Chapter 137 Star God Clan Technique. Based on the prompts in his mind, Xiao Yan then took out a small stone mortar and gathered a handful of starlight grass from the royal beast space and took it out. Obviously, a fresh elixir is more potent. However, after mashing it up and about to apply it to his body, Xiao Yan had a problem. Because the Star God Clan technique not only requires the entire body to be coated with the juice of the starlight grass, but also to be bathed in starlight. That's going to be tough. Is it hard to make Xiao Yan go to the top floor and Luo run while bathing in the starlight? I'm afraid this is dangerous. Xiao Yan waited patiently for a while. It was only when he saw the lights fading out in the residential building across the street that he carefully climbed up to the top floor through the window of his room. Worthy of being on the top floor, Xiao Yan felt the cool evening breeze blowing straight at him as soon as he came up. Luckily, the surrounding area was full of solar water heater outboards installed by various families. Otherwise, Xiao Yan was really at risk of being exposed. Xiao Yan stripped off his clothes in a blaze of speed and then sat down cross-legged after applying starlight grass juice on his body. Begin to run the spiritual energy through the body as memorized. Almost instantly, Xiao Yan sensed the strangeness of this gong method. The dots of starlight in the sky seemed to be alive as they slowly fell into Xiao Yan's body. This also caused the aura in Xiao Yan's body to continuously compress up and then slowly pound the muscles, bones, and internal organs. These auras were constantly destroying Xiao Yan's body tissues on the one hand, and on the other hand, they were rapidly repairing the body tissues under the effect of the starlight. Even Xiao Yan could hardly endure this kind of pain. Xiao Yan was in intense pain all over his body. Grass. This gong method is really not practiced by a human, he muttered, But the next thing he knew, he began to rejoice in the waterproof carpet he had purposely put underneath him earlier to prevent the astroturf from running onto the floor and causing waste. In just a moment, dark blood began to ooze out of the pores on Qiu Yan's body. People on the top floor often report water leaks upstairs. If it leaks into someone's home, it will scare them into calling the police. Blood oozing from the ceiling, still in the middle of the night, it's creepy to think about. But all the same, although Qiu Yan had suffered great pain, the rewards were absolutely cost-effective, and his body was instantly cleared. However, this was only the first step in cultivating the Tiangui forging body. Then a more violent pain hit. This time, the aura in the body moved even more violently, almost like countless highly poisonous ants viciously tearing at the lower layers of the skin, in the blood, and on the outside of the internal organs. Qiu Yan knew that once he fainted, he was halfway there. It's like building a house without a good foundation in the first step. Even if you build a taller building afterwards, it's still a dangerous building. So, even if your back teeth are clenched, you have to tough it out. Ah! Qiu Yan roared in pain. Just as the critical period was reached, a sudden shout of curses rang out from the opposite building. What's all this noise? Can't you let anyone sleep? Smaller movements in the middle of the night. You're so strong. Tomorrow you'll carry 2 loads of cement. This time, Qiu Yan almost couldn't hold the breath in his heart and directly fainted from the pain. Me. Next, even if it hurt again, Qiu Yan could only hold it in his heart, but it almost didn't suffocate him. It was a good thing that this state of affairs only lasted for half an hour or so. Feeling the pain on his body gradually subside, Qiu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. This calamity had finally been passed. However, when he thought that he would experience this kind of pain every time he cultivated this kind of dharma next, Qiu Yan felt creeped out. Phew! Go home. Qiu Yan purposely put his own clothes back on again, and then after taking the waterproof blanket back into the Imperial Beast space, he once again started to climb down towards the window of his room. This time, however, Qiu Yan could clearly feel the power hidden within him. Climbing up earlier was still a bit shaky. One hand now has a firm grip on the exposed hose with only a slight strain. If you use both hands, it's even less of a problem. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan couldn't help but have a touch of joy on his face as well. In 3 or 2 clicks, he slipped to his room, stripped all the clothes on his body in a fire, and then quietly slipped into the bathroom. After taking a comfortable shower, Qiu Yan only felt relaxed, as if he had been transformed. So he locked the door and summoned the wind cloud harvest cubs, running the breathing method once again. Ka! The aura in the air rapidly converged into Qiu Yan's body. Black Iron 7th Order. It's a done deal. Originally, he was just short of the final line in the Water Swamp Mysterious Realm, and this was considered a complete breakthrough. Each step of the breakthrough could bring about considerable changes. Qiu Yan clearly felt that his speed of absorbing aura had become a little faster, and his efficiency had probably been enhanced by about 5% from before. Compared to needing even more aura reserves to advance to the Black Iron 8th stage, Qiu Yan still decided to prioritize plucking a little bit of Wind Cloud Harvest. But what would be a good name for Windjammer? Without a name, it would be easy for outsiders to guess the bloodline as well as the skills. This caused Qiu Yan to be in trouble once again. Dark Cloud. Little Cloud? Ling Feng. Qiu Yan was just about to change it, but Feng Yunhao immediately nodded his head, indicating that he liked the name very much. Then I'll call you Ling Feng O. He stroked Stormcloud Hollow's head and placed it in front of him. Now that Wind Cloud Harvest had grown to the Black Iron 2nd stage, it was already similar to the size of a small hound. But it's still considered a juvenile at the moment. Spirit beasts in the wild are categorized into young bodies, growing bodies, mature bodies, and so on. It is also equivalent to being a child, youth, or adult in the human race. Although the bloodline of spirit beasts at different stages would not change, their body size or other traits would undergo different degrees of enhancement. Like Qiu Yan's other current spirit beasts, all of them were in their growth bodies. Because of the accelerated growth of spirit beasts after contracting an Imperial Beast Master, it resulted in the stage of the juvenile body being infinitely shortened, while the growing body was infinitely lengthened. Perhaps only when the Imperial Beast Master reached silver or even gold could the spirit beast truly grow to a mature body. Individual spirit beasts with potential would evolve into an inquisitive body once their cultivation reached the diamond level or above. If Qiu Yan's cultivation could also be raised to the diamond level, then a bloodline like the Flamefire Cheelants could also evolve into an inquisitive body. Between a platinum-level bloodline and a diamond-level bloodline is such a watershed. Once an Imperial Beastmaster's cultivation had been raised to the diamond level, then only then would he be considered to have completely stepped into the ranks of the top combatants. By then, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for the flame Qilin to grow to a height of 3 or 4 meters. After all, the platinum-level bloodline Polar Blood Wolf had reached a height of over 2 meters as a mature stage. The growth of the Flamefire Qilin with an even more powerful bloodline would only be even more exaggerated. However, it is said that spirit beasts that reach the ultimate body are able to change size freely. This was not something Qiu Yan was very clear about. But he didn't care, he honestly hugged Ling Feng and continued to cultivate, and that was the end of it. It was thought that after one night had passed, Ling Feng would be able to cross over the juvenile body and evolve into a growth body. Chapter 138, a new segment. Hoa! Qiu Yan yawned and stood up from the bed. Although he hadn't rested all night, the effect of practicing all night was simply better than resting from deep sleep. It's been a really long time since I've practiced with this much dedication. Qiu Yan turned his head to look at Ling Feng, who was huffing and puffing in front of him. Sure enough, the current Ling Feng was already bigger than the Flamefire Qilin. With just one night's cultivation, Ling Feng had jumped from the Black Iron 2nd stage to the Black Iron 4th stage. At this point, it is considered to have the ability to participate in combat. With that, Qiu Yan's mind sank and entered his royal beast space. Looking at the mountains and rivers in front of him, Qiu Yan felt very satisfied. Yo! Wuji! Brother Qiu! Qiu Wuji, who was laboring in the fully automated farm, greeted towards Qiu Yan. Ever since he discovered Qiu Wuji, Qiu Yan had already handed over all the things in the royal beast space to Qiu Wuji to take care of, including feeding the spirit beasts, harvesting the medicinal garden, and so on. Let's just say it's convenient. One of them is that artifact spirits don't need to sleep. The second was that even if Qiu Wuji felt tired, gleaning 2 handfuls of spirit herbs from the middle of the medicinal field would likewise restore his energy. Could be said that with Qiu Wuji, Qiu Yan had a black slave who worked day and night and didn't want to be paid. With a single movement of his mind, he arrived in front of the Book of 10,000 Elephants and Shen book, flipping open the page of Spirit Beast Appraisal. It was almost a shock not to see it. Haven't been checking the status of my spirit animal much lately. I didn't expect the cinder block to digest that power continuously after devouring the blood demon. The bloodline has unexpectedly mutated into a diamond level. This is not too weird. What Qiu Yan didn't know was, blood demons were originally a species from the Sky Vault clan, and perhaps no one even knew that the king of the Earth's core slimes was able to mutate by devouring blood demons. Qiu Yan sparingly researched a brand new mutation route. But this is not a situation that can be replicated by everyone. Oh! What a great surprise! Qiu Yan cried and laughed a little. That is to say, the spirit beasts under one's hand are basically all diamond level or above bloodline now. With that, he found Ling Feng's panel. Wind and Cloud Harvest. Black Iron, 4th Order. Peak Diamond Bloodline Note. Infinitely approaching the blazing gold bloodline. Skills. Sharp Claws. Cloud Hiding. Cloud Mist Riding the Wind. Big Dipper Wind Blade. Blazing gold level bloodline? Qiu Yan then remembered this almost forgotten rank. And further up the diamond level is the blazing gold king level, royal level, imperial level. It's kind of a very old standard of judgment. Because this kind of bloodline hadn't appeared for too long, merely appearing in legends or ancient texts. Gee! Awesome! After reading the panel, Qiu Yan exclaimed that it was awesome. The Black Iron 4th ranked Wind Cloud Harvest actually had 2 running skills. A cloud concealment would be able to release many clouds, thus disrupting all the enemy's perceptions. But this skill, why did Qiu Yan keep feeling like he had encountered it somewhere? There was also a Cloud Ride, which was naturally a skill that specialized in running away. Overall, as long as Qiu Yan's cultivation went up, as long as he sat on Lingfeng, he would be able to live infinitely. Thinking about this, Qiu Yan was simply thrilled. But a phone rang unexpectedly. Qiu Yan returned to reality and picked up his cell phone to see that it was actually a string of unknown numbers. Pop! Thinking that it was some kind of scam call, Qiu Yan directly hung up without even thinking about it. I didn't expect the phone to ring again after a while. Tay grandmas. Hello? Which one of you is it? Qiu little friend. How are you? Hearing the familiar voice, Qiu Yan's attitude then relaxed a bit. Dr. King, what's the call for? Aren't you the captain of Starfire Squad? The personnel on your own team need to be in your control. I have the list here, so take a general look at it, and if it's okay, the test will be scheduled after a week. Qiu Yan froze. Dr. King, Why are you the one contacting me and where is everyone else? Harm. They were on a mission yesterday. Didn't I just get back? I have nothing to do. Now I'm here to answer the phone. Okay. Then come by sometime, haha. Anytime before 12 tonight. No, I'll be right there. Cho Yen hung up the phone, and after going through Dr. Jin's Microsoft friends, the other party dumped a location. Dragon Countermeasures Center Zhonghai Branch? Cho Yen was no stranger to this name. Isn't it the tallest building in the city? The Dragon Country Countermeasure Center has branches all over the country. Its purpose is to detect cracks in space, maintain social stability, and every other responsibility imaginable. It is also the affiliation of the Dragon Scale Squad or other squads. The big boss of this organization is Long Hearing Spring. Okay, I know. After Cho Yen replied, he started to change his clothes and prepare to go out. Looking at the home still empty, Cho Yen was somewhat helpless. Mom and Dad froze and refused to listen to him, saying that they wanted to save some of Cho Yen's wife's capital. It was business as usual this morning. There was no other way. Cho Yen made a few phone calls and directly used the ability to use money to buy off their bosses and gave the two of them a new position with an easy and high salary. What? Leader, I'm doing a good job in the workshop. How come I'm being promoted to management? What a warehouseman making $200,000 a year with 6 insurance policies. You're kidding me. Cho Haiba and Zhongli, who came to the unit to get ready for work, were stunned when they looked at the appointment letter in front of them. What a situation. One rocked up as a corporate executive and the other as a top-paid warehouseman. The leader looked at the two and smiled without saying a word. Cho Yen didn't stay at home too much, but directly slipped out of the house and took a taxi to the tallest building in Zhonghai City. The entire lobby is very tech-savvy. The person handling business at the front desk looked at Cho Yen with a smile. Dr. Kim's guessed right. This pass card you take is unobstructed to the 7th floor. Cho Yen took the small card and went to the side to wait at the elevator entrance. Not long after, Cho Yen suddenly realized that someone behind him tapped his shoulder. You who? Wang Teng. Up so early today after drinking so much yesterday? Cho Yen looked at Wang Teng, whose face was slightly haggard, and was somewhat surprised. Harm. Don't mention it. Yesterday my old man knew I was drunk and bought me 2 meals of dragon fruit straight away. Says I'm a loser, not half the drinker he was when he was younger. I'm just speechless. Get the hell out of bed in the morning. Actually, I was going to come back this afternoon if I could. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes on Wang Teng's face, Cho Yen pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Looks like this rich kid isn't so easy to be. Cho Yen and Wang Teng went up to the 7th floor together. Needless to think, it must have come to Dr. Kim to study the members of the Starfire squad as well. The two of them kept walking towards the front along the door number, but it was in the middle of the building in front of them that the sound of several people arguing fiercely resounded. Chapter 139 1 month's presidential suite. ING Hell said no. I'll quit if I'm ING pussyfooting around. Professor Jean. Think about it again. The situation of the next Holy Beast battlefield will be extremely severe. You just have to give us those research results. Don't you ING fart. Do you know what evil that is? That's the result of the 10,000 clans. The core technology is the heart's blood of thousands of spirit beasts. The point is, there's also the power of the evil god on the side of the 10,000 clans. You think Stormcloud Harvest is so easy to train? Upon hearing this, Cho Yen and Wang Teng both had a generalization in their hearts. It seems that these people are trying to force Dr. Kim to hand over the technology he has. It turned out that Dr. King had concerns, which is why there was a moment of contention. After a few minutes had passed, a couple of the men walked away with their heads down as if they'd had a nose to the grindstone. It was only then that Cho Yen and the two of them arrived at the room where Dr. Jean had just been. Dr. King. Dr. King. Ooh, the original you guys are here? Come and sit down. Thinking that it was those people who were still undeterred, Dr. Jean wanted to kick the people out, but when he saw that the visitor was Cho Yen Wang Teng, he changed his attitude again. Dr. King, those people? Just now? Cho Yen asked with some doubt. Dr. King touched the windjammer in front of him and waved his hand. What else could it be for? Of course I want to take Wind Cloud Harvest and experiment on it. This Wind Cloud Harvest actually has a very incomplete gene chain, and under the catalyst of the Snow Region Divine Sect, it only took 3 years to become mature. So, what would have been a lifespan of several hundred years is now only a few years. I led that experiment, And to be honest, I'm kind of sorry about it. We can't let this guy stay in the lab for the rest of his life. In a couple days, I'm going to leave here and take this guy outside to see more. Chiu Yen knew that Dr. Jean must be blaming himself in his heart. Under the coercion of the snow god cult, many hurtful experiments were done. The reason why there is no comment to those people is also so that this experiment will not be followed in the future. Chiu Yen couldn't help but think of that senior brother of Dr. Wu's, to actually take his own little life for the sake of research. It is estimated that the current Heavenly Vault Church is still hiding in some secret realm to continue this research. Here, this is the list of this session of the Central Sea Imperial Beasts High School. This one is a list of martial arts exams. You two take a look. Dr. King handed the two men two thick documents. Chiu Yen immediately turned over the pile given to him. This file registered the rankings of the top 100 candidates who scored within the Twin Lives mystery, as well as the information. The first page was Chiu Yen, which also surprised him a little. No, why am I the first? I obviously gave most of the resources to Ikazeo. I can be first at this? Dr. King hemmed and hawed. The Imperial Beast exam can't just be based on the amount of resources. It also depends on how well you perform. 2 spirit beasts have subdued the 3 spirit beasts of that kid from Xiaoyang. Who's first if you're not first? Chiu Yen pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and continued to flip the list backward. Inside the top 20 are Ikamachi, Vanguard Long, and more. However, what Chiu Yen didn't expect was that Lin Yuqing actually ranked in the 90s as well. Now, Lin Yuqing's application to Kyoto Medical University should be secure. After roughly going through it, Chiu Yen returned the information to Dr. Jean. Okay, I basically have everyone's strength in mind. Dr. King nodded and was about to say something. Outside the door, however, were the sounds of several footsteps. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor knocked on the door before stepping in. Chiu Yen turned his head to look. Ooh, I can't believe it's an old acquaintance. Chiu Yen, hello again? Nia, dressed in a lolita, put her small hands behind her back and looked at Chiu Yen with a smile. Nina was beside her, smiling and nodding towards Chiu Yen. Because of their special status, the two were followed by several heavily armed guards. I'll go. The Sky Rabbit clan? Wang Tung's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen a living Sky Rabbit race. Coupled with the fact that the looks of the two women were definitely at the level of top streaming young flowers in the Dragon Kingdom. So Wang Tung could not help but look dumbfounded for a moment. Chiu Yen was also a bit confused about the situation. Dr. King, they're coming to... They're supernumerary members of the Starfire Squad. When the time comes, I should be entering the Dragon Blood High School with you to study. Dr. King unhurriedly picked up a nearby beaker and poured a mouthful of saline into his mouth. Before Chiu Yen could respond, Wang Tung directly bounced up from his seat and walked towards the two sisters. Ladies, where do you live and how old are you? ING pussy. What? The smile on Wang Tung's face instantly froze. Where in the world did this beauty learn these words? Do they exist on the Wan side too? Nia nonchalantly continued her output. What's the matter? You got a problem with calling you a pussy? Looking like a woman and learning how to pick up girls. Your skin is almost whiter than mine. Okay. Little sister. Stop it. Mr. Wang. My sister is like this. Don't take it to heart. Nina's gentle opening simply captured Wang Tang's little heart at once. It's okay. Sister, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Wang Tang did not know where to change out of a rose in his mouth. His hand tartly propped up on top of a side wall. This also drew a bout of blank stares from Nia. You two will just show them around and familiarize yourselves with the Dragon Kingdom first. Dr. King spoke with a smile. Once these words came out, Wang Tang hesitated a bit. Will it cause confusion if we go out like this? Don't worry. There are too many girls on the street with 2 rabbit ears on their heads. It's normal. Okay. It's okay, you guys go play. There's still a week to go before the selection of Starfire Squad members, so I'll contact you then. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tung directly took over the duties of the tour guide. After all, this kid had a knack for eating and drinking, so if she let Nia follow him, she was afraid that she would be corrupted by the paper and gold of the Dragon Kingdom in a couple of days. Dr. Jean still purposely urged Chiu Yen not to play too much. However, as soon as he left the building, Wang Tung directly threw Dr. Jin's advice behind him. Straight away, the two women were brought into the hotel. Ahem. It was purely to give the two women a place to stay for the time being. But with the hotel lobby filled with checkout guests in the morning, the combination of these four handsome men and women instantly caught all the eyeballs. These guys play with real flowers. Teenage girls, young women, males, cold-faced dudes. It looks as if there are only one room for four people, too. Envy. The little beauty at the front desk looked at a few people with some hesitation. After all, his own boss had said that he would keep an eye on the young master's whereabouts at all times. Now so blatantly open room. Fear is really something wrong. Young Master Wang, their ID cards. They don't have any IDs. It's okay. Give me the presidential suite. Drive him for a month first. Chapter 140. Plans are made before they are acted upon. Nia saw Wang Tang take a small card and drop it on the door lock. To enter the door operation was incredibly novel. It was no wonder, after all, the civilization of the celestial rabbit race was relatively backward, still at the stage of the Western Middle Ages. Wow! It gave me a feeling of being in the Hoover house. Once inside, Nia could no longer control her little girl nature, looking here and there, curious about everything. Even though she was 18 years old, it was enough to prove that Nina had protected her well. Hoover? Who? Do you know Qiu Yen? Wang Tang looked at Qiu Yen suspiciously. Is the big boss in the Sky Rabbit clan. It can be interpreted that way. Qiu Yen looked at Wang Tang helplessly, but the other party seemed to be more interested. Oh? How did it work out then? You kid. Tell me about it. Are all of the Sky Rabbit clan these rabbit-eared ladies? Talk to you later. After all, in front of the two women, Qiu Yen really couldn't describe the environment of the Sky Rabbit clan or anything. Waiting for the two women to put down all the luggage that was stuffed to the brim in their respective storage spaces, Wang Tang led the three of them to set off once again. But although Wang Tang seems unreliable, the event is still well organized. The first stop is the Nakahama City Sacred Beast Battlefield Martyrs Memorial. In every city there is a building where the relics of every martyr are placed in a memorial, and then a name is attached to it for all to remember. It likewise contains the relics of all the martyrs who came out of Nakai City. The fact that it was a weekday resulted in a few people not waiting in line long enough to get inside. Afraid that the two's rabbit ears would be easily attacked by others for disrespecting the martyrs, Qiu Yen even went outside to buy 2 hats for the sisters to wear. The arena is huge and basically impossible to see at a glance. There are countless blood-stained clothes displayed in the display cases here, and they lie quietly in the transparent glass covers. Bright lights shone, and the crimson bloodstains on them spoke to people of the tragedy of the Holy Beast battlefield. Each counter represents a life that was once alive. At the sight of this scene, even the sisters' expressions were solemn. But just a short time after coming in, there were a few not-so-standard dragon language sounds coming from the front. Bro, is this the Memorial Hall in Zhonghai City? It's just a bunch of cannon fodder. What's so memorable about that? In our pretty empire, only highly decorated generals deserve to be honored. Not far from a few people, a couple of blonde foreigners gestured at the displays in the pavilion. Ward hair. So disgusting. I can't believe there's a severed hand. The voice that came out was a young man. He was fully clothed in colorful clothes, causing him to stand out amongst the crowd of people dressed in crisp black and white. At the moment, he was frowning tightly with a look of disgust. Qiu Yen noticed Wang Tang beside him quietly clenching his fists as if he was about to make a move. Hurriedly reaching out his hand, he patted Wang Tang's shoulder, signaling him not to act rashly. Fighting here is certainly disrespectful to the martyrs, and it's a real sin once you break the display around it. Qiu Yen lowered his voice. Get out and talk. Wang Tang's tightly clenched hand slowly loosened, but his eyes were still sharp and incomparable as he scanned the few foreigners. Seeing this, Nia also had a high opinion of the pussy in front of her, and was quite bloodthirsty, although they had previously belonged to the camp of the 10,000 races. But now, after seeing these shocking items, they also deeply felt those sins of their ancestors. Nina went to collect a small bouquet of white flowers and pulled her sister over to a slab of rock. The slab was large, and all over it were the names of the martyrs inscribed in blood-red letters. She placed the bouquet in front of her and led Nia in a deep bow. Meanwhile, the foreigners are apparently up to their tricks again. One of the dark-skinned women actually picked up a bouquet of flowers from in front of the slab and prepared to take them away. Putting it in front of his nose and sniffing it, he threw it back with a disgusted look on his face. What are you doing? Wang Teng couldn't stand it any longer and angrily walked over. As a rooted young man of the Dragon Kingdom, he would never allow such a thing to happen. His grandfather, his father, and even most of the members of his family had been on the Holy Beast battlefield. On this wall, too, are the names of his uncle, cousin's wife, and others. To do so would undoubtedly be a sacrilege against them. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't realize that was not allowed. The leader, who seemed to be an old foreigner, smiled amiably and stepped in front of his student. If it was placed outside, I'm afraid that it would really be taken as a foreign compassionate old man. Although he said sorry on his lips, he didn't have a sorry expression on his face. Zhou Yan took a few timely steps forward and pulled Wang Teng's arm. Seeing this, the old foreign man turned around as if nothing had happened, yelling his students onward with open hands. The happy atmosphere of a few people talking and laughing was extremely striking in this solemn occasion. Wang Teng's eyes were fierce enough to kill as he shook off Zhou Yan's hand and growled lowly. Zhou Yan, why are you stopping me? I won't beat them to death. Zhou Yan lowered his voice again. You fight here and they don't resist? What about giving the statue a bad break? Let's plan and move. Waiting to go out. When the time comes, when no one is around, put a sack over them and beat them to death. At this time, Wang Teng had also regained his senses and thought of his grandfather saying, plan before you move, and patted Zhou Yan's shoulder with an apologetic expression. Zhou Yan waved his hand, expressing his understanding of this behavior. At this time, they didn't care to stay here too long. Their attention was all on those foreigners. Half an hour later, the foreigners made their way to the exit. Zhou Yan coughed dryly, and everyone ran over after him. Those foreigners seemed to be a little hungry, and after walking straight along the road for about 10 minutes, they came to a snack street. Zhonghai City actually doesn't have many foreign tourists, as it has been developing very rapidly in recent years, and not many architectural attractions filled with the history of the Dragon Kingdom have been preserved. When the vendors saw the foreigners coming, they yelled even harder. These people don't buy anything either, and every time they walk up to the stand they ask if they can try it. Some of the thinner-skinned stall owners nodded and agreed in order to maintain the image of the Dragon Kingdom as a friendly country to the outside world. So, these foreigners just shopped and ate their way through an entire street. Haha! These Dragon Kingdom people are really stupid. I can't believe they don't charge for food. It seems that our pretty empire's national power is still too strong. When these Dragon Kingdom people see us, they can only kneel down and give us those delicacies to eat. How do you say it in Dragonese? Offerings. At once, that group of people laughed, as if they had heard some kind of joke, and their hearts were filled with pride in their homeland. When Zhou Yan and the others, who were quietly following behind, saw this scene, a cold smile also spread across their faces. You like to laugh, don't you? I'll make you laugh later. Before long, several people were a little tired of shopping and immediately decided to take a taxi. The group of foreigners, which added up to 7 or 8 people, had a problem with getting a taxi. At this moment, Wang family shadow guard Lu Heng drove his extended Lincoln to the side of the road and honked his horn twice towards a few people. He rolled the window down and stuck his head out. A couple people. Need a cab. Seeing as how a few of you are foreigners, how about I give you a free ride on this trip? Free. The foreigners seemed to be satisfied and looked at each other with a smug look on their faces. The old foreign man, his face beaming with joy, walked to the car door. Thank you, my friend. Boys, get in the car. No one noticed that Lu Heng snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth hooked with a slight hint of mockery. Chapter 141. Step by Step. Foreign friends. I know a place with a particularly beautiful view. Why don't I take you there directly? In the car, Lu Heng held the steering wheel in his hands and glanced at the rearview mirror without a trace. These foreigners were really nonchalant and picked up the drinks in the refrigerator and drank them on their own. It was fortunate that the young master had asked him to remove some of the more expensive drinks from the refrigerator earlier, or else he would have really given these scumbags a good drink. That's not good, my friend. We were going to go back to the hotel and get some rest. The old man in the lead was a bit hesitant. Hey, it's okay. I'll send you guys back later. Just relax 100%. 100 hearts? What does that mean? It's that you guys don't have to worry. Hearing Lu Heng's full promise, the old man thought of how he had been treated in the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days and let go of his heart. Leave him alone, Mr. John. Come and try this. David, how many times have I told you not to just take other people's stuff? John had a reproachful look on his face, and then pretended to have an apologetic face as he opened his mouth towards Lu Heng. "I'm sorry, my friend. Please forgive the insolence of these young students of mine. We'll pay for these attritional items as they are." Lu Heng hemmed and hawed. "It's okay. It's nothing. We've got friends coming from afar. We're guests, so feel free to eat and drink. The most important thing is to have fun." John thanked him before taking the snack from the student and enjoying it. Seeing this, Lu Heng despised these people even more in his heart. When you have friends over, you do have good wine and food. But if the jackals come, sorry, we have shotguns. Just as these people were making a scene, no one noticed that they were followed by a small car. At this time, Wang Tung was sitting in the passenger side of this car, holding his cell phone and looking at the scene on the lengthened Lincoln with a cold smile. "Look at this. These people are shameless. Looks like these are just going to be fed to the dogs. But hopefully they're still happy with the spice they put in this." Chiu Yen also watched clearly from the back, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. In the middle of the lengthened Lincoln, after 10 minutes had passed, the student called David from earlier suddenly showed a bitter face. Next to him, John inquired with concern. "What's wrong, David?" My stomach hurts. It must be those damnable roadside stands. Their food is unsanitary. It's true that the Dragon Kingdom is full of heartless scum." At first John felt that David's words were a bit rude, but when he looked down at Lu Heng in front of him, who didn't seem to have heard them, he then opened his mouth. "My friend, quickly look around for a restroom. Where's a restroom in the middle of nowhere? Just hold it. You'll be there soon." Lu Heng was straight up happy in his heart. This big greedy kid must have eaten the most. So I guess he's about to hold his breath and add more fuel to the fire. He suddenly braked sharply, causing that David to have an even harder time, his stomach hurting so much that his voice went weak. "How do you drive?" Lu Heng, on the other hand, was full of apologies. I'm sorry. There was a rock on the side of the road just now and I almost hit it." "Okok. Stop the car. I can't hold it in." Lu Heng made another sharp break. This time David's face was ironic, already feeling a bit bubbly. However, at this time, he could not be bothered to count Lu Heng and spoke anxiously. Even his voice trembled. "Paper. I want paper. No. By the way, there are some broad-leafed plants growing around here that can be used in place of toilet paper." David cursed. At this point, he couldn't believe any of the farts and rushed straight out with a roll. David searched for a while, which led him to a bush. Even if he is as arrogant as he is, he would not dare to play the game like no cover dry pull just squatted down and thinned out. Took a while to get over it. It just occurred to him that their martial artists' physiques were basically already very strong, and no matter what, they wouldn't just get diarrhea. But it was too late for him to think about it in detail, and how to wipe his ass became the immediate dilemma that needed to be solved. He suddenly thought of the kind of plant Lu Heng had spoken of, and immediately looked around. Sure enough, the leaves of that plant are very broad and have tiny fluffy hairs on them, just enough to wipe your butt. He instantly ripped it off and sent it up his ass. A few people in the distance heard the scream, the sound of pain and despair in their voices. David! It was too late to worry about David, and even a few people on John's side of the family began to frown tightly. "What are you eating today?" "One by one. Go on. I'll wait for you here. Remember, look for the kind of plant that has broad leaves." Looking at the departing backs of several people, Lu Heng heatedly smiled. He had surveyed the area before. It was filled with homas, and those who dared to wipe their asses were ruthless. Although the body of a martial artist is not easy to be injured, and it is also plush when touched in the hand. But the butt, well, just unsurprisingly to Lu Heng, several miserable screams appeared in the wilderness in an instant. The scene, it was like a Shura. By the time those people returned to the highway full of grievances, they realized that Lu Heng had already driven the car away at some point. The 7 of them cursed loudly, but there was nothing they could do but clamp their legs in an inner 8 and walk aimlessly along the highway. However, 2 of the 7 were beast masters, and could only plop down onto their spirit beasts and move forward slowly. It was only at this time that Chiu Yen and the others slowly appeared from behind. "Help! Help me!" A few people immediately became excited and waved their hands towards Chiu Yan's side as hard as they could. It was only on Chiu Yan's side that he slowed to a stop. "Hey, what happened? We just met a bad guy. Our tummies were hurting and he actually made us wipe our butts with one of those leaves. Thick crab." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yen acted shocked as the four of them plus a Shao Wall the Shadow Guard had also participated in the Battle of Suwon Street hurriedly ran over. What the hell is going on here? My friend. Help me. Where is the man who did this to you? Where did you come from? The moment John inclined his head to try and point in the right direction, Qiu Yen and the others moved. The bottom of the car there are a few shadows also floated out together. A person hand pulled out a sack directly on the head and face towards a few people cover over. Who are you? They wanted to resist, but the next thing they realized was that the bag was like it was able to imprison their auras. Now that he was pulling weak and his butt hurt, he couldn't even use his aura. Give it to me hard. These guys aren't going to stop until they're beating the out of each other. As Wang Tung snapped, his hands and feet viciously greeted the sack in front of him. I vaguely remember that the one in his sack was the same kid who was dressed in fancy clothes before. Although the bodies of martial artists were resistant to beatings, several of their ranks were around bronze. If they were to face each other head-on, Wang Tung would not say that he had no chance of winning, but he would also experience a bitter battle. Until now, he had never really understood the truth of planning before moving. Qiu Yen is no less than a top old Inbi. This move is step by step, cool. And what Qiu Yen had in the sack in front of him on his side was John. This old gangster had a hypocritical look about him, and Qiu Yen looked at him with displeasure. Not only does he throw his own punches, but he also specifically calls out the flaming unicorns Purple Moon and Cinderblock. He, who hadn't even summoned his entire team at the secret realm, was now kind of going out on a limb. However, Ling Feng was still considered a bottom card at the moment, so naturally he didn't call it out. Lao Deng was a silver-level expert, so he wasn't afraid of being killed at once. So, the flame Qilin kept stomping towards the sack, and Purple Moon swung her tail and kept lashing it like a whip. The Cinderblock, on the other hand, hardened some of its bodily fluids and slammed down like a sledgehammer. After today, these few people are afraid to shed a layer of skin even if they don't die. Chapter 142a Quite Pugnacious Speech. Stop! They are exchange students from the Pretty Empire. If you guys keep fighting, the Pretty Empire Embassy won't let you go. In the middle of the sack, that John hissed miserably. Due to eating too much at the food stalls, it was surprising that my stomach and intestines started to get upset again at one point. Not only were these people taking a beating, even the spirit beasts of the other two were suffering along with them, being beaten up by the Wang clan's shadow guards. Xiao Wei, I'm tired. It's your turn. Qiu Yen, after all, was only a beast royal master, and although his physical strength had been enhanced a bit by the Tiangui Forge, it was still no match for these martial artists beside himself. Okay. Since this road was sparsely traveled, Qiu Yen and the others fought for more than half an hour before a car slowly drove by. Seeing this, Wang Tung and the others snapped off the sacks with the locking spirit stones and then fled the scene at a rapid pace. It wasn't anything to see, but that car was at least a witness. John had long been out of shape, and seeming to perceive that he had not been attacked for some time, he began to try to break away from the sack that had come to bind him. Then, at John's prompting, all of them climbed out of the sack in despair. Without exception, they carried a sickeningly unpleasant odor all over their bodies. Really pulled by Qiu Yen and the others. Mr. John, what exactly are these people? The hands are so vicious. Mom, I want to go home. Woo-woo. Shedder. These ing scum. At that moment, the car in the distance had already traveled to a few people. What are you doing here? The owner rolled down the window and looked at the foreigners in front of him with some curiosity. He then smelled an unpleasant stench. Roll. You Dragon Nation people. Are you trying to torture me again? I'm not going to fall for that. Just come straight to me if you guys want to do something. There's no need to pretend you don't know. David spat toward the ground in his gray head, his saliva full of reddish blood. The owner of the car looked at these foreigners and felt as if he had a brain fart and chopped his head off. He didn't know that these people had already suffered inhuman beatings earlier. Just think these people are stupid. With his foot on the gas, he took off. A gust of wind brought up invited these foreigners to eat a mouthful of sand. I'm going to report to the embassy. Let these evildoers get what's coming to them. Afterward, no one knew how they had escaped back from the middle of the uninhabited wilderness. All of them coincidentally kept their mouths shut about the details and experiences involved. Qiu Yen, you're really good. How did you come up with all these bad moves? It's so sick. Wang Tung sat on the passenger side and laughed his ass off. Today was a real treat for him, Even the two Nia sisters stepped on it twice and took advantage of the chaos. Nothing else. It's just the professionalism of an old. Cho Yen had a bad smile spreading across his face. This is a righteous group fight, and as a new generation of 5 good young people in the Dragon Kingdom, his heart is also full of fulfillment. Okay, it's almost noon. Let's go have lunch. Take you to the spirit beast breeding base for a nice meal. Wang Tong directly patted Xiao Wall, who was driving next to him, looking in a good mood. Spirit beast breeding base? What's good at the spirit beast breeding base? It was the first time Cho Yen had heard of it. You don't know? The spirit beast breeding base has set up a special restaurant for VIP customers. And, don't you have one too? Didn't they tell you at the time? Cho Yen didn't really know, because no one would have thought that Cho Yen, who waved his hand and took out tens of millions of dollars, actually didn't know about this. Soon, the car drifted straight into a perfect drift into the middle of the parking space. Such an operation caused the 2 sisters of the Sky Rabbit clan to have a strange color in their eyes. I didn't realize this iron lump had such a handsome way of operating. Even though they had come to the Dragon Kingdom the last time, they definitely hadn't experienced such a wild driving style as Xiao Wall's. After getting out of the car, the few people arrived at the spirit beast breeding base. That girl Lin Yuqing actually didn't go to work today, which made Cho Yen feel very strange. What he didn't know was that the little girl was at home preparing for the re-examination of the Longhua Medical University, and had taken a rare vacation from Luoyang. Wang Tung led them to the 2nd floor. Cho Yen then realized that the 2nd floor was the restaurant. I've been here so many times by myself in circles, and I can't believe I've never come up here once. Once you enter the door, what meets your eyes is the high-grade statue of the divine beasts. The 4 directions are the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and right in the center is a handsome to the explosion of the unicorn. The decor here is full of unassuming nobility. It seems to win with premium materials and exquisite details. A tantalizing aroma filled the air. Not only the 2 women of the Heavenly Rabbit clan, even Cho Yen couldn't help but light up. They followed the waiter around the corner to a private room. The decor of the place was no different from the outside, but it was planted with many rare flowers, and the whole dining environment looked elegant. Here was the 4-square table that Wang Tung had specially reserved. So under Wang Tung's detailed arrangement, opposite Cho Yen sat Cho Yen, and on either side of himself sat Nia. Nia pulled back the leather seat and sat down, and bounced it fussily, a look of excitement on her face. Wow, you Dragon Kingdom people really know how to enjoy yourselves. Any place here can kill our Sky Rabbit clan in seconds, and the streets are clean as a whistle, so you don't have to worry at all about accidentally stepping in horse manure while walking. But it's a good thing Dr. Jean promised us that the Dragon Kingdom would soon send out personnel to help us remodel our homes. When the time comes, I'll be sure to invite you guys to come back as guests of the Heavenly Rabbit clan again. Yes. Nia said a bunch of things and realized that Cho Yen was the only one who responded to her. The line of sight turned to Wang Tang next to him, who was actually eyeing his sister with a colorful face. Immediately, he pushed Wang Tang with a face full of resentment. However, at this moment, Wang Tang's phone rang. Hello? Pops? What? Brat? Did you beat up someone's pretty country exchange student? If you hit it, you hit it. Why the hell did you hit it like this? Those students are crying to go home. Little brat, do you know that they have brought new technology? A method that allows imperial beast masters to cultivate martial arts and martial artists to contract spirit beasts. Sianum, get the back here now. Wang Tang, his old man, Wang Shuesong, was furious and gave an output inside the phone, causing Wang Tang to have no chance to interject at all. Pops, you don't know how much those people are bullying to our Dragon Kingdom. I won't only beat him to death. Bastard. You've got hardened wings, haven't you? Forget it anyway, we have the man now. There is plenty of opportunity to force a confession. Then hang up Pop. There was silence within the box at the moment. Wang Tang looked at the somewhat silent few. What are you doing? What are you looking at me for? It seems that everyone was shocked by Wang Tang's formidable old man. How does it sound like there's still something going on with Wang Tang's mom? It's okay. My old man is like that. He didn't study and practiced martial arts at home for more than 20 years before he was sent to the Holy Beast battlefield by my grandfather. It's not unusual for qualities to be poorer, is it? Wang Tung waved his hand with disinterest. At this time outside also began to serve food, and a beautiful dish was brought to the table. It shocked the 2 women to the core once again. It's just a couple of dishes. Why can they be decorated so nicely? This is not the same boxed lunch they had before. Chapter 143. Something's fishy. During dinner, Chiu Yen asked the question that had confused him for half a day. By the way, does Pretty Country really have that method? That's the one that's practicing. No. I suppose there is. Wang Tong was unconcerned about this aspect, grasping a large duck leg in his hand and said vaguely, seems to have completely disregarded his rich kid image. Ding dong. At this moment, a message was sent from Chiu Yan's cell phone. Chiu Yan opened it and it turned out to be from the class teacher, Li Jianguo. I suppose it's been quite a spring in the air for the past 2 days. Chiu Yan was still very relieved by Ji Shouen's efficiency. Now those few directors of Spring Rain and Chan Qingqing's uncle Chen Zhenhua are estimated to have gone to open up territory in the great northwest of the Dragon Kingdom by now. Chiu Yin, can you lend me some money? Li asked him to borrow money. What a situation. Is this? Because of the last crack in space, our entire building was lost. I want to buy a house for Xin. It's all my fault. I was poor and didn't have an insurance policy or anything. Can you meet me at the Chinese garden? Chiu Yan immediately felt strange. Shouldn't Li be high up in the ranks? And Ji Shouen also promised Chiu Yan that he would raise his salary several times. But although he felt that things were a bit strange, Chiu Yan still agreed. Okay, I'll be there later. After saying that, Chiu Yan handed his cell phone to Wang Tong. Man, I guess it's time to use your family's power again and find out what my high school homeroom teacher has been up to lately. Okuk. A word. Wang Tong took 2 napkins, wiped his somewhat greasy hands, and immediately called Lu Heng over. Lu Heng, who received the news, sat up from another car and drove to the Wang family's information gathering center with a kick of the gas. And after the investigation found that Li Jianguo these 2 days and his wife and daughter are living in a rental house. Regularly, a man would stealthily enter and leave their house. Witnesses claimed that Li and the man could often be heard engaged in heated arguments. And each time, the man would leave in a huff, smashing indiscriminately at the battery-operated cars in the building. It caused the upstairs tenants to curse. But that mystery man doesn't seem to have come over in the last 3 days. This is something that seems counterintuitive. And right after the mysterious man disappeared, along with Li Jianguo and his family also disappeared. These messages he sent to Chiu Yan were the first time he had delivered news to the outside world in the past few days. Lu Heng, who inquired that something was wrong, hastily reported the matter to Wang Tong. Chiu Yan had a thick layer of dark clouds hanging over his heart after reading the chat records on Wang Tong's cell phone. Has Li been kidnapped? But that doesn't make sense. Li doesn't have many other relatives in his family. That is, just a sister on his wife's side. Plus, Li's family didn't have a lot of money, so it wouldn't make sense to kidnap them if they were seeking money. And why did he ask Chiu Yan, a student, to borrow money? Previously, Chiu Yan had found it a bit strange how the spatial crack happened to be generated in his store. What the hell is going on here? Can't figure it out at all. Chiu Yan decided it was better to run in person. Now that everyone's lunch was almost done, they thought that they would be fine to go alone. But Wang Tong and the others acted as if they were relying on Chiu Yan and said that they wanted to follow along. Well, you guys are coming with me. Mr. Li is considered a very good teacher. No matter what, we're always going to have to go and look before we say anything. Chiu Yan instructed a few more people for a couple more sentences, and then they rode together in Wang Tong's family's car. The Chinese garden was abandoned a long time ago. That homeroom teacher of yours called you over. There must be something wrong. Wang Tong took out his cell phone, opened a report, and handed it to Chiu Yan. Zhonghai Citizens Biochemical Enterprise Zhonghua Yuan has been using illegal chemical raw materials for a long time, and now the whole plant has been sealed off. The former thriving plant, now turned into a depressed look. The reason behind this is saddening. Reports of this sort abound. However, Chiu Yan found a common thread in these reports. There is no mention whatsoever of the specific offending chemicals involved in China Garden. I'm afraid the reason behind this has definitely been embellished by the media. At this moment, Chiu Yan was also in deep thought, leaving one to wonder what was going on in his head. The Chinese garden was still a long way from the Spirit Beast Breeding Center, and even if Xiao Wall drove at full speed, it still took about an hour. Chiu Yan held up his cell phone in accordance with the location sent by Li Jianguo and walked to the door. Because it had been blocked for years, the lock on the gate also looked a little rusty, and there was a large circle of barbed wire around it. Furthermore, because it used to be a chemical plant, Even scavengers are afraid to go near it. Qiu Yan sighed, climbed the barbed wire fence, and flipped over in a few leaps. This used to be the largest industrial park in Zhonghai City. Although it was once a key cultivation project in Zhonghai City, now it was just an abandoned factory, with a large number of rusty machines piled up here. Half of them are gone. Back on the road, he had called Li several times. But the other person hung up quickly, as if it was inconvenient. Just alone. Do you need to go here, far from the city? This is a clear case of ginger fishing. The one who wishes is the one who takes the bait. Qiu Yan also could only harden his head and dive in. However, he had let Wang Tang and the others follow behind, which was a kind of insurance for his own little life. Looking around, Qiu Yan still didn't find Li Jiangguo's figure and could only walk inside while making a video call to Li Jiangguo. This time it only took 2 beeps before the call was answered. Qiu Yan, hurry up and go. Someone here wants to harm you. Li Jiangguo in the video is very painful. The appearance is also extremely miserable. In his side vaguely there belongs to the little girl's cries. Mr. Li, where are you? I didn't come alone. Don't worry. In the middle of the video screen, Li basically only appeared as a stump for a few seconds before it went dark. Also ringing was the sound of a cell phone dropping to the floor. Bad. Qiu Yan gave a dark cry, because this man was clearly coming towards himself. Li Jiangguo's family. Definitely implicated by himself. Could it be that the 10,000 races side deliberately drew themselves over, wanting to strangle their undeveloped selves here? Qiu Yan. Hello. Qiu Yan's somewhat teasing voice sounded behind him at this moment. Looking back, he found an extremely evil-looking young man revealing himself from behind the large equipment. Which one are you? Do you recognize me? Oh, recognize? Then I know too much. It's a shame we didn't meet last time at Suwan Street. A hint of sinister color flashed across Fang Haochen's face. Oh, I see. You must be the bishop of the Heavenly Vault Church. Qiu Yan sneered and looked straight at the youth. Bingo dog. Fang Haochen snapped his fingers, but the sound that rang out was like the sound of metal clashing. I really didn't expect to actually be able to escape from the blood demon's hands. Really underestimated you. The scourge of the Heavenly Vault clan for so many years was actually dealt with by you. A little black iron level bug? Fang Haochen exclaimed in admiration, and also clapped his hands in a fervent manner, while also revealing his own pair of metal prosthetic hands. This matter has nothing to do with Li Jiangguo. You let the family go. Qiu Yan was as steady as an old dog in his heart, one hand quietly behind his back, ready to release the flaming qilin at any time. Upon hearing this, Fang Haochen gave a laugh. Haha, you say it has nothing to do with Li Jiangguo? No, no, no. His words just fell. Aside of the second floor of the plant above, the window was clattering open. A figure was standing in front of the window, coldly looking at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan raised his eyebrows, seeming to somewhat disbelieve his eyes. Is that Mr. Li? He's one of your Heavenly Vault Church? Chapter 144 Caught in the Boundary.
Hehehe.
You guess. Fang Haochen's eyes became violent, the muscles in his face twitching. Not a bad mix, Qiu Yan. Swung into action and became the captain of the Starfire squad. Do you know how long I've been in the darkness of the secret world? Hey, hey, hey. Stop. Qiu Yan really wasn't in the mood to listen to Fang Haochen pushing. I don't even know you, do I? Can we please not make this an old friends reunion scene? Do you have a crush on me? Then you'd better not think about it. Can you leave me alone? I've got my heart set on something. Okay? After saying that, Qiu Yan even waved his hand in disgust. You! Fang Haochen was enraged, and without any more nonsense, he directly chose to make a move. All of you, get on me. Just as Fang Haochen's words fell, many mysterious people whose figures were shrouded in black robes appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, there were spirit beasts that were too numerous to count. However, those spirit beasts were very strange looking, similar to the plague carrion dogs from before. Hee hee. If you want to take me away, let's see if you have the strength. Qiu Yan's tone had a mocking tone in it, but the face of his face didn't have any expression. With such a large number of spirit beasts, if they were to pounce over together, they were afraid that Qiu Yan would really have to drink a pot of water. Even if it was cannon fodder, Qiu Yan still had something to fight for. Flaming Griffin, Purple Moon. Kill them all. At this time, the periphery of the Chinese garden was already surrounded by shadow guards. All of their hands were flickering with the light of their own aura, as if they were trying to force their way in. Just 2 minutes after Qiu Yan had gone in, Wang Teng realized that something was wrong. Why can't Qiu Yan be contacted now? The locator he had placed on Qiu Yan had also lost its signal. Wang Teng was about to rush in immediately, only to realize that the entire outer perimeter of the Chinese garden was filled with a special boundary. No matter how it was attacked, this boundary could not be shattered. He immediately called all the Wang clan shadow guards within 20 kilometers of the vicinity. Even so, everyone combined their efforts to attack, and that boundary actually didn't move at all. This made Wang Teng instantly anxious. It was because there was no lack of experts with gold-level cultivation among these shadow guards. They can't even break the boundary when they join forces? That meant Qiu Yan had really stumbled into big trouble this time. As a matter of fact, even if it was able to withstand a platinum-level boundary, it wouldn't be able to move at all under the continuous siege of so many people. Their attacks were like hitting a stone with an egg, constantly using their most consuming and powerful moves, but the effect was equivalent to nothing. In reality, this boundary was still the same protective spell formation that Fang Haochen had previously set up in the middle of the dark water swamp. Since they had teleported to the Sanxi mystic realm, the flow of time there was strangely fast. One day in the Dragon Kingdom, Sanxi Mysteries, was almost equivalent to passing a month. Although it was clear that not much time had passed since Qiu Yan and the others returned from Suyuan Street, Fang Haochen had spent the majority of the year in the Sanxi mysterious realm. His hatred was like a sealed septic tank that had built up to a very scary stage. It was no wonder Fang Haochen had treated Qiu Yan the way he had before. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Haochen and the others slaughtered the spirit beasts unique to the secret realm, obtaining crystal cores and improving the defense spell formation. They changed the spell to a knot. Both are capable of defense, but their essence is different. As long as the spell formation was supplied with enough crystal cores, it could basically be turned on continuously, able to protect the interior from external attacks. The boundary, on the other hand, was disposable, consuming the equivalent of 3 spells to open the crystals. Can only be used so many times. Its purpose was to trap the enemy and defend against the outside world, so the strength above was a whole lot stronger than a spell formation. No matter what kind of attack it suffered, as long as it was below the diamond level, it wouldn't be able to break through. However, the disadvantage of this boundary was very obvious, which was just that it could not be opened with external force. The boundary couldn't be continuously recharged with crystal cores, so after the energy of the crystal cores in it was gradually depleted, it would automatically dissipate in an hour. So this time, Fang Haochen was really willing to shed blood in regards to Qiu Yan's attack. Young master, it can't be done. Looking at the strength of this boundary, it must be a diamond-level powerhouse to break it. Hearing the words of his own shadow guard, Wang Teng's heart fell to the bottom. This meant that no matter what danger Qiu Yan suffered in it, if they wanted to support them, they would have to wait for the boundary to dissipate automatically. Grass. My grandfather used to be a diamond instead. But damn, my grandfather is sick. His strength has dropped to platinum level between all these years, because of the gradual increase in age, and because of the dark wound he received on the Holy Beast battlefield back then. That was why the old man of the Wang family's cultivation realm began to retreat year after year. Now the old generation of experts, as far as Wang Teng knows, there is only that other person, Li Kunlun. Right? I'll call Elder Li. Do. 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 Li Kunlun was honestly sitting in the middle of the conference room at this time, listening to the dry content of the meeting, feeling incredibly boring. It's nothing more than about the specific construction of the Dragonblood Highlander. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated in the middle of his pocket. As if Li Kunlun saw the hope of life, he directly greeted Long Hearing Spring and slipped out of the back door. The moment he left the house, Lao Li touched out a cigarette in his mouth, lit the fire and pressed the connect button. He was in a very comfortable mood at this point. Hello? Wang family boy, what do you want with my old man? Li Kunlun sipped his cigarette prettily. The call came at the right time. Elder Li, Qiu Yan is trapped in the boundary by those traitors of the 10,000 clans. Initial judgment is that it takes a diamond level to break. You come quickly. What? Li Kunlun's eyes widened. In the past few days, they had almost purged those traitors of the 10,000 clans before they came to Kyoto with confidence. But where did these traitors who could use high-strength knots come from? What the is wrong with you guys? I'm having a meeting in Kyoto City now. The fastest we can get back is 2 hours. Hold on, I'm rushing back now. Li Kunlun took a deep drag on the butt of his cigarette and sharply threw it to the ground. Directly, he operated his spiritual energy and rushed towards the direction of Zhonghai City. Do. Listening to the busy phone, Wang Teng then remembered that this morning Dr. Jean said that everyone else was on a mission or out. I'm afraid that the only expert above the platinum level in Zhonghai City right now is his grandfather. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head and almost fainted. 2 hours? 2 hours, I'm afraid Qiu Yan's body is stiff. Contact the formation master. It's all good if we can break that boundary a few minutes faster. Everyone else, continue attacking the boundary. In front of Qiu Yan were countless spirit beasts. It's just too much. Although the flame Qilin was able to blast away a small piece every time it used the sea of burning flame and fire, this did not solve the problem in front of it. It was because those spirit beasts seemed to have been reinforced with fire-resistant electricity. It simply can't do effective damage. Looking at Qiu Yan, who was still stubbornly resisting, Fang Haochen let out a tisk sound and smiled comfortably as he wrapped his arms around number 2 on the side. The righteous hand was still kneading unashamedly. Qiu Yan, quickly and honestly tie your hands. This is not fun. Be a good boy and hand over the flamefire Qilin and that snake to us for study, and I'll be in a good mood and still leave you alive. Chapter 145, The Secret Realm of the Sand Sea. It wasn't unreasonable for Fang Haochen to do so. The flamefire griffin had a divine beast bloodline, and even though the amount was small, it was still able to extract a small amount of griffin bloodline. It wouldn't be impossible to breed the mythical unicorn through some other special method. The words of Qiu Yan's other snake-like spirit beast were also very abnormal. Fang Haochen had traveled among the major secret realms for many years, so he naturally knew all about spirit beasts. These large snake-like spirit beasts rarely possessed long-range skills, so there's mostly value in research as well. Seeing that the flame Qilins and purple moon's means of attack were being targeted, he thought that if he couldn't do it, he would just release the cinder block. Just as Qiu Yan was about to make his move, he realized that Li Jianguo at the window had moved. He carried Li Xinxin's collar in his hand and slowly put it outside. As soon as she let go, Li Xinxin would definitely fall, and it would be a certain death afterward. Li Jianguo, you're ing crazy. That's your ing daughter. No matter how much Li Xinxin cried, Li Jianguo's outstretched hand did not move. Even Qiu Yan's words seemed as if he hadn't heard them. It was only at this time that Qiu Yan realized that Li Jianguo looked numb, like a puppet being manipulated. Now can we talk properly? Fang Haochen knew deep down that this was the killer, with a subdued smile on his face. Qiu Yan couldn't figure out even if he thought about it, why did Li become like this? Could it be that he was manipulated by the Heavenly Puppet Clan? But that doesn't make sense either, because just a moment ago, Li was still sane enough to tell him to run away. No matter what, Li Xinxin is always innocent. Helpless, Qiu Yan could only open his mouth to negotiate. What do you want? It's simple. How about asking you to come with us? Fang Haochen thought he was winning, let go of number 2, and slowly walked to Qiu Yan. That poor little girl will die if you don't. The whole brain is like a watermelon. Bang! After saying that, he also made an extremely exaggerated gesture of exploding. However, Qiu Yan's expression was as usual, and he said in a calm manner, "Okay, I'll go with you. Don't you hurt Li Xinxin. Worthy of being the captain of our Starfire squad. It's really full of responsibility. Simply a saint, sacrificing himself for the sake of others." While Fang Haochen flattered exaggeratedly, the light of the teleportation array lit up beneath him. With a wave of his hand, all those crazy spirit beasts stopped and turned into streams of light and flew into the mannequin in number 2's hand. Seeing this, Qiu Yan also took his spirit beast back into the Imperial Beast space. "Okay, let go of Li Xinxin. Hey, let go. You know, I'll fulfill whatever you want." Seeing that the teleportation was finalized, Fang Haochen had a winning smile on his face. Li let go of his hand without warning. "Dad, don't. Xinxin will do as she's told. I don't want to buy toys ever again, oh. All that could be heard was the little girl screaming and falling down the stairs. Cinder. Next, a scene that surprised Fang Haochen happened. Qiu Yan flew out towards Li Xinxin's side. His speed was simply like that of a martial artist. Want to save that girl? Dream on. Fang Haochen also moved to stop Qiu Yan. As a result, the cinder block suddenly appeared beside him and extended 2 tentacles. The tentacles were like sharp swords, piercing into Fang Haochen's heart. The other tentacle, however, came underneath Li Xinxin with swift speed and caught her steadily. Qiu Yan leaped high into the air and carried Li Xinxin in his arms. The blood demon's ability? Fang Haochen's eyes widened and he was just about to strike again when a blinding teleportation light instantly enveloped everyone. Li also jumped down from the window at that moment, similarly bathed in the teleportation glow. The dozen or so people present were instantly teleported away. It also included Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin in his arms. The boundary was still being cracked outside the Chinese garden at this time. But suddenly, they realized that the obstacle in front of them looked like it had disappeared. The boundary is dissipating. Everyone, follow me in. Wang Tong had no time to care about the two Nina Nia sisters, and with a movement of his feet, he took the lead to enter the Chinese garden. Before his eyes was still a scene of crumbling and depression. The ground was littered with charred and blackened traces of the fight, proving that Qiu Yan had experienced a bitter battle here before. But there was no one here, and there were several dead spirit beasts. Search. Even if we have to search this place to the bottom today, we have to find Qiu Yan. Wang Tong was in a hurry. The figure weaved quickly through the clutter of discarded equipment. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he got a message. Now Qiu Yan's life and death are uncertain. Wang Tong frowned tightly. Since Qiu Yan was not found, this was instead a good thing. Perhaps teleported away by those 10,000 dogs? Then instead of killing Qiu Yan on the spot, he took him away intact. Did he want to serve as a hostage, or did he want to plot something on Qiu Yan? Young master, traces of someone teleporting have been found on the ground. At this moment, the Shadow Guard's words made Wang Tong even more convinced of the conjecture in his heart. Where's the formation master? Quickly, repair the teleportation array. A few people came out from the side and surrounded the place, laying down on the ground and starting to crack the formation in full swing. Qiu Yan sighed as he opened his eyes again and realized that he had arrived in yet another secret realm. Grass. This ing. He felt a little speechless. What's with the whole special forces thing? He had just come out of the watery secret realm and entered a new secret realm. And give people a break. Qiu Yan calmed down and began to look around. He was in the middle of a desert at the moment. The ground is filled with fine maroon sand that leaves traces complete with footprints with every step. Within a few breaths, though, it was erased by the howling gale. This place is still a bit nasty. Those congregations of the Church of the Vault of Heaven are no less shady rats to stay here. Qiu Yan sneered and looked at the sky. It's very dimly lit in here. There was a little light above, but it was only spilling down through the gaps between the dark clouds. Can't figure out why this place serves as a stronghold for the Church of the Vault of Heaven. It was understandable before in the Darkwater Swamp. After all, the scenery over there is still very nice. Could it be that's why that bishop hated him so much? Can't figure it out, so don't think about it. Qiu Yan began to look around for any sign of Li Xinxin. Before teleporting, Li Xinxin happened to be in his arms. So odds are it will teleport to the same place as well. As the wild sand whistled in the sky, Qiu Yan had no choice but to take out the equipment that he had purchased before going to the water swamp mystic realm. A goggle and a super filtering mask. Immediately afterward, he draped the black robe of the Church of the Vault of Heaven over his body. This material fabric is slippery and actually works wonders in the area of protection from the elements. Without going far, Qiu Yan saw Li Xinxin hiding behind a boulder, and didn't dare to cry. She could only quietly wipe her tears. It was heartbreaking to watch. Just as Qiu Yan wanted to go over, he suddenly felt the sandy soil beneath his feet faintly begin to vibrate amongst them. There's danger down there. Chapter 146 Sandworms. Ling Feng. Since there weren't many people here, Qiu Yan rather decisively summoned out Wind Cloud Hollow. Ling Feng whistled and directly carried Qiu Yan onto his back. Then with a single lift of his wings, he rushed into the sky. It was surprising that a large bug came right out of the seemingly calm sand. This kind of spirit beast was called a sandworm, looking like a supersized centipede, and it liked to live in the middle of this desert environment the most. In the secret realms that the Dragon Kingdom had finished exploring, sandworms were not very common, and Qiu Yan did not know how to deal with this kind of spirit beast. At this moment, the sandworm opened its mouthparts wide and rushed towards Qiu Yan. But Ling Feng's speed was not something to be reckoned with. Each time he flapped his wings, he could fly several meters towards the sky above. This also allowed the sandworm's attack to fall short. The upward momentum of his body suddenly stopped, stalled in the air, and then fell heavily towards the ground. Immediately, he fell on his back, once again kicking up a gust of wind. The fine sand on the ground was thrown up so high that it was like water. At this moment, it also allowed Qiu Yan to see the full picture of the sandworm. The entire back of the sandworm is covered in armor, and has the appearance of a rather hardened defense. Still struggling as it lies on the ground. The densely packed little feet were swinging regularly, and it was goosebumps to see Qiu Yan. The sandworm's entire body was conservatively estimated to be more than 10 meters long, and its width was even wider than two people's embrace. Qiu Yan had no doubt that if he had taken a few steps at night just now, he would have been chewed into pieces and swallowed by the mouthparts of this sandworm. Turtle. It's a good thing we have Lingfeng, otherwise it would have almost been a disaster. That sandworm was at least a bronze-level cultivation, and should be the ruler of a few miles around as well. The sandworm quickly found its launching point, rolled up its body, and with a flip was righted again. However, it did not continue to attack Qiu Yan. After all, at this moment, Qiu Yan was flying in the sky, and there was no chance to strike at all. And its next move made Qiu Yan's back go cold. This was because the sandworm instantly turned its head and rushed towards Li Xinxin, who was not far away. Crap! Hurry! Big Dipper Wind Blade. Due to the underground intelligence of the sandworm, a spirit beast, Qiu Yan was unable to communicate at all and directly commanded Lingfeng to attack. In just a flash, 12 light green wind blades coalesced on Lingfeng's wings. It flapped its wings again. The wind blades immediately flew towards the sandworms with the sound of wind bursts. A direct and hard hit on the sandworm. Bang! Although the sandworm had a hard armor on its back, this attack was sharp as a tack. When the wind and sand cleared, it was seen that a number of cracks had appeared on its back. Kirk! The sandworm ate the pain, and this time the cry was especially harsh, like it was in agony. Immediately after that, as if he was angry, he rushed towards Li Xinxin even more quickly. It was clear that he couldn't do anything about Qiu Yan, and intended to take Li Xinxin captive as soon as possible and then hide under the sand to enjoy it slowly. Still, it was a step too slow. This attack also bought quite a bit of time, as Lingfeng stopped right in front of Li Xinxin with a dive. Big brother! Li Xinxin opened her big watery eyes and saw the hideous sandworms, which had long been scared out of their wits. Without much hesitation, Qiu Yan directly held Li Xinxin in his arms. With a single wing acceleration, Lingfeng pulled up his position once again. This also caused the sandworm's attack to fall short once again. Boo! The sandworm's head hit hard on top of the boulder where Li Xinxin was hiding before. Looking at Qiu Yan, he sucked in a mouthful of oxygen tank. Lue. Afraid of a little pain. Oh. Qiu Yan didn't know how to leave either. But as long as the Church of the Vault of Heaven was found, then there were more than enough ways to be able to leave. Without much careful thought, Qiu Yan gave Li Xinxin another set of equipment in the royal beast space to put on, and also thoughtfully shook off the fine sand on the little girl's body. Since he didn't know the location of the Heavenly Vault Church, Qiu Yan immediately planned to just find a place to rest his feet first. With a big wave of his hand, Lingfeng flew towards the distance. However, the sandworm below didn't seem to be dead in the water, and with a deadly push of its 100 legs, it chased towards Qiu Yan's rear. Just 20 minutes later, the sandworm seemed to move away from its territory and another, larger one scurried out of the desert. The wide-open mouthpiece bit down towards the intruder's neck. A fight between two sandworms can't be pretty. It's just a constant mayfly nymphing around in the sand, constantly tearing at each other's flesh and blood. As the two sandworms were more disparate in size, they were quickly separated. The victor dragged his prey, beautifully digging at the sand with his 100 feet, into the desert below and began to enjoy his takeaway. Ha! Qiu Yan winced with a vicious chill. After advancing for about another 20 minutes or so, Qiu Yan saw an ultra-high mountain range. It is all made up of maroon-colored mountain rocks, which have been eroded by the wind and sand over the years, revealing an oddly shaped appearance. This mountain range was very large, and many gullies had been formed below it, which made it a good shelter. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan patted Lingfeng's body, and the two of them landed at their destination. Since it was like a cloudy day outside, visibility was low. Qiu Yan took out an illumination pearl as usual and injected spiritual energy to light it up. That's how you see the whole place. Stretches of stone-walled gullies filled with strange textures. After roughly checking if his surroundings were safe, Qiu Yan also put his heart down and took off his goggles and other equipment. After all, this is a dive wear, and it's just too muffled to wear on land. It then squatted in front of Li Xinxin and helped her pat the sand on her body. Removing the goggles once again revealed Li Xinxin's soft little face. "Thank you, big brother." Li Xinxin's voice was brittle with the childlike innocence of a child. Soon, though, as if thinking of his dad, his eyes reddened again. "Brother," you say, "is it because I'm at home clamoring for toys that daddy doesn't want me?" Qiu Yan instantly understood and reached out his hand, wiping the little girl's head. "Your father is possessed. Brother will take you to your father later and exorcise him properly." Li Xinxin could no longer control, small mouth. "Wow," cried out. "Rao Qiu Yan reborn back, but cannot bring children at all ah." In his last life, he was physically handicapped, and when he approached a child, the other person cried out in fear. Then the parent next to him would cut him with a knife-like look and turn his head to carry his own child away. It suddenly occurred to him that he still had a pack of fruit gummies in his royal beast space. After trying to drop one into her little mouth, Li Xinxin really stopped crying. "So do you remember where your mom used to be kept?" Qiu Yan's voice was gentle, and he had very little contact with children, so he tried hard to appear a little more patient. Because among Lu Heng's investigation, their family was obviously taken captive together by this heavenly vault church. "I don't know, but mommy got taken by these bad people too." Qiu Yan poured some water into his hand and wiped Li Xinxin's face. "Don't worry. Brother will definitely get you guys out." Chapter 147, The Second Goddess of the Sky Puppet Race. After washing the little girl's face, Qiu Yan even took out a pack of paper towels and wiped her. Only then did Li Xinxin's little face turn red again. Qiu Yan himself rinsed off and instantly felt incredibly refreshed. This was all thanks to his huge Imperial Beast space. A normal Black Iron-ranked Imperial Beast Master wouldn't have the luxury of putting a whole lot of straight drinking water in the Imperial Beast space. They would often just carry a few liters and that would be enough. However, Qiu Yan had several tons of barrels of water stored in his Royal Beast space. It was worth mentioning that those rivers in Qiu Yan's Royal Beast space couldn't be brought outside, which made Qiu Yan feel a bit sorry. Come to think of it, it was mainly because those environments were part of the Sentinel space itself. After taking a good rest, Qiu Yan once again put on his goggles and oxygen tank, intending to fly high into the sky to check where he was. Because of this, Li Xinxin thought that this big brother in front of her was going to abandon her as well, and once again bawled her eyes out. Qiu Yan coaxed him for a while before he stopped crying. He left the flame Qilin by Li Xinxin's side, had enough snacks and drinking water left for the little girl, and also thoughtfully pitched a tent for her to go in and rest and relax. After doing all the other preparations, Qiu Yan once again sat on Lingfeng's back and scurried high into the sky in a flash. The environment of this party's secret realm was extremely harsh, and the visual range was not particularly wide. Due to the constant drifting of wind and sand, Qiu Yan couldn't see farther. One could only ride Lingfeng, pick a direction at random and fly straight over. No way. Qiu Yan hadn't seen a map of this secret realm either, so he could only rely on his senses for everything. There was no fear of not being able to return anyway, as there was a connection between the Imperial Beastmaster and his or her spirit animal. As long as Qiu Yan wanted to, he could grasp the location of where the Flamefire Qilin was at any time. Flying amidst the high altitude, the gusty winds were like knives cutting into Qiu Yan's body. But then, Qiu Yan realized a strange phenomenon. That is, the wind is blowing all in one direction, like a blower that has been immobilized. But blowing in only one direction, then sooner or later this desert area is going to be blown all the way to the edge of the secret world. Could it be that this secret realm is not an ordinary plot of land, but a closed loop? You can find the Church of the Vault of Heaven if you go against the wind? I don't know if my guess is correct, but for now it's good to have a goal to move forward. It's not a good idea to fly against the wind. Ling Feng's figure was a little less stable amidst the gale. Qiu Yan had already crouched his body on top of Ling Feng's, just to prevent the sudden gusts of wind from knocking him down into the desert and becoming the afternoon tea of those sandworms. Not knowing how long he had been flying, Qiu Yan then spotted a conspicuous landmark. A row of low white bungalows, and these bungalows certainly weren't built on sand. Underneath these bungalows was an oversized slab of alloy steel serving as a platform, with many more steel pillars plunging deep into the depths of the ground below. It was 2 or 3 meters above the desert below. Perhaps this was done to be attacked by sandworms? Qiu Yan thought like this, and Ling Feng slowly landed in the middle of this complex. It's quiet here, There are no signs of human life for the time being either. It was worth mentioning that as soon as Qiu Yan arrived here, it was as if he couldn't feel the gale at all. There seemed to be some kind of formation blocking the gale. This made him become even more suspicious in his heart, and with a few dodges, he quietly ducked into the complex, concealing his form. He then proceeded to grope his way through the area. Because of his relatively small size, it wouldn't be a bad solution to explore in person. In the past, this kind of work was left to Briquette. The cinder block is dangerous in this environment though. After all, it's made up of bodily fluids plus instants. Once they fall into the sand below, they are quickly drained of their bodily fluids by the extremely dry sand, thus rendering them incapable of fighting. Qiu Yan looked at several rooms one after another, and all of them showed no signs of being inhabited, which made him more and more puzzled. What the hell is this place? Qiu Yan pulled open a door, and a putrid odor of rice still lingered in the room. This also proves that no one has been here for at least a long time. But it was once inhabited. Are they the ones from the Church of the Vault of Heaven? Qiu Yan couldn't figure it out, so he forced himself to endure the nausea and rummaged around. Grass. Can't find either one? Waste. Bunch of losers. Fang Haochen was staying in an underground palace at the moment, indiscriminately counting down on the obsequious henchmen in front of him. If he were to do it on his own, he would probably find it hard to find Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin in the middle of this vast desert. Qiu Yan is the key person. Keep looking for me again. My Lord Bishop. Right after a few people left, Li slowly walked over to the throne and sat down. As for Fang Haochen below, he changed his previous violent appearance and appeared somewhat flattering. My lord, this body of yours, are you using it well? Do you need to find another one for you? Li Jiangwo's face was cold at the moment. His knife-sharpened face surprisingly appeared to have some sense of majesty, and he spoke in a somewhat shrill voice that became neutral. I've been in this body for over 10 years. Honestly, it's kinda hard to switch. If it weren't for the Sky Vault God's side promising heavy benefits, perhaps this dark sun would never have been utilized. At those words, Fang Haochen also knew who it was and secretly clenched his teeth. Let the heavenly puppet goddess capture him even at the expense of exposing the pawns that had been hidden in the human race for many years. Cue words. It's that kid again. But this body has long been injured and is of little use. Let's see. That kid named Qiu Yan should have a good body. If we can refine a spirit puppet, we might even be able to mix above the sacred beast battlefield and trip up these human races. What about the Sky Rabbit clan? Is the passage still blocked by the people? Fang Haochen respectfully owed his body. Reporting to the goddess, the spatial rift on the side of the heavenly rabbit race seems to be blocked by the Dragon Kingdom, so we can't break through yet. It turned out that there were actually spatial rifts between the various 10,000 races. It's the space rift that connects an entire race of 10,000. It's separate, but it still manages to get the message across. Like the lizard race Jacques that Qiu Yan had seen before, he was an ambassador between the 10,000 races, responsible for exchanging information. Anyway, he's already landed on our territory, and there are countless sandworms here, so I don't think he'll be able to go far. A wry smile spread across Fang Haochen's face. He didn't know that Qiu Yan also had a wind cloud harvest that was able to cross the storm and go to the stronghold they had set up half a year ago. In his opinion, although Qiu Yan was not going to be buried in the mouth of any sandworm, finding a place to hide at this time was inevitable. Moreover, if one followed the wind full of searching, one would always find Qiu Yan. Okay. Go ahead and go down. I've got a few things going on. Right after Fang Haochen walked out of the palace, Li Jianguo stepped down from atop the throne high above, pulling open a door next to him. It is Li Jiangguo's wife who is being held here. At this time, his feet were tied and his mouth was stuffed with cloth, so he could only make whimpering noises. Even then, she didn't give up hope of struggling. Her wrists, which were tied to the rope, were red from her abrasions. Tan Feng, just stop struggling. My heart aches for you. Li Jianguo stepped forward with a heartbroken face and gently stroked the woman's cheek with his knuckles. Instead, the woman's face was filled with fear and resentment. What's the point of this? Essentially, there is essentially no difference between your husband and me. This body of mine is still your husband's, and even that still works. As usual, I can satisfy you. I don't understand what you're insisting on. Li Jianguo pulled out the cloth from Tan Feng's mouth, his eyes filled with tenderness. Although she was the goddess of order among the 12 goddesses of the Sky Puppet clan, she nevertheless had another unknown fetish. That is, like women. At the end of the last sacred beast battlefield, a wisp of her split soul possessed Li Jiangwo's body. In order not to be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom, he secretly lurked on Li for more than 10 years. It was the equivalent of watching Li come back from the Holy Beast battlefield, then going on a blind date and getting together with Tanfeng. After all these years, she was surprised that even a hint of desire to conquer was born in her for this strong woman. Though it cannot be ruled out, it could be the influence of Li's thinking. Still, she inevitably fell in love with Tanfeng. You dream. You. Give me back my husband. Chapter 148 Attitude. Tanfeng's face was filled with resentment. She knew that her man had suffered internal injuries on the Holy Beast battlefield and was forced to return to the Dragon Kingdom only under the persuasion of his comrades. When she first met, she appreciated Li Jiangwo's strength, so for so many years followed Li Jiangwo. Eating chaff and swallowing food is not regrettable at all. However, this unknown thing in front of her was doing this kind of treasonous thing on top of her man's body, to actually try to hurt the leader of Starfire Squad and her husband's student. It's simply disgusting. Get out. I'm telling you. Don't you dream. Our old Li is dead, and I don't want to live. Tanfinka is a chaste woman. It was cruel to my own daughter, but it had to be done to keep this thing from getting what it wanted. When she finished, she was ready to bite her tongue. However, at this time, Li was able to grab Tanfeng's jaw, making it impossible for him to achieve his goal of suicide. Forget it. Think about it. I'm willing to wait. Li Jiangguo smiled and tucked the cloth back in. The woman in front of herself is a hard ass. However, the Sky Puppet race had a long lifespan, and there was no shortage of this time is all. As usual, this woman had offended Her Majesty and was to be put to death outright. She had been hiding in Li's body for more than 10 years, and now she had regained her freedom. In a good mood, he didn't care too much about Tanfeng's offense. But refining spirit puppets also requires a female. Fang Haochen. What does the goddess command? Fang Haochen immediately ran his ass in from outside. To be honest, as a divine servant of the Heavenly Vault clan, he had given the goddess of the Heavenly Puppet clan plenty of face by being so respectful. How do you feel about my 10,000 clans? Goddess, I owe my life to the adults of the 10,000 clans. Can be said that I am loyal to the 10,000 clans. If you have any orders, I'll do them. Good. You serve the 10,000 clans, and you won't be short of benefits in the future. But it will require some small sacrifice on your part. Li Jiangguo looked at Fang Haochen in front of him with a smile on his face. After that Xiao Yan is captured, prepare a room. At that time, you may need to use that beauty of yours. SH. At those words, Fang Haochen sucked in a breath, and the sinister look in his eyes flickered. He probably guessed what the lord before him wanted. The probability is that it is the refining of spirit puppets. These methods weren't a secret, and Fang Haochen naturally knew what needed to be done with number 2. But let Xiao Yan and his woman that? He absolutely did not allow his head to be green, and Xiao Yan was still an enemy that he wanted to kill. Although he thought so in his heart, but on the surface he still respectfully said, making some insignificant sacrifices for the 10,000 clans is nothing. Well, stand down. Yes, this goddess of order directly treated Fang Haochen as a dog that was at SB's beck and call. As he left, Fang Haochen's mind was still calculating how to quietly finish off this goddess without leaving any traces. He's just a remnant of a soul. How can he rely on his identity to suppress him? Number 2 met herself in the middle of college and was sort of her first love. This goddess had the audacity to reach the attention of her own woman. Originally, he was only working for the 10,000 clans and didn't want to take things to the extreme. In that case, don't blame him. With that, Fang Haochen came outside and ordered, once you find Xiao Yan, report to me first. If anyone dares to spit out half a word to that Sky Puppet race fellow, then prepare to wait for death. Yes. Since all those present were Fang Haochen's beloved ones, they were naturally even more willing to be loyal to their own lord, and there was no reason to turn their elbows outward. And none of them are cuties. Even if one fawns over that goddess, what then? Then you will be valued and rewarded? Such a person would just be labeled a villain and be the first to die. Xiao Yan's side was helpless, for among these bungalows, no semblance of useful information could be found. Just then, a piercing noise sounded outside. Boom, boom, boom. Chiu Yen poked his head through the interior of the window and found 2 sand motorcycles coming from the desert behind this complex. Those 3 drove fast, the motorcycles for huge wheels covered with exaggerated ripples, squeezing the sand on the ground to the back, creating a blanket of sandy fog. It was such a battle that the roar of the diesel engine could be heard from a long way off. Chiu Yen quickly found cover and hid to the side, quietly waiting for a few people to arrive. Before long, a few people stopped their sand scooters. "Hey, I said to not be so cautious. Isn't that just a little black iron karami? Why so nervous? Which one of us isn't bronze level? I could him up with one hand." The voice of the person who spoke was petulant and frivolous, not putting Chiu Yen in his eyes at all. However, a bearded middle-aged man soon spoke up to retort. "Have you forgotten how we used to run away when we were in Suwon Street? That was when the cultivation was suppressed. Everyone is black iron." The petulant voice wanted to continue, but was interrupted by another person raising his hand. "This is the order of the Lord Bishop. We have no right to interfere. Do your part." At that, both men were honest. "There's no storm over here. In my opinion, Chiu Yen is most likely hiding in the stronghold we used to be in. Look around." Hearing the trio's footsteps disperse, Chiu Yen was relieved. They could never have imagined that Chiu Yen, who was searching for them, was just a wall away from them. "I was thinking of just hitting the 3 one by one. But then thinking about it, Chiu Yen still. There were quite a few strong enemies that Chiu Yen had taken out counting, and among them there was even a lack of bronze and silver cultivators. But even though these 3 people were bronze, to say that they had nothing to offer, Chiu Yen categorically did not believe it. The Church of the Vault of Heaven, which used to catch a large number of instructors, wanted to bring whoever evacuated badly, but had to bring these 3 bronzes. Chiu Yen guessed that they might be able to burst out with strength far beyond their peers, which was why they were able to gain the bishop's recognition. It seems that one must not act rashly at this moment. Easy to gutter. Squeak! The teeth-gnashing sound of the door opening rang out. The visitor's footsteps were light. It seemed to be the youth who had just spoken in a frivolous manner. Chiu Yen tightly pranced and stuck to the bottom of the bed, as steady as an old dog inside. He was becoming immune to this hiding behavior. Unless he could instantly kill the 3 in seconds, he wouldn't make a move. After all, not knowing the distribution of the surrounding forces after killing one, there were still 2 more out there. Having killed 2 of them, will a stronger one come out of nowhere? Chiu Yen wasn't afraid of these people. He was afraid of beating up the little ones and coming to the old ones. We are bound to be in trouble again. As expected, the youth just took a general look around and closed the door and left the place. After all, his subconscious was telling him that the odds were that no one was here. Chiu Yen then put his heart down. Not getting caught is the best, because he still had to rely on these 3 people to find the lair of the Sky Dome Church. Chapter 149, Chiu Yen's Confusion. Alright, we're almost done checking here. Why don't we move on? Since there's nothing here, let's look further ahead. Big brother, let's go. Well, 2, 3. Don't just go forward on the way. Keep your eyes sharp and look around a lot. With that said, the trio proceeded to start their sand motorcycles. Chiu Yen was watching from the back, but he could see clearly and also sorted out the relationship between these 3 people. The most stable is the oldest, the most serious is the second, the man with the beard, and the most frivolous is the third. However, at this moment, the communicators on the waist of the 3 of them rang at the same time. "Hello! Calling call. Class B squad calling. We found Chiu Yen and that little girl's trail. It seems to be in the gully at the bottom of Broken Wind Mountain. Rally the troops at once." "Roger that. All listen to my orders. Hold your ground until I arrive." Hearing Fong Haochen's voice in the trio's communication device, Chiu Yan's heart tightened. "I'm afraid that the traces left behind after that sandworm smashed that rock earlier should not have disappeared yet. Those people from the Heavenly Vault Church were afraid that they had followed the traces and chased after them." Chiu Yen secretly cried out in dismay. After all, that sandworm was advancing after them. Even from the direction of the crushed stone, it was easy to deduce their whereabouts. Damn! Chiu Yen summoned Lingfeng and sat up in a hurry. He also really didn't expect these people to search so efficiently. With no time to think carefully, Lingfeng lifted his wings with force and scurried up into the sky carrying Chiu Yen. The trio at this point were all but oblivious, because the noisy sound of the engine completely muffled all the commotion. Just a few breaths after Chiu Yen left. I feel like a gust of wind blew by. The boss acutely sensed a hint of something wrong. But his voice was also drowned out by the sound of the engine. Huh? What did you say? The oldest didn't seem to hear and pointed to his ear, almost shouting, veins bulging in his neck. I said, I feel as if a gust of wind is blowing. What did you say? Gotta. Thinking about it and forgetting about it, the boss smiled to himself and waved breathlessly towards his third brother. After all, they were in the San-Sea secret realm now. What's wrong with a gust of wind? Even though there was a wind-stabilizing spell formation here, after so long, some lack of effectiveness was normal. Without much thought, the three men fiercely twisted the throttle and directly rushed towards the distant Broken Wind Mountain. Fang Haochen held up his communication device at this moment, a hint of joy flashing across his face. With that, a plan to get rid of the goddess of the sky puppet race appeared in his mind. Oh, don't you want to make a spirit puppet? Fang Haochen only needed to use a slight trick to silently drive that wisp of residual soul out of Li Jiangwo's body. A residual soul can be understood as a mass of conscious aura. Normally, it can be hidden within many living creatures, provided that the creature's body contains an aura, and this residual soul will be able to perfectly integrate into the aura of the possessed person. This aura was extremely hidden, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. So when Li tried to cultivate, he would often feel a stagnation of spiritual energy in his body. He had thought that it was a dark wound left behind by the Holy Beast battlefield and had not taken it seriously. In fact, it was the goddess of heavenly puppets that was again at work in the midst of the body. This residual soul, if it forcefully possesses the body, then this residual soul will act as an aura that flows throughout the body. This leads to the control of the body. Since the residual soul had the qualities of aura, Fang Haochen just happened to have the means to correspond. That's draining all the aura from one's body. It's like chemotherapy, and the residual soul is the cancer cells in the body. Through special formations, the good and the bad are all in one place. By then, we'll still be at his mercy. Thinking of this, he mentioned it to the goddess of order of the heavenly puppet clan. Goddess Sama, the efficiency of these people is just too slow. I'll go out and look for it myself. Okay, go for it. One must make sure the body is intact. It doesn't matter if it's slightly bruised, but the body must be intact. No broken arms or legs. Good. I'll be excused. Fang Haochen was smiling on his face, but in his heart he was MMP. What a way to treat yourself like a dog. Temporarily pressing down the dissatisfaction in his heart, he directly rushed towards Broken Wind Mountain. Now that goddess seemed very wary of him. He still needed to perform again and brush up his favorability so that he could approach Li Jiangguo, as a matter of course. Ling Feng was very fast, especially with the use of 2 running skills. In less than an hour, Qiu Yan returned to where Li Xinxin was. Qiu Yan, who was high in the sky, remained dumbfounded after seeing the situation below. It's just a handful of people and it's not a big deal. Anyway, Ling Feng was extremely fast, and with the 2 running skills added, it was basically impossible for these earth dogs to catch up to Qiu Yan. That's where his confidence comes in. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan patted Ling Feng's back. Instantly, Ling Feng understood what Qiu Yan meant. Directly, 12 Big Dipper wind blades sneaked towards the bottom. Danger! Just as the wind blades sped away, a member of the congregation reacted. When the sand mist cleared, Qiu Yan realized that these people just had some extra sand on their bodies. It was clearly a relatively unsuccessful sneak attack. It was Qiu Yan's bad luck, to say the least. These congregations would have had their full attention in the gully at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, just as Ling Feng flew above them, a dark cloud was blown away by the wings in the good old sky. Under the light, Ling Feng's shadow was cast on the ground. And it just so happened that one of the congregants was staring at the sand pile in front of him, which narrowly defused the attack. Qiu Yan. It's Qiu Yan. He's flying in the sky. Grass. And what the hell is that spirit beast he's riding? It's been less than half a month in the outside world, as I recall. It took half a month to get this spirit beast whose character is no weaker than the Flamefire Qilin. Since when are top quality spirit beasts so worthless? Quick! Find a chance to shoot down. Those congregations weren't vegetarians either, and in the blink of an eye, they understood the current situation and began to use their own long-range means, wanting to find a way to shoot Qiu Yan down. Stop! Hearing the voice, Qiu Yan was precisely a bit surprised. Fang Haochen? Fang Haochen told to stop? Make who stop? Should I tell Qiu Yan to stop, or should I tell my own congregation to stop? However, the sight before us gave the answer. Although the hearts of those congregations were filled with wariness, Fang Haochen was clearly highly prestigious, and they all stopped the movements in their respective hands. What the hell are you trying to pull? Qiu Yan coldly smiled towards Fang Haochen with a clinical look. You, don't misunderstand me. I'm here to work with you. Fang Haochen had an anxious look on his face that didn't look like an act. At this point, it was starting to be Qiu Yan's turn to be confused. What a situation. Is this still the same Fang Haochen from before? Hated myself at the time. Now you're actually fighting to defend yourself? There's a problem. There is definitely a problem. Chapter 150 Cooperation of Interests. Cooperation? You wouldn't work with me if anyone did? Would you? Qiu Yan laughed in anger, and incidentally gave Fang Haochen a blank look, as if to say, see if I believe it. It's true. Come on. Show them our sincerity. With a wave of Fang Haochen's hand, those congregations below simultaneously retreated a large distance towards the back. Although Qiu Yan was puzzled in his heart, but now since the two sides didn't have to engage in a battle, it was just enough for Qiu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that if Fang Haochen wanted to attack strongly, he definitely had that strength. After all, Qiu Yan was only one person, and definitely couldn't put up a fight against the entire underbelly of the Heavenly Vault Church. No need to release the polar blood wolves, that would be best. This was his biggest card, and since he was able to hide it, it was exactly what Qiu Yan wanted. Yeah. Qiu Yan's teasing color was undisguised. As a result, Fang Haochen's face instantly showed many black lines. Qiu Yan, this reaction is obviously not trusting himself. What else? He had the chance to catch Li Xinxin himself and didn't even do it. It's really not a lie. He thought that he might as well cooperate with Qiu Yan and first kill the goddess. There's still Qiu Yan left. Won't he be able to take care of him at will? Qiu Yan went in with great generosity, while not forgetting to watch out for this dangerous Fang Haochen. Truth be told, he knew very little about this bishop. But what Qiu Yan knew was that the bishop possessed an army of spirit beasts and many unique means. Flaming unicorn. Did anyone else just come by? Qiu Yan had already descended to Broken Wind Mountain at this moment, and everything around him was as normal. The flaming griffin rose from the ground and shook its massive head. He walked softly to the front of the tent. After unzipping the zipper, he found the little girl sleeping soundly. It was like a beautiful dream, with a smile on her little face. How? Fang Haochen's voice rang out from above. Although we have surrounded this place for a long time, as you can see, we did nothing to Li Xinxin and the flame Qilin in autumn. Can we talk now? Qiu Yan looked at the head that was sticking out from above, and in his heart, he became more and more unsure of what kind of drugs this person was selling in his gourd. Could be. Though I don't know what the hell you're up to. After receiving permission, Fang Haochen whispered a few words to his men. He then stretched out his hand, and a soundproofing spell array isolated the entire 2-meter radius around Qiu Yan. Not only was it soundproof, but it also blocked the view inside, as if through a layer of frosted glass that let in light, but couldn't see what the two were doing. Qiu Yan didn't panic. He had seen this spell before. At least it proved that what this bishop wanted to tell him next was definitely confidential. Not long after, Fang Haochen's figure slowly invaded the spell formation without encountering any obstacles. Do you know why Li became like this? Like a different person, right? Qiu Yan nodded undeniably. Right now, he's under the control of the sky puppet race's goddess of order's entire body. What if it's now that Li's consciousness is still alive and you still have a chance to save him? Oh, you should know about the Sky Puppet Clan, right? That's the race of the top 10 counselors among the Council of 10,000 Races. Qiu Yan tried to remain as calm as possible, though his eyebrows still subconsciously twitched. I know about the heavenly puppet race. Once fully parasitized by it, one will die on the spot. Li Jianguo is afraid that he is already dead. That goddess of order is probably trying to turn me into a spirit puppet. Isn't she? Let me guess. What makes you tick? Qiu Yan paused, glanced at Fang Haochen, and snorted coldly. Working with me means wanting to betray that goddess of order. Judging from the conditions needed to refine the spirit puppet, another woman should be needed, right? Since using this woman should have touched your interests. Is that your woman? Qiu Yan watched Fang Haochen's face get worse and worse and knew that he had guessed correctly. Now, the dominance comes into your own hands. Yes. Fang Haochen was silent for a long time, but a smile bloomed on his face once again. You're right. It does make a big difference. But you're wrong about one thing. What the goddess of order has chosen is symbiosis. It means that the real Li is still sleeping, and the one who occupies the dominant position now is the goddess of order. All I have to do is get rid of the goddess of order and you and I will be free. Qiu Yan, you're smart. Qiu Yan looked at the other party who didn't look like he was lying and let out a laugh. How can I help you? Pretend to be caught by me, and then I'll cuff you with fake spirit locking handcuffs. When the time comes to find a chance, you're going to help me, because it's the only way she'll let her guard down, so I can get close to her. I hope you make the right choice. After saying that, Fang Haochen once again fell into silence, staring straight at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan froze. He thought Fang Haochen could come up with some brilliant tricks, and as a result, the exact plan will be to see what happens when the time comes. For this kind of agreement that neither side would benefit from breaking, Qiu Yan believed that each would honestly abide by the agreement. But the temporary alliance is because of the same enemies. Once Li was rescued and the goddess of order died, I'm afraid the first one to flip out would be this bishop. Qiu Yan wouldn't believe Fang Haochen just because of mere words. All right, I'll go with you. But what should be done to keep us safe afterward? When Qiu Yan said this, Fang Haochen also froze. How do you keep them safe afterward? Never thought of it myself. Are you really going to let the tiger return to the mountain? I pledge my life, though I have had some unpleasantness with you before. But I'll do anything for the love of my life. Saying that, Fang Haochen's eyes reddened, and he seemed to be a really big lover. Qiu Yan gave him a blank look. Who knows if what he said is true or not, and the devil will believe this kind of fake and empty words. However, Li Jianguo he did have to save. Okay. Can you teleport Li Xinxin back now? Not for a while. The teleportation spells are inside the stronghold. Okay. Qiu Yan nodded and stretched his hands obediently in front of Fang Haochen. Fang Haochen laughed cheerfully, patted Qiu Yan's shoulder with his righteous hand, and gently cuffed the spirit locking handcuffs on. Qiu Yan tried it and was indeed still able to use his spiritual energy as usual. Then he tugged and it was pretty sturdy too. A black iron ranked spirit power at full power was able to break it free. But Qiu Yan's strength had now reached the black iron high grade, and with his own physical strength he was able to remove the fake handcuffs. But he didn't tell Fang Haochen, instead nodding furiously. Well, you should be able to break free at full power by then. So be it. When the time comes, it's up to you. Fang Haochen excitedly embraced Qiu Yan, but this cold embrace without a trace of warmth caused Qiu Yan to shiver. Without much hassle, Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin returned to the stronghold in the Heavenly Vault Church's Baga car. But at that moment they stopped on top of a patch of sand for no apparent reason. Soon there were violent vibrations coming from the sandy underbelly. Those fine sands were constantly being toppled to the outside. In just a few minutes, a huge circular bunker appeared in front of Qiu Yan and the others. Seeing this bunker, Qiu Yan actually had an urge to receive it into the Imperial Beast space. Go get in. 6. No. 5. Go tell the goddess lord that Qiu Yan has been captured and returned. After saying that, a person next to Fang Haochen grabbed the first opportunity to enter this stronghold. Then let's go into Chapter 151, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. A little later, Qiu Yan was surrounded as if he was being escorted to a prisoner and entered the interior of the fortress. When the hatch outside closed, Qiu Yan felt a sense of weightlessness. The whole fort seems to be sinking. About 5 or 6 minutes passed before the feeling disappeared again. Go! Fang Haochen stood in front of all of them and nodded on the operating table on the side. The hatch on the opposite side only opened again. The technology in it is so technological that it looks like the construction of a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. Along the way, there would always be robots saluting towards Qiu Yan and the others. What was going through Qiu Yan's head at this moment was exactly how he could seize control of this fortress. Making these robots work for you is awesome to think about. Qiu Yan followed the crowd and arrived within a large hall. At this time, Li Jianguo was sitting on a throne high above, overlooking the crowd, almost like an emperor. Finally caught you, but it was a long wait. He used Li's body, but his voice was neutral. It made Qiu Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. I am the goddess of order of the Sky Puppet Clan Elena. Men, take him to room 32. Have a good wash. Fang Haochen, number 2. Fang Haochen physically bent over and bowed 30 degrees, then left with a few people. However, just as he was leaving, The look he turned back to Qiu Yen seemed to have a different meaning. Qiu Yen knew that this was a reminder not to forget the agreement between the two. He winked without a trace. For Fang Haochen's words, Qiu Yen couldn't manage to believe them 100%, and at this time, he had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Even if Li Jiangguo did die, then Li Xinxin and his own master's wife must have been saved as well. Then the exit route is important at this point. So as he was heading to room 32, Qiu Yen kept scrutinizing his surroundings. About 10 minutes or so, Qiu Yen then entered room 32. This room is simple. A bathroom, a bed, a nightstand and bedside lamp. It didn't look any different from most hotels. But in the middle of the bathroom, there was a robot standing there. After pushing Qiu Yen into the room alone, the door automatically closed and the rest of the people waited outside. It's still a strange experience to have a robot serve you a bath. Seemingly programmed, Qiu Yen was stripped clean all over his body. Even robots are afraid of those electronic eyes staring back at them. It's the Valley of Terror effect, isn't it? The robot is smart and well programmed. Even though Qiu Yen had handcuffs cuffed to his hands, there was nothing to hinder him, and in 5 minutes, all the sand on Qiu Yan's body was cleaned off, and the whole person was washed white. Under the robot's costume, Qiu Yen was put in a bath towel. Exiting the bathroom, he fell head over heels onto the bed. Within moments, the door to the room was opened. A gorgeous woman in a halter dress was wheeled in. Qiu Yen also got a good look at the woman's appearance. The looks are amazing and the body is great. No wonder Fang Haochen was so anxious. The woman looked cold though, like she knew where she was going to end up, not a trace of emotion in her eyes. She finally made up her mind and walked over to Qiu Yan's side. Like being in the middle of a watery secret world, the entire room was slowly enveloped in a black mist. Qiu Yen stared at his surroundings and also had a familiar feeling. It should be similar to Amira. I just don't know how strong Irina and Amira are though. Soon after, number 2's eyes began to grow dull behind them, and then mechanically he crawled into bed. Qiu Yen tried his best not to look at the large expanse of snowy whiteness that was exposed, staring at the ceiling without worry, because he knew Fang Haochen wouldn't allow things to actually happen. A familiar scent filled the air, one that seemed to have an aphrodisiacal effect. But it was useless to Qiu Yen. After talking to Qiu Wuji last time, Qiu Yen knew. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries was able to grant him immunity to negative statuses. So this scent doesn't work on him at all. Still, the facade had to be done, and his eyes likewise began to lax. But the next thing that made Qiu Yen collapse happened. The vitals were suddenly grabbed by a hot little hand. Qiu Yen only wanted to curse in his heart. What the hell was this Fang Haochen up to? How can he not act when he himself is being taken advantage of by his woman? At this moment, Qiu Yen felt as if he had been capitalized on, with a face that was lifeless. At that moment, Eleanor's figure appeared next to her, was looking at the two with an agitated face. Qiu Yen was confused. It seemed to be the same last time. It is estimated that he was particularly close to them in order to grasp the most accurate time to refine them into spirit puppets. And number 2's eyes remained dull, like he was completely unaware of Eleanor next to him. After a while, the murmur came back. Huh? How come there's still no response after so much time has passed? Could it be that this Qiu Yen is impotent? Not loud, but extremely insulting. Qiu Yen only felt very harsh in his ears and almost wanted to jump up and give that Ilana 2 big mouths. You're the one who's impotent. Just as Eleanor's attention was fully on the two, a red light sprang up in the eyes of the robot that had previously served Qiu Yen in the bath. In his hand, he suddenly gripped a dagger engraved with a strange pattern. The pattern on it was actually a formation engraved on the dagger. As long as the dagger was pierced into the body, the aura would be fully absorbed in less than a minute. The dagger divinely stabbed into Eleanor's back. Ah! Fang Haochen, how dare you betray me? Aren't you afraid that the people above will blame you? Eleanor trembled as if she was feeling great pain, only to feel that her origin aura was depleting at a rapid rate. With a slap, she flung herself on top of the robot's arm. But at that moment, her hand was tightly pinched by Fang Haochen, who had rushed in from outside, and she was not allowed to store it. Fang Haochen had a vicious smile on his face. Heh, just a wisp of a soul. Do you really think you're valued? I serve the Heavenly Vault clan, and I can't be blamed for the blame. If you're going to put your mind to it, then be prepared to suffer the consequences. Qiu Yen, I know you're not poisoned. Stop pretending and help me control her. Qiu Yen kicked the delirious number 2 out of the way and bounced off the bed in a flash, grabbing Eleanor's arm in a death grip. However, at this moment, Qiu Yen suddenly realized that the spiritual energy in his body was stagnant. Found it! A wry smile was sketched on Fang Haochen's face. His hand reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a remote control. These spirit-locking handcuffs, they're remotely controllable. Didn't expect that, did you? Fang Haochen threw the remote control behind him with a sardonic smile on his face, then once again extended his righteous hand to directly grab Qiu Yan's neck. Good. Good to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So is this your plan? Qiu Yan couldn't breathe for a moment. His face wore a look of pain, and his bound hands could only forcefully pick at Fang Haochen's fingers. Haha. Qiu Yan, don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll take care of you later. Fang Haochen wasn't looking at Qiu Yan, but his perspective turned to Elena. Irina, now with a dagger in her back, was crouched on her knees with a pained look on her face. Li, who was wrapped in black mist, was hidden. But again, there was a dagger sticking out of his back. What a good calculation, Fang Haochen. But it seems you're going to miss the mark. Although Qiu Yan was red in the face, he still had a confident smile on his face. Chapter 152. A stab in the back. Fang Haochen raised an eyebrow. Where did Qiu Yan get this confidence? It looked as if it had a plan. Oh, I'm going to miscalculate. It's not a smart person's behavior to be swollen in the face. Fang Haochen had a smile on his face. With the situation now in his hands, he couldn't think at all how Qiu Yan should turn the tables. Humph! Qiu Yan snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force with both hands. Pop! That handcuff was actually yanked off by Qiu Yan using his physical strength. Because of this, the effect of the locking spirit was also suddenly seen to have disappeared. Where did you get all that strength? Fang Haochen's eyes widened as he looked at Qiu Yan, who had broken free, his eyes full of disbelief. How could he have known that Qiu Yan had used the Tiangui Forge to gain a power that was far beyond the reach of an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster? The original means of gaining Qiu Yan's trust had become his biggest flip-flop? This made Fang Haochen somewhat unable to accept it. Just as he was about to continue, he realized that Qiu Yan's hand was emitting light. Roar! A whirlpool suddenly appeared next to him, and the flame Qilin sprang out like lightning, opening its fangs and biting towards Fang Haochen's head. With a tilt, Fang Haochen directly grazed the flame Qilin's fangs and dodged away. At the same time, however, he had to let go of Qiu Yan and throw him onto the bed again. The flame Qilin's entire body sprang out, each time its fangs pushed straight into Fang Haochen's neck, heart, and other vital places. However, it was obvious that Fang Haochen took advantage of his high cultivation level and unhurriedly dodged each of the flame Qilin's attacks. After taking 2 steps backwards to distance himself, he spoke again. Hee. You think you can turn the tables after breaking free from the spirit-locking handcuffs? If it's this level of attack, it's better to be honest and tie your hands. He had a mocking smirk on his face. Qiu Yan was now alone as an enemy camp. It was that he had the means to turn the world upside down, but it was impossible for him to break out. Only one crucial point was needed. Qiu Yan's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of black iron. Fang Haochen himself was a silver 3rd stage. The black iron level posed no threat to himself. Soon, however, the cinder block also appeared beside him, stretching out its sharp and powerful tentacles to pierce Fang Haochen's chest once again. Grass. This is the blood demon's ability. How did it appear on a spirit beast like you? Fang Haochen's eyes widened in anger, covering his chest once again as he took a few steps backward. When he was in the Dragon Kingdom before, he hadn't associated it with this. But now he gets it. It turned out that the blood demon had not been solved by the Dragon Kingdom's special incident handling team before. Instead, it was devoured by the spirit beast of Qiu Yan's. Bingo dog. Qiu Yan had a smile on his face as he looked at the furious Fang Haochen, a sort of affirmation of Fang Haochen. No words are more solid than this one. The smile wouldn't go away. It would only transfer to Qiu Yan's face. Without waiting for Fang Haochen to react, the coal ball's attack struck again. Forced to do so, Fang Haochen forcibly broke away from the previous tentacle, and a large pile of electronic components fell to the ground in the pulling and tugging, clanking. You could now see that he had a large hole pierced through his chest. At the moment, those complicated metal limbs like worms in the non-stop wriggling, brakes also crackling sparks. There were also drops of some unknown liquid falling to the ground. thanks to the fact that it was Fang Haochen who had a large portion of his body built from the technology of the Heavenly Vault clan. Otherwise, the cinder block could have nailed Fang Haochen to the top of the wall with such a blow. If Fang Haochen was a true silver-level cultivator, or a small partially modified body like Hoover's, it was in time to use the aura in his body to block the cinder block's body. Still, it's pretty scary that over 80% of it is original metal, because his body has no sense of pain. Once injured, there was no need to sit down and regulate or enter a hospital to receive treatment like most martial artists. The miniature 3D printer on his own body will automatically help him heal. It's just a shame that Hoover didn't have this kind of technological boost, or how else he wouldn't have been miserable enough to be killed by a bomb. Even if the power of that bomb was equal to the full force of a gold-level martial artist. There was no time to heal, and Cinderblock's attack had already reached the front. Fang Haochen dodged to avoid the tentacles. Then the thrusters on his feet erupted with powerful kinetic energy. In just one breath, he arrived in front of Qiu Yan. Purple Moon. Qiu Yan didn't panic and summoned Purple Moon, directly using his signature stance, Thunder Tooth. However, Fang Haochen's hard body blocked this, and the snake's teeth only slightly penetrated Fang Haochen's skin. Bang! Fang Haochen used his righteous hand and directly sent Ziyu flying. This powerful force caused Purple Moon's sharp snake teeth to break a small section, and then smash the wall next to it to the point that it wanted to shatter like a spider's web. But Purple Moon's suicide attacks like this work well. In that short moment, the toxin of the 9 heavens had been completely injected into Fang Haochen's body. As Fang Haochen wanted to swing his fist at Qiu Yan again, his entire body lurched. The entire world in his eyes began to shake violently. It also made him realize he was poisoned. Fang Haochen's face was filled with dismay. I can't believe I've been poisoned. And it's a snake toxin. It was a bit beyond his comprehension. Even though the spirit beast's toxin was no longer powerful, it was never able to erode his body. Because these toxins are nothing more than proteins, they can be broken down in minutes by the mechanical units in your own body. But Purple Moon's toxin isn't that simple. Its toxin was loaded with lightning attribute aura. This caused the toxin to wreak havoc everywhere within Fang Haochen's body, damaging a series of electronic units all the way through. This caused Fang Haochen's brain to become confused. Grass. U-I-N-G. Qiu Yan laughed and looked at Fang Haochen, who was lying on the ground, and was just about to ask the flame Qilin to make up for it. But he suddenly felt a coldness in his back. A small knife was thrust into his backside. At this moment, a smile appeared on number 2's face as he just looked straight at Qiu Yan. She didn't know when, but she got out of that previous state, then circled around to Qiu Yan's back and gave him a stab in the dark. Humph. Didn't expect that, did you? If you want to kill a Chen in front of me, you have to ask me if I agree first. Number 2 pressed a button. At once, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Let's leave you a dog's life first. Qiu Yan quickly retrieved his spirit beasts back into the Imperial Beast space, moved the already unconscious Li Jianguo onto the flame Qilin's back, and directly unleashed the sea of burning flames towards the door. In a flash, he rushed out of room 32 amidst the stunned gazes of the rest of the congregation. Chapter 153, What Goes Around Comes Around. Get after it. It wasn't until the hissing sound of number 2 came from inside the room that the few people outside the door woke up as if from a dream, directly running wildly towards the location Qiu Yan had fled from. Just a few moments after a few people chased them out. Boom! A huge fire engulfed the entire room 32, and a violent explosion suddenly resounded throughout the base. And with many of the congregation assembled outside itself, the huge aftershock directly lifted these people to the ground. Qiu Yan rode his flamefire Qilin as he kept weaving in and out of the corridors. Noticing the explosions, a teasing smile sketched on his face. It's the last bomb on himself. But for this time, it's obviously extremely cost-effective. The only reason why he was able to leave with such alacrity was because when he left, he pulled out the bomb in his hand as well. For one thing, it was also to prevent number 2 from recoiling from the brink of death. Secondly, it's a double whammy to hit the subsequent congregations hard again. With a bomb of such power released in the midst of a narrow space, Fang Haochen and his 1,000 beautiful women could definitely die without a burial place. But this time it was Qiu Yan who thought wrong. Fang Haochen is not dead. There was much more to him than the exposed cards. It just meant that Qiu Yan's previous actions couldn't threaten Fang Haochen's life for the time being. Once Qiu Yan was able to have the ability to kill Fang Haochen, a stunning shockwave would then automatically erupt from its body, destroying everyone in the room. On the other hand, Fang Haochen's body would automatically open a protective shield, firmly protecting his body. One could only say that it was fortunate that Qiu Yan hadn't been greedy just now, or else he would have been turned into slag by now. In room 32, Fang Haochen was unconscious and unconscious. The soft glow of the shield once again illuminated the darkened room. Number 2 hugged Fang Haochen's body tightly for a while before he tried to open his eyes, and immediately discovered the strange sight. Strange, didn't it explode? Afterward, she then reacted to the fact that it was the protective shield automatically triggered on Fang Haochen's body that saved her life. Somebody! She gently put down Fang Haochen and stumbled out. But the sight before her stunned her silly. Outside, there were scattered limbs everywhere. Broken hands, feet, guts, and whatnot all exploded into a mess. Only the farthest one of the congregation was spared, and was now cowering in a corner, shivering. Come on, come help me. Even as a heavy stench of blood drilled into his nostrils, Tu forced himself to hold back his nausea and yelled towards the congregation. But the congregation seemed to be mentally ill, hugging their knees with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Even at the shouts of number 2, he just lifted his head numbly and looked blankly at the other man. How useless! Number 2 stomped his foot helplessly, but stepped on a section of intestine and squeezed out a lot of blood, which gave number 2 a nausea as well, and he couldn't stop dry heaving. Ah Chun, don't worry. I will definitely save you. She returned to the room once again barefoot and carried Fang Haochen on her back. Since the previous oxytocin hadn't completely worn off yet, this left number 2 weak. Plus, most of Fang Haochen's body had been transformed, and it could be much heavier than flesh and blood. Carrying him on his back was like hanging an iron heap on his body. Number 2 carried Fang Haochen on his back, walking step by step towards the bishop's exclusive medical room. At this moment, Qiu Yan was still fleeing in panic. The eyes of those robots on the road turned red lights, signifying the opening of combat mode, constantly firing lasers in Qiu Yan's direction. Luckily, most of the robots were built for assisted living, so they were a bit more fragile, and basically a single fireball from the Flame Griffin could clean up a robot. On the way, Qiu Yan tried his best to recall where Li Xinxin was. Before coming, it seemed as if he had vaguely heard the conversation between Fang Haochen and the others. Stop! Where are you taking him? The path in front of Qiu Yan was blocked by a man. This man had some similarities between his eyebrows and his master's mother, but his temperament was very different. It's like an immodest punk in general. Qiu Yan looked him up and down, glimpsed that he was wearing the robes of the Heavenly Vault Church, and directly ordered the Flamefire Qilin to attack. Don't! Slow down. Him! He's my brother-in-law. You're gonna get him out, right? Quickly. Take me with you. Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow and also stopped the Flame Qilin's movements. This one in front of you is Li Jiangwo's brother-in-law? Then he remembered that Li Jiangwo's family seemed to have often argued with a man before they were kidnapped by the Heavenly Vault Church. Is this the one in front of you? Why are you here? My name is Tan Long, and that's my brother-in-law. 5 years ago, I liked to gamble and I owed people millions. That's when I met the bishop of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, who said he could help me pay off my loan if I would just sell my life to the Church of the Vault of Heaven for 5 years. I told the bishop the other day that I wanted to quit, and he acted like he was going to be a different person and said he was going to kill me. After that, he said he'd leave me alone if I asked my brother-in-law's family out for a chat. I want to go back, please take me. I don't know why my sister's family is like this. Qiu Yan sipped his teeth and fell into a tangle. Do you know where your sister is? Where Li Xinxin is? I know. But if I say it, can you take me with you? Tan Long's face showed a look of anticipation. Well, I'll take you if you say so. It was in the small room next to the main hall. I saw it all at the time. Can I go up now? As a result, Qiu Yan didn't even pay attention to it and directly reversed his direction and rushed towards the grand hall. Grass. You. Words don't mean a thing. Tan Long looked at Qiu Yan's back, looking a bit furious. Immediately after that, spiritual energy gathered in his hands, and a long-range attack was flung at him. What he was aiming at was precisely Qiu Yan's back. Still, Tamarin misses the mark. The Flame Qilin deftly dodged to the side, just in time to avoid the attack. Instead, the attack landed on a robot off to the side. This moment attracted the attention of a great portion of the robots, and just a few of them chased after Qiu Yan in the direction he had left. Then, The robots present flashed red in their eyes and aimed their guns at Tan Long. Grass! He was just about to dodge towards the side when a laser from behind him pierced right through his chest. Puff! Tan Long fell to the ground, crimson blood flowing all over the place. He who had followed Fang Haochen in his countless evil deeds ended his life today. Actually, he lied. He was the one who made the mistake, and it just so happens that the Church of the Vault of Heaven is short of men these days. Tricked his sister's family out to stay alive. How else could a family of 3 living in the downtown area be kidnapped by the Church of the Vault of Heaven, which everyone is fighting against? And it was this unintentional contact that invited Honorable Ancestor back to Fang Haochen. It's kind of what comes around comes around. Qiu Yen sat on the back of the Flamefire Qilin, constantly dodging the robots chasing him on the road, and it was only after some twists and turns that he arrived within the Grand Hall. As he looked around, he did notice that there really was a small, hidden door at the side of the Great Hall. Chapter 154 The Kid's a Little Kid. Z. The small door was not locked, and Qiu Yen pushed the door and entered the room. This room is not much different from room 32. But there was a woman strapped to the bed, and at that moment her eyes were slightly closed. Because of lack of water and physical exertion, his lips were white and peeling, and he looked extremely haggard. Noticing someone coming into the room, her eyes opened a slit. After seeing Qiu Yen clearly, it immediately became agitated again, whimpering. Qiu Yen immediately took 2 steps forward and removed the cloth from the woman's mouth. Qiu Yen, where's our old Li? It's like being possessed. Is it possessed by some ghost? Tan Feng was very eager, and the edges of his mouth were beginning to tear open with a shocking line of blood because of his anxious words. It's Master Mother? You recognize me? Qiu Yen was a bit puzzled. Our old Li holds your picture in front of my eyes every day, says you're his favorite student. Can you not recognize it? Tan Feng was just about to continue saying something, but her eyes ended up catching a glimpse of the flame Qilin that followed her in. On its back was clearly Li Jianguo, who had been bandaged up. While just fleeing, Qiu Yen had already finished treating Li's wounds. However, it was because of that small knife that Li's body was drained of aura, and he would not be able to recover for a while. Consciousness is now in a coma as well. How's old Li doing? Is everything okay? Tan Feng inquired impatiently, and the wound bound by the rope surprisingly oozed blood again while rubbing violently. Don't be anxious, Master Li. He's fine for now. Where's Xian? Qiu Yan's words seemed to be a sharp sword, deeply piercing into Tan Feng's heart. A strong look of worry hung on her sassy face. Xin has been taken away. That what's his name Sky Puppet Clan before said that they wanted to train Xian as a future bishop. It seems to have been taken to the drill hall. Xin mustn't go down a crooked path. Qiu Yen, Senior Maiden begs you, can you go and save Xian for the sake of our family's old Li? Don't worry for a moment, Senior Mother. Qiu Yen said decisively. Elder Mother, do you still remember what you woke up from when you were teleported here? It's a cell phone I just grabbed back from over there. I think it belongs to the congregation. We'll just connect via cell phone later. After Qiu Yen Flamefire Qilin spewed out a small fireball, Tan Feng once again regained safety. Purple Moon, Flame Qilin. The 2 of you follow your master's wife and take care of each other. I'm going to save Xian. Tossing his cell phone to Tan Feng, Qiu Yen immediately moved to summon Ling Feng. Even though Ling Feng's speed on the ground was slightly inferior to the Flame Qilins, he was still able to explode with great speed during the duration of the acceleration skill. Afterward, Qiu Yen once again grabbed the door and walked out. Tan Feng touched Li Jianguo's warm cheeks heartily and muttered under her breath. Old Li, your favorite student has come to save us, so don't worry. The flame unicorn leaned down and let Tan Feng sit on it. After everything was ready, they also ran out in the direction of the teleportation array. In the middle of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the base, Number 2 carried Fang Haochen on his back as he trudged through it. There were constantly robots rushing by on the road, but they didn't even look at Fang Haochen every single time. Number 2 looked helplessly at the robots. Her silver teeth clenched, and beads of sweat continued to streak across her cheeks. Only Fang Haochen had the authority to change commands for these robots, because the first directive he set up in the first place was to prioritize protecting the base from others. This directive overrides any directive. Almost there. Hold on, Chen, you're almost there. Number 2 opened his mouth tremblingly, pushing Fang Haochen towards himself once again. Fang Haochen's exclusive medical room was on the 2nd floor, and it would only take another 10 minutes to get there. So getting there was her only goal. Lord 2, do you need us? At that moment, a rush of footsteps sounded in the adjacent hallway. The second looked up and saw that it was none other than the three brothers, the same three that Xiao Yan had seen before. After they got the news of the base invasion, they immediately hoofed it back again. Although he encountered another sandworm attack on the way again, but at least he came back in one piece. No need. Go quickly. Surround Xiao Yan. Go to the martial arts arena first. Grab that little girl as a hostage. Xiao Yan won't see death and save her. Upon hearing this, the three of them had no choice but to move and run towards the martial arts field. In the middle of the martial arts arena, Li Xinxin was sitting moodily on a chair, absently shaking her little feet. Just now, a few of the robots who had been supervising her physical training ran out with a red light in their eyes. This led to Li Xinxin now staying alone in the middle of the martial arts arena. Even though she was young, she could guess. It was Big Brother who came to her rescue. Those robots, the very ones that went to round up Big Brother. Little sister? You stay right there, we're coming. Li Xinxin turned her head to look over and found three men standing in the doorway, currently putting on an affectionate great-uncle appearance. Even a child like her could see that these three didn't look like any good guys. So Li Xinxin didn't hesitate, but jumped off the chair and ran with all her might towards the other side. Don't run, little sister. Wait for the brothers. Come on. We'll take you to eat something delicious. Seeing Li Xinxin running away without looking back, the three of them froze. The oldest stammered and opened his mouth. Old boss, I told you. You two look fierce. You look like unsuspecting weird uncle. You must have scared the girl away. I just told you two to wait outside and let me, a handsome young man, go over there and deal with it, and not just take the brat. Shut up. The oldest glared viciously at his own third. Looking at him like that, how much better than the two of them? Aren't we all family? Talking smack here is truly unbeatable. Well, well, well. At this time, the bearded old man was the one who opened his mouth to round off the conversation. He was clearly the most rugged-looking, but he was the peacemaker. This is just like Li Kuei smilingly saying, "Brother, stop fighting," which makes people's goosebumps fall to the ground. Count on begging. Hurry up and arrest this little girl and turn her in. The oldest shook his head helplessly, not bothering to argue with the oldest about anything else. With a wave of his hand, he stopped Lao San, who wanted to continue saying something, and directly took the lead and chased after Li Xinxin. But it wasn't really easy to catch the little girl. The little girl had spent the last 2 days training against the robots in the martial arts arena, getting a little slippery. But the key is that these people cannot lay a heavy hand in case of a heavy hand, to the little girl broken cannot be good. When that time comes, that Qiao Yan won't be in a hurry with him. Brother Qiao Yan. Li Xinxin suddenly stopped and pointed behind the trio with a delighted look on her face. These three brothers were as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and the oldest was even surrounded by aura once again, ready to answer the battle right away. But when I looked back, there was nothing behind me. Where was half a figure? Little girl, how dare you fool us? The oldest three was furious and his spiritual energy erupted as he rushed towards Li Xinxin in a lightning-fast manner. Chapter 155, Mending the Formation. Just as Lao San was about to touch Li Xinxin's collar, an ink-black tentacle directly penetrated his chest. Qiao Yan. After saying that, Lao San directly planted himself towards the ground. Lao San. Sandy. The two men in the back looked at their brother in disbelief. The little brother who was just alive and well was killed in a single shot. Asshole. How dare you? The boss's entire aura suddenly erupted. His entire hair stood on end, and light erupted from his eyes as his aura overflowed. His aura was pushing the silver level. Sigh on you. Qiao Yan looked dumbfounded for a moment after he rode Wind Cloud Harvest and took Li Xinxin in his arms. It looked like they had quite a strong bond between the brothers and instantly stormed off. Without saying a word, Qiao Yan once again drove Ling Feng towards the distance. Taking on an enemy head-on and going hard is for cuties. It's the only thing you can do. If he took this guy's attack head-on, even if he was strengthened by Tian Gui's forged body, he would have to return to the west. Lao Air, protect Old 3. He's alive. Leave this place to me for now. The second one received the order and instantly took his brother in his arms. A look of joy spreading across his face. Not dead? It's good that you're not dead. Even though the robots in the middle of the base were out in full force, at least those medical instruments were still there. If he had gone faster, there might have been hope for his third brother to survive. With that thought in mind, he just glanced at the boss and turned around to run towards the outside. The area of the martial arts arena was large, and this gave Ling Feng a platform to show off his skills to the fullest, pulling away in the blink of an eye. Seeing the reaction of the oldest two, the corner of Qiu Yan's mouth lifted into a winning smile. Things unfolded exactly as they should have toward their intended outcome. He had just purposely not directly beheaded the oldest three, but had subconsciously allowed the cinder block to keep him alive, in order to disable the oldest while separating another person to take care of the oldest. In that case, it was instantly able to circumvent the two men's attacks. Qiu Yan's next situation would be one-on-one. He has Siphon on the run and Cinderella on offense and doesn't even know how to lose. Moreover, both spirit beasts had high bloodline grades and were completely capable of fighting beyond their level. It's just that it's going to be a slightly tougher fight. However, the next scene that shocked Qiu Yan happened. That boss was incredibly fast. So fast that Qiu Yan couldn't even see it. That's a little scary. Even though the aura was infinitely approaching the silver level, but in the end it was still bronze, could it actually burst out with such powerful speed? Ling Feng had maintained full speed from just now until now. As for skills, they were used just now. Within a short period of time, using the skill again would be likely to damage the spirit beast's foundation. But even then, Ling Feng was able to burst out at a speed that wasn't slow. The man in front of him had actually caught up with him so quickly. Eat me! In just the blink of an eye, the boss scurried to Qiu Yan's face. In the midst of Qiu Yan's shocked gaze, the fist wrapped in a terrifying aura and swung out blatantly. Bang! A sonic boom was emitted, just as it was about to strike Qiu Yan's body. Suddenly, the place clouded up, and the thick fog expanded rapidly, while engulfing the two men's forms. This was Ling Feng's skill, cloud hidden. The middle-aged man looked around suspiciously and then at his hands. It was clear that he had attacked Qiu Yan just now, but he had the feeling that he had punched his fist on cotton. That touch just now didn't feel like a blow to Qiu Yan's body at all. There's very little visibility here. Basically, you can't reach out and see anything. Could it be that this mist can shield one's senses, or even give one hallucinations? Just then, a tentacle poked out from the mist and came straight towards his face. Forced to do so, he could only quickly retreat, and only after exerting all his strength did he exit the range of the cloud. As expected, the moment he exited, he saw Qiu Yan's figure appear at the same time, scurrying out in the exact opposite direction from him. And the speed seems to be even better than it was originally. You run. I'll see where you can run to. He was in a bit of a hurry, as he could only last for a while in this state. It was his own life force that was consumed. So immediately, he moved and chased after Qiu Yan's departing figure once again. What he didn't know was that just a dozen seconds after he left, the clouds dispersed, and it was only then that Qiu Yan's and their main bodies became visible once again. Qiu Yan's face was slightly white, and even his eyes were a bit lax. It's been a really long time since I've used 3 Qi gathering forms, so I'm still a bit rusty. The enemy had now chased towards Qiu Yan's coalesced doppelganger. Although the 3 air gathering forms would be slightly faster than the main body, it was thought that the man would soon catch up. Without thinking too much about it, Qiu Yan picked up his cell phone and checked the location that Shermaiden had just sent. He stroked Li Xinxin's little head in a doting manner, and Ling Feng immediately flapped his wings and rushed towards his destination. The periphery of the teleportation array. Tan Feng looked around with an anxious face, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although Qiu Yan had replied to her messages, how could one not be worried when she could never see anyone? Honestly, it was hard enough for her to make it this far as an ordinary person. It is true, after all, that there is a percentage of people who will never be able to awaken their gifts for the rest of their lives. Hurts. Just then, Li let out a low roar. He finally woke up and shook his head, only to feel a splitting headache. Old Li, you're awake? Tan Feng's face first looked happy, then became lost once again. Where am I? Child's mother, what's wrong with you? Why is there blood all over your hands? I'm fine, rubbing. Does your head still hurt? Li slowly sat up, and it was only then that he realized the spirit beast underneath him. This? Flaming fire unicorn? Isn't this Qiu Yan's spirit beast? How did it show up here? For a moment, he was receiving information overload. Thinking against a headache was not a good feeling, and all he could do was close his eyes tightly. A few days ago, Xiao Long said he'd take us to the outskirts of Zhonghai to go out for a picnic. And we ended up getting caught by that church of the Vault of Heaven. After 2 days, it was like you were possessed and somehow became the head of that Sky Dome church or something. Forget it, let's go back. Anyway, your favorite student came to save us. He's got XNXI now and is on his way here. I'm worried sick. At those words, Li Jiangwo's face was filled with shock, and even the pain in his mind seemed to have diminished a lot. What? The Church of the Vault of Heaven. Although he didn't know what was going on, Li stumbled off the flame Qilint's body. A stagger. Luckily, Tan Feng was there to support her, or else she almost fell again. This is a teleportation array, isn't it? Child's mom. Help me over to take a look. Li Jiangguo also noticed that the spiritual energy in his body was nearly dried up, and he couldn't adapt for a while, so he was carried by his wife to the front of the spell formation. No, this spell should not work for the time being, because every time it's used up, there's a different level of wear and tear. Since this side isn't repaired, if we want to teleport back afterward, it definitely won't work. Li Jiangguo looked at his wife anxiously. Now the current situation was one he had understood in a big way. It was also understood that he and the others, including Qiu Yan and Xian, were in a critical situation and were likely to be surrounded by the Heavenly Vault Church. If we don't do something, sooner or later we'll have to answer for it. Thinking of this, Li began to think of ways to repair the teleportation spell formation. Though he himself had no talent to speak of in front of formations. But during his service in the Holy Beast battlefield, the formation master of their humongous army at that time was his good brother, and was also the one who had some casual conversations with him. Formations are not difficult to say the least, and not simple to say the least. Old Li engraving formations naturally requires a formation master. However, even an ordinary person can do it if you repair an existing formation. As long as we find the pattern in it and patch it up with a carving knife, we should be able to fix it. Always remember not to tamper with it at will. If you're transported to a coffin and buried alive, you're dead. Chapter 156 What is Greed for Life and Fear of Death? Teacher Li, you're awake? How do you feel? Are there any abnormalities in your body? Qiu Yan, who had successfully broken out, had finally arrived at the teleportation array. Still followed by a whole bunch of robots, apparently, though. Qiu Yan couldn't figure out how this Heavenly Vault Church was so powerful. Didn't it have to spend money on so many robots? Are their resources unlimited? Well, I'm awake, but my head is still a little uncomfortable. I'm repairing the teleportation array. Can you please fend us off for a while longer? Li Jiangguo said without looking back. At this moment, he was squatting on the ground, staring at the spell formation on the ground with a serious face. He seemed to have found some patterns, but he didn't know if he was right. It's like the feeling of being so close, but never getting the hang of it. It was a matter of all their lives, so they must not be sloppy. Thinking about this, Li Jiangguo's palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. Boom! A violent explosion came. Qiu Yan turned his head to see that the tightly closed door had been shattered at an unknown time. As the dust and smoke cleared, the figure of the previous boss appeared in the doorway, looking at Qiu Yan with a scowl on his face. Why don't you run again? Oh, today you will die. Qiu Yan then realized that the original middle-aged man had many more wrinkles on his face, and his skin had dried up, just like an old man on the verge of dying. It looked like getting suddenly stronger didn't come without a price. The cost, perhaps, was his life. Ha! It's not necessary. Why should we fight to the death? Look, you've paid so much. The sunk costs are high. Are you sure you'll be able to eat me? Qiu Yan snorted coldly and quietly looked at the man in front of him. And the man's eyes narrowed, as if he was about to suppress the anger in his chest. Qiu Yan felt strange. Obviously, he had left his third brother alive. Why did he have to be so immortal? You don't have a ing clue. Once my gift is unleashed, it has to be filled with blood. Otherwise, it would have been a constant drain on life. The man stared straight at Qiu Yan. His sharp eyes looked like they wanted to kill. His name is Luo A. The three brothers were born into a poor family in the mountains. Due to education and backwardness, they have 7 or 8 siblings. The three brothers had no choice but to leave their hometown and go out to work. As a result, all 3 of their brothers tested for such a talent. This is because it is very rare for a talent to require the consumption of a life to be turned on. The reason why he didn't dare to try to cultivate to a higher level for so many years was that he was afraid that while his talent became stronger, the amount of life he consumed would also become more. In just that long period of time, he had consumed at least 20 years of his life as well. He looked behind him, hardly any congregation of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, and had to shake his head helplessly. Those who couldn't defeat Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't come to die. In fact, there were silver-level powerhouses in the base, only they were the fastest, and they arrived in room 32 before the bomb exploded. One could only say that Fang Haochen had thought too naively at the time he built the base. He aspires to make the entire base the lair of his Church of the Vault of Heaven. The building materials of these rooms below are all hard and unbelievably otherworldly materials. None of the bombs could do much damage. The confined environment made it impossible to release the damage from the blast, so it was just a brain rush through the doorway. Those silver-level experts were attacked without any preparation. Most of them lost their fighting strength, and others had already become human scum. It also led to the entire base being surprisingly unavailable for a while. Fine, let's see who wears out who. A mysterious smile spread across Qiu Yan's face. That's unknown, but you're definitely going to die before I do. Luo Jia's feet moved and his entire body flashed in front of Qiu Yan once again. He didn't know if it was Qiu Yan's illusion, but he realized that the speed of the person in front of him seemed to have become a bit faster than just a moment ago. Does it mean that the more life you consume, the stronger you become? Just as Luo Jia wanted to attack again, he suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure emanating from Qiu Yan. At the same time, even Li Jianguo, who was on the side, shifted his body and looked at his student with an unbelievable expression. His own students he knows best. When did Qiu Yan even grow to the gold level? This mighty pressure. Your gold level. No, this can't be. Didn't you just take the Imperial Beast exam? Why? Luo A's eyes widened and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. Just as he was shocked, Qiu Yan's 4 spirit beasts simultaneously revealed a terrifying pressure. Nothing is impossible. At this moment, Qiu Yan had a faint smile on his face. His 4 spirit beasts were stupidly moving and slowly leaned towards Luo Jia. These were 4 gold-level cultivation spirit beasts. If Luo Jia still had some doubts in his heart just now, this time he was truly fearful and wanted to retreat. If it was a gold-level cultivation spirit beast, he still had a chance. Perhaps able to bypass the spirit beasts with his speed, thus attacking the Imperial Beastmaster proper. Then since it was 4 gold level, he had no chance of winning. Packed to death. Since I dared to enter the Chinese garden alone, do you think I don't have something to fall back on? If you have such a power-boosting card, of course I have one too. As soon as Qiu Yan's words fell, the flame Qilin scurried out. Explosive spiritual energy surrounded his body, and fiery red flaming wings were added to his back, like a monarch wrapped in flames. Moreover, golden flames began to well up on its claws. Even looking at it more than once burns the eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one was hit by this golden flame, one would immediately be scorched to death. I can't die. I must never die. With the crisis in front of him, Luo Jia's pupils suddenly shrunk. It's a fear that comes from within the soul. The flame Qilin in front of him was definitely not something he could touch as a tiny bronze rank. So he's afraid. With a flash of his body, he fled towards the outside in a hasty manner. At this moment, who cared to think carefully about the unreasonable parts of it? He only wanted to escape. Rojia, what are you doing? If you don't fight, you'll be made into a beast puppet by the bishop. A bronze-level congregation just happened to be groping behind a bunch of bots. This kid didn't make a move before, but he was actually at the back trying to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, he started pointing at Luo Jia instead. Haha, just in time. Without waiting for that congregation to react, Luo Jia pinched the other party's neck with a single reach, then fled with the other party in a hurry. Asshole, what are you doing? You let go of me. The ordinary congregation held their faces red and looked at Luo Jia with their hearts and minds dramatically shaken. I'm afraid I'm going to be silenced outright. Just kill you and no one will know. Luo Jia's hands suddenly exerted force. Click! A crunch. That congregation's neck was then broken. But Luo Jia's hand didn't let go, and his 5 fingers dug deep into his opponent's skin. He's sucking the other guy's blood. After a while, the man had been sucked into a dry corpse by Luo Jia. At this time, Luo Jia's state also calmed down, and he reappeared in the form of a middle-aged man. One could see, though, that a few gray hairs had begun to form at his temples. The loss of life force is no joke. It is something that can really hurt the origin. Chapter 157 The Misty Cloak Shows Its Power. Mr. Lee, how's it going? Chiu Yen raised his arm and looked at his watch. The robots around him that were in the way were basically cleaned up by him. But still, he smoothly stuffed all those components into his Imperial Beast space. This kind of technology, if it appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, would be a disruptive technological achievement. Anyway, in the Dragon Kingdom, this kind of technology has not been popularized yet. Well, there are 2 more engravings that will be repaired soon. The restoration seems to have been completed on the Dragon Kingdom side. Look, after this side is infused with aura, that end shimmers with light. This also means that the other end of the teleportation array is ready. As long as this side's teleportation array is repaired, we'll be able to teleport back. Chiu Yen nodded and stopped bothering Lee to repair the teleportation array. This teacher of his own was not a formation master, but he had 2 skills. Holding a long knife in his hand actually served as a substitute for the formation maker's carving knife, carrying the blade as it slowly traveled over the formation. It's like being immersed in that state of oblivion. This calm did not last long. Soon, number 2 walked over with an army of spirit beasts like a sea of mountains. You want to run away after injuring a Chen? Today, not a single person will escape. Her voice was icy cold and piercing, filled with hatred for Chiu Yen. Chiu Yen raised an eyebrow when he saw the visitor. He had escaped room 32 before, but he had given the 2 of them an explosive prize pack. As a result, this number 2 acted as if nothing had happened, and the words used to describe Fang Haochen were wounded instead of killed. That proves these 2 are alive and well. Letting Chiu Yen couldn't help but stifle a sigh of relief. Fang Haochen must have some means of defense on his body as a bishop, right? If I had known, I wouldn't have hidden it and just let the polar blood wolf bite these 2 to death. However, he didn't realize that Fang Haochen wasn't so easy to kill. Even if one was as strong as the polar blood wolf, it was still possible to perish. After all, the Heavenly Vault clan was an existence that was claimed to be the number 1 in the technology of all clans. The utilization of technology had little threshold by nature, which led to Fang Haochen's countless backhanders. It was also fortunate that Chiu Yen didn't have the means to threaten Fang Haochen's life at that time. Otherwise, the grass would be growing out of the grave by now. Hey! I can't believe I didn't blow you guys up. That's quite a shame. Chiu Yen let out a fake sigh and rubbed his brow. It's okay to stall for as long as possible, or to set up a set of words. At that, number 2 but laughed out contemptuously. You want to kill us too? The depths of the Heavenly Vault Church are not something you can shake with a small black iron. Can you imagine how many life-preserving treasures a Chen has on him? All of you. Just as she gave the order, the army of spirit beasts behind her all brazenly charged at Chiu Yen's side. Chiu Yen frowned tightly. There were more spirit beasts in front of him than he could count. And for every spirit animal, it represents a human life. It was like Dr. Wu's senior brother, who received a transformation into a spirit animal like the plague carrion dog. The spirit beasts in the field were in different forms, but all of them had a dull look. Just then, a lot of white mist emanated from the field. Ling Feng released Misty Concealment once again, and instantly made the spirit beast army lose their target. One by one, they could not see anything in the mist, just like headless flies flying around. Immediately afterward, many tentacles drilled out of the mist, directly piercing the heads of some of these spirit beasts. There was no effect on Ling Feng in the mist, and at the same time the field of vision could be shared with Cinderella, which was simply a great tool for sneak attacks. Within a few breaths, the spirit beast army was disorganized, and directly 1/10 of the spirit beasts died. At this time, number 2 also reacted, and after dodging Cinderblock's full force strike, he immediately gave the order. Wind attribute spirit beasts come over. Blow this mist directly away. Several hurricane birds put up a good fight, but were never able to accomplish their goal. Eventually, surprisingly, he got so tired that he fell right out of the air. Then it was caught steadily by the Cinderblock's tentacles and tied into a skewer. None other than the fact that the fog shielded their senses, creating the illusion that they were trying to carry out their orders. In Chiu Yan's opinion, there were merely a few spirit beasts that were fluttering their wings haphazardly, posing no threat at all to the surrounding mist. Purple Moon, Cinder. You two continue to sneak attack. The Flame Qilin is out there watching for any other spirit beasts to slip out. Ling Feng, you take a good rest. Control the battlefield. Just don't fight. When the time comes, don't give the fog blow away all. Chiu Yen kept giving orders, giving the nearby Li Xin and Tan Feng a dumbfounded look. Are all of Dad Ken Li's students this good? Number 2 was getting acclimated in the mist, and at the same time knew that the enemy was outnumbered. All charge. No matter what, charge. 2 ordered as he squeezed the mannequin in his hand. At the same time, those spirit beasts were scurrying all over the place in the mist, almost in a mess. But it has to be said that such a move by 2 does have an effect. In the beginning, there were just the occasional spirit beasts that were a bit luckier that scurried out, and this Flamefire Qilin was able to clean it up. However, after that, more and more spirit beasts rushed out in a rush. Even the Flamefire Qilin couldn't kill them all. Much, too much. Those spirit beasts came out and regained their sanity again. Then the moment they saw Qiu Yen, they immediately turned their heads and charged towards him. This battle was simply similar to the beast tide caused by that time in the dark water swamp. Grass. I must find Li Kunlun to ask for some self-defense treasures back. On what grounds does someone else, Fang Haochen, have a body protector? Qiu Yen silently spat out a sentence, but secretly his mind sank into the royal beast space and looked for Qiu Wuji. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Where's Polar Blood Wolf? Where's Brother Wolf? Hurry up. My little brother is in trouble. Qiu Wuji expressionlessly pointed to the side. What about that just fell asleep? Qiu Yen was too late and directly began to grip the Polar Blood Wolf's fur. Get up, wolf. Still sleeping. If you don't help me out now, you'll wait to fall into a deep sleep. At that time, let's see who still has demon spider eggs for you to eat. Speaking of the demonic spider eggs, the Polar Blood Wolf, which was not sleepy, was immediately energized. That stance was just like Qiu Yan's soldiers, pointing and hitting wherever they wanted. Qiu Yan was helpless when he saw this. Once the Imperial Beastmaster died, except for spirit beasts with a master-servant contract that would die along with the Imperial Beastmaster, spirit beasts with an equal contract or like the Polar Blood Wolf would immediately fall into a deep sleep, until responding to the call of another sentinel. In other words, unless a royal beastmaster chose them among the many spirit beasts, they would not be able to wake up or continue to live in the royal beast space. The Polar Blood Wolf didn't care about that. All it cared about was when it could eat. It doesn't even know when it was born. A long time ago, it was traded around like a tool by the Sky Vault clan. Because the flow of time in the major secret realms was also different, it was too lazy to memorize it. Ow! In just an instant, the supersized Polar Blood Wolf appeared next to Qiu Yan. The further Luo Jia ran into the distance, the more wrong he felt in his heart. It always felt like the aura of those 4 spirit beasts was strange. It was a bit different from the spirit beasts with gold-level cultivation that they had encountered before. Besides, he hadn't seen him come out after him even after running out for so long himself. It couldn't be that Qiu Yan kid bluffing him. Or perhaps Qiu Yan's kind of secret method for boosting strength had also been cancelled like himself. Then, at that time, even if he only had a bronze-level cultivation, he would still be able to take down the black iron-level Qiu Yan, right? Not knowing if he wanted to go back and pick up the pieces, Luo Jia unexpectedly ghostly reversed his direction again and rushed towards the direction of the teleportation array. Chapter 158 Tiger in the Herd. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Jia once again returned to the outer perimeter of the teleportation array. The teleportation array was likewise set up in the middle of the base. However, from the outside, it looks more like the Eagle's Nest Stadium in the Dragon Kingdom, and you can only really see the teleportation spells when you go inside. The closer one got to the entrance, the more one could see many traces of spirit beast activity. The more he walked, the more he wondered in his mind. Could it be that number 2 has brought an army of spirit beasts over? This also allowed Luo Jia to feel a hint of organism. When the time comes to mix in the army of spirit beasts, if you can kill or capture Qiu Yan in one fell swoop, even if it's just to grab a person's head, that would be a great achievement. Just as he entered, he saw a majestic Polar Blood Wolf burrow out from Qiu Yan's royal beast space. This one was a solid gold-level cultivation spirit beast. Luo Jia, who had been lucky before, was about to piss himself, even if the breath could be faked. But that fighting strength wasn't fake. Totally good enough for gold level. The spirit beast army in front of them was completely helpless against the Polar Blood Wolf. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each attack could overturn a large swath of spirit beasts. Suddenly, the Polar Blood Wolf seemed to have discovered Luo Jia outside, and with a casual glance of his eyes, he directly sprayed a mouthful of cold spit over. Luo Jia directly pulled his legs out and ran. But even so, the attack that floated in froze the entire lower half of his body, and then slowly spread upwards. Luo Jia was only a bronze-level martial artist, and there was no way for him to solve this kind of attack. In order to save his life, he could only unleash his talent again. The minimum interval between the activation of 2 gifts is 3 days. Therefore, if it is activated continuously, the life consumed will increase exponentially. Could one survive the attack of a gold-level cultivation spirit beast by activating their talent? He still overestimated his own strength. Luo Jia could only watch as the blood-red ice crystals continued to condense upwards as if they were alive, eventually devouring him. No, I don't want to die yet. Before he died, regret filled his heart. YBA and come back. There was a tall man to hold the sky when it collapsed, but he wasn't a tall man himself. Bang! Luo Jia, whose entire body was frozen, rolled to the ground and made a clanking sound. At this moment, he was considered completely dead. Qiu Yan, the restoration is complete. Quick, channel the spiritual energy. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array. Li Jiangwo's voice came from behind. Qiu Yan then put his heart down and sighed in relief. He commanded his spirit beasts to continue fending off the spirit beast army while slowly approaching towards the teleportation array, slowly releasing his spiritual energy. It was only at this moment that Li Jiangguo realized that Qiu Yan's spiritual energy was a genuine black iron 7th stage, and not the gold-level cultivation that he had previously displayed. He had a vague sense that his students seemed to have a lot of secrets. Never mind, it's not the time to dwell on the issue. In terms of efficiency at the black iron level, one would have to continue to strive for at least 10 minutes or so to fully activate the spell. However, every time Qiu Yan's spirit beast with a gold-level cultivation spat out its breath, it was able to freeze a large number of spirit beasts. Now that the fog had long since cleared, Number 2's voice revealed a wave of awe at this point when he saw how raw the polar blood wolf was. Why? Why do you have a spirit beast with a gold-level cultivation? This is completely against the laws of the Imperial Beastmaster. Could it be that the spirit beast has not signed a royal beast contract with you? You're crazy. Simply crazy. Qiu Yan hooked the corner of his mouth and didn't refute Number 2, instead concentrating on continuously charging the teleportation array. The polar blood wolves basically set the table for this situation in front of them. It's basically like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. But too many mosquitoes can be tiring. With a wave of Qiu Yan's hand, his own spirit beasts similarly joined the battlefield, helping the polar blood wolf continue to clear out the remaining enemies. Almost there. Qiu Yan, step it up. Li Jiangguo watched anxiously from the sidelines. If he had enough spiritual energy, he would have been able to help Qiu Yan, but now his solid spiritual energy had disappeared at some point, and only so much spiritual power could be gathered in a moment. Seemingly seeing Li Jiangguo's predicament, Qiu Yan immediately gathered a handful of spirit grasses that helped with spiritual energy recovery from within the royal beast space and handed them to Li Jiangguo. This time, Li Jiangguo was completely shocked. This freshness. It was almost as if the spirit grass had just been picked. Even the breaks were still oozing juice outward. However, right now was not the time to hesitate. Li balled up these spirit herbs into a ball and chewed and swallowed them. Sure enough, it was just picked. As soon as he ate it, Li immediately felt that his body became very hot, as if all the cells in his body were activated, just like a dry sponge frantically absorbing the surrounding aura. Under normal circumstances, preserved spiritual herbs and medicines had to be sealed through special means, to make sure that the potency is not lost. But then again, transportation in transit or the passage of time can cause the potency to diminish. And it's 100% potency to eat it. It was a hot blood rush and a hot nosebleed came out. After wiping it off haphazardly, Li focused all of his mind on transforming the spiritual energy in the air while continuously channeling spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. With him on board, the speed of activating the teleportation array became even faster, almost sharply reduced to 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. They would be able to escape from this damn secret realm and return to the Dragon Kingdom. But right at this moment, the spirit beast army attacked more and more frantically. Qiu Yan! Fang Haochen's voice suddenly sounded outside. This also caused Qiu Yan's heart to sink, causing the second to look happy. Fang Haochen has finished his treatment. Bang! Just above the entire phalanx, there was a blasting sound. Qiu Yan took a look, and a large hole had suddenly appeared above them. The rubble fell, and if Qiu Yan hadn't pulled Li Xin with his quick eyes, he almost had to be hit in the head by a fist-sized rock. Yo! You're here! How about it, the taste of the toxin in the ninth heaven? It's not pleasant, is it? Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed and looked upwards. Although he looked as steady as an old dog, Qiu Yan was actually panicking in his heart. Just in case this dog can't think straight for a moment and destroys the teleportation array. That would be a really big problem. After all, Qiu Yan didn't know what other strange backhanders this Fang Haochen had. You! Fang Haochen was so angry that he almost sprayed a mouthful of motor oil. The thought of that toxin seemed to make him a little dizzy again. It feels like no amount of toxins can be removed from the body. It was also because of this 9 heavenly toxins that it consumed such a long time. Qiu Yan, I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to slice you up and feed you to the spirit beasts. Fang Haochen narrowed his eyes, veins rippling on his forehead. Suddenly, he noticed the teleportation array that was emitting a dense glow. You want to go? You have to ask me if I agree too. After saying that, he directly pulled out an aura mortar and aimed it at the teleportation array below. Bang! In just an instant, a spiritual cannonball flew out. Wolf! Qiu Yan roared, and the polar blood wolf, who was in the middle of killing, noticed the side, and with a mouthful of spit, it froze the spiritual power cannonball right in its tracks. Fang Haochen's face instantly looked as unpleasant as if he had eaten a turd, and he couldn't help but blurt it out. What? Gold level cultivation? Chapter 159. Long time no see, Liu Shang. What? I'm just gold level cultivation. What's the matter? Qiu Yan smiled faintly. Anyway, the other party doesn't know their depths, so they might as well play the big wave. Let him see that your grandpa Qiu Yan is not a chicken that can be taken lightly. Fang Haochen gave a breathless tisk. Would you believe it? Blow awesome. But Fang Haochen should have understood it even if he was no longer slow. This spirit beast, I'm afraid, is Qiu Yan's last card. Hearing this, Fang Haochen no longer hid his clumsiness. Hee. Qiu Yan, you're too proud of yourself. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you rely on a spirit beast. Gold level attacks I have too. He threw a dark blue patterned short sword towards the bottom. This short sword was strange and incomparable. It rose against the wind and in an instant became a huge sword 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. However, it was moving very slowly, and at the moment, its target could be seen to be none other than Qiu Yan and the teleportation array under his feet. But to be honest, the intensity of this scale of attack looked like it wasn't just trying to decapitate Qiu Yan on the spot. It was more likely to strangle all of Li Jianguo behind Qiu Yan at once. Ow! The polar blood wolf obviously also knew that there was no egg when the nest was destroyed. With a furious roar, he left behind the army of spirit beasts in front of him and turned to run towards Qiu Yan's place. This kid must not die. It's not just that you don't have any demonic spider eggs to eat if you die. By then the worst thing one can do is to be locked up like a dog watching the gate like before. He doesn't want to. Just as he ran, a blood-colored cold storm spewed out of his mouth and flew towards the giant sword. Oh no! Qiu Yan. This is the Heavenly Sword Clan's creation remnant sword. Damn it! Why would this neutral race's magic treasure appear in Fang Haochen's hands? Li Jianguo spoke out anxiously. He naturally recognized it after participating in the Holy Beast battlefield. Not all races of the 10,000 races are hostile to the human race. The Heavenly Sword race was a vassal race of the ancient god race, and both of these races were rare neutral races among the 10,000 races. The Heavenly Sword Clan has been a spirit sword since birth. Unable to fight independently, the Heavenly Sword race had no choice but to rely on the ancient god race. And on the other hand, the ancient god race did not like to fight, and their clan power was strong enough to be in the top 5 of the 10,000 races, so they rarely participated in the Sacred Beast battlefield. However, there is no shortage of its clansmen who are hostile to the human race. Therefore, it was not uncommon in the Holy Beast battlefield. This small sword in Fang Haochen's hand was actually the body that remained after the death of the Heavenly Sword race. Called the Creation Remnant Sword, Fang Haochen, who was a divine servant of the Heavenly Vault clan, even had the Creation Remnant Sword in his hands. One must know that the ancient god clan attached great importance to their affiliated races, and every death of a member of the Heavenly Sword clan would be buried in the sword mound within the other clan. Due to the nature of the sword mound, it was dissolved into a sword tire, waiting to be picked by the next ancient god clan. Rather, it would be better to say that the Heavenly Sword clan was the exclusive weapon of the ancient god clan. Now, the Creation Remnant Sword was actually in Fang Haochen's hands, and it was about to fall on Qiu Yan's and their heads. Qiu Yan, quickly retreat. This attack is simply not something we can withstand. Big deal. Let that spirit beast carry you and XNXIN away. Li was near collapse. This random sword had the strength of a peak gold level. If it persisted any longer, it would definitely be impossible to resist. No way. It's almost done. This retreat is a lost cause. Qiu Yan's head was filled with sweat in a hurry, and he was desperately stuffing spirit herbs into his mouth. It's so close. As soon as the formation is activated. Right at this moment, Qiu Yan's imperial beast space shook wildly. Qiu Wuji's voice rang out in Qiu Yan's mind. Brother Qiu, I can sense that this sword is connected to me. Open the passageway to the imperial beast space. I'll take care of the rest. At those words, Qiu Yan was shocked. What exactly was the origin of his own Wanxiang Xianshu? It was too late to think carefully. Qiu Yan immediately opened the passageway. Ha! Stupid. Qiu Yan. To think of leaving the royal beast space portal wide open. This attack will be wildly destructive after it enters your imperial beast space. This black iron grade imperial beast space of yours won't be able to support it. It will absolutely collapse straight away. Aren't you afraid of bursting into flames? Fang Haochen looked down disdainfully and sneered. Just kidding. Who didn't know that the imperial beast space linking imperial beast master's origin was extremely fragile? How dare you extradite an alien attack to the imperial beast space? 10 Qiu Yan are not enough to die. Fang Haochen then watched as the creation remnant sword disappeared into Qiu Yan's imperial beast space. A sneer even spreading across his face. This kid has a big appetite. He's not afraid to get his stomach pumped. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds until the teleportation array was flooded with light, but Qiu Yan was still unmoved and still looked like he was on cloud 9. Fang Haochen's face became somewhat subtle, and a drop of sweat slid down his face. The knot in his throat rolled, his mechanical heart beating more violently. No! Wouldn't. No way. His eyes widened and he just felt a rush of heat going to his head. Red warm. Instant red warmth. Why wasn't Qiu Yan's imperial beast space burst by the creation remnant sword? Why don't someone tell me why? It was in Qiu Yan's imperial beast space. Green mountains and blue water. A scene of vitality. Suddenly, the entire sky suddenly changed color. The blade of a dark blue sword Qi gradually slowly poked out from the middle of the passage. Qiu Wuji was standing at the highest peak in the midst of the imperial beast space looking into the distance with his hands folded. A gentle color lifted on his face. The wind pressure from the sky blew his robes fiercely, but he was without the slightest emotion of fear. There you are, my old buddy. He came to this without a clue. Reaching out his hand, he beckoned toward the middle of the sky. Almost instantly, the huge sword that was previously so loud and powerful that it looked like it was going to destroy the entire imperial beast space was transformed into a tiny longsword that flew to him with joy. The silver-white sword chanted softly, circling around Qiu Wuji in all directions. Qiu Wuji reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword, and his left hand, cupped into a sword finger, gently touched the tsuba, then softly stroked it all the way to the tip, apparently touching several openings. Qiu Wuji sighed. It's been a long time. Flowfrost. Now that I think about it, it must be over 50 years? In order to guard this thing, I became an artifact spirit, and even you became the creation remnant sword. The Empress is right. The 10,000 races are indeed a bunch of scum. I should have known that. Rest well here, and when Brother Qiu grows up, he'll take you home. After he pulled a sword flower, he placed it horizontally on the top of the mountain. This was the closest place to the Wanxiang Xianshu, and the light from the Wanxiang Xianshu seemed to be able to slowly repair the gaping hole in the sword. After putting down the long sword named Flowing Frost, he once again transformed back into the Qiu Wuji that Qiu Yan knew so well, down the mountain, and then continued to take care of Qiu Yan's medicinal garden in a capricious manner. No! Looking at the increasingly bright teleportation array, Fang Haochen, who had lost his creation remnant sword, cried out in despair. He stomped his feet and directly rushed towards Qiu Yan. However, it was unavoidable to be attacked by the polar blood wolves, and under a few dodges, the battle was eventually delayed. The teleportation spell was bright as day and had been activated, and teleportation is irreversible. Can't go. You can't. However, Qiu Yan and the others just turned into shadows in front of him and disappeared. Grass? Fang Haochen tried his best but still couldn't catch up. Kneeling down, He clenched his fist with one hand and directly smashed the ground where the spell formation was engraved with gusts of cracks. Qiu Yan. You wait for me. Chapter 160 Privacy. Dragon Kingdom, Chinese Garden. At this moment, the array masters had long since finished repairing the teleportation spell formation, and were looking anxiously at the spell formation in front of them. They were really sweating for Qiu Yan. It was not known what kind of person that group was, that they were able to put down such blood money just to take away Qiu Yan alone. He's only at the 7th level of Black Iron. Look, the teleportation spell has lit up. It looks like someone on the other side is teleporting. A shadow guard shouted excitedly, pointing at the teleportation array in front of him. At once, it attracted the attention of everyone present. The array masters all packed up their things and fled towards the distance. The shadow guards and some of the other combatants, some summoned their spirit beasts, while others pulled out their weapons and enchanted them with spirit power, always ready to take on the enemy. It was only until the silhouette in the formation gradually solidified that the crowd let go of their hearts. Still, you can't let your guard down with them. It was followed, one after another, by people dressed like prosecutors. Qiu Yan was no exception. In the interrogation room, Qiu Yan sat down, and both of his hands were handcuffed to the chair with spirit-locking handcuffs. Palace Jade Wine. Sitting in the center of the interrogation table in front of him was none other than Wang Teng, who was looking at his good buddy in front of him with a scrutinizing face. 181 cups. Oh, perhaps this is still too easy for you. After all, no one in the Dragon Kingdom knows. Then I'll ask you again. Odd change even? Qiu Yan's face was full of black lines at this time, although he understood that the Dragon Kingdom was so cautious. But these questions, they just treat him like a little cutie. Don't know, do you? Humph. Take away. Torture. Wang Teng's face was filled with a triumphant smile, as if he was saying, Little fellow, still trying to fool me. I knew you were a spy of the 10,000 clans. This look. Brother Wang Teng. Isn't this too arbitrary? Nina stood behind Wang Teng and frowned as she spoke with her ear attached. Since he had lowered his voice, he had to get even closer to Wang Teng at the moment, and he didn't even know that his body was close to Wang Teng. This moment messed with Wang Teng's mind. Ahem. Since that's not an answer. Symbols look at the quadrant. Qiu Yan came in coldly, which also choked what Wang Teng said next. Good. So what if you're well-read? I will ask you again. Who you like? Lin Yuqing. Great. Basically anyone who follows you too. Have you two kissed yet? Qiu Yan instantly turned blue, his teeth gnashing. This question is too personal. Let's not talk about the 10,000 clans. You know what, you kid? Look at you. What did I say? There's a ghost. Wang Teng looked at Nina with an excited face, grinning a big grin. The recorder next to him was writing something fast in his hand. There was always a feeling that the atmosphere of this interrogation had become particularly strange. But he had no choice, he had to record it all word for word. Remanded to the brig. The boy doesn't know. Wang Teng raised his palm and slapped it on the table in front of him, sending out an explosive sound. The two recorders who were writing carefully were directly frightened and turned their heads to look at Wang Teng in a sly manner. Ahem. There's definitely a ghost. Kissed. As Qiu Yan uttered these two words, it was as if his entire body had been drained, and he slumped helplessly in his chair. Really? No privacy at all. Two recorders. I'll make a call to verify, haha. You two wait. Wang Teng sneaked out furtively, covering the phone with saying something quietly. However, to Qiu Yan, why did Wang Teng's smile look so obscene? Do. Lin Yuqing, who was in the middle of washing her clothes, wiped her hands and picked up the phone with some confusion. Hello? Wang Teng. Looking for me for something? If it's to find Qiu Yan, it's not next to me for now. No. I meant to ask, did you and Qiu Yan boink? Lin Yuqing suddenly reddened her face, a little unsure of what she had heard. Was it the one she was thinking of? It's just you two kissing yet. Hurry up. It's important for me now. It's over. Lin Yuqing's brain instantly went down, as if a wave of hot air was rushing straight to her head. Hello? Are you still there? Hello? You? What are you doing? Don't pry into anything. Hang up. Hello? Beep. Listening to the busy tone in the middle of the phone, Wang Teng was a bit confused. What's wrong with this? So was it a kiss? Or was it not? Give me an answer, sis. Wang Tang still wanted to call back, but the phone just rang a few times and showed that it was hung up. There was no choice but to walk back again in a grayish manner. In accordance with his understanding of Lin Yuqing, this kind of reaction was also enough to indicate something. If not, Lin Yuqing would simply deny it. But once there, it's a bit intriguing to be stumped like that. Ahem. Both recorders. The request for evidence is over, and the two men's testimony matches. The recorder then asked Xiao Yan some more common questions, such as where his family lived, what his current cultivation level was, and so on. Then he also questioned Xiao Yan about what he had gone through in the secret realm, and only after it matched 100% with the transcripts of Li Jiangguo and the others did he confirm that Xiao Yan was not a fake. After that, Wang Teng yanked the horizontal and vertical around for testing, and only then did the dragon countermeasure center side feel relieved to let Xiao Yan leave. Xiao Yan, who was released, sighed, always feeling a sense of being looked at by his acquaintances. It's a bad feeling. Dude, let's go back to shopping. Huh? Wang Tang put his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders with a relaxed face. He was still very happy that Xiao Yan was able to come back in one piece. Get out. Xiao Yan didn't have the heart to slap Wang Tang's hand bladder. He looked at his watch. It was only 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. It should be a conversion rate of 1:7 relative to the time in the secret world. Forget it. I'm going home. I'm not in the mood. Tomorrow. You go ahead and show the sisters around. But don't take them both to places like bars. You hear me? Wang Tang's eyes lit up at his words, but then he nodded with conviction. No problem. Just don't worry about it. I'll take them both to dinner and send them back to the hotel. Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother with Wang Tang at the moment, and after saying goodbye to the three of them, he called a cab and prepared to head downstairs to Lin Yuqing's house. In the next 2 days, her grandmother would be scheduling an operation, and perhaps because he was afraid that Lin Yuqing would be worried, Xiao Yan still decided to make a run for it. I'm downstairs at your house. Come on down. Xiao Yan stood under Lin Yuqing's house, snapping and typing. Lin Yuqing's home is old and broken at first glance, and it is estimated that 30 or 40 years of age must have been there. But every house crackled between their kitchens, and every now and then an aroma wafted over to Xiao Yan. As expected, no matter where, as long as it was filled with fireworks, Xiao Yan would feel very at ease. Ta-da-da-da-da. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps resounded inside the building. Xiao Yan knew that it was Lin Yuqing who had come down. Chapter 161. Your home. Building is quite clean. Today, Lin Yuqing had a ponytail and was dressed very casually. A simple little t-shirt with a short pair of hot pants. A pair of big white legs is very eye-catching. Now she tells the word youthful vigor to the fullest. Xiao Yan. As soon as she saw Xiao Yan, Lin Yuqing bounced up to him and looked at the other party with a smile on her face. Without any reason, Xiao Yan opened his arms and wrapped Lin Yuqing into his arms. Gave her a big hug. Huh? Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Lin Yuqing is a little strange, obviously just met yesterday, why suddenly this look? She didn't break free though is all. Only after a long time had passed did Xiao Yan let go of Lin Yuqing, whose small face was flushed. Nothing, just came to see you. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Yuqing in front of him, and for a moment he became a little embarrassed. Ha! What's the matter? How come you thought to see me? Are we together? Lin Yuqing arched her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Yan wryly. Seriously, for the unfamiliar Wang Teng, Lin Yuqing was like a social terror. But once she faced Xiao Yan, Lin Yuqing once again transformed into an E-man. There was always something stupidly cute about watching him dork out. It's obvious that he's usually very witty coming in, but he's so budding on top of his feelings. Huh. Xiao Yan for a time are taught. Yesterday are not all kissed. Oh yeah, people are open-minded nowadays. Does kissing mean you're together? He looked at Lin Yuqing somewhat woodenly and scratched his head somewhat resentfully. Confession. You haven't confessed yet. Nerd. Lin Yuqing's small mouth pouted. Ooh-hoo. Xiao Yan couldn't be blamed entirely. He's such a big nerd when it comes to relationships. For a while, it was impossible to think of anything else to say, making the atmosphere unusually awkward. Forget it. I can't talk to a nerd like you. Come what may. Have you eaten? Lin Yuqing blinked her eyes. Not yet. Seriously, Xiao Yan had already stayed in the Sanxi mystic realm for a long time, and after a moment's reprieve, he really felt a bit hungry. Fine. Then come on up, I just ate. But the food is still hot. Huh? Yes. Cho Yan's depressed mood was swept away. What does it say about a girl that she can take you to her house as a guest? That's proof that she's really accepted you in her heart. Although he was inexperienced, Cho Yan still had some experience in watching romantic dramas after his mom when he was a kid. Immediately after that, he followed Lin Yuqing's lead and happily went up the stairs. Lin Yuqing's house is on the 6th floor. Being on the 6th floor of an old and dilapidated building, the location is actually kind of good. At least the light conditions during the day won't be bad. Ta-da-da-da-da. Lin Yuqing took out her key and directly opened the door to her home. Since just outside the entryway is an entire living room and balcony with lots of wet clothes drying on it. The scene that just opened the door directly stunned Lin Yuqing. I'll go. Cho Yan's eyes widened as his heart thumped wildly. It was as if he wanted to imprint the scene in front of him dead in his mind. Simply more serious than reading a book. I see. Let's see. I don't blame Cho Yan for being horny or anything. And there's no guilt in looking at your subject. Sooner or later I'll have to see it. Bang! Lin Yuqing closed the door at the speed of light, and immediately, the sound of the door closing resounded throughout the building. Cho Yan reacted quickly and directly turned his head away, staring at the corner of the building in a daze. Lin Yuqing's face could be seen directly reddening to the base of her neck. Her previously washed clothes were still hanging on the balcony, not quite dry. Some of a girl's clothing is not to be looked at. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuqing's sight that wanted to kill, Cho Yan then turned his head as if he was waking up from a dream. Huh? What are you looking at me for? Your hallway and roof are pretty clean, huh? What did you just see, no? Lin Yuqing gritted her teeth. No one would even come to her house on weekdays. Either that or Meng Yuxuan, that tiger, so this aspect was actually not thought of for a moment. Huh? I don't know. Just now I was in a daze. Cho Yan spread his hands, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing. Strawberries, kittens, and yellow ducks. Can't see it. Cute. You most well are. Forget it, you go back. Go back quickly, go back quickly. Lin Yuqing's small hands pulled at Cho Yan's chest, itching to just push him outward. Goo! At that moment, both of them clearly heard the ringing sound. Cho Yan grinned, not realizing that he was hungry and rumbling. After all, Lin Yuqing wasn't really that desperate, and her gaze swept Cho Yan. Humph! Forget it this time. Turn around. Wait till I get my house in order. Only when Cho Yan had completely turned around did Lin Yuqing carefully open the door of her home a crack and flashed in with the utmost caution. Soon, there was a creak before the door opened again. Come in too. Come in. Only then did Cho Yan honestly follow him in. But the thought in my head has always been kittens. Entering inside, Cho Yan looked around. Although Lin Yuqing's home was relatively old in terms of decoration, the home was very tidy. It's hard to imagine that a girl who has to work every day and go to the hospital to take care of her grandmother has the energy to do housework. Cho Yan, make yourself at home. I'll go make 2 more dishes. With a greeting, Lin Yuqing trotted into the kitchen and brought out the plate of food she had eaten earlier. The dish is stir-fried cabbage. The soup was so soupy that even the splashes of oil were pitifully small. I know you sure don't like this. I'll go make 2 more dishes. Just wait for me, it'll be quick. Lin Yuqing smiled with some embarrassment. It's fine to eat cabbage by yourself, but Cho Yan acted like he didn't care about the money at all and sprinkled it in one big handful. He's used to eating good food, so maybe dishes like this aren't to his liking. It's okay. It's okay. Cho Yan's gaze towards Lin Yuqing was filled with heartache. There was no need to worry that such a clear soupy dish was not to Cho Yan's liking. In his last life, before he learned to cook, his meals were the cheapest cabbage. Huh? Or should I just... Cho Yan grinned, revealing his large white teeth, then gently kissed Lin Yuqing on the cheek and scooped a bowl of rice for himself as well. Take a seat and eat your heart out. Lin Yuqing simply stopped cooking and sat on the side, resting her hands on the table and supporting her head as she watched Cho Yan eat. By the way, when is your grandmother going to be on the operating table? Tonight. What? Cho Yan anxiously swallowed the food inside his mouth and stared blankly at Lin Yuqing. This was considered a dereliction of duty on his part. It looked like he still didn't care enough about Lin Yuqing. No. Today at noon Dr. Wu said my grandmother is doing well. That's why the operation was scheduled for the night. 9 out of 10, he said. So I thought that I had changed a few sets of clothes in the middle of the secret realm that I hadn't washed yet. So I went to the hospital and took grandma's clothes back with me. Lin Yuqing seemed to be in a good mood, and Qiu Yan then put his heart down. Finishing his meal at the speed of light, he grabbed the bowl and brushed it. Qiu Yan wiped his hands clean and smiled towards Lin Yuqing. Let's go. I'll go see your grandma too, and accompany your grandma to her surgery tonight. It just so happens that I haven't seen Dr. Wu in a while either. Aha! Lin Yuqing nodded heavily, a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 162, The Eve of Surgery. Once again at the hospital, the outpatient department was almost closed because it was after 6 or 7 in the evening. The operating room is on the 9th floor, so many of the departments here have locked their doors. Qiu Yan pulled Lin Yuqing's small hand and walked through the empty lobby, because right now Grandma needs to recuperate and is not allowed to visit. The two of them would have to go ahead and nag Dr. Wu. Sure enough, in the dark corridor, there is only one room with a brightly lit light, and you can see the 3 big words oncology vaguely written on the hidden door. Knocking on the door and entering inside, Wu Liang was looking at the two with a smile and opened his mouth. You two are here? Qiu Yan, I heard that you've become the captain of the Starfire squad over here in Zhonghai. Congratulations. Harm. It's been a long time, Dr. Wu. By the way, where are those 2 people from the Heavenly Vault Church from before? It's the 2 we caught. One is number 97 and the other is what number is it? Dr. Wu paused. Oh, you mean them. After failing to ask for any other secrets, I knocked them out and threw them in front of the Dragon Countermeasures Center. This way. Qiu Yan nodded. Although it was said that it was not illegal to kill such outlaws within the Dragon Kingdom, Dr. Wu's hands were for healing and saving people, so it was better not to get involved in human life. Well, at 8 o'clock this evening Qin Shufan will be on the operating table. Malignant tumors require extended resection, but it's only 3-8 hours and not a big problem. Okay. Why don't you guys take a seat and I'll get you a glass of water. Wu Liang had little emotion on his face and took 2 paper cups and poured some boiling water and handed it over. I heard that Lin Yuqing wants to go to Kyoto Medical University? Lin Yuqing nodded silently. She also knew that Dr. Wu was likewise a graduate of Kyoto Medical University. So the two are kind of alumni. 2 months is not too long, not too short. Don't you still have to work at the spirit beast breeding base? After your grandmother is discharged from the hospital, I suggest you rest at home for a while. People are like bowstrings. They can't be taught all the time. Kyoto Medical University is a tight program. After saying that, Dr. Wu even glanced at Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing. The 2 of them were holding hands at the moment, so it didn't take much to figure out what was going on. Do you know the Dragon's Blood Highlander? Qiu Yan nodded his head in a hurry. Do you know where the Dragon's Blood Highlander is? This question was a difficult one for Qiu Yan, and he grinned somewhat embarrassed. That hasn't really been much of a concern. Haha, count your boy lucky. Dragon Blood High is also in Kyoto, and the location, too, is next door to Kyoto Medical University. It's only natural that you don't know, after all, the media hasn't reported it yet. I also saw it a while ago when I went to Kyoto Medical University to attend an academic forum. It's pretty much built now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's small face also overflowed with a small amount of joy. Ben thought it would be hard to meet up again. I didn't realize the two had schools so close to each other. The Dragon Kingdom had a vast territory, so hell knows where the Dragon Blood High Commission was set up. That's a relief too. Dr. Wu looked at his watch. 7:30 p.m. It's fine. It's just a small to medium surgery. It was bad before, but recently the patient has been aggressively medicated and aggressively treated, and it's actually under control. If there's no place to stay, you guys can hang out in my office for a while. There's nothing you can do to help as the surgery area won't let you in, so don't get too anxious. After waiting for a little while, Dr. Wu said goodbye to the 2 men and walked towards the operating room upstairs. Dr. Wu's words reassured both of them. After he left, Qiu Yan sank his consciousness into the Imperial Beast space. After all, he was quite worried about his Imperial Beast space. However, the Imperial Beast space at this time was no different from the past. The mountains and water are so beautiful and peaceful. After he had encountered all sorts of things when he first came back and hadn't had the time to come in, it seemed that Qiu Wuji was really quite reliable. Brother Qiu. Wuji. Qiu Yan instantly arrived in front of Qiu Wuji, who was in the middle of picking some fresh spirit medicine spirit grasses. These herbs are fine if left alone, but continuing to grow will not enhance their effectiveness. It would be better to vacate it and plant some other spiritual herbs and medicines. Wuji, where's that sword from before? Qiu Yan was impatient. That sword is a killer. If it was in one's hands, then if one were to enter a race like the Sky Rabbit clan again, one would definitely be able to walk sideways. Look, it's right there at the top of the mountain. Qiu Yan's eyes looked in the direction Qiu Wuji was pointing, and sure enough, there was a sword lying quietly there. It's just, I wonder what kind of method you used to get it out of the way? He was curious about the origin of the Wanxiang Xianshu, and he was also curious about Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, on the other hand, pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitating about something. Still, he opened his mouth. Brother Qiu, I don't know if I should tell you about this matter, because knowing that might not do you any good, but rather push you into the fire. This? Qiu Yan was a bit puzzled. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries is its own gift, so how come the artifact spirit is mysterious? However, since he said so, Qiu Yan did not pursue the matter any further. Instead, he dodged and came to the sword. The entire sword was snow white, still very different from when it was in Fang Haochen's hands before. Qiu Yan tentatively tried to hold it in his hand, but after many attempts, he was unable to hold it in his hand. At this moment, Qiu Wuji's voice rang out at the right time. It's temporarily unavailable until its silver level. Ha! Qiu Yan was instantly much disappointed. He's only black iron now. If we were to follow the progress of those geniuses in the past, if they wanted to cultivate to silver, after the second awakening in the middle of the college, at least several more months would have to pass, and it would be a hard cultivation at home before they could reach it. However, from Qiu Wuji's attitude, vaguely Qiu Yan could sense an abnormality. It seemed as if it knew the sword well or really had some connection to it. Having a connection with the Heavenly Sword Clan, could it be that the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries is the ancient god clan's greatest treasure? That's kind of interesting. But one's own talent, one's own artifact spirit, could it still harm one? Qiu Yan was always one to listen to people and eat their fill, and did not inquire too much. However, at this moment, Lin Yuqing was the one who woke Qiu Yan up from this state. Qiu Yan, look, I recently added a new friend. Look at the clothes she has in this circle of friends. Is there anything I can wear? Qiu Yan moved over to take a look, but he accidentally touched Lin Yuqing's hand and refreshed it. It turned out that the first one was sent by Wang Ting. Drinking comes to people. It also comes with a picture of the card holder. Holy, what's this kid doing in a bar? Qiu Yan took out his own cell phone and clicked to Wang Teng's circle of friends to take a look. Nothing. It was a head full of black lines. The kid shielded him. I've been told a lot of things, but did I go? The two sisters haven't seen much of the world and aren't afraid of bringing people down. Instantly snapped a question mark and sent it. Loud music filled the night bar, and countless laser lights swept around the venue. In front of Wang Teng was a row of bottles. Next to him was Nina, and then a little past that was Nia. At the moment, it was holding a Coke and drinking it in silence. Buzz! Wang Teng picked up his wine glass and was just about to clink it with a few friends next to him when he realized who had sent him a message. Picking it up, I realized it was from Qiu Yan. He got a little weak in the knees, snapping and typing. What? Chapter 163 Sushu Lanshin. What? What do you say? Where are you people? I'm home. Who believes that? You posted a circle of friends as if I did not see. Wang Teng was instantly jolted. Wasn't it shielded for Qiu Yan? How was it discovered? I brought them here to see the world. Don't worry. There's no danger. Don't worry. It better be oh. Wang Teng didn't reply to the message and put down his cell phone, raising his wine glass towards the crowd. Come on, drink. A whole cup of spicy foreign wine went down, and Wang Teng immediately felt hot in his stomach. Hello, handsome. Want a drink? Wang Teng felt that someone was patting himself. He turned around, and it turned out to be a big, beautiful girl from the next card table who was looking at him with an arched eyebrow. You me? Positive. Wang Teng was instantly interested and picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with the other party. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? The loud bar stereo muffled the woman's voice. What? Wang Teng moved over a little more. The woman's body also probed forward, wanting to come close to Wang Teng's ear. However, right at this moment, the woman seemed to have been pushed by her friend behind her, and a flash of red lips was printed on the side of Wang Teng's face. The woman looked aside at her friends with some grudge and gave them a blank look. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart as he looked at the scene in front of him. Honestly, I've seen this kind of scene a lot. Being a whore and having a house of chastity. It didn't bother him, and as for the lipstick on his face, that was all he could do to lift his hand to his high-fashion suit and wipe it off, smile with a few people next door, and continue to sit back down in his seat. What he didn't see was the woman sitting down as well and making eye contact with her companion with each other. And Qiu Yan's side. Originally, Qiu Yan quietly wrapped his arm around Lin Yuqing's waist, and the two of them were getting cozy. But there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside. Frightened, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing instantly scattered and sat up straight. Within a few moments, a young nurse ran in with an eager face. "You are Qin Xiufan's family members, aren't you? It's not good. The patient has had a major medical emergency. The patient is now in critical condition and I'm afraid it's the last time. You guys go check it out." "What?" Lin Yuqing's voice was trembling, and her mind went blank for a moment. "What's going on?" Qiu Yan was still barely able to keep his composure and held Lin Yuqing in his arms. Dr. Wu was in the middle of an operation when I don't know who turned off the instruments. Hurry! It's too late." Even with the nurse being so pushy, Qiu Yan found it strange. They all saw how reliable Dr. Wu was. Would never allow that his subordinates would make such a low-level mistake. "Qiu Yan, let's go." "Huh? Go now." Lin Yuqing's body went limp, and she could only tightly tug on Qiu Yan's clothes with a supplicating expression on her face. When you're really sad, you forget to even shed a tear. "Nope. You're not a nurse. Who sent you? Could it be those dogs of the 10,000 clans?" The Flamefire Qilin appeared directly in front of Qiu Yan, its body burning with flames. As long as Qiu Yan gave the order, he would instantly pounce on them. "You're saying that without proof. If we don't go, we won't see the patient for the last time." "Ha!" Qiu Yan sneered. "Even if the patient's family needed to be notified, it wouldn't be so hasty. That's how you pass judgment on a patient? Are you a doctor?" At that, the nurse wisecracked. "Even if I misspoke in the heat of the moment, I really didn't lie to you." Qiu Yan sized up the nurse in front of him. "There are still marks on the hand where the ring was just worn. You're not allowed to wear jewelry on the job. Don't you know that? What's most suspicious is your breathing. Don't say you ran down the hallway. But on the 3rd floor, a gasp like that is quite unreasonable. Besides, there's only one surgery at this point. The elevator should be faster. However, although you just acted anxious, you were actually able to finish an entire sentence in one breath while running out of breath. Honestly, who the hell are you? If you don't speak, I'll take it that you're a spy of the 10,000 clans." Qiu Yan stared at the nurse and threatened nonchalantly. After hearing this, Lin Yuqing also gradually recovered and slowly loosened her hand. She was actually puzzled, but in the heat of the moment, she had really overlooked a lot of details. Qiu Yan was actually so calm when it came to problems. "Do you need me to call the Dragon Countermeasures Center?" Instead, the nurse smiled sweetly and pulled out a small notebook to take notes. There was a hint of admiration in her voice. "Nice to be able to stay calm at all times when there is a problem. Observational skills, 90 points. Thinking skills, 85 points. Some of the logic is a bit forced, but count yourself out." At those words, Qiu Yan was also a bit confused. What the hell is going on here? Hasn't the Imperial Beast High School finished yet? To introduce myself, my name is Su Lanqin, and I should be considered your lead teacher. In a week's time, it'll be the personnel selection for the Starfire Squad. I came early to check on you, and it's doing pretty well. Only then did Lin Yuqing let out a long breath and patted her chest with some palpitations. Turned out that this was a test for Qiu Yan. His own grandmother had not been in an accident, so that would be best. "Still don't believe? Mumble, will you look outside?" Qiu Yan slowly backed up with his arm around Lin Yuqing and glanced towards the window. Sure enough, I saw that old Li was baring his big teeth and giggling. Qiu Yan then believed what the woman said. "Su, teacher, can I call you that?" "What did you just say? Bandwagon, what do you mean? Will we have any more plans after that?" The woman pinged a chair and sat down, crossing her legs. Although the nurse's outfit was mediocre, it emphasized her front and back figure to the fullest. "Exactly. You should know that 2 Starfire squads exist in every city. After establishing the members, we will travel together to Kyoto and compete. Do an all-encompassing analysis and evaluation of your entry. This competition will involve your placement in classes amongst the Dragon Blood Highlanders, as well as the allocation of resources." Qiu Yan nodded thoughtfully. "Originally, I was skeptical of Mr. Li's arbitrariness. But I've seen it down myself and it's not bad." Su Lanqin looked at Qiu Yan with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Not long after, Qiu Yan's phone rang. It's Dr. Wu calling. Qiu Yan. The patient's surgery was an exceptional success. Come on. The patient's anesthesia has not yet worn off. Follow the nurses as they return the patient to his room, and he'll be discharged in half a month. I'll prescribe some medicine afterward, and it should be about right after you take it. Since Qiu Yan had turned on the speakerphone, a smile also bloomed on Lin Yuqing's face once again. However, Qiu Yan was reminded of Wang Teng. Mr. Su, is Wang Teng undergoing trials as well? Yeah. But it's not over yet. From the feedback over there, it seems to be just a dude. Qiu Yan laughed. If he gave Wang Teng a verdict because of this, he would still be underestimating Wang Teng and the Wang family. Chapter 164. Sorry, I'm really bad at drinking. Friends, for later, I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Teng smiled as he put down his wine glass and nodded towards the crowd. With that, he wandered off towards the restroom. But just as he left, the woman who had struck up a conversation with him earlier winked towards a few people next to her and followed. You, what are you doing? Wang Teng bumped into a passerby with an unsteady figure, causing the other party to jump. Sorry, brother. Too much to drink. Wang Teng folded his hands and kept apologizing, a silly smile spreading on his face. The opposite person sized up Wang Teng, saw that this kid was covered in name brands, and did not dwell too much. His mouth whispered curses something and quickly left. Wang Teng really drank too much. His brain was a little bit not sober, stumbled and looked for half a day but could not find where the toilet was. He didn't call Shadow Guard either. How is it that the young master of the Wang family needs to be assisted to go to the toilet when he is drunk? After wandering around the bar for a while, Wang Teng was able to find the restroom. It was a scene that made the woman in the back frown and shake her head. I thought to myself that this is really worthy of being the young master of the Wang family. How did the old master and the head of the Wang family give birth to such a fop out of a lifetime of fame? She hadn't bothered to investigate Wang Teng's background. Every time Wang Teng made a mistake, the head of the Wang family beat him up one by one. It's not uncommon to beat up and not be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Could it be that this method of education is too extreme, and that it has instead fostered a fopper's nature? But the test wasn't quite over yet, and although that was the thought, the woman followed. Wang Teng was currently propping his hands on top of the basin and washing his face, which was still dripping. He lifted his head, looking at the mirror and shaking his head a bit in self-deprecation as he watched a lot more redness on his extremely handsome face. Drinking is terrible. But in the mirror, naturally, he could also see the woman behind him taking a step towards him. Too much to drink, handsome. She had a nice voice, which could be described as a standard imperial voice with some mature woman's flavor. Wang Teng wiped his face, straightened up and turned around, leaning against the sink. Eyes couldn't stop looking up and down at the woman across from him. Oh, okay. Not much. It's just that I'm a poor drinker and I don't get drunk much. Oh. The woman's impression of Wang Teng in her heart was a few points lower. It's almost as if he's a vegetable and a fun lover, and a poor drinker and a drinker. Do you really think you can be unscrupulous just because the Wang family owns this place? Those spies of the 10,000 clans wouldn't have gotten mixed up in it and laid hands on him, a Starfire squad leader? Absolutely not. Waiting to go back. Definitely want to talk to the dragon. Listening to Quan Sen Li Lao This captain chose what the stuff She twisted her water snake waist and walked to Wang Teng with a Thai smile on her face. The woman's approached again, also smelling a faint scent. Her hands lifted up and her small arms rested on Wang Teng's shoulders, locking eyes with Wang Teng's somewhat mesmerized eyes. Immediately afterward, she moved closer and closer until the tips of their noses touched. Wang Teng was a bit disoriented. Just the moment he looked at those red lips and wanted to kiss them, the woman let out a delicate laugh and leaned back, nimbly dodging. What do you want? I don't know. All I know is that when it comes to my mouth, there's no reason not to eat it. Wang Teng, with a meaningful smile on his face, directly and vigorously swept over the woman's waist, and with a push of his elbow, he opened the door of the barrier-free toilet on the side. As expected, not to the woman's surprise, as soon as Wang Teng came in, he extremely roughly pressed the woman against the wall. The woman's heart thumped. Wang Teng this time actually made her sprout some spring in her step as well. Should the assessment end or not? Don't take a test and get yourself hitched. But that stingy guy Long Hearing Spring doesn't have a year-end bonus or anything, or else it's considered an employee benefit. Wang Teng is not a bad seller, can be said to be handsome to the dregs of the kind. They do not seem to lose, perhaps even made a profit. In any case, suddenly being walloped for a moment, the woman really can't hold it. Humph! Wang Tong let out a laugh and changed to the initiative, closing in on the woman's body. He buried his head between the woman's necks and gently sniffed the scent emanating from the other woman. Well, Garden of the Nile, you're a very classy woman. Wang Tong exhaled hot air, blowing the woman's ears itchy, suddenly also a little on the head up. The empty hand also slowly slid to Wang Teng's back waist. Wang Tong suddenly grabbed the woman's hands. Then his left hand grabbed both wrists and closed them together. With one last push upward, he pressed the other man's hands directly on top of the toilet wall. The woman felt the temperature of Wang Teng's body. Her heart was in turmoil, and her body gradually became hot. She closed her eyes a little nervously and pursed her lips. However, it was not Wang Teng's soft kiss that awaited her. Instead, it was a cold blade that was pressed against her throat. Wang Ting's hand at some point had an extra handful of. Say, what are you? Really think you're hiding it well? In just an instant, the woman was out of that state. Looking at Wang Teng in front of him, he could not help but be dumbfounded. When did you find out? Wang Teng gave a hefty laugh. When did you find out? Found out when you were going to have a drink with me. So this was all done for me? Or what? I even made a point of going around the bar a couple more times, just in case you didn't take the bait. I was really drunk and couldn't understand the road. People who have designs on me naturally can't sit still. Wang Teng laughed, and the knife he was holding was once again 2 points harder. You could see a light thin line had appeared on the woman's blown skin. The woman's face was filled with surprise. She could feel the chilly aura on the knife. Elder Wang actually passed down all of this blade to you? This also caused Wang Teng's movements to slightly lurch. She called her grandpa Wang Lao? Who the hell are you? I'm not that patient. The woman smiled sweetly. Well, not bad, not bad. Good at disguising yourself, 85 points. Only for lone wolves though, counting you 80 on the overall rating. What? Wang Teng was confused. What is this woman in front of me saying to herself? Why couldn't she understand? And, with a subdued look on his face, he could have slit her throat himself with a little force. Immediately after, Wang Teng felt a strong force. It turned out to be the spiritual energy surging around the woman. And at some point, she was able to isolate Wang Teng's attack. One must know that it was simple to burst out with spiritual energy, but it was definitely not simple to manipulate it with such precision. Only martial artists with a huge difference in strength between them could be like this. If it were a different person, his cultivation would be silver or gold. Then emulating a woman's behavior like this, although the same effect was achieved, but in an instant, Wang Teng could be sent flying from the impact. This woman, she was definitely at the peak of the gold level and upwards. Introducing myself, I'm the lead teacher of the Starfire Squad's martial arts first team in Zhonghai City, Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao? Wang Teng froze. You're that young lady from the Lang family in Kyoto? Chapter 165, the second lead teacher. Lang Yueyao. Know me? Lang Yueyao grinned and twisted her body to get out in front of Wang Teng. Removing all the disguises and wigs from her face, she completely revealed her true form. Waist-length ink-colored hair fell down at the roots, and a stunningly beautiful woman with evil intent in her coldness appeared in front of Wang Teng. She laughed suddenly, a soul-stirring laugh. As the saying goes, a smile back 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color. The dark ink-like eyes stared tightly at Wang Teng. For a while, even Wang Teng, who had read countless women, looked dumbfounded. If he were to give a score to each of the women he's met, the likes of Lin Yuqing, Ji Zhaoyao, and Nina Nia are considered to be superb beauties with scores of 90 and up. Chen Qingqing should be considered an 80. This Lang Yueyao definitely is just 95 points upwards. What's wrong? What are you looking at me for? Oh, I almost let you brats take advantage of that. There was a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. I can't help it. It's been so long since I've shown my real face. I almost thought I looked like I did before. There are those who chase after her, but they are the kind of moralistic people who don't even bother to look at themselves. Is it possible that one is born with a love of yellow hair? She didn't think that should be the case. So it was nothing more than a test for me from the beginning until now? Wang Teng muttered. To be honest, he was still reeling from the feeling of that kiss in the midst of the earlier misunderstanding, and was a bit dazed out of his mind. Yes and no. This is the captain's test, and that's the end of the day. A week from now is the members' assessment, Prepare yourself at home in the next 2 days, and then come with me to Kyoto and take part in the competition. This was so confusing to Wang Teng. Huh? What the hell? Lung Yueyao re-disguised herself, and without explaining too much to Wang Teng, she turned towards the door. Before she left, though, she threw down a line with a twist. Abandoning your own friends to disregard them in order to lure the enemy is another 5 points off your evaluation. Wang Teng also wanted to chase out to ask for a microphone, but did not expect to go out and not even see a shadow. Hey, there's a pervert. A fat woman happened to walk out from the middle of the women's restroom on the opposite door, looking at Wang Teng, who was looking around. She couldn't help but shriek. This one directly attracted a lot of eaters. Huh? How am I horny? Wang Teng scratched his head and looked at the fat woman in front of him, puzzled. Look, everyone. As soon as I came out, I saw this man staring at me. It's obvious that he's trying to plot against me. It's just that I, Li Gang, am petite and sweet. More and more people gathered around, looking at the two oddballs and then at the fat woman, feeling a little hunted. Tisk, TSK. This kid is so handsome. His tastes are quite heavy. This tiger tank has his eyes on it. Yeah, it's weird that people look at her. So pushin'. Sister, I've got your back. There was a lot of talk. However, a loud voice rang out and interrupted the exchange. Handsome boy. You're so handsome. What's the point of sneaking around? Come to my house. Feel free to look around. The person who spoke out was a slightly thinner woman, but no less in size than the fat man. At this point, there's a pretense of winking and ruffling your hair. At that, the crowd of onlookers booed. These two are poo-pooing and punching. Isn't that psychotic? This handsome man is interested in you too? And argued. Sisters. It's a male gel. He just stared at me naked. I'm so scared. Li Gang became anxious and went up to pull on Wang Teng's hand. I don't know what godly man named this woman. It's also unbeatable. Wang Teng's brows furrowed when he was so messed up. He looked around at the dense crowd and sighed. If he wanted to find Lang Yueyao again, I'm afraid he could only wait for the other party to take the initiative to contact him. Obviously, I'd like to add a tweet. Everyone look. I'm sure my heart is weak. And now I don't even dare to let out a single fart. Sisters, in the face of male condensation, we must strike bravely. Females, it's never been easy for these stinking men to bully. Li Gang's face is red, as if it is a piece of fat pig's head meat. Looking at this scene, Wang Teng was shocked by his own thoughts for no reason. Get lost. Don't mess with your grandpa Wang. Come on, a couple of guys. Pull this woman away. It's annoying. Wang Teng waved his hand with disinterest. At once, there came a few 1'9" muscular male bodyguards, directly pulling away Li Gang's hand. In no time at all, a murderous hissing sound resounded throughout the middle of the bar. The few bodyguards were also speechless. It's not even that hard to press that yearly pig when you go back home. Wang Teng returned to his card seat under the gaze of the crowd. Seeing him in that most honored of positions, that's when someone around the room reacted. Wang family. That was the youngest master of the Wang family just now, Wang Teng. Which royal family? You're silly. There isn't just one Wang family at the head of the Middle Sea. That's true. That woman just now actually dared to blackmail the young master of the Wang family. 666 Without caring what those people were talking about, Wang Teng once again sat straight next to Nina. Nina sniffs, a soft smile spreading across her face. Young Master Wang, did you just run into trouble? I smell a feminine hormone on you. Wang Teng was shocked and quickly waved his hand. Nia rolled her eyes and let out a cut. Sis, I told you, this Wang Teng is a womanizer. I don't know how many girls' hearts he's hurt behind his back. What do you care? Little sister. Cut the crap. At that, Nia wanted to have a fit. But when she saw that this was someone else's territory, she sat down with her arms wrapped around her in exasperation. The thought that his sister had been turning toward this human man made him angry. A sister can only be her own. Never let a bad man get his hands on you. With that, she picked up a side of Coke tons and tons and tons and poured it into her mouth, her eyes falling on Wang Teng's body like knives. My little sister has always been like that, if you don't mind. Nina reached out and patted Wang Teng's shoulder. Wang Teng coughed dryly, obviously a little heartbroken. Just almost faked it. Still have some regrets though. If he hadn't pulled out that dagger, was it possible that he wouldn't have been able to keep his job as the captain of Starfire Squad? Even thinking about this, Wang Teng could not help but shiver. If that's the case, if your dad finds out, you'll have to go home with a meal of fried pork with garlic shoots. Ding, 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 ding. Wang Teng's cell phone rang again. It was Chiu Yen who called. Hey, is everything okay? That test of yours is over, isn't it? How was it? Wang Teng's brain went a bit down. His own side had only finished when Chiu Yen called. What a coincidence. Nobody, you know that too? By what right? Are you all hiding it from me? No way. I was just coming to the test as well. I just finished a bit earlier than you. So, it's good that nothing went wrong. Although Chiu Yen spoke in this way, but Wang Teng could indeed hear the roar from over there. You kid dares to eat Lang Nguyao's tofu. Prepare to die. Lean. Wang Teng's face went white. It's not like he did it on purpose. Well, he did kind of do it on purpose, so what? It's not like he knows it himself. Chapter 166 Late Night Meeting. Send Lin Yuqing's grandmother back to the hospital room. The two then went downstairs. At this time, Old Li and Su Lanxin were still waiting at the entrance of the hospitalization department. Xiao Sua, this generation of juniors is quite interesting. I watched both GAs, not bad. I've heard there are several good prospects in other cities. 3 years from now, when the Sacred Beast battlefield opens again, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon Kingdom will have to rely on these little dolls to go up and hold the fort. Su Lanxin also sighed deeply at this moment, looking off into the distance. Even though she was a famous genius in Kyoto, she had advanced to platinum at the age of 25 this year because her realm had advanced so quickly. After gold, each rank is a world of difference. It all depends on the individual's chance and talent. Some people are stuck in silver for decades, others one small step a month. It also made her emotional. Yeah. 3 more years. Now that the rule power of the Sacred Beast battlefield is escaping, maybe by then I'll be able to go in with my platinum level cultivation. Over there in the 10,000 clans, there must be some big move. The Sky Vault clan doesn't know what advanced technology they've concocted again. It's hard to see the situation in the future. Old Li chimed in. One can only hope that these kids will go far. Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing saw the two of them from afar and walked over towards the two of them. Seeing this, Old Li and Su Lanxin also kept their mouths shut, only gazing faintly at the two people across from them. Elder Li, Mr. Su, you haven't left yet? Chiu Yen was a bit strange. I've also added the SMS, and I'm not going home at night. Is there anything else I need to do? What? I don't remember your boy having a bad habit of going to bed early. Old Li pretended to grunt. When he was a part-time bodyguard himself, the kid didn't sleep until late at night anytime. It's only a few o'clock now. Didn't mean that. Chiu Yen snorted. Okay, you take a cab to take the little girl back, and Sux and I will meet you at the countermeasure center. After saying that, Old Li threw over a card. Here's the pass card. Meet me on the 15th floor when you get there. Chiu Yen caught it steadily and looked at both sides. There was nothing special about it. By the time he looked up again, the figures of the two disappeared from in front of him. When did they leave? Chiu Yen looked to the side at Lin Yuqing. I can't say for sure, but it just brushed off. Never mind. Let's get you home first. After sending Lin Yuqing downstairs, the two of them got a little tired of each other again before Chiu Yen got into the cab again. Looking at the distant taillights, Lin Yuqing secretly vowed in her heart that even though the two of them had different ambitions, they would work together. It was about 2 hours before Chiu Yen arrived at the Dragon Countermeasures Center. It was now midnight and the Countermeasures Center was still lit up. Unsurprisingly, after that, Chiu Yen was afraid that he would have to stay here for a while longer. Since he had been here last time, Chiu Yen found the elevator easily. When the elevator doors opened again, Chiu Yen saw Old Li, Su Lanxin, and Long Listening Spring in the distance. Ooh, this battle. Chiu Yen actually got a little nervous. Heart-stoppingly, he walked next to the trio. It couldn't be said that Chiu Yen was timid. It was just that there were too many unexplainable secrets about him. Your own Wind Cloud Harvest, Polar Blood Wolf, and more. Old Li and Long Hearing Spring each sat on a sofa, and Su Lanxin sat honestly in a square chair. Seeing Chiu Yen come, Su Lanxin also thoughtfully ran to the side and took a bench and handed it to Chiu Yen. Elder Li, Mr. Su, and Officer Long. Aha! Long Hearing Spring responded in an unsavory manner, picking up the small teacup and sipping it. Seeing this, Chiu Yen, who had sat down, had his eyelids jumped. Brother who drinks tea in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep at night? Everyone has secrets in them. I respect you on that one and won't ask. It's okay to hide your clumsiness, but I hope you don't do it for the sake of it. Do you understand? Long listening Spring put down his teacup and quietly looked at Chiu Yen. Huh? Oh. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yen also scratched his head in some embarrassment. I didn't realize that I was hiding those secrets, but I didn't think that Long hearing Spring didn't care or was curious at all. I mean, hiding is only possible if you can handle it yourself at the moment, which you can, so that you can catch the enemy off guard. Prevent the enemy from making some special temporary adjustments to you. It's all fine. Chiu Yen looked at Old Li somewhat helplessly. If I had known that I was here to be criticized today, I wouldn't have come. Old Li looked at Chiu Yan's obsequious appearance and laughed out as soon as he couldn't hold it in. But then he hurriedly resumed his cold face. Ahem, listen to Izumi. Little kid. A little tap is fine, no need, no need. Chiu Yen is a good boy. And when he knocks too much, he loses his heart. And don't make a face, you're acting serious again. At those words, Long hearing Spring almost spat out a mouthful of tea. This senior of his, actually tearing himself down like this. Really? But come to think of it, after all, he himself is only in his 30s, and it's tiring to pretend to be deep all the time. Long hearing Quan smiled helplessly, his entire person exuding an affable aura. This also made Chiu Yen much more relaxed and at ease. Officer Long, surely you didn't call me here today just to tell me this, did you? Yeah, of course not. No time to waste then. Do you recognize this? Long hearing Spring took out a small box, which was still emitting wisps and wisps of cold air. There was a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Chiu Yan's heart shook as he looked at the somewhat familiar box. Don't you worry, we mean no harm. I heard Elder Li say that you were taking this before, and it was like you were a different person. What's going on? This ice rain condensation flower doesn't look peculiar. It's not like there weren't people who ate it straight down before, but, without exception, they all died. Why did you just swallow it? Chiu Yen knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. It's no secret though, a lot of people knew about it 10 years after the last one. I don't know. Because it's at its most potent when it's not neutralized. I've heard that a medicinal soup made from it can have a chance to strengthen talents. I was thinking about taking a hard pill, and I took it sparingly. I didn't expect that it would evolve my sentinel beast talent. As for the general, I'm not sure. That's right, Chiu Yen really wasn't clear about the principles involved. That counts as him telling the truth, and at best, it's an evasive way of telling the truth. Oh, if I eat it now, will it strengthen my talent? Long hearing Quan frowned. Old Li was seeing it with his own eyes and was directly excited. No, no, no. You're the backbone of the human race now. We can't do without you. I saw the whole passage of Chiu Yan's kid. It's not something that can be replicated by ordinary people. Perhaps, it's a bit of a chance for him. Don't get this little life out of you. As soon as these words came out, a look of disappointment appeared on Long hearing Spring's face. He thought that he might be able to break through the bottleneck by finding a way to evolve his talent. But he didn't expect reality to give him a head start. He had been stuck at the peak of his diamond-level cultivation for a long time, but was slow to touch the legendary blazing gold level. After that, no matter how hard he tried, his cultivation was never able to advance an inch. And in Li Kunlun's time, there were king-level, emperor-level, and even emperor-level powerhouses. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 167 time is running out for the human race. Cough cough. Chiu Yen kid. Don't mind my old man's big mouth either. I told him that after hearing Quan's stuck at this cultivation level for too long, sick and desperate, almost about to dissect his own human body. Old Li had some awkward smiles on his face. Chiu Yen waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't even matter. Chiu Yen, can you tell me what happened at that time? Or rather, what kind of changes appeared? Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't force you. There was sincerity in Long hearing Spring's eyes. He's still not dead. Seeing that Chiu Yen was a bit hesitant, Old Li also sighed at this time. Ever since the establishment of the Sacred Beast battlefield, the entire human race has never seen a blazing gold-ranked powerhouse. Before, the Sacred Beast battlefield was still solid, and we were able to survive for a while by hiding under the high walls created by the sages. Now that you've seen it, the spatial rift that inexplicably appeared last time actually leads to the 10,000 races. That also means that the binding is even less. In order to deal with the coming crisis, We had to do everything we could to become stronger. I hope you understand. Even Qiu Yan could sense old Li's low mood. But he was curious. Old Li, what do you mean when you say sage? Wasn't Blue Star just orally revitalized 50 years ago? Old Li smiled miserably. It's not really like that. A long time ago, people started cultivating in Blue Star. It's just that we don't know about it. Most people back then didn't know how to practice either. Because in the shadows, a small group of sages took on this responsibility and went forward to defend themselves against the invasion of the 10,000 races. And just over 50 years ago, they failed. The 10,000 races have invaded Blue Star in force. It is they who spread the Gong method so that the general public can practice it. It was they who used their lives and communicated the power of the rules to pull in a mega-secret realm to serve as a sacred beast battlefield. At one time, only young jungles with silver-gold cultivation were allowed to enter, but now it seems that those with platinum cultivation are able to enter. That's why there's the Dragonblood Highlanders. That's why there's the Starfire Squad. Qiu Yan nodded. The human race was clearly in big trouble now. Lack of top combatants is not a small problem. Even if there were more silver, gold, platinum, diamond ones, could it be hard to cross the ranks and decapitate blazing gold, king level, or stronger 10,000 races? Apparently not. Although Qiu Yan was able to kill silver with black iron before with his cinder block. But the essence of the problem coal ball's previous cultivation was the silver 7th order, and then he devoured the blood demon to evolve before acquiring his new ability. He had asked Briquette if the forced reduction in rank would affect it in any way, and the response was not much impact. Because the geocentric slime is just that, with a single means of predation you can't see the gap. At most, the toxins are weakened a bit, the production of bodily fluids is slowed down, and a host of other minor issues. It's not even a thing. Moreover, the blood demon's ability was to draw on blood to enhance its strength, and there was no strict class division per se. After much consideration, Qiu Yan decided to tell Long Hearing Spring. Well, it's really nothing special. It was when I ate the petals and then drank some water, and then I felt my whole stomach start to cramp up, chills all over my body afterward, and then it wasn't long before I passed out. When I woke up again, I think it was Elder Li who saved me. Long Hearing Spring frowned thoughtfully. What happened to Qiu Yan was not different from the information he had read. But strangely enough, Qiu Yan miraculously survived. Old Li also spoke hesitantly at this time. Listen, Quan. Listen to my advice. We have countless talents in the Dragon Kingdom. Sooner or later we will study a peaceful path to promotion. If it really comes down to it, we'll talk about it then. A thick suspicion lingered between Long Hearing Spring's brows. But time is running out. There's not much time left for the Dragon Kingdom. For the human race. Li Kunlun's eyes glared. Besides, it's hard to believe that you're as bachelor as Qiu Yan was in the beginning. This kid was ignorant and lucky at the time. You are now the top pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no room for error. That's it. It's non-negotiable. Li Kunlun snorted coldly, blowing his beard and eyes in anger, and immediately flung his hand and walked towards the exit. Right after Old Li went out, Long Listening Spring was still staring at the small box in front of him. But then, the overflowing was pulled by a spiritual force and flew back to Li Kunlun's hand. Let me keep it here for safekeeping and we'll talk about it later. Long Listening Spring looked at his elders who were so distrustful of him, and also cried and laughed a little. Forget about it. Qiu Yan, 1 month later, you know it? Sux will take you to Kyoto for the competition. When the time comes, it's all about resource allocation and teaming up. Qiu Yan froze. Officer Long, does that mean our team will have to be reorganized again after entering the Dragonblood Highlands? Well, you're all from Zhonghai City though. But assigning teams according to strength and the style each specializes in also facilitates training and other secret realm exploration afterwards. Long Hearing Quan looked at his watch. All right, it's not too late now, so you guys go back and get some early rest. Qiu Yan, don't be too anxious. Xiao Su will contact you when the time comes. Okay. Qiu Yan nodded and similarly turned to follow on the elevator. Right after the two of them left, Long Hearing Spring frowned, seemingly pondering something. He muttered, this class of students, they all seem to be quite extraordinary. That little girl from the Xia family in Kyoto, Qiu Yan, the talented teenager from Kang City, and the martial arts rookie from Hang City. Time is running out. Let's hope they all grow up. Everyone is a genius, but only the ones who really grow up. That's a genius. After parting ways with Su Lanshan, Qiu Yan hoofed it back home. After a quick shower, Qiu Yan climbed up to the roof in 3 tries. After coating his body with starlight grass, he continued to start cultivating his Tiangui forging body. It had to be said that the cultivation of this dharma was truly torturous, and every time he cultivated it, it was as if his body was being cracked to the bone bit by bit. Qiu Yan was in pain, but it was hard to grit my teeth and hold on for 3 hours so that the same thing that happened last time wouldn't happen. There are 7 days left before the entry test. Next, Qiu Yan had a very fulfilling cultivation life. Honestly speaking, there weren't many with extremely fast realm advancement speeds like Qiu Yan. Letting those people stay home and practice is as good as killing them. However, Qiu Yan's cultivation was such that he could clearly see his progress every day, and this gave him great motivation. Breathing techniques are used during the day, and Tiangui forging is used at night. After 7 days had passed, Qiu Yan's cultivation level had actually risen to the early black iron 9th stage. At the same time, Qiu Yan had also raised all of his spirit beasts to the same realm as himself, which really took him a lot of effort. Chapter 168, One-Time Test Instruments. Early in the morning, Qiu Yan's cell phone started vibrating like crazy. Picking up his cell phone, it turned out to be Shushu Lanxin calling. This also meant that the Starfire Squad's entrance examination was about to begin. After discussing some details with Mr. Su, Qiu Yan put on a set of clothes in 3 tries. In order to improve his reflection amongst the members, Qiu Yan purposely wore the big-name casual clothes he had bought with Lin Yuqing last time. Arriving at the Zhonghai City branch of the Dragon Country Countermeasure Center, Qiu Yan clearly felt that there were many people who wanted to come over to prepare for the examination. It was found that the previously sparse parking lot was actually full of cars. It made him wonder, didn't you say that only the top 100 in Zhonghai City's college entrance exams are eligible to take the test? What's going on here? According to Su Lanxin's message, Qiu Yan quickly arrived at the Countermeasure Center's martial arts arena. The place was packed with people, and for a while they couldn't even find Su Lanxin's figure. Looking at the crowd of people, Qiu Yan only felt a headache. These students in front of you, there's definitely more than 200 of them, right? It was hard to find Su Lanxin, and it was only when she asked that she realized. It turns out that the upper side of the temporary revision of the policy, so that the examination of the Dragon Blood High Commissioner in today together with the examination can be completed. Just on the day Qiu Yan's home was closed for cultivation, an announcement was sent out from the Dragon countryside. Students who disagree with the results of the Imperial Beasts High School can also come over to take the Dragon Blood High School's entrance exam. After all, there are a lot of people whose talents or contracted spirit beasts are logistical, as in medical, scouting, camouflage, and so on. In the middle of the college entrance examination, only looking at the battle strength, there might be some geniuses buried. Yo! Wang Tung! Seeing his good friend from afar, Qiu Yan smiled and waved. Fixing his eyes, there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. Holy, you kid. How come you're accompanied by a beautiful woman everywhere you go? That's not true. Wang Tung raised his index finger and waved it in a mysterious manner. In the end, it was Su Lanxin who couldn't help but speak up. This is Lang Yueyao, just the leading teacher of their martial arts school. You must not underestimate this one. Cultivating to the platinum level at a young age, the talent can be said to be on par with yours. At those words, Qiu Yan was shocked. It's true that there are people out there. This woman in front of her, who was not much older than herself, had such a high cultivation talent. In 2 more years, maybe Long Hearing Spring will be squeezed out. Lang Yueyao, however, smiled awkwardly. No, don't listen to Lan Xian's nonsense. I'm actually quite envious of you guys. It's said that you guys have produced so many demonic-level geniuses this term. It's just a pity that I was born a few years earlier. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to compete with everyone on the same stage for a while. Take a look. That's genius. Although it sounds like self-effacement. On the other hand, though, it's clearly extreme confidence, and putting yourself in no place to be weaker than anyone else is just that. All right then, Wang Teng, Qiu Yan and Yu Yao, you all come with me. Following Su Lanxin's eyes, Qiu Yan saw the viewing room to the side. The exact construction was actually not much different from the underground coliseum he had been to before. But the level of sophistication of the equipment here was not something a small golden dragon chamber of commerce could touch. The viewing room with the best view is naturally where the big boys gather. Qiu Yan saw Long Hearing Spring, Li Kunlun, and other bigwigs talking and laughing in the middle of the number 1 viewing room through the transparent glass. With that, they were taken to viewing room number 6. It's a 30-square-foot room with an oversized floor-to-ceiling window at the far end. The view from below is breathtaking, and the room is displayed with ulterior motives. Snacks, exercise equipment, testing equipment, observation equipment, and all sorts of other things are available. Wang Tung didn't really care about this. After all, when he was a kid, his dad or grandpa used to bring him here to observe the training between the special incident response teams. Sitting on one of the couches by himself, he picked up his cell phone and snapped a picture of it down below and sent it to no one in particular. Qiu Yan became interested in a combination of weight scale plus height measuring instrument next to him. Su Lanxin explained with a smile from the side. This is a specialized measuring instrument for martial artists, able to see the state of their body in real time. But it doesn't really matter if the Imperial Beastmaster is weak. Anyway, it's not like the Imperial Beastmaster's body is weak for a day or two, so there's nothing to be gained by taking a test. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the numbers on the instrument and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Spiritual strength, Black Iron 9th Order. Physical fitness, Black Iron Peak. Strength of power, Peak Black Iron. Bone density, Peak Black Iron. The latter stats were invariably all Peak Black Iron. Zolangson rubbed her eyes and tapped the instrument again, completely confused. What a situation. This statistic is not an exaggeration. If it was Wang Tung, the physical stats could be a bit higher in addition to the spiritual strength. It's also very understandable. Wang Tung was a martial artist, but his physical fitness was something his dad had beaten out one by one when he was a child. Maybe it stepped into the bronze level. The point is that the wrong people are testing it. Qiu Yan, this kid, isn't he a royal beast master? What's a sentinel going to do with such a strong body? What's going on here? Suddenly seeing the data, Qiu Yan was startled and doubly pleased at the same time. It was actually close to catching up with martial artists of the same rank. It wasn't as good as those geniuses, I guess, but this was actually about right for him as a royal beast master. It's true that you've been suffering for a while, and it's worth it for results like this. Seeing this, Su Lanxin hurriedly waved her hand, creating a barrier, and said lifelessly, "Are you kids monsters? Obviously a royal beast master. His physical qualities are actually about the same speed as a martial artist of the same class. This is a matter that should not be exposed as much as possible. Don't tell anyone about your medical condition, otherwise you'll have a headache later." Qiu Yan smiled awkwardly and then asked, "Teacher, what about your physical strength? I'll see what kind of strength the universal geniuses have." Su Lanxin, as the leading teacher, was surely a royal beast master herself. Immediately nodding, Su Lanxin stood up after Qiu Yan made way. The ones on it were all at the peak of the gold level without exception, except for the spiritual strength, which was platinum level. "Teacher, you're not weak physically." "Not weak? That's not weak relative to you. Relative to other platinum level martial artists, it's a slap in the face." Zolangson let out a bitter laugh and tapped the instrument to burst in one go. This also caused Qiu Yan, who was next to him, to be startled. Does this have some kind of mania where she just smashes things at the drop of a hat? Oh, one's own body data. It's best not to let others know. It just so happens that the life expectancy is 2 times, so it's not a waste. You see, this instrument is very fragile and breaks at the slightest touch. When it was designed, it was one of these for one person. Leave it here, someone will naturally come and clean it later. Hearing this, Qiu Yan was still a bit distressed by what had happened to this instrument. This instrument is actually disposable, there is no mistake. Dispersing the soundproof barrier, he saw Wang Tung and Leng Yueyao looking at both of them in unison, and then looking at the instrument next to them. At once, he was able to understand why the two opened the soundproof boundary and spoke in whispers. "Okay, it's almost time to start. As squad leaders, we also have a veto, so we still need to take a good look at the test." Chapter 169, A Genius from the Civilian Cave. 1 vote. Yes, I recently asked Dr. King for some information to come back and look at. Though that said, it's only a temporary game, which means the odds are that these players will be temporary players, which you should know. At the same time, we naturally have the right to pick our own players. For example, if a kid is unruly, but his strength is okay, do you keep him or not? Qiu Yan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the top 10 of this examination for Imperial Beastmasters would be assigned to Qiu Yan. If you do run into a player who is good but doesn't listen to orders, it could very well have an effect on the whole team. As you can see, the bottom gradually began to be divided into 6 areas, so it must be about to start the confrontation test. Even some students whose talents are related to logistics cannot escape this hurdle. Even if they couldn't cause a lot of killing power on the battlefield, though at least they couldn't hold back their own team members. Soon, the drawing of lots began below. Wan Guolong, who was about 1 meter 9, stood out amongst the crowd, and with a casual glance, he could see Qiu Yan watching him from above in the distance. And with a smile on his face, waving back, it was a way of saying hello to his future captain. Actually, I don't think there's basically a need for a test on the martial artist side. The ones that made it into the top 10 on the martial artist side, I basically know them all, big difference. There are a couple of guys that balance scouting ability with a decent amount of combat power. The key is the Imperial Beast Master side, so maybe there will be a change. Wang Teng stared at the crowd below who had already begun to engage in battle and muttered, "Who knows?" Just then, a skinny boy caught Qiu Yan's attention. That was in the middle of the second area. The one who fought against him was Wan Guolong. Being the first in Xiaoyang's grade with a fierce reputation, it could be said that it brought pressure to many students participating in the examination. However, the boy on the opposite side summoned his own spirit animal without humbling himself. It was a weak, pathetic thunder rock. Despite its domineering name, this spirit beast bloodline was not of a high grade, probably only gold grade. But while the boys were constantly dodging the attacks of the other party spirit beasts, they were actually able to distract themselves and command their own spirit beasts to attack. Ooh, this boy Qiu Yan recognized. Ji Xiang, who in his last life was known as the genius who came out of the slums. Although his own spirit beast bloodline wasn't strong, he was always able to counterattack his opponents at critical times through his ability to adapt on the spot. This caused Qiu Yan to look twice more as well. The blue star in his last life didn't have a dragon blood Highlander, nor did it have a corresponding test. Qiu Yan guessed that perhaps his rebirth had created some butterfly effect. Ji Xiang was not strong enough, so naturally he fell off the list. But he was not discouraged, and continued his studies after entering the Imperial Beasts University of China Sea, gradually exploring a path of his own. Although he didn't have a very strong spirit animal, but he was able to use a few gold-level bloodline spirit beasts to fight back and forth with 1 diamond-level and 2 platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts from others. In the end, he managed to defeat his opponent thanks to his superior fighting mind. 1 battle to fame. That would be rare. Qiu Yan got a little excited and hurriedly turned his head to tell Su Lanxin. "Mr. Su, look in the middle of the second sparring area. What do you think of that somewhat skinny boy?" I would have thought you would have paid more attention to the wannabe dragons." Su Lanxin's eyebrows frowned slightly, but they quickly stretched out. "Indeed, I'll check on the boy. Although the strength of one's spirit beast is not good, it is quite resilient, relying on one's own judgment to be able to barely engage the universal dragon. Wan Kwok Lung is no punk." Soon Qiu Yan saw the end. After all, Wan Guolong had 3 excellent spirit beasts, while Ji Xiang only had 1 thunder rock. The difference is still huge. A rain of arrows from the ice jade Luan bird managed to hit Ji Xiang's protective shield. The strength of the shield is unfolded according to the strength of the student himself. If it wasn't for this shield, but on the battlefield, Ji Xiang would have definitely died through and through this time. "I lost." Ji Xiang sighed and took Lei Peng in his arms, tenderly stroking its feathers. There was really no way around it, and he did his best. The luck was so bad that he actually drew Xiaoyang first in the first draw. Although he wouldn't be directly eliminated if he failed once, he didn't have the extra energy to fight again in the loser's bracket though. "Class, you're already strong and working hard. I, Wang Guolong, admire you." Wang Guolong looked like a big man, but his heart was still fine, and when he saw Ji Xiang's gloomy color, he quickly opened his mouth to comfort him. Ji Xiang barely managed to conjure up a smile on his face before leaving the arena forlornly. After all, or not. However, he will not give up. He must prove himself. Just as he thought that, he bumped into a figure. Sorry. While apologizing repeatedly, Ji Xiang instantly cursed himself, but it was just a loss. Actually like losing his soul. Not even looking at the road. Qiu Yan looked at the skinny teenager in front of him and couldn't help but smile a little in his heart. By the looks of it, today's battle was quite a blow to Ji Xiang. Not even looking at the road, he crashed straight towards his front. He himself was originally just trying to stop Ji Xiang. "It's okay. I was just looking for you for something." Qiu Yan smiled, then closed his mouth and waited for the other party's reply. "Looking for me?" What is it that you want from me? If it's to remind me that I have one more chance to test, forget it. I don't have the energy left to deal with the next opponent. Seeing that Qiu Yan still didn't get out of the way, he even blocked himself instead. A trace of anger also flashed across Ji Xiang's thin but clear face. Get out of the way. I have to go to my part-time job later. I don't have time to spend with you. Oh, Qiu Yan smiled. I'll pay you for your part-time work today. Come with me. He didn't say anything, but turned around and headed out into the middle of the arena. As expected, Ji Xiang panted and followed. What the hell did you mean when you asked me to follow you? What the hell do you want? Qiu Yan never revealed a single word more, but brought Ji Xiang to their number 4 viewing room. You can Qiu Yan, that's not bad efficiency. It's given back to be claimed. It's hard to really want to absorb him into the squad, isn't it? At those words, Ji Xiang's face changed greatly. It turned out that the person who pretended to be deep and brought himself here was actually Qiu Yan. Who didn't know that Qiu Yan was the top scorer of this session of the Imperial Beast examination. Chapter 170 Mock Battle. Ji Xiang's mouth was so wide open that he could almost stuff an apple in it. Absorb yourself into the squad? In other words, he himself, a loser, was actually looked upon by the top student of Zhonghai City. Qiu Yan laughed in his heart when he saw this shocked look on his face, but he didn't jump to conclusions. At first, the report said that Ji Xiang repeatedly frustrated, inspired fighting spirit, so to catch up. The sky will be the limit, but it will be the first to suffer. It wasn't bad now, but it was also because the failure of the Imperial Beasts High School had just made him hold his breath and want to prove himself. It would have been better to just tell him, "You're now a member of my Starfire squad." I'm afraid he'll jump for joy and gloat to himself. Look, I'm a loser who made it into the Starfire squad. Did I do anything? This victory came far too easily. Therefore, Qiu Yan felt that Ji Xiang was now lacking a desperate and ruthless spirit. He needs a tough win to prove himself and for him to really wake up to what's going on. Qiu Yan shook his head slightly. That's not true, but it just counts for inclusion in the alternative. Mr. Su, where is the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator? I don't come over here very often. Go out to the right and take 2 steps to the elevator, 5th floor. Although she didn't know exactly what Qiu Yan wanted to do, Su Lanchen was willing to trust Qiu Yan's vision and handed over a very designer card. As usual, there was a fee for using the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator, but Suslanson didn't care. If Qiu Yan really looked away, that little fee didn't matter. Moreover, Qiu Yan, the scholar who could be certified by the bigwigs from all sides, would not have a bad vision. Qiu Yan, who had thought of paying for it himself, didn't push back when he saw this and nodded towards Su Lanchen. After all, he also knew that Su Lanchen was not lacking in this trifle. Afterward, Qiu Yan led Ji Xiang along the route. Ding! The moment the elevator doors slowly opened, Qiu Yan saw a variety of testing instruments. There was a machine that was constantly firing hyperspeed pinballs outwards, and a martial artist could be seen in the middle of it, constantly dodging the pinballs. You can see that this one has top-notch speed reflexes and basically dodges most of the bouncing balls, with just the occasional one grazing the hem of his shirt. Seeing that this speed is also the highest grade of the bronze level, such a speed is already not easy. Qiu Yan didn't linger too long, only giving a secret sigh of admiration in his heart. Then it came to the 2 huge oval machines. He inserted the card he had been given earlier by Zalangson into the groove. Immediately afterward, 2 hatches slowly opened, revealing the recliners in them. It is, Ji Xiang asked with some hesitation. This is the Spirit Beast Battle Simulator I was just talking about. Once you sit on it, the hatch closes. Then in it there will be images projected into your mind, creating a simulated battlefield. The system will randomly generate 3 spirit beasts that belong to you, and you can control these spirit beasts to fight. Still, it's fair to say that most of the cultivation levels are hovering among the black iron and bronze ranks. In a minute I'll sit in it too, and then use 3 random spirit animals as well. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with the characteristics and skills of the spirit beasts, after which we can open the sparring match. At this moment, Ji Xiang frowned slightly. And after that, what am I going to do? Qiu Yan shot a glance at Ji Xiang, then said indifferently, all you have to do is beat me. On the same starting line, if you can beat me, I will apply to Elder Li and Teacher Su to let you break the rules and join the Dragon Blood Highlanders. Even the Starfire squad is not impossible. Sit on it and try it. Fruity. Ji Xiang's eyes lit up. The reason I was behind before was because I had just 1 spirit animal and it wasn't very maneuverable. He's been a fan of strategy games since he was a kid, and this unit was literally made for him in general. Now that everyone was a random spirit beast, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Entering the Starfire squad would also mean a solid entry into the Dragon's Blood Highlander. With the resources tilted by the Dragon's Blood Highlander, he could finally stop continuing to starve. With that thought, he couldn't wait to get into it. But the worn and unusually wide hem of his coat hooked onto a part aside and he stumbled, almost falling over. Looking at Ji Xiang's slightly clumsy appearance, the corner of Qiu Yan's mouth hooked. This silly boy, how many layers of water are you going to put in yourself later? This kind of device had actually come to be used once in his last life, but it had been so long ago that he'd almost forgotten about it. But the feeling of maneuvering the machine is still vaguely remembered. And he'd been through so many battles lately that he was clearly a whole lot stronger than his peers when it came to his level of command. Qiu Yan looked at his watch, and once 5 minutes had passed, he voiced a reminder. Ready. Cough if you're ready. I can hear you. Ahem. Qiu Yan, who had gotten the signal, also sat in the other hatch at this time. After the hatch slowly closed, it became dark in the confined space. Soon, a helmet was pressed onto Qiu Yan's head with the activity of a robotic arm. The whole machine began to hum. Qiu Yan only felt a tingly, tiny electric current start to appear on his head. So he closed his eyes, and in no time at all, he entered a deep sleep under the effect of the electric current. The operation of the machine puts both of them in a virtual space at the same time. Ji Xiang looked at Qiu Yan across from him, his face unable to hide his excitement. Qiu Yan checked his royal beast space, and there were just 3 spirit beasts in it. They were the thornback tortoise, sharp-toothed leopard, and flaming bird, all of which were at the peak of the black iron rank in cultivation. This lineup is also the most prevalent damage-bearing, surging support system. It could be said that Qiu Yan liked this kind of lineup that could attack and retreat. The two nodded to each other and summoned their respective spirit beasts at the same time. Qiu Yan, who could see the spirit beast opposite him, had a bitter smile spread across his face. It's probably going to be a bit of a battle later on. It's not good for Kisho to randomly come out with anything but a triple support system. In other words, Ji Xiang had randomly gotten 3 flying spirit beasts, a thunder rock, an ice jade luan, and a shadow sparrow. His own combination of spirit beasts lacked some means of countering the air, and was at a disadvantage. He was afraid that once he started the fight later, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Ji Xiang was relieved when he saw the spirit beast on the opposite side. Okay, with your maneuvering, you will surely be able to take it down easily. As the countdown ended in front of his eyes, blood and blue bars began to appear on the heads of both sides' spirit beasts. The mechanics are simple: taking an attack drains the blood bar, and using a skill drains the blue bar. At the very beginning, Ji Xiang commanded his 3 flying spirit beasts to fly higher and higher from the ground. According to his thoughts, as long as the 3 spirit beasts didn't land on the ground and didn't enter the attack range of Qiu Yan's spirit beasts, there was a high probability of winning, even if, of course, his attack was only a scrape. Qiu Yan, I'm sorry. The 3 spirit beasts flying in the air emitted a halo of light from their mouths and between their feathered wings at the same time. It's a sign that the skill is about to be used. Chapter 171. Ji Xiang was in a hurry. Oh, I'd like to see how that's right. Qiu Yan commanded his spirit beasts to move quickly, causing the 3 bird spirit beasts to only frantically trace the edges. Finally, in the moment when the skill stopped and was in a vacuum, Qiu Yan seized the opportunity. The flame bird nimbly shuttled to the 3 spirit beasts. Flaming bird, fire cloud. The flame bird was a spirit beast that looked like a rock bird. The feathers all over his body, though, were a fiery red base color with golden veins growing at the ends of the feathers. Its signature skill, the fire cloud. In an instant, the flaming bird's mouth spat out a flame that grazed the ice jade luan bird's wings. Due to the damage to its wings, this blow nearly upset the ice jade luan bird's balance, and the entire bird faltered. One could only say that it was worthy of being a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, and was also the one with the highest bloodline level amongst the spirit beasts present. It quickly adjusted its flight and stopped just outside the range of the sharp-toothed leopard's attack. However, you could see that the blood bar on its head seemed to be a fraction shorter, probably a tenth as well. It's considered a minor injury. Ji Xiang's face first changed when he saw this, then quickly regained his composure. Just now, if he had let the spirit beasts ascend into the air in time, he might have been able to avoid this attack. So in the course of the next trial, he became more cautious. The 2 spirit beasts attacked the enemy below, while the thunder rock kept circling in the air, never letting the flame bird get close by half a point. Seeing that his opponent quickly grasped the gist, Qiu Yan was secretly shocked. It is important to realize that many people are not able to command with such precision due to the initial operation. But it was Ji Xiang who immediately comprehended the correct method of fighting after just watching himself operate a few times. He'd never touched a machine like this before a few minutes ago. Huh? But such a scorching battle didn't make Qiu Yan waver. Instead, he was happier. The stronger Ji Xiang was, the happier he was. I was prepared to put some water in the water, just to properly suppress Ji Xiang. I didn't expect to force myself to get serious. Spiked back turtle needle burst. After saying that, the spiny back turtle completely shrunk into its shell, and the dense sea urchin like spikes on its back rose up in white light, constantly shooting sharply toward the sky. The target, none other than the opponent's shadow sparrow. The thornback turtle's sudden outburst completely limited the opponent's thunder rock and ice jade luan bird's alignment. However, since such an attack wasn't particularly fast, the opponent's extremely fast shadow sparrow nimbly dodged the attack and flew close to the sharp-toothed leopard. It seemed that Ji Xiang was thinking the same thing as Qiu Yan. Both want to cut down the opponent's jab position first. If this type of spirit beast coldly came out from the side while the two spirit beasts were fighting head-on, it would be quite a headache. Just at the same time, the flaming bird rushed out, wanting to help the sharp-toothed leopard intercept the attack. But the situation is not encouraging. The thunder rock and the ice jade luan bird swooped down from the sky at the same time, pointing directly at the flame bird. Oh good. Is it pretending to make me think it's going to attack a sharp-toothed leopard when it's actually targeting a flaming bird? Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed. It seems that Kisho is also getting used to operating in such a multitasking manner. That's what makes it a bit of a sentinelist dribbling. Flaming bird. Retreat. Spiny-backed turtles on top. In desperation, Qiu Yan could only call out the thornback turtle to fend off the attack. Swoosh. Being attacked, the blood bar on the spiny-backed turtle's head shortened by 1/5 all of a sudden. It's also very understandable. After all, the two spirit beasts on the opposite side had charged towards the flame bird at the same time, and had both used their respective skills. It made Qiu Yan suffer a small loss when he was unprepared. However, something strange came up. Instead of retreating, the flaming bird launched the skill, Instantaneous Flash, and arrived behind the ice jade luan bird. And the skill, Fire Cloud, was in the middle of storing up its power. Qiu Yan's target was likewise the ice jade luan bird. What the flaming bird did earlier was not to defend against the shadow sparrow's attack on the sharp-toothed leopard, but rather, it wanted to find an opportunity to approach the ice jade luan bird again. Ji Xiang was so shocked that even his forehead was oozing with dense sweat. Can't avoid it. There's absolutely no avoiding it now. The ice jade luan bird's body size was relatively large, and it couldn't explode into a very fast speed for a while. This was the most powerful spirit beast he currently had, so he must not fall. Under the trade-off, Ji Xiang's shadow sparrow scurried out. It was an indisputable fact that bird spirit beasts did not have strong defense. After taking a solid hit from one of the flaming bird skills, Shadowfinch's blood bar directly dropped by most of it. At the same time, however, the shadow sparrow advanced instead of retreating and unleashed the skill, Shadow Peck. This time, even Qiu Yan did not expect it. His own tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries had actually been learned by his opponent so quickly. This time, when the skills and blood quantities were switched, it was Qiu Yan's flaming bird that suffered a bit more. After all, a single fire cloud would require a quarter of a blue bar to be consumed, and it hadn't even attacked the opponent's core spirit beast. The ice jade luan bird is like that. Although its own movement speed is not good and damage is not high, but the victory is that the skill consumes very little blue bar, lasting. A means of attack like the flaming bird was still too limited. At full count, Flame Bird had now used more than half of his blue bar. The same skill was used for the previous fast approach. Qiu Yan snorted coldly and then had the flaming bird return to his side's camp. Shadowfinch is real trouble. Really need to figure out how to deal with it. As expected, just as the flaming bird retreated backward, the shadow sparrow quickly scurried in a lightning-fast manner. In order to do so, it's all about riding the wave of victory. Even though Shadow Sparrow's own blood level wasn't high, there was nothing else to do but 1-for-1 right now. Not a trace of joy could be seen on Ji Xiang's face, because even after packing up the flaming bird, the other party still had 2 ground spirit beasts. The spiny-backed turtle has high defense and the sharp-toothed leopard is fast and does high damage. After a while, if the blue bar was depleted, his other two spirit beasts wouldn't have any melee attacks. Thinking of this, Ji Xiang no longer hesitated and drove the three spirit beasts towards the sharp-toothed leopard. Instantly, Qiu Yan's face also evoked a smile. Waiting for you. It still needs a little bit of water though. Qiu Yan deliberately slowed down the sharp-toothed leopard by half a beat. The injury directly took away the last trace of Shadow Sparrow's blood at the same time. Immediately after that, the Ice Jade Luan bird's attack followed. Just as Ji Xiang's expression stretched a little, the spiny-backed turtle once again moved across the top in front of the sharp-toothed leopard, and his back once again erupted with needles. Brush up on. With this hit, it directly cut the Ice Jade Luan bird and Thunder Rock's blood level by a third. Ji Xiang breathed sharply, and at this time did not care to wipe the sweat on his face. His brain frantically thinking about countermeasures. That's no small amount. From the comparison of blood and the number of spirit beasts, it was clear that Qiu Yan had the upper hand. Done. Is a real possibility to lose. No way. Absolutely not. He came out of the slums and he doesn't want to go back. He had to think of a countermeasure in a hurry. Chapter 172 Water Release. It was truly worthy of being the top scholar of Zhonghai City, and he was able to gain such a huge advantage despite the similarity in realm. The spirit beast that he had randomly arrived at was clearly taking a bit of advantage of Qiu Yan, not realizing that the situation would be instantly reversed in the blink of an eye. This is terrible. Is this the number one in Zhonghai City? Ji Xiang was near despair, and a wave of sadness and anger surged through his heart. Why? First, there was the infighting at Akiba Sentinel High School, which resulted in their own not-so-great results by removing themselves from the team in the first place. Then he meets the top of the year in Shayang Imperial Beast High School, Wan Guolong. All of this he assumed was a problem with his spirit animal. He's not convinced. If it weren't for the fact that he only had one spirit animal, these people are definitely no match for him. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan invited him to participate in the competition, and if he won, he would be able to enter the Starfire squad and never have to return to the slums again. And maybe it will stop my sister from starving too. He was not happy to lose just like that. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, right? He was too focused on paying attention to the Ice Jade Luan bird's well-being. Perhaps because he had never felt the power of a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast. He had once taken the Ice Jade Luan bird as his hope for a turnaround, even paying the price of a serious injury to the Shadow Sparrow. However, he had forgotten that the one who had accompanied him for the longest time was Lei Peng. No one knew Lei Peng better than he did. Right now, Lei Peng hadn't used a skill yet. Blue stripes. Take advantage of the blue bar. Right now, although the opponent's blood level was high, neither of the two spirit beasts had a high blue level. Lei Peng's speed was moderate and his defense was not strong. But his killing power was definitely strong. Kisho got it now. Why had he been following Qiu Yan's rhythm from the very beginning of the battle? Because he cared too much about the Ice Jade Luan bird. The Ice Jade Luan bird itself has limited killing power, but the skill consumes very little blue. Therefore, the Ice Jade Luan bird can win as long as it spams its blue amount. The spiked-back turtle's attacks are limited, with just one needle burst, being able to pose some threat to itself at the moment, can be left alone for a while. But the sharp-toothed leopard and the flaming bird must be taken out. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be delayed to death. So Ripon, who had been snowed in, came on. Qiu Yan watched Ji Xiang's tightly frowning brows slowly stretch apart. Qiu Yan also knew that the Thunder Rock was the spirit beast that Ji Xiang had been in contact with for the longest time, and had more insight in commanding it. So, at once, lift up a 12th part of your spirit. The Thunder Rock was covered in a tangle of thunder and lightning, and with a dive, he charged towards the flame bird. The Ice Jade Luan bird, on the other hand, tried everything it could to try and stop the sharp-toothed leopard and spiny-backed tortoise from supporting them, as countless ice blue plumes blasted towards the two spirit beasts. Now, Ji Xiang's release of skills at all costs also bought enough time for Lei Peng. A single lightning spit decimated the flame bird. Afterwards, the Thunder Rock reversed its direction and continued to charge towards the sharp-toothed leopard, the thunderbolts entwined around its wings appearing even brighter. That was its skill Thunder Feather Blade. Without changing his face, Qiu Yan directly commanded the spiny-backed turtle to use Spiny Needle Burst. But Lei Peng didn't dodge and still charged towards the sharp-toothed leopard. Just then, the ice jade Luan bird joined the battlefield. Spreading his wings out, he blocked all the attacks for Lei Peng. At the same time, the plumes kept sweeping onto the spineback turtle, causing the blood levels of both sides to plummet downwards. Ji Xiang looked at the battle in front of him and his fists clenched involuntarily. You must completely decimate the sharp-toothed leopard. One is betting on everything. Since the sharp-toothed leopard had already been attacked by the shadow sparrow earlier, at this time, it even met Lei Peng's attack without flickering or avoiding it. Also used the skill, Sharp Claw Strike. Bang! The two spirit beasts erupted with violent sounds. Vaguely, Ji Xiang saw that the Thunder Rock's wings slipped through the body of the sharp-toothed leopard and was continuing to fly toward the sky to pull away. He knew that it had finally been done. The battle between the Ice Jade Luan bird and the Thornback turtle was also divided into winners and losers. Same thing. This is the best possible outcome. Ji Xiang's eyes were dead set on the sharp-toothed leopard in the distance, and his heart kept praying. Because of this one, he gambled all of his blue. If you fail in one strike, you won't get a second chance to use the skill. Finally, the sharp-toothed leopard's body began to shake. Knock! It's down. Ji Xiang looked happy, but then his face was filled with shock. Just in the next second when the sharp-toothed leopard fell to the ground, Lei Peng's figure in the air lurched and violently exploded into a fragment. Flesh and blood rained from the sky. Qiu Yan quietly watched this scene without the slightest fluctuation on his face. Such a situation was exactly what he wanted to see. Yes, a hard-fought victory belonging to Kisho. Just now, if he hadn't intentionally let the water out, perhaps the shadow bird might not have been able to hurt the sharp-toothed leopard, and he himself wouldn't have lost so miserably. So, it's a matter of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Because of this small decision, Qiu Yan's water release was successful. With a flash of light, the two found themselves returning to reality. The helmet on his head had been taken away at some point. The hatch slowly opened right in front of them both. Ji Xiang climbed out of the cabin and looked at Qiu Yan with some hesitation. How does this work? I don't know if the result just now counts as a draw or if it counts as a win for him. If Qiu Yan backed out at this point, then there was nothing he could do. Well, count yourself out. After all, my spirit beast died first, so it counts as a win for you. Kisho was so happy he almost jumped up and down. Even though the spirit beast lineup he had randomized himself to was somewhat taking advantage of Qiu Yan, he was still happy. He knew that he did. What's wrong with taking advantage? The other party is the top student of the Imperial Beast examination in Zhonghai City. In that case, as long as he had a set of spirit beast combinations like Qiu Yan's, he could likewise become a top scholar. What he didn't know was that all of this was the result of Qiu Yan's careful planning. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Qiu Yan's face finally revealed a hint of a smile and patted Ji Xiang's shoulder with an encouraging look. Nice! I'll apply for your spot on the team with Elder Li. Don't worry. With that, Qiu Yan directly walked towards the exit, and Ji Xiang silently followed. Hey, thank you. Captain Qiuyin? Can I call it that now? Yes, ask whatever you want, as long as it's something I know. After thinking for a long time, Ji Xiang gritted his teeth and still said stiffly, Why are you letting go? Qiu Yan's face was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that a small detail like that had been discovered by the other side. Nothing, I just think you're capable. A capable person should never be buried by a bad situation. I believe that with the official resources of the Dragon Kingdom tilted in your favor, you can become even stronger. It's that simple. Qiu Yan secretly laughed in his heart. This kid is kinda real. Knowing full well that pointing out this matter would result in him not being able to go to the Dragon Blood Highlander, he still mentioned it. The spirit is hard to beat. Chapter 173. The situation is critical. Come on, you're still too early to be happy. It's not up to me to decide whether or not I can get into the squad, okay? It also depends on what Elder Li's side means. All I can do is offer you a chance to see if you can take it. Looking at Ji Xiang, whose eyes were red, Qiu Yan felt some goosebumps and couldn't help but gently remind him. If we don't pour cold water, I'm afraid this kid will want to give his body in marriage. That won't work. I don't have Long Yang's fetish. Thank you, Brother Yan. I'll work hard afterward. Ji Xiang calmed down, but still bowed deeply towards Qiu Yan. Okay. Add a microphone. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Speech. I don't have only a cell phone. You leave a phone number. Ji Xiang took out an antique small smartphone, black. Not to mention Xiao Yan thought it was someone's hand grenade. He wiped the wrap on it and strained to see the 9 numbers on the keyboard. Never mind. Just a single line of communication. I'll catch you later. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. Ji Xiang's living conditions were really primitive, just like young people 20 years ago. Aha. Words remember my cell phone number. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and Xiao Yan dumped $200 over to Ji Xiang. Prepare to get him something slightly better. After all, kids from the slums live in tough conditions. Although Xiao Yan has more money, what's the point of giving so much to Ji Xiang? He has the ability to turn back and carry out the mission of the Dragon Kingdom, and he can definitely eat. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. Even if Xiao Yan had taken good care of Ji Xiang's family, but there was always a need to live in the slums, and with the quality of life coming up, could it not cause the neighbors to speculate and hold grudges? So there was nothing wrong with Xiao Yan doing this. Thanks. Thank you, Brother Yan. This is kind of what I asked you to borrow, and I'll return it 100 times over. Xiao Yan gave a cut in an unfavorable manner, and then turned his head and walked out the door. As a result, Ji Xiang was like a follower, following him wherever he went. Follow me for what? Don't you have a part-time job to go to? Ha! It's not that you said, Brother Yan, let me not go to work. Today you pay my wages. Xiao Yan then remembered. No wonder this kid collects money so diligently. So let me ask you this, wherever I go later you're going to follow, right? Yeah. And you paid me an extra 100. Normally, I work part-time for 10 hours for 100. Xiao Yan grinned awkwardly. So everyone is mixed up so badly. Forget it, big brother. Don't follow me. Take this money to get a suit. And afterward, in case Elder Li wants to meet you, you'll wear this? Ji Xiang nodded thoughtfully. Well, you make a good point, it's okay. I'll go rent a set for $10 a day. There's quite a bit left, or I'll give it to my little sister. Xiao Yan was able to get rid of the kid with a lot of persuasion, after which he took the extra card and went back to his viewing room number 4. As soon as he opened the door, he realized that they were all intently watching the sparring match below, completely not realizing that Xiao Yan had come in. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yan opened his mouth to remind. Mr. Su back. I didn't expect Su Lanxin to say absent-mindedly without lifting her head. How do you mean lose or win? Xiao Yan smiled. Sort of a loss, right? Oh, it's actually this powerful? Looks like you have a pretty good eye. Only then did Sushu Lanxin turn her head, smile, and hold out her hand. Give me the card. I'll check the records. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yan saw her take out a POS-like device, and with a swipe on it, she could see her spending records. Spirit Beast Simulator 300 points. Battle footage. Seeing the scene, Xiao Yan was curious. Mr. Hux, what is this 300-point situation? I don't remember that before. Zolangson smiled faintly. This is the new currency of Dragon Blood high contribution points. You will have a quota of 10,000 points after entering the school. You can use this currency to buy any item in the middle of the school, or you can go and use these instruments to improve yourselves. But it's not that you can't replenish the 10,000 points once they're used up. It's that you have to carry out a mission in the middle of the school. The school will issue some tasks and earn contribution points by completing them. The vast majority of colleges and universities have already begun sending students to Dragon Blood High. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. This was really a rather large reform. In order to deal with the Holy Beast battlefield 3 years later, Old Li and the others really went out on a limb. Mr. Su. Then in the future, the Dragon's Blood Highlander will become the gathering place for all the top geniuses? That's right. Although the Dragon's Blood Highlander belongs to the outside world that has just begun to be built, however, it has actually begun to be planned very early. Elder Li and the others have hauled in a mega-secret realm from the outside as the core area of the school, covering an area that would be 3 times the size of the Twin Lives secret realm. The secret realm is the true face of the Dragon Blood Highlander. And those buildings in the outside world are just built to show the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At those words, Xiao Yan's face was filled with shock. A secret world was hauled in. Such a big deal. The secret realm belonged to the otherworldly landmass, which itself was full of spiritual qi, and cultivating in it might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. And the larger the space in the secret realm, the more manpower and material resources are required. If you were to clean up all of the secret realm as large as the Water and Zephyr secret realm, and construct teaching buildings, dormitories, and so on, I'm afraid it would take quite a bit of time, wouldn't it? Within these 2 months of summer vacation, the Dragon's Blood Highlander should be able to finish its construction. Today's test is really just for the people of Dragonland. Qiu Yan froze. Noticing Qiu Yan's state, Su Lanshan smiled warmly. You're trying to say that this test today is meaningless, aren't you? Qiu Yan nodded. Actually, not exactly. Today's grades will be entered into the school system. We'll set up a leaderboard among the schools based on grades, and the leaderboard is subsidized with contribution points accordingly. Generally speaking, the top 100 of each city's results will already be able to enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. Today, it's just to focus on whether or not there will be any good seedlings missed, like the one you just saw, Jixiang. This was the first time Qiu Yan had heard these messages. From there, he became nervous himself. Rikoku is really starting to get anxious. Time passed little by little, and the examination below was soon over. Students who lost both matchups will have to volunteer normally afterward, and I'm afraid that they will have no connection with the Dragon Blood Highlander this time in the college entrance examination for the Unified Entrance Examination. Qiu Yan roughly looked at it, and the estimated number of students remaining on the field right now was just over 200, and they still had to participate in the final examination. In the next examination, Qiu Yan didn't see any impressive geniuses. Still, he made it a point to consolidate all the students he thought were good, and there were probably about 20 of them. 10 of the top 10, and 10 more are the streams of Jixiang. Chapter 174 Meeting Lu Zheng for the first time. It was only after all the tests were over that the list of the Starfire squad was finalized with great difficulty, and after weighing the pros and cons, Qiu Yan decided that it would be better to put Jixiang on the back burner for a while. After all, he had to follow Su Lanshan to Kyoto to compete afterward. Jixiang hasn't grown up yet, so it doesn't matter if he is temporarily stuffed into the Dragon's Blood Highlander to develop. In order to achieve a better result, Qiu Yan chose 10 members who fit his team the best. Together with Qiu Yan and the lead teacher, there were 12 in total. In a month's time, it will be time to travel to Kyoto for the competition. And during this period, a total of 11 people, including Qiu Yan, had to follow Su Lanshan to receive training. After Qiu Yan made a call to his father and mother, everyone followed Su Lanshan to the 11th floor. It's a large flat. There were exactly 12 of these rooms, and it seemed that they should have been specially arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. Here's the key, you'll be staying here for the next few days. After handing out room keys to everyone, Su Lanshan went to the top floor with Qiu Yan. It was also Long Hearing Spring's office. Wang Tang and Leng Yueyao were waiting here early. Because the assessment of martial artists is relatively faster, it is 2 people on the field, win the fight to advance, lose the fight eliminated is. There were still a lot of variables if the Imperial Beastmasters faced off against each other. Anyways, we're going to live in a group home. Seeing Qiu Yan walking over, Wang Tang smiled and patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. Are you going to live here too? Yeah, we live on the 12th floor, above you guys. It didn't take long for old Li to arrive. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he walked over with a red face. Elderly, what are you so happy about? Su Lanshan's status seemed very high, and she immediately joked.
哎呀，小旭啊，咱们的方案通过了。
Would you say happy? The wrinkles on old Li's face squeezed into a chrysanthemum with laughter. Obviously in his 60s or 70s, but so old. I'm afraid it's also due to the dark wounds from the Holy Beast battlefield back then. Really? That's great. Qiu Yan and Wang Tang glanced at each other. The conversation between the two was confusing to both of them. It's about the Dragon's Blood High School. They proposed that half of the students from colleges and universities across the country move into the Dragon's Blood High School, so that we can interact and learn from each other. Leng Yueyao faintly explained from the side, but it was hard to hide the smile on her face. Qiu Yan looked at the 2 people's ecstatic appearance and was also infected by the joyful atmosphere. But the arrival of Long Hearing Spring and a man calmed several people down. The man next to Long Hearing Spring was probably about 1.9 meters as well, wearing a tactical vest. Bearded, but with an angular face and a military demeanor. Hello guys. I'm the guide of the Broken Army Battalion. My name is Lu Zheng. Next, I will be leading the training program for both of your teams. For all your training, I am the chief instructor, with the 2 lead instructors assisting me. When he finished speaking, a platinum high-ranked aura was revealed. At those words, Qiu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. I thought it was 2 lead teachers leading their training, but I didn't realize it was 1 instructor, and he knew about the Broken Army Battalion. It was Kyoto's famous close guards. I just don't know how a martial artist can train them. But just by looking at his unsmiling appearance, One could roughly tell that this month perhaps had an extremely brutal training awaiting them. Okay. Now that it's brought to me, I can withdraw. Long-hearing Quan smiled and opened the skylight as a frost dragon appeared. He jumped onto the dragon's back with a gentle leap. The frost dragon lifted its wings and flew straight up into the sky. The skylight slowly closed as he watched Long-hearing Spring fly out of view. Well, now that we've met, you two can go back. I'll have a chat with them. Qiu Yen Wangtang and the two of them nodded and returned to their respective floors. Once Qiu Yen returned, he found 10 people waiting by the elevator, looking straight at him. Do what? Captain, what did you just do? A little fat man's face was full of inquiries. Oh, we've got an instructor who's going to take us to special training for a month. There's nothing to do, all disperse. Wan Guolong also walked out at this time. Captain, something doesn't feel right about us. It's hard for everyone to finish their high school exams, and they all have their own arrangements to plan. Some want to go out and travel, and some want to go out and experience on their own. This sudden arrival of a Starfire squad and the Dragon Blood Highlander, it always feels a bit off. On the Holy Beast battlefield, well, we can understand also have that confidence. The Dragon Country so many years have come over, why this year began to pay so much attention. Yeah, what's the difference between a bunch of spirit beasts? It's the same as the secret realm, it should just be a beast tide. Just now, they were notified that they would be here for a month. A few people combined their thoughts, and the more they thought about it, the stranger it got. Qiu Yen looked at the crowd and sipped his teeth in a tangled mess. Eventually, he waved his hand. Forget it, I can't say anything about this, you guys can ask Mr. Su later. I'd like to say that, but I'm not qualified either. Once they heard this, several people wanted to ask anything else, but they were all sent away by Qiu Yen. Back in the middle of his room, due to the fear of being surrounded by surveillance, his breathing method might not be known by those people in Long-hearing Spring. Solely, he cultivated on his own, sinking his mind into the middle of his imperial beast space. Ji Xiang walked on the road, only feeling in a very happy mood. Not for any other reason than the fact that I was able to squeeze in some time with my family today. I have to work all day long, so I don't have time to go back and take care of my little sister. On the way back, he deliberately went to the pharmacy to buy a packet of better Chinese medicine. A small packet of $50 kind. He then went to the food market. He bought some of the dishes he couldn't afford to buy on weekdays, and even went to the deli to buy some more cold dishes. Just got on the subway beautifully. After doing this for 3 or 4 hours, he reached the strip of land on which the slums stood. He kept walking along the road and finally came to a pile of ramshackle homes. Walking on the road, neighbors saw his joyful appearance, suddenly felt strange. Did this kid win the lottery today? It's a big bag, and I'm afraid it's going to cost $200 all at once. Yo, auntie, uncle, grandpa. A good mood and a natural attitude. One by one, Ji Xiang greeted the people around him. Someone asked curiously, Ji Xiang, you're not coming tomorrow. You bought so many vegetables. I see you even bought cooked food. Haha. No, it's just that I didn't get into college. Gave me a 200 scholarship. Give my little sister more to try. After saying that, Ji Xiang walked towards the direction of his home. He pulled a large set of keys out of his pocket, pulled out the key, inserted it into the rusty lock and turned it twice, opening it with a click. Brother! A weak cry from his sister came from inside the room. This also filled Ji Xiang's heart with warmth. Chapter 175 Human Evil. Little sister, brother came to buy you goodies today, Ji Xiang shouted towards the house. At this time, the worn-out door frame edge slowly poked out a white-colored girl, but obviously very weak, even take a step to hold the wall to move slowly. Seeing his big brother return, a miserable smile appeared on his miserable face. Little sister, I thought we said not to get out of bed without permission? Why are you out of bed again? What if I fall somewhere? Ji Xiang looked at his own little sister with a somewhat reproachful expression. However, having said that, Ji Xiang put down the dishes in his hands and flew to meet him. Brother! I miss you. Why are you back? Don't you work part-time? Brother won't go today. I'll make you a nice meal at home. Ji Xiang had a gentle face and held Ji Yijing, while his right hand gently ruffled her scattered bangs. His own sister had been seriously ill since she was 6 years old, and his parents had sought medical help everywhere, but he had only been cured when he came across a doctor named Bai. But Dr. Bai said that because of the long delay, the roots of the disease need to be simmered every day to adjust the body of Chinese medicine to be able to do. At that time, although Ji-seong's family had a small family capital, but over the years has long owed a lot of shortfalls. There was no choice but to sell the house and move into the slums. Even so, the lot of their home was not bad, and they had a small yard to plant flowers and vegetables on weekdays to supplement their household expenses. When Ji-seong was 15 years old, both parents collapsed due to overwork, and since then the two siblings have lived a life of dependence on each other. His own sister was 15 years old, the age when she was about to enter high school practice. Ji-seong was also very anxious as he watched. It's going to cost even more money by then. This was also the reason why Ji-seong had to participate in the Dragon Blood Highlander examination no matter what. Brother, I'm hungry. Good. Brother will cook for you. Kisho helped his sister onto the bed again. He patted the pillow and put it up on his sister's back. Today, though, my sister was extraordinarily perverse, tugging at the corner of the pillow with her dead little hand, like it's hiding something. Ji-seong was puzzled, but his afterglow caught a sharp glimpse of a flash of silver light. Taking it out, he panicked. A pair of scissors was hidden under my sister's pillow. At that moment, Ji-seong's mind went blank, feeling that the whole world was buzzing. Little sister trying to lighten up. It must have been when he came back early. So his little sister hid the scissors under her pillow in a panic. Ji Yajing. It was the first time he had ever called his sister by her full name so seriously. Ji Yajing bit her lip and buried her head deeply, not saying a word. She knew that her brother must be angry. What's with the scissors? You want to ditch your brother and go to mom and dad? Ji-seong's voice had a tremor in it, and with a steep rush of hot blood, he slammed the scissors on the ground. Clunk! The scissors, which were originally of poor quality, snapped right in two. Ji Yajing shivered at the scene, and large teardrops rolled down, wetting the old but clean covers. Why? I don't want to be a burden to my brother. My brother is going to college and I don't want to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was wrapped in Ji-seong's arms. Kisho choked back a sob and opened his mouth. Don't allow to do this kind of thing again. Okay? Our family is in trouble now, but brother can make money now. Brother went to the countermeasure center today and was spotted by the top student of China C. When I earn a scholarship, I'll take you and move you to a big house and get you a nanny to serve you. In time, you won't be alone. Ji Yajing could no longer control herself and let out a loud cry. It's both guilt over his brother and hatred of his own fate. Good girl, don't cry. Hungry. Don't eat the steamed buns I left for you. Brother will make you something delicious. Kisho let go of his sister and helped her lean against the bed. Immediately afterward, he ran out and tried to make dinner. But where's the food? The floor was blank. Nothing. He chased after them, only to see a ragged middle-aged man running wildly towards the distance with a large bag of vegetables in his arms. In fact, this middle-aged man followed him as he exited the station. Being in the middle of the slums, everyone has nothing to eat. Suddenly there was a man walking in front of them with a big bag of food, and the temptation for them was as great as you can imagine. Unfortunately, Ji-seong didn't understand the principle of wealth not showing wealth. Asshole! Give me back my food now! Ji-seong cursed as he lifted his foot and chased after him. But he hadn't even eaten breakfast today, so how could he outrun the fit middle-aged man? And he cursed loudly as he ran. Passers-by on the street looked at him in surprise. Grass! Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to run out of his sight, Ji-seong was in a hurry. Thunder Eagle! Stop him! He directly summoned the spirit beast. The Thunder Eagle flew directly towards the middle-aged man with a purple lightning trailing tail. The people on the street saw this scene, and they all looked horrified. This kid! How dare he drive a spirit beast to attack ordinary people? Doesn't he know that attacking ordinary people is punishable by jail time? Good! Get him a gutter! The murmurs from the side grew louder and louder, which made Ji Xiangliang calm down. Yeah. Assaulting an ordinary person is a felony, a term of imprisonment of 5 years or more. Who else is going to take care of your sister once you're in there? Thinking of this, he hurriedly commanded the Thunder Eagle to go around in front of the middle-aged man, blocking the other party's route of advance. When that middle-aged man saw the spirit beast of Ji-seong, he was scared out of his wits on the spot. Not to mention getting around the Thunder Eagles. The middle-aged man fell directly towards the back and sat down. His 2 feet kept falling backwards towards the back, but he just couldn't stand up. Ji-seong also walked over at this time and snatched his dish back as soon as he could. But it did leave the other side alone in the slightest. Little brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, just leave me alone. I really have an old man and a young man. My 80-year-old mother is paralyzed in bed and my 2-year-old daughter is wailing at home. I can't die. The man immediately kneeled on both knees and continuously kowtowed towards Ji Xiong, begging for forgiveness. Kisho thought of his sister and just kicked the man. Get out! The man had no time to pat the dirt off his body and stumbled off into the distance. However, Ji Xiong still grew a heart. He carried the dishes in his hands and walked towards his home. Instead, the thunder eagle let out a shrill whine and quietly flew over, just not far behind the man. The man who had been running for a long time was finally tired. His hands propped up on his knees, gasping for air. After a while this only slowed down, powerless against the wall next to sit down. At this time the stomach also indisputable coo up.
Ingenier brat.
Wait for me. Chapter 176 Trouble is coming. After Ji Xiong returned home, he first locked the door tightly, and then checked the surrounding area to make sure that no one invaded before putting his heart down. Little sister, brother is back. Ji Xiong looked at Ji Yijing's weak appearance and forced a smile. The scene where he himself summoned a spirit beast to stop the middle-aged man today was seen by many people. If that middle-aged man wants to make a big deal out of this, then even if Ji Xiong has a reason to be in self-defense, but rashly releasing a spirit animal to shock ordinary people, he will have to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. It was getting late. Ji Xiong did not hesitate. Immediately started a fire to cook. Not long after the home rose up curling smoke. Smelling the fragrance, Ji Yijing's small face felt better. It smells so good. I'm glad I didn't die. Looking at Ji Xiong's busy figure beside him, Ji Yijing didn't know when, but a drop of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Seemingly afraid that her brother would notice, she scrambled to lift her sleeve and wipe it clean. It's done, little sister, eat. Ji Xiong smiled as he picked up the steaming meal and placed it on the bedside table next to him. Even though Ji Yijing was in a low mood, she couldn't help but gulp a little at this moment. It's been a long time since I've had a meal this good. 3 hot dishes and 2 deli trays. Eat up, eat up. Ji Xiong moved a small bench and sat down, while handing over the steaming rice and chopsticks. I have to say, Ji Xiong's handiwork is really good. The dense, old-fashioned incandescent lamps emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating the meal with an oily glow that could whet one's appetite just by looking at it. Ji Yijing gulped once again, just burying her head in the bowl and uncontrollably picking rice into her mouth. Blame yourself. His own tonics were just too expensive, and if he hadn't been such a drag, his brother would surely have made a better life on his own. Why don't you eat the food? Didn't you have an appetite for what brother made? Ji Xiong asked with concern. He had also noticed his sister's strange appearance. Brother, I don't eat, you eat. There was a whimper in Ji Yijing's voice. Hey! Ji Xiong reached out and tugged on his sister's wrist, bringing her bowl over. The little face blocked by the rice bowl was covered in wet tear tracks. Oh, are the tears mixed with rice good? Kisho pulled the corners of his mouth forcefully and made an effort to joke about his sister. At the same time, he gave his sister several scoops of rice, spread the small bowl full and handed it back. After hesitating for half a minute, Ji Yijing only moved her chopsticks again. It was delicious, really delicious. Ji Xiong wanted to laugh as he watched his sister fill her cheeks with a bulge. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came at the door with such force that the rusty iron door creaked. A shrill voice rang through the door. Anyone? Come out. Ji Xiong gave a cold laugh, but he could hear that it was that middle-aged man who came to the door. Also, there's a flashing red and blue light outside. It's a police car. Brother, who's out there? No matter how slow Ji Yijing was, at this point, she could also hear the unkindness in the tone of the person knocking on the door. You eat first. Not enough to get some more. I'm going out to take care of something. Ji Xiong put down his chopsticks with a bang, wiped his mouth, and went out into the yard to close the door of the hall tightly. After tidying up his appearance, he opened the door. Sure enough, it was the middle-aged man who had stolen his food earlier, and at this moment, he was looking all high and mighty. Scanning around, it turned out that there were 2 officers standing behind him. Brat. Actually summoning a spirit beast to attack me in public. Is there still a king's law? Is there any law? The middle-aged man spun around and pointed at Ji Xiong, spittle flying, as if he had really suffered much aggression. Come on, Park Chong. It's the rule of law now, what are you talking about? One of the officers couldn't look away and couldn't help but choke. To be honest, It's not like Park Chong has been committing crimes for a day or two. Although he was to blame, the little boy in front of him had indeed been caught in the act and had summoned the spirit beast in front of so many people in the slums. Just ask around. There's tons of witnesses. Hey, officer, you're right, but this kid robbed me of my food, so I definitely want it back. As he said that, Park Chong also made a fuss about sniffing the scent of the meal in the air. This kid's family is poor. That sister of his is a pot of medicine. Every day to take medicine spend a lot of money. In his condition, why does he eat so well? Officer, I'm not asking for anything else. Just give me back my groceries. Ji Xiang was also enraged. Old by lantern, it was clearly you who came to my house to steal my vegetables. How did it become your vegetables? So many people watched you take my food out of my hands, and you say, all right, you two, knock it off. The other officer sighed helplessly, interrupting the two men's swearing match. You know, little friend, no matter how the dishes are, but you openly released the spirit beasts to hurt people. That does touch the law of our dragon kingdom. If there is a grievance, we will do you justice. The dragon kingdom will not wrongly accuse any innocent good person, nor will it spare bad people who do evil. After saying that, the officer's eyes also glanced at Park Chong, as if there was something in his words. Who's Park Chong? Old fart. A real hobnail. The heart knows but thick-skinned. Where can't see that the police officer intends to favor Ji Xiang. Ding, 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 ding. At this moment, a sharp ringtone sounded in Ji Xiang's pocket. Ji Xiang took his cell phone out and pressed the answer button. Turned out to be Chiu Yen calling. Hello? Ji Xiang, After the examination, you can enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. Honestly, if you weren't too weak because of your spirit beasts and lack of resources, I would have wanted to pull you into the Starfire squad. But you know how much competitive pressure there is now. You'd better come by, or I'll send over the enrollment papers and you can take a look at them. A dark color flashed in Ji Xiang's eyes. I'm sorry, speech. I can't seem to get in. I have to go to the police station later to make a statement. You know, there's no taint allowed in the Dragon Blood Highlands. I can't go. Sorry, speech. I'm hanging up. Chiu Yen just wanted to continue to ask, but there was a beeping sound on the other side. What? Just gave him $200 to buy something, and what's the case went into the orange. This. Couldn't have been caught sweeping pornography. Chiu Yen's head was filled with black lines. What the hell is this Ji Xiang kid up to? No, I have to call and ask. With that, Chiu Yen dialed Zhou Bowen's number. After all, this big brother has quite a lot to say, doesn't he? The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello? Chiu Yan's little friend, why are you free to call me today? Officer Zhou, do you have any police records there? I'm looking for a boy named Ji Xiang. As a rule, no, but you're the captain of Starfire Squad, which is half a public office, so let me check. After saying this, there was a typing sound coming from Officer Zhou. It wasn't long before Officer Zhou's voice came from across the street. Check. Chapter 177, The Value of Yourself. So that's how it is. Summoning spirit beasts to attack ordinary people? There's something very fishy about this. I'll see to it. Oh, his family situation isn't very good. Yes, there's a bedridden sister at home, right? I'll have Lin Yuqing go over and take a look. Thanks, Officer Cho. I'll be right there. After Chiu Yen hung up the phone, he immediately moved. Today was the first day and many were not ready and gave the students the right to go out. In the cab, Chiu Yen called Lin Yuqing. Hello? Amaru, have you gotten off work yet? What for? I just got off work and I'm on my way home. Oh, would you mind checking out 26 Cubville? Today. Chiu Yen flew through what happened, and after Lin Yuqing heard it, she likewise moved. Ji Xiang has a sister in his family, and now that Ji Xiang has been taken away from him in a righteous manner, it is always unsettling to keep a sister in the family. Sister, my brother is going out for a couple days to run some errands. I'll be back by midnight if I'm quick. Maybe a couple days if I'm slow. It can't really be done in a couple days. I'll be back in a couple days. These buns are for you. Dish out some if you're hungry. Ji Yijing's miserable little face was filled with worry. Brother, are you in trouble? I bought so many groceries today, brother. I'm afraid you'll go down the wrong path for me. What to think? Your brother is a good law-abiding young man. Ji Xiang pulled the corner of his mouth and touched his sister's head. Okay, I'm going. Stay home by yourself until I get back. He pulled back again, locking the door of his house firmly behind him, and then came to the door. After putting a lock on it again, he walked over to the two officers. "Officer, I'm accounted for. Let's go." "Aha." The two officers drove a separate car, after sending Park Chong and Ji Seong into separate cars. The two cars drove to the police station in a dodo. 2 hours later, the police car drove to its destination, subdistrict of the Four Seas district of the city of Nakumi. Chiu Yen sat in the lobby and waited for quite some time, and finally he saw two cars return. A thin young man got out of a car. Another car down a triangle-eyed middle-aged man. The eyes are still occasionally in the next youth flicked. Speech. Ji Seong had sharp eyes and saw Chiu Yen in the lobby at a glance, who was currently looking at him with his arms wrapped around him. Immediately afterward, the two officers took the two men to separate interrogation rooms. Chiu Yen also stood next to Ji Seong at this time. At the interrogation table in front of them sat Officer Zhou and a young officer. "Tell me in detail what's going on." "Officer, I'm innocent and I'm helpless. Instead of going to my part-time job this morning, I went to the countermeasure center to take the Dragonblood High Commissioner's test. I met Brother Yen, who stopped me to get a test and gave me $200. So I went to the market and bought a lot of vegetables, trying to improve the food for my sister and me. I didn't realize that a little while after I arrived home, the gate was unlocked, and accidentally that Park Chong stole the dishes away. In a fit of pique, I let the Thunder Eagle go to stop him. But my spirit beast didn't even attack him. Please believe me." Chiu Yen nodded. "That's normal, too. To say why Ji Seong didn't think of putting the dish into the Imperial Beast space at that time, there is no point in pursuing it now. Things have happened. So, for now it's all about what happens after Officer Cho's investigation. Let's hope that discretion will be taken into account. After all, Ji Seong's talent was now embodied in his own body, and even if Chiu Yen himself stepped in and got Old Lee to step in, there was nothing he could do. After all, Ji Seong is now speaking as a student who didn't even get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination, and it's not worth it for Old Lee to stick up for him. It's still a matter of self-worth. It's a problem that's not too big and not too small. As long as Old Lee is willing to step in, I guess it's not even a big deal. As for myself, a squad leader, what a thing. Even if he insisted on protecting Ji Seong, what could he do? Chiu Yen knew that Ji Seong was exceptionally gifted, but no one else did. He let out a long sigh at the thought. When the statement was done, Chiu Yen pulled Officer Zhou outside. "Officer Cho, see what you can say. Can we find a way to not leave a record like this, so that he can enter the Dragon Blood Highlander in peace?" "Well, in that case, it's best to let that Park Chong choose to go private. A guy like that would just flip his story if you gave him a little benefit of the doubt." Chiu Yen nodded, feeling that Officer Zhou was right, but the negotiation piece still needed some attention. Otherwise, if he was blackmailed by that old by-lantern, Chiu Yen wouldn't be willing to do it. Chiu Yen is rich, but he's not a cutie. If he doesn't clean up this old by-lantern today, his name won't be Chiu. 2 hours after my brother left, the food was cold. Even though Ji Yijing's stomach was rumbling with hunger, she had no desire to eat. Why was his brother taken away by the police all of a sudden? Had he really done something bad outside? Otherwise, it really doesn't make sense. She hesitated, but was ready to put the dishes on the bed. "Forget it, don't eat. Let's eat together when brother comes back." Didn't put it down right for a second, though. Pop! The bowl surprisingly spilled right over on the floor. Glass shattered all over the place. Ji Yijing was full of heartache. Did not expect to fall to the ground. Knocked out a bowl. What a sin, a sin. With that, she tried to get out of bed, her small hands trembling as she reached over toward it. The food should be okay even though the rice bowl is broken. Can eat. Ah! She fell hard with a shriek. The floor in the house was uneven, and even the raised piece made Ji Yajing sweat in pain. The deadliest part was that the hand had been haphazardly picking around when he had just fallen, twisting right into a horrible arc. Reacting now, the drilling pain came from his hand. "Brother! Brother! Brother!" She cried out in desperation, but no one responded. Just the house kept echoing with her desperate cries. Gradually, she realized that her backside was cold and hot liquid spilled. She looked back, and at some point, the reddish blood had soaked her clothes. "Brother!" Lin Yuqing was holding up the flash of her cell phone at the moment, inspecting door numbers from house to house. He was still wearing the work clothes of the Spirit Beast Breeding Center. As soon as Chiu Yen called, she immediately hoofed it here. Cubville 26. Holding her cell phone up, she looked around, but the slums were cluttered, causing her to have no idea where to start. Just as she was getting a headache, she heard miserable cries coming from a private house not far away. Something didn't feel right as she got closer. Could it be that it's being abused by her brother and that's why she keeps wailing? But Lin Yuqing, through between the cracks in the door, realized that there was only a dim light amongst that window. A quick glance of the eye reveals the door number next to the inner courtyard doorframe. 26 Little Bear Village. Found it. Hello? Is anyone there? Lin Yuqing asked somewhat tentatively. Chapter 178 The Scramble for Time. Hello? Anyone? There was an inexplicable worry in his heart as he listened to the wailing inside. With that, she called Qiu Yan directly. Hello? Qiu Yan. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Don't panic. Speak slowly. There's been a girl crying inside number 26, tearing her heart out, her voice shaking. Qiu Yan's heart shook. Bad. Something might have happened. But he had heard that Ji Xiang's sister was in poor health. With that, he spoke again. Rainy. Quick. Put it on speakerphone. I'm going to find Ji Xiang. Qiu Yan panicked and crashed straight into the interrogation room. A loud bang came to startle a few people. At this time, Zhou Bowen saw Qiu Yan's anxious look and didn't pursue the matter. What's the matter? What's the rush? Kisho, listen. Is it your sister's cry? Rainy. Turn the camera on. Aha. Looking at the screen in his cell phone, Ji Xiang was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. It was none other than his house, and it was indeed his own sister's cry. Yes, it's my sister. What is going on in your own house? Ji Xiang, it's a critical situation. See if you have any spare keys or something. Be quick. Ji Xiang was in such a hurry that his hands strangled red marks, and the tops were hot and painful. Not at all. Can you get her to just break down the door? It doesn't matter. My sister matters. Rainy. With that, Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain and bit down towards the rusty lock. Ka-ba. In one swift motion, he chewed the lock off the door. Can't be helped. After all, it's just for slumlord-proofing the neighborhood. Besides, it's not like the family has any valuable items, and those martial arts imperialist criminals can't look at the slums. With a creak, Lin Yuqing pushed open the iron door and ran quickly to the inner room. It's an inside lock. Takes Iron Mountain to ram the door lock right through. Can you hear me? Ji Yijing? I'll use a spirit beast to break down the door later, so don't be afraid. Don't you stand behind the door. Be careful. Save. Save me. Hearing a weak voice coming from inside, Lin Yuqing stopped inking. Iron Mountain. Roar. In an instant, the hard wooden door was directly smashed through by Taishan. Along with the door lock, it also flew off and fell to the ground with a clang. Entering the door, Lin Yuqing saw a heartbreaking scene. A little girl was lying in a pool of blood, with some grains of rice on her hands. The face looked unusually pale from too much schooling loss. Qiu Yan and Ji Xiang were anxious when they saw the images in the video. Lin Yuqing walked forward and did not move Ji Yajing's body, but instead slightly ruffled the clothing to inspect it. Hershey found a larger piece of porcelain lodged in the girl's backside, bleeding profusely. After seeing the broken bowl next to her, Lin Yuqing probably knew what happened. She's bleeding out now. I have to stop the bleeding quickly. I'm hanging up. It's a delicate job that can't be disturbed by others. Qiu Yan and the others wanted to say something, but the video suddenly hung up. Ji Xiang's tears came out in anxiety. My sister is all I have. Nothing must happen to her. I don't know what I'd do if she didn't. Don't be afraid. Qiu Yan patted Ji Xiang's shoulder. Rainy's volunteer is Kyoto Medical University. She started teaching herself about medicine when she was in high school, and she was constantly running to Dr. Wu's side in order to take care of her grandmother. It's okay, don't worry. Please believe her. Qiu Yan's words were like a C-pin, and Ji Xiang's rapid breathing gradually calmed down. Thank you, Brother Yan. Thanks to you having the extra eyes to find a friend to check on your little sister. I really don't know what to do otherwise. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Qiu Yan had 100% trust in Lin Yuqing. He felt that as long as Lin Yuqing made up her mind about something, she would definitely be able to do it. Lin Yuqing took out a pair of scissors from within the Imperial Beast space, sterilized it, and cut off all the surrounding clothing. With that, a whole porcelain tile finally appeared in front of him. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Sister, there may be some pain next, so bear with it, but pay attention and stay conscious. Good. Lin Yuqing carefully cleaned up those adhering tissues around the porcelain tiles. Afterward, a few elixirs were taken out and placed in a small bowl to mash out the juice. Then little by little, use a sanitary cotton ball to spread it evenly. At first, Ji Yijing only felt the pain become more intense. Soon, however, she realized that the wound was starting to become a little numb, as if she was losing consciousness. Lin Yuqing held the tweezers in her right hand and hit the light with her left hand, and bit by bit, she pulled out the porcelain pieces. Although the operation was simple, it took Lin Yuqing a full 5 minutes. When it was all pulled out, Lin Yuqing quickly poured the liquid in the other small bowl over the wound, and then made sure that all of the broken pieces of porcelain in the wound were flushed out afterward. Just start applying a dressing to the wound and wrapping it in a circle of clean white gauze. After doing everything, she just felt physically and mentally exhausted. But the little girl's hand, Lin Yuqing really couldn't do anything about it. It didn't look like it was as simple as a dislocation either, but more likely caused a bone fracture. Only after she did a simple treatment on the key points of Ji Yajing's hands did she put her heart down. It wasn't long before the sound of an ambulance sounded outside the door. Only then did Lin Yuqing call back again. "How's it going, Rainy? I treated her and it's much better. Just in time for the ambulance to arrive. You guys called, right? Aha. All right then. I'll follow the ambulance to the 4th People's Hospital first. You guys just come over later." After saying that, those medical personnel in white coats walked in and observed Ji Yijing's condition. The way he looked at Lin Yuqing at this moment was all wrong. "Little girl, did you make all these?" Lin Yuqing nodded slightly. "Terrific. That's a beautiful wrap. If we wait for us to come, then things won't look so good then. I've had a look and she's stabilized for the time being. She's fine as far as the bone fracture in her hand is concerned." The paramedics nodded towards Lin Yuqing, and then a few people joined forces to carry Ji Yajing onto a stretcher. Although Lin Yuqing looked calm, she was actually happy. Now she was just as capable of saving lives as Dr. Wu. The 2 people on the other end of the phone heard the paramedic's voice, and the big stone hanging in their hearts landed firmly. "It's okay. It's okay." Ji Xiang clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. He then looked at Xiao Yan. "Brother words. Thank you. From now on, you're my boss. That girl, I'll have to thank her sometime too. You two are." Xiao Yan smiled, encouragingly patted Ji Xiang's shoulder and said with some pride, "She's my girlfriend." Chapter 179 beat Park Chong violently. In a certain ward of the 4th People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, Ji Yijing was lying on the hospital bed with a haggard look, and her hands were tied up in plaster. The wound on his hindquarters was already starting to show signs of healing due to the spiritual herbs and medicines. After taking 2 painkillers, Ji Yijing finally relaxed. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. "Little sister," Kisho trotted over. "It's okay. It's okay. Take it easy. She needs to recuperate now," Lin Yuqing said indifferently as she sat on a stool to the side. Upon hearing this, Kisho then noticed the girl next to him. "Thank you for saving my sister." He bent down and bowed deeply. Xiao Yan also walked in, made a wink towards Lin Yuqing, and patted Ji Xiang's back. "Are you guys done yet?" Because Xiao Yan had told Lin Yuqing about the matter from beginning to end on the way, Lin Yuqing issued a question at this point. Xiao Yan shook his head. "Not yet. We're just temporarily applying with Officer Zhou for a temporary trip out. We'll have to deal with that old by lamp thing later." Lin Yuqing waved her hand with a smile. "So, it's okay. You guys go ahead and settle things early. Come stay with your sister. I'm here. Go, go, go." After Ji Xiang finished rambling on with his sister, Xiao Yan led him on to the police car. "Don't you say a word or mention anything else later. Leave everything to me." In the police car, Xiao Yan reminded Ji Xiang. This also made Ji Xiang feel somewhat flattered. Xiao Yan looked at Ji Xiang's appearance and sighed helplessly. If he hadn't known that this kid was a genius in his last life, he probably wouldn't have saved their family at all. After all, it's not as if you have nothing to do yourself. Is it possible that one has developed a love of talent? Forget it, don't think about it. Consider yourself a good Samaritan and make good karma. Xiao Yan did have the idea of pulling this kid into his squad before, but right now Ji Xiang hadn't developed yet, so it was still too early to think about that. Just as the thoughts collided, the police car pulled back into the doorway of the police station once more. The two returned to the interrogation room together. At this moment, Park Chong, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, leisurely bobbed his head. Seeing the two come back in a rage, he was not afraid and had a mocking smile on his face. "Yo, back," I said. "Don't try to go private without $20,000. Without speaking, Cho Yen slapped Park Chang across the face. Pop! Because of this, the hot tea in Park Chang's hand spilled directly onto his body, and he was directly scalded and winced. Grass! Park Chang was confused by the whole thing. He stared blankly at Cho Yen, and the hot sensation on his face was too much for him to believe. You, how dare you hit me? Now, this isn't over without $30,000. If only. Pop! Before he could finish his sentence, he once again received a slap from Cho Yen. To be honest, it was really unbelievable that this kid actually dared to beat him up inside the police station. 40,000. Pop! Come on, people. Hit someone. Pop! After a dozen slaps, Park Chang's face had swollen into a pig's head, red and looking better than ever. Sure, it just hurts a little bit. How about you try another rollerblade? Cho Yen gripped Park Chang's hair and pressed him down on the table, bloodied spit flowing in a puddle. $150,000. You who? Cho Yen was shocked. What kind of airplane is this old by lamp in? This is a typical want money not life. You have the guts to beat me to death. Or I'll sue you until you're broke. Come on. Murder. Despite how miserably Park Chang shouted, there was no other movement outside at all. Where are the officers? Where's the previous officer Chow? At this point Park Chang's mood produced a subtle change. Could it be that this kid had some kind of background so it was okay to just torture himself? He finally got a little scared afterward. Scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. You have a hard life, don't you? Immediately, Cho Yan's hand appeared a wooden square, in his hand popping knocking. What do you want? Help! Help! Ah! There were murderous screams from the interrogation room. Instead, it was pitch black outside the interrogation room. For no other reason than the fact that it was now time to get off work. And it just so happens to be Zhou Bowen's team that's on night duty tonight. An evil sneer appeared at the corner of Cho Yan's mouth. Do you still have some expectations? Now Officer Zhou is leading a meeting with his team. It won't be solved in half an hour. The ones guarding the outside of the interrogation room, who happened to also be Officer Zhou's subordinates, turned a deaf ear to the sounds coming from the middle of the interrogation room. Just before coming in, Cho Yen had talked to Officer Zhou. And Officer Cho seems to have a bad impression of this Park Chang, who usually steals chickens and dogs. The point is that Park Chang, the old denizen, is like a rolling stone every time he's caught after stealing something, and there's no money to pay for it. Instead, they ask people's victims for medical bills. That would be an abomination. Today, when he meets a ruthless person like Cho Yen, he is going to suffer. Don't fight. Park Chang was in old tears, trembling on the ground from the beating. Cho Yen smiled as he gathered a handful of spirit grass from the Imperial Beast's space and handed it over. Eat up, after all, Cho Yen, am not a demon. Don't really beat me to death. I'm going to have to pay for a death. Oh no, you're alone, aren't you? And there's no money to pay for that. How could Park Chang not understand Cho Yan's meaning? It's clear that you want to heal yourself and then continue to fight. Watching Park Chang hesitate to make a move to get it, Cho Yen once again raised the wooden square. Eat and be able to take a lighter beating. Don't eat it, get beaten half to death by me, and then I'll feed it to you. After saying that, Cho Yen held up the wooden square and was about to drop it. Don't. I'll eat. Park Chang tremblingly crawled over and took the spirit grass, chewing and swallowing it. Holy dinner barf. You deserve a beating. Ah. After half an hour of righteous execution, Park Chang lay on the ground so lifeless that he didn't even bother to hide. What are you doing? A young officer's voice rang out. As early as the moment the door was pushed open, Cho Yen retrieved the wooden square in his hand into the Imperial Beast space. Pretending to do so, he was about to assist Park Chang. Oh, he fell. I'll hold him. At that, the young officer nodded, closed the door, and went out. I can only say that Cho Yen, this kid, is bad. The previous slap marks on Park Chang's face had long since subsided under the effects of the spirit herb. And after that, Cho Yen fiercely greeted Park Chang's body. Those areas are covered by clothing and are largely invisible. You know what to do when you get out, Cho Yen said with a cold smile. However, Chiu Yan's handsome and compelling face was like a demon in Park Chang's eyes. Immediately, he nodded his head like garlic. Yes, 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 I know. Chapter 180 Cultivation is like riding a rocket. Are you sure you want to settle this privately and without any compensation? The young officer looked at the honest-looking Park Chang in front of him and looked out the window. Oh well, it's the middle of the night. Still, he wondered if the sun had come out of the west today. I'm surprised the old boy Park Chang didn't blackmail anyone. All right, since both sides have reconciled, then this matter will be settled. You guys go back. With that, the officer turned his head and went back on duty. Before leaving, Chiu Yan even glared at Park Chang. Seeing him run away in ashes, Chiu Yan didn't care. It's just an ordinary guy, he can't make any waves. Thank you, brother words. Ji Xiang looked at Chiu Yan in front of him and flopped and knelt down. Chiu Yan frowned. What for? Thank you, brother Yan and sister-in-law, for saving my sister today. I can't thank you enough for the great favor. If you need me in the future, just ask. Seeing that Ji Xiang was about to kowtow one to Chiu Yan then hurriedly held him up. All right, big brother, don't organize. I'm willing to give you that chance anyway. Here are the enrollment instructions. Go back and read them slowly. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Yes. The two of them took a cab and went straight to the 4th People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. Lin Yuqing left the hospital with Chiu Yan after explaining other matters to Ji Xiang. While on the road, Chiu Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it turned out to be Shushu Lanxin calling. Chiu Yan, where have you been? Come back here, we need to make arrangements for tomorrow morning's training. Chiu Yan then remembered that he had to wake up early tomorrow to train. He directly called a car to send Lin Yuqing home. Of course, he must have taken the initiative to kiss Lin Yuqing on his way out. After all, Lin Yuqing had put in a lot of effort today and rushed over without saying a word when she received her call. Hurriedly returning to the countermeasures center, I was surprised that everyone was there. The dusty Chiu Yan was also a bit embarrassed to see both teams assembled. As his eyes swept over the group of martial artists, sure enough, they were basically the same few people Chiu Yan had seen last time. The leader, Wang Tang, also kept squeezing his eyebrows and winking towards Chiu Yan. Well, now that everyone is here, let's get started on tomorrow's announcements. Chiu Yan, quickly go back inside your team. The person who spoke out was none other than Lu Zheng, and his unsmiling appearance made the crowd serious. Tomorrow, we will proceed directly to the second awakening of the gift. For the next few days, get up at 5 in the morning to train every day, eat at 12 at noon, and cultivate inside your respective rooms in the afternoon. We'll test the results together in the evening and have a sparring match. At those words, everyone was shocked. The second awakening is tomorrow. Is it that soon? Even Chiu Yan frowned. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is really taking it seriously. No matter how much it cost, it was necessary for people like himself to have an early second awakening. Don't underestimate these 2 months. In past years, these 2 months were for students to relax and get in shape. Then, after enrollment in the second awakening, if successful second awakening, then according to the strength and talent strength assigned to the various departments. If the second awakening fails, you will not be expelled from school. Instead, they enter a logistical department such as a research institute or medical clinic for their studies. People are worried. This is because the chance of success in secondary awakening is tied to one's own cultivation level. They could have had 2 more months of good practice at home. Now the plan is all messed up. At this time also could not help but begin to talk. The scene began to become noisy. Lu Zheng swept the circle and exclaimed, "All be quiet. 2 months to raise 1 or 2 steps at most. Do you guys still want to struggle a bit? You have used 3 years to ascend from the cultivation Yuan realm to the current black iron. Adding a setting here, there is a cultivation realm in front of black iron. 2 months. Can you improve much? So naive. And the Dragon Kingdom won't let you suffer, and will use the best materials for your second awakening." When these words came out, the crowd calmed down. Indeed, 2 months is only a consolation. Okay, that's enough for today. We'll talk about it tomorrow, hurry up and go to bed. After saying that, Lu Zheng turned his head and left. After Lu Zheng left, the crowd immediately whispered. Even Wang Teng walked towards Chiu Yan. Man, what a way to put it. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and I was a little disbelieving when I heard the news. Honestly, I really wasn't prepared at all. Eh, you whispered to me what strength you have now. Wang Teng's gossipy face made Chiu Yan feel speechless. 9. Qiu Yan said without a trace of anger. What? Ninth order. Wang Tong had no control over one of them, and his voice was frighteningly loud. For a moment, everyone stopped their exchanges and looked at Qiu Yan in amazement, as if an extremely rare iron-eating beast had appeared on a calm street. Captain, you're human. The first to speak was Wan Guolong, his eyes wide. What's the situation? Wasn't it only the 7th level of black iron when the Imperial Beast examination was held a while ago? How did this few days of work scurry up to the 9th rank of black iron like a rocket? So in that case, wouldn't it be bronze in 2 more days? You have to know that the ones gathered here now are all the elites of Zhonghai City. Even the first echelon, Wan Guolong, was only at the 6th rank of black iron. Or just advanced 2 days ago. Wang Tong was also a bit tense. He has been preparing for cultivation since he was a child. Grandfather helped him unclog his meridians, and father helped him procure spiritual herbs and medicines. It's only the 7th rank of black iron. How is it that Qiu Yan has scampered up to the 9th rank of black iron after not seeing him for a few days? If it was allowed, he really wanted to have the Wang family's research institute cut Qiu Yan open to see what heavenly treasures were in his body. Okay. Nothing to be shocked about.
All disperse.
After the second awakening, people don't see black iron anymore. With that, a chubby imperial beast master spoke. Qiu Yan remembered that he seemed to be called Zhao Lei. Captain, does that mean you've had a second awakening? Qiu Yan nodded. Sort of, it should be a second awakening by chance. The crowd calmed down then. Since Qiu Yan had awakened for the second time, it wasn't surprising. But Wang Tong was obviously not so gullible. If you want to have an early second awakening, it would definitely require many layers of approval. Who could have a second awakening right now without his own great uncle signing off? After the crowd dispersed, Wang Tong couldn't wait to drag Qiu Yan to Qiu Yan's room. Tell me honestly, have you had a second awakening? Don't know if that counts. Anyway, my talent evolved a little bit down the line. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong was even more excited and slapped at the stool, almost breaking it apart. Listen to this. Do people talk? Okay. It's late, and I have to be up at 5 tomorrow morning, so you should get some early rest. Wang Tong turned to leave, but halfway there, he still turned back to remind him. Don't tell anyone else about this matter. I'm afraid that the 10,000 clans will go against you despite everything. It is important to realize that there are very few people who are able to evolve their talents, 1 in a million, so to speak. And once the talent is able to evolve, it can often become the top of the human race. This is the case with Long Hearing Springs. Originally, his talent was nothing more than an A-rank dragon affinity, who knew that his talent had suddenly evolved into a SS-rank dragon lord. Qiu Yan smiled and sent Wang Ting out the door. After Wang Ting left, a bitter smile spread across Qiu Yan's face. Oh, the 10,000 clans have long since gone out of their way to do something about themselves, haven't they? Even Fang Haochen, in order to finish himself off, has pulled out the Creation Remnant Sword. Chapter 181 Fang Haochen's Great Crisis. In the secret realm of the Sand Sea, Fang Haochen sat at the end of the bed and helplessly lit a cigarette. It's been getting more and more overwhelming lately. Ever since Qiu Yan took away his Sword of Creation last time, the Heavenly Vault God was very dissatisfied with him, and seemed to want to send out a new, divine servant. It made him feel a strong sense of crisis. What's wrong, Chen? Still thinking about things? Number 2, sensing Fang Haochen's mood, put on a layer of muslin nightgown and sat up on her knees from the bed, moving her knees to come behind Fang Haochen. From behind, he directly encircled Fang Haochen's body. Although Fang Haochen's body was covered in metal, it was still permeated with a warmth. It's fine. It's just that Sky Vault God is going to send someone to supervise Laozi's work, and it's annoying over this. Fang Haochen took a sip of his cigarette butt, and while the smoke was slowly exhaled, he reached out and squeezed number 2's hand. Just as the two were getting intimate, a crack in space appeared in the room. From it came a clear but somewhat seductive female voice. Bishop Fang is a good sport. The Heavenly Vault God's side is dying of anxiety. How can he still have time to screw a woman? With these words, a hint of sinister intent flashed through Fang Haochen's eyes. This what Sky Dome God? It is really great. Was one to be subjugated to his hand for the rest of one's life when one had only been treated by him? To be honest, he was getting a little tired of this kind of day. Every day was either spent conducting various studies or staring at the sea of sand on the surface. Now even the Dragon Kingdom he doesn't dare to go. By then, I'm afraid that the moment I show my head, I'll be sniped by the Dragon Kingdom. They were like rats hiding in the middle of the sewers, not daring to appear on the streets of the Dragon Kingdom in broad daylight. None of your business. Are you the new servant of God? Sure. A woman with an enchanting figure walked out from the middle of the crack. She was similarly shrouded in black robes, but the chest was hollowed out, and you could see a large portion of snow white in it. And the black robe was short, like a bustle, with rounded thighs underneath. The woman removed her hood, revealing a pretty face with a teasing grin on it. Why you, Chen Qingqing? Fang Haochen frowned. Regarding this woman, he had also investigated her in passing when he investigated Qiu Yan earlier. She's a dumb woman with big boobs who thinks about how to hook up with men every day. And the spirit beast was a waste, not even a hair of the flamefire Qilin. For such a person to become one's colleague was clearly unacceptable to Fang Haochen. Yo, I didn't think Bishop Fang knew me. Not bad, not bad. Chen Qingqing's face was filled with a delicate smile, and very pretentiously reached out her hand and covered her red lips. Hee. I really don't know what the heavenly vault god was thinking. Actually letting a punk like you be a divine servant. Fang Haochen snorted coldly and shot back nonchalantly. At those words, the smile on Chen Qingqing's face froze, turning cold once again. The heavenly vault god is not for you, a mere divine servant, to discuss. After saying that, a whip with red light appeared in Chen Qingqing's hand, and with a wave of her hand, she directly lashed towards Fang Haochen. Pop! Fang Haochen stretched out his hand and steadily held it when the whip was about to whip his face. Number 2, however, was not so lucky. The scattered spiritual energy instantly struck at Number 2's body, directly sending him flying. Bang! It hit the wall next to it hard. You! Fang Haochen narrowed his eyes, his back teeth gnashing. He's trying his hardest to hold back. I don't know if it was the heavenly vault god's test for him. How dare you even give this kind of thing to Chen Qingqing? How long had she been a member before she was able to receive a gift from the heavenly vault god? What does this mean, testing one's loyalty? Or was it to check his own voice among the church of the vault of heaven? Fang Haochen threw the whip hard to the side. Humph! Chen Qingqing's face was as cold as ice, and she just faintly spat out 4 words. Next time. Turning around in Fang Haochen's room, Chen Qingqing's high-heeled shoes made a day-to sound. I'm going out for a stroll. Hurry up and get your clothes on. I have something to tell you later. Listening to the high heels gradually moving away, Fang Haochen rushed to the front of the second. Helped it up nicely. It could be seen that the whip was really not light, and there was a reddish whip mark on Number 2's side waist. Also, it seems to have caused a fair amount of internal damage. A line of blood trickled out of 2's mouth. Grass! Fang Haochen clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it directly onto the floor, directly hammering the floor to crack open like a spider web. It's fine, Aiken. Don't worry about me. Number 2 tremblingly stretched out his hand and stroked Fang Haochen's cheek. Yes. Great. Fang Haochen's forehead veins rippled and he gritted his teeth. What a way to give yourself a good downward spiral. Move your own woman, that's embarrassing. Gradually, a hint of rebellion arose in Fang Haochen's heart. However, Chen Qingqing's voice came from far outside the door again. Grass what? Want to continue? Don't be mushy. Get out of there. Fang Haochen was trembling with anger. He didn't need a little girl to point out what he did. After gently helping Number 2 onto the bed and calling for the medical robot, Fang Haochen put on his clothes and came outside. One could see that Chen Qingqing was waiting for him at the end of the corridor. Just like that, he stared unblinkingly at Fang Haochen as he came before him. It's not your place to tell me what I do. Humph! Chen Qingqing sneered. Did you see the whip just now? From now on, I am the bishop of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, and you are the vice bishop. So, you're sure I can't control you? A person's appearance is extraordinarily calm when they are angry to the core. Okay, that's fine with me. Fang Haochen didn't carry any emotion in his voice, but in his heart, he was constantly mocking the heavenly vault god. It's so damn. The heavenly vault church, which he had built up with his own hands, was plucked by her, a Chen Qingqing, without even a single notice. But don't worry, Bishop Fang. I won't be here all the time to interfere with your work. Chen Qingqing acted as if she hadn't heard the implication in Fang Haochen's voice earlier, and after a pause, she continued to speak. 2 months later, I will enter the Dragon's Blood High School to study. In the future, it should only come once every few months. Fang Haochen laughed. Oh? You have access to the dragon's blood, Highlander? Don't make me laugh. Okay? Why can't you? It does seem like you don't have much power. Even the news from the Dragon Kingdom has a lag. The dragon's top brass have been implementing the new plan for a long time. And identity verification, I've already bought off some of the people in charge, so I won't bother Bishop Fong with that. But I'm going to advise you. Don't get too addicted to female sex. Oh. Chan Qingqing laughed loudly and walked towards the front. Fang Haochen looked at Chan Qingqing's villainous face and couldn't wait to get her killed now. Of course, by getting her killed, the Sky Vault God would have to get himself killed. Oh, and how to trip her up behind her back after that. How about telling Qiu Yan? Thinking of this, Fang Haochen smiled to himself, then followed Chan Qingqing's footsteps. Chapter 182 Made by Capital. Dragon Kingdom Countermeasures Center. Early morning. Qiu Yan cultivated for another whole night, gradually feeling the barrier somewhat. If he continued to cultivate any further, he felt that his body was bloated, and it was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck. Qiu Yan had a premonition that once he broke through the bottleneck, the bloodline of the Purple Moon and other spirit beasts might be further purified and optimized. But who knows what happens after that? Soon afterward, a sharp bell rang in the hallway, audible. Qiu Yan changed out of his pajamas into his newly issued training clothes and hurried out. As soon as he opened the door, he directly collided with Lu Zhang. To Lu Zhang's amazement, with his own physique, Qiu Yan only retreated half a step before stabilizing himself after he collided. That was pretty fast, so I won't dock you points today. Points deducted? Qiu Yan asked with some confusion. Yeah. Didn't you read the manual? It's the one inside the room. Within this month, a total of 100 points will be deducted if you make a mistake. Of course, if it's a deduction of less than 60 points, then sorry, it will be dismissed from Starfire Squad and stripped of all Starfire Squad benefits. Perhaps, one can only become an ordinary cadet of the Dragon Blood Highlander. Qiu Yan wanted to ask something else, but Lu Zhang twisted his head and walked away while chanting under his breath. 1 point deduction for not reading the manual. At those words, Qiu Yan also felt extremely speechless. No way, that's a demerit? It seems that this so-called 1-month intensive training is based on the rules of the military, but compared to the military, the requirements are obviously still much more relaxed. Before Lu Zhang could continue walking, he saw several members of the team scrambling out and standing in front of their rooms, sporadically wearing their hats, pants belts, socks, and so on. Well, you guys, take a point off. After saying that, Lu Zhang continued to walk towards the deepest part of the corridor without changing his face. Qiu Yan looked around with some curiosity, only to hear Lu Zhang's loud points deduction. There were even 3 points deducted outright. With that, the team members grayed out of their rooms and just stood in front of their rooms wearing their clothes with a look of resentment and dissatisfaction. At this point in time, among the building, the only one who hadn't been deducted points yet was Wan Guolong. Lu Zhang looked away. Nice. Clothing is on and it's ready before the bell. Plus 1 point. Even when he heard that he had added points, Wan Guolong didn't have any pride on his face, but stood straight without moving. Lu Zhang secretly sighed in admiration and a smirk appeared on his unsmiling face. That's a good kid. That's something. It seems that there must have been an elder in the family who was in the Tingyi army and disciplined him. Lu Zhang really guessed right. Wan Guolong, his old man, was a centurion of the Ding Yuan army. As the army that ranked second in terms of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom, its military rules were unimaginably strict. So Wang Guolong, his old man, was very proud of the team he was in and put the army's set on his son. Wan Guolong knew from the first time he met Lu Zhang that the other party was definitely a soldier of the sword. Actually, let's say the military doesn't make sense, but it does. Now, although the Dragon Kingdom did not have the invasion of the 10,000 races, there would be spatial cracks that kept appearing. The appearance of a spatial crack would inevitably cause the spirit beasts in the opposite space to start rioting. If this riotous behavior was allowed to continue to fester, the spatial rift would gradually widen, and it would be difficult to resolve at that time. That's why most of the dragon's army is designed to deal with such occurrences. The process of resolution is simply to discover the crack, stabilize the crack, suppress the riot, establish a stable connection with the secret realm. Lu Zhang just checked room by room. As soon as you notice that someone is still undressed, kick them directly towards their ass and kick them out of the room. 5 minutes slipped by. At this point, there was one last room left to inspect. Lu Zhang's complexion grew colder and colder at this time. Who the hell is it that has the audacity to do that? Still sleeping to this day. Come out. Lu Zhang's voice pierced through the door of the room like a flood bell. But the door of the room had not moved at all, and there was a faint sound of snoring coming from the room. Lu Zhang was also confused. Is he that brave? But there was something he could do. Pulling a set of keys out of his pocket, he inspected them one by one and opened the door to the room when he found them. As soon as he pushed in the door, he saw a young man in luxurious silk pajamas lying on the bed, asleep on all fours. And the clothes hanging around or some of the ornaments and such weren't cheap at first glance. Looking at this kid's free and loud appearance, Lu Zhang was almost infuriated and laughed. Taking a deep breath, he then held out a roll call, his eyes constantly scanning. I'll look for. Thanks, Onion. Thanks, Onion. Lu Zhang's voice was suddenly like a bolt from the blue, waking up the sleeping Xia Xiao Onion. Huh? Huh? A war? Xia Xiao Onion instantly bounced up from the bed and just stood there, staring tightly at Lu Zhang in front of her. How many times do I have to call it? He letting me, 1,000 husbandmen of the Broken Army Battalion, personally wake you up? You're kind of honored. Come here. Come here all. Come and see your good classmates now, hey. Hearing Lu Zhang's call, the remaining 10 people in the middle of the corridor, also including Qiu Yan, just walked in. Seeing Xia Xiao Onion's appearance, all of them were a bit unable to hold back. This kid has a really big heart. Lu Zhang are standing in front of the bed, still looking straight across. What the hell is going on? The ones without clothes just now were rewarded with a kick by Lu Zhang, not to mention the Xia Xiao Onion. This falls under the category of more so. 5 demerits and extra practice tonight. Around the martial arts field, 30 laps. No spirit power allowed. What? At those words, Xia Xiao Onion's still somewhat drowsy sleepy eyes instantly widened. Obviously it's still not clear. 2 minutes, and if you don't walk out with your clothes on in 2 minutes, deduct another 10. With that, Lu Zhang led the crowd out. However, Lu Zhang is still very good in this regard, and when he left, he also gave Xia Xiao Onion the door to bring. What? Xia Xiao Onion's entire body was dumbfounded. But by the looks of it, Lu Zhang didn't look like he was joking. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao Onion was instantly anxious. What a joke. He himself is an imperial beast master, making himself run 30 laps around the martial arts arena and not allowing the use of spiritual energy was simply the rhythm of running him to death. Too late to dwell on it carefully, Xia Xiao Onion was hastily unbuttoning his pajamas. But the more he panicked, the more the damn gag wouldn't unravel. Xia Xiao Onion cursed and, not being a good-tempered master, tugged at his clothes with a force. Tens of thousands of dollars in pajamas just ripped in half by him. Without hesitation, in a hurry, he grabbed the clothes he had placed next to him and slipped them on. I have to say, Xia Xiao Onion is pretty fast. In a minute and a half he had his shirt, pants, belt, etc. on and flashed to the door with his chest out, going calmly to pull the door handle. But a strange scene happened. This doorknob, surprisingly, doesn't budge. Grass. A thought flashed through Xia Xiao Onion's mind. One is being done in by capital. Chapter 183 Chrysanthemums broken, wounds all over the ground. What the did you move? Xia Xiao Onion was a bit furious. No matter how hard one tried, that damn door lock still wouldn't open. He had just clearly seen Lu Zhang close the door. It's definitely this old by light giving himself a hand job. Grass. Cthulhu. Why are you torturing me? As time passed, drops of sweat gradually began to seep out from Xia Xiao Onion's face. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. He really didn't want to be punished on his first day. It's on the other side of the door. The surrounding trainees without exception were stifling laughter on their faces, especially the few students with lower laugh points who were almost about to suffocate their internal injuries, because at that moment Lu Zhang had a death grip on the door handle. Inside, Xia Xiao Onion froze and couldn't open the door to the room. Just now, Lu Zhang gave Xia Xiao Onion the instruction of get dressed and come out within 2 minutes. Lu Zhang is giving the Xia Xiao Onion a setup again. If Xia Xiao Onion didn't come out after 2 minutes, it would be a death sentence. Tonight's punishment is designated to be unavoidable. However, as the cadets around them laughed and laughed, their faces stopped being cheeky, and one by one, they became honest. Xia Xiao Onion is one of them. How can you laugh when your own coach is so shady? Today it's Xia Xiao Onion getting screwed. Tomorrow it could be themselves. Seeing Lu Zhang in this stance, Wan Guolong smiled and arched his shoulder over Qiu Yan and said quietly, "See? In the military, Obeying orders and following rules is the main thing. If you accidentally break the rules, then watch out. The soundproofing in the room really wasn't done very well. Even Xia Xiao Onion's angry roar in the room could be heard by everyone. At this point, Xia Xiao Onion was already desperate in his heart. Grass, why today on your first day you are going to be screwed by inhumane instructors? Is there any justice at all? Moms. One could only say that Xia Xiao Onion was also a ruthless person, directly summoning his spirit beast. Earth-shaking divine bull, diamond low-level bloodline, black iron 6th rank cultivation spirit beast. In an instant, an imposing bull-type spirit beast appeared next to him. All of his body was filled with explosive muscles, and the bull's horns glinted with a sharp, cold edge. I'm sure absolutely no one would want to be topped by a bullhorn like that. Meteor stab. After Xia Xiao Onion finished speaking, the earth-shaking divine bull stepped on its hooves and directly toppled towards the gate. Although the walls of the Zhonghai City branch of the Dragon Kingdom Countermeasure Center were made of otherworldly materials, the door certainly couldn't suffer such a violent impact. Thus, under the charge of the earth-shaking divine bull, a hole that could accommodate one person was barely formed. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhang did not continue to trip up Xia Xiao Onion. After all, bad things can't be done. If Xia Xiao Onion is remembered, everyone here is a genius in Zhonghai City. The family may have some connections as well. Once anyone who knows their leader or superior flings a few words and trips them up as well, how will they be able to get along in the military after that? Xia Xiao Onion looked at this small hole and almost didn't curse this Lu Zhang in his heart. Grass, Lu Zhang of the Groove, is causing me to drill a dog hole now. Moms. Time passed by second by second. At this time, Xia Xiao Onion couldn't care less, and directly made a flying leap, just like a diver. With his hands together, he scurried towards the cave entrance. Stab! There was a sharp thud. Xia Xiao Onion said in his heart that it was not good. Bad. His own pants got stuck. 5, 4. The damn Lu Zhang even started counting down. What the hell was that for? Xia Xiao Onion clenched his teeth. Anyway, he was humiliated enough today, big deal, it didn't matter if he was humiliated a little more. Xia Xiao Onion is not a stickler for rules. It's a lot of brainstorming to not have to take the punishment. Top me out. Come on. At this moment, half of Xia Xiao Onion's body was outside the door, and the crowd's line of sight made his face burn. Very shamefully, he commanded with his spirit animal. The words shocked the crowd. Even Qiu Yan's eyes widened. Tough guy. Absolutely ruthless. Everyone could see it just now when that spirit beast toppled through the door of the room. That bullhorn looks like really sharp. Sure enough, Xia Xiao Onion closed her eyes tightly and frowned. Suddenly it felt like a huge burst of force with a violent pain came from underneath him. Grass. Can't you ever stop using a bullhorn top? Ah! The entire hallway echoed with Xia Xiao Onion's mournful screams. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. In his heart, he gave Xia Xiao Onion a straight thumbs up. Awesome. This is really awesome. That's mean. But thanks to the mountain-shaking divine cow, Xia Xiao Onion finally flew out of the hole. Stab! Xia Xiao Onion's pants were directly scraped by the barbs on the room's door, and then his whole body hit the opposite door heavily. Not waiting for Lu Zhang to finish counting down, Xia Xiao Onion didn't know where the strength came from and froze to stand straight in front of Lu Zhang. 2, 1, 0. Lu Zhang was also startled by Xia Xiao Onion's ruthless appearance at this time. But at this point, for the sake of face, he could only finish his countdown with a stiff upper lip. At the same time, Xia Xiao Onion couldn't hold on any longer and covered his butt and just plopped down on the ground. But on his face it was with a relieved smile. Total count. One doesn't have to be punished after all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qiu Yan's mind ghosted a song lyric. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is full of wounds, your smile is yellowed. It wasn't until Xia Xiao Onion slumped to the ground that the crowd realized afterward and went up to check Xia Xiao Onion's injuries. Watching the blood dripping from underneath Xia Xiao Onion's body caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. But Lu Zhang was still cold. That's good. 5 points deducted earlier. Now it becomes 3. When we're on the battlefield, we should be like Mr. Xia Xiao Onion, trying to solve the difficulties by all means. Well, get him to the infirmary and get him taken care of. It's just a lap and a demerit. Why do you have to work so hard? You see, you've paid far more than you originally intended to achieve. In terms of such a treatment program, People should never learn from Xie Xiao Onion. A few of the team members gave Lu Zheng a somewhat sultry look. No one learned from him. You think everyone's as tough as he is? It's not even human to be able to lay a hand on your own ass. After saying that, Lu Zheng coldly left the place. Still, on the far side of the corridor, he said coolly, "You have half an hour to help Xie Xiao Onion with his wounds. In half an hour, we'll get ready to prepare for the second awakening." With that, Lu Zheng disappeared from the crowd's view. Watching Lu Zheng leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xie Xiao Onion had a somewhat pale smile on her face. Capital, the capital of all evil. Didn't break myself. However, one spirit beast was a bit too hard on its master. Xie Xiao Onion then realized that there were several other girls around, staring at her ass without blinking. Grasp, the dignity of the little master. Growing up, my own mother had never seen my ass. Shame on you. The crowd's hands and feet are in a mess or treating wounds. No one noticed Xie Xiao Onion's face is red and shed 2 lines of tears. Chapter 184 The Collapsed Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was sitting on the sofa in Long Hearing Spring's office at this moment, holding his head in his hands. At this moment, his complexion was no longer the same icy coldness as it had been for 10,000 years, and it was replaced by endless regret. "Moms, I was thinking of making an example of him for a while to deter the other trainees. In this way, one establishes a relatively authoritative persona. And the result? Xie Xiao Onion. This kid's brain seems to be so short of a muscle as well. Isn't it just a 5-point deduction? Isn't it just 30 laps? Don't be so desperate. Think he Lu Zheng, enlisted in the army for so many years, has led the talented recruits not 10,000 also have 1,000, the first time to see such a strange. If you know it won't work, just give up." At this moment, Su Lanxin and Leng Yueyao looked at the collapsing Lu Zheng indifferently, and for some reason, they only felt amusement in their hearts. I think this military known as Iron Blood Instructor Lu Zheng Thousand Captain at this time should have a shadow in his heart. The two of them just looked at Lu Zheng playfully, with a face that said, "Look at you, you're playing it off, aren't you?"
Okokok.
Lu Zheng was stared at by the two of them with some hair on his body and waved his hand impatiently. Luckily, Laozi reacted quickly and used his aura in time to shield all of this kid's vital parts. Otherwise, that old man from the Xie family won't give me a fight. Really? Lu Zheng sighed, and gradually there was some luster in his eyes. Still, there was a hint of doubt about myself. Did you protect yourself or not? You should protect it yourself, right? Thinking of this, Lu Zheng worriedly folded his hands together and helped Xie Xiao Onion pray. On Qiu Yan's side, he directly evacuated the girls who were watching. After all, Xie Xiao Onion was still handsome, just a bit axial in the brain. Now Xie Xiao Onion has a whole pair of pants in shreds. With his white ass exposed like this, and 2 shockingly large holes on it, Qiu Yan was really a little too happy to do so. Moreover, a few girls had just apparently secretly taken out their cell phones and snapped a picture of Xie Xiao Onions, but it's simply too much. Later, though, it's still a good idea to go to those girls and ask if there are any other photos and if there's any video recording. By the time they went to Kyoto to participate in the competition, if they were in a desperate situation, if they threatened Xie Xiao Onion with this, would it make this kid explode a bit to help them win? Qiu Yan nodded and once again gave a thumbs up to his own brilliance. Not to be outdone, thinking is tricky. But thinking about it, Qiu Yan wasn't idle as all. From the Imperial Beast space, he found some air-dried spirit grasses and pulled them out one after another. No way. He knew nothing about spiritual herbs and medicines, and felt that these were all the same when dried in the sun. There's just too much variety on their own hands, so they just pull out a handful for everyone to pick from. "Captain, you're rich." As Xie Xiao Onion was surrounded by the group, the few girls from earlier reclined over, and a shorter girl stared wide-eyed, her small face filled with surprise. Qiu Yan was usually low-key and seemed to be wearing big-name brand clothes only recently. And besides the 2 sets on Qiu Yan's upper body, there didn't seem to be any others. Did there? Instantly, Qiu Yan's image loomed large in front of the crowd. Captain Awesome. Not caring about things outside of the body and focusing on cultivation, it was no wonder that he and the others couldn't cultivate past Qiu Yan. Maybe the captain is practicing 24 hours a day. However, they didn't know that Qiu Yan had breathing techniques in his hands. Moreover, a huge part of the reason why Qiu Yan was so frugal was that he had encountered so many things these days. There wasn't much time to primp at all. A voice then jolted a few people out of their uninhibited thoughts. "No, your family runs a medical center, right? Why do you have everything? One of the team members was well informed and immediately realized that there were a few spirit herbs in Xiao Yan's hands that were treasures that could not be found outside. Such a treasure is so casually taken out to Xiao Onion to cure the ass. When Xiao Onion sees Qiu Yan in the future, he will have to address him as righteous father. Everyone, being the geniuses of Zhonghai City, must know a little bit about bandaging as well. In 3 tries, Xiao Onion's ass was wrapped tightly in gauze. A trainee couldn't help but marvel at his bandaging skills.
Not bad.
As good as ever. The perfect piece. Qiu Yan glanced at it and his face was filled with black lines. What the hell is this bandage? People, this is trauma. Does it need to be wrapped so tightly? After applying the medicine, basically the wound will heal in a few minutes, as to be so exaggerated. At this moment, Xiao Onion's buttocks were like a swimming ring. It was really a bit scary. Xie. Thanks everyone. I, Xiao Onion, am unable to repay everyone's kindness today. Tomorrow night, I'll have a loris for each of you. At those words, one and all were shocked. Big dirtbag, this. One is worth $1 million. Is Xiao Onion's family so rich? Among these talented players, there was no lack of those who came out from the big families, and perhaps the last thing that mattered to them was money. However, money is not a thing of the body. They would rather spend millions on spiritual herbs and medicines that are useful to them or their spiritual beasts and so on, than to buy a watch that can only be worn on the hand to pretend to be chanting. Qiu Yan also raised an eyebrow, and at this moment he also developed some interest in Xiao Onion. This kid, I've never seen him before. Did it come from somewhere else? Earlier, Qiu Yan had seen that the spirit beast was of good quality. Basically, it's a very rare existence in Zhonghai City. What is Xiao Onion all about? Qiu Yan lifted his $50 watch to look at the time. Luckily, it's only been 10 minutes. There were still 20 minutes left until the time Lu Zheng said. Go, go, go. Let's go change Xiao Onion's pants first. Xiao Onion's pants were scrapped long ago. He was 5'8" and was instantly carried back to his room by 2 strong men who were more than 5'8". What happened again after that, Qiu Yan didn't know. After 5 minutes had passed, Xiao Onion limped out with the support of the 2 men. At this point, his ass was high in the air due to the gauze. How it looks like that Kardashian from Pretty Country. If someone who didn't know the cause of the matter saw this scene, they were afraid that their eyes would go blind on the spot. After Xiao Onion rested for another 15 minutes, a steady footstep sounded in the distance. Qiu Yan, how is Xiao Onion? Qiu Yan glanced at the pale Xiao Onion with his remaining light. His face flushed with a tangle of colors. Is this something or nothing? Okay, I'm good. As long as they don't dock me points and keep me from running laps, I'm fine with that. Xiao Onion's eyes were firm, breaking away from the 2 men's support, and purposely walking a few laps in front of the crowd. Lu Zheng also looked Xiao Onion up and down at this moment, and immediately put his heart down, seeing that the chrysanthemums aren't crippled yet. Good. That's good. But it's that football-sized ass of his that's doing it. Too hot to handle. Okay. Since it's okay, let's go. Let's go 2 by 2 side by side. Be careful to stay in formation. Let's go. What is needed for the second awakening is ready. Chapter 185 Second Awakening Beginning. Dragon Country Countermeasures Center, Zhonghai City Branch, 16th floor. The place is busy with many staff in white coats who are constantly shuttling around. The person who started all of this, Long Hearing Spring, was holding his cell phone and constantly flipping through the information. Why don't I try Secondary Awakening again too? Secondary Awakening does have a chance of being able to evolve talents or raise the cap right. But why are there no cases of Triple Awakening? Long Hearing Quan frowned, his fingers turning over faster and faster. No, still no. Hey. Sighing, he extinguished his cell phone and tossed it casually on the coffee table. It's better to be honest with yourself about what countless others before you have tried with their lives. Don't unsuccessfully awaken 3 times and give yourself a whole burst of body death. Not long after, Lu Zheng arrived here with all the members of the Imperial Beast Squad. Long Hearing Quan watched these students walk through the door one after another in the middle of a side room and instructed the secretary next to him. Martial artists awaken in the afternoon. Remember to prepare more. This awakening is not trivial. If we awaken 2 months in advance, our city of Zhonghai will be the first batch, followed by every other city. We purposely replaced some spirit herbs with better effects, so I hope nothing goes wrong today. The secretary nodded and bowed respectfully towards Long Hearing Spring, then exited the place before explaining the instructions. Qiu Yan and the others were brought into a special room. There were about a dozen circular instruments placed on the floor of this room. Qiu Yan took a general look at it. It was probably like a pedestal. Was it meant for everyone to sit cross-legged on it? Looking up, there are glass shades high in the air in all the same locations. I guess I'll inject something to soak up for myself and others when the time comes. Qiu Yan shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it didn't matter. Soon, one after another, everyone was directed by Su Lanxin to sit on top of their respective circular bases. Zhulangxin was still sweetly explaining the do's and don'ts up front. Everyone don't panic later, just like the usual cross-legged cultivation. No matter what happens, don't move around randomly. Do you hear me? As long as you concentrate on your cultivation and don't be disturbed by the outside world, you will have a high probability of successful awakening. Remember. There will be gases and liquids injected into the container later. Don't worry, it's normal and you are able to breathe. Zhulangxin spoke a great deal and pressed a button after making sure everyone had heard. Qiu Yan only saw the glass cover over his head slowly fall. Before it could fall completely, Su Lanxin's voice rang out again. Hold your breath. Hold your energy. Cultivate honestly. Don't look around. Once these words came out, Qiu Yan, who was sitting in the first place, could only smile awkwardly before honestly closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. Soon, Qiu Yan heard a muffled sound, and then a high concentration of spiritual fog began to emanate from the surroundings. It was only a pity that one could not call one's spirit beast out to cultivate together at such a time. But Qiu Yan didn't care is all. He then realized that the concentration of aura around him was getting higher and higher, which was basically considered dozens of times what he absorbed on weekdays. And it's gradually increasing. Qiu Yan only felt that the pores on his body were opened, and then greedily absorbed the surrounding aura. That's a smashing speed. Bang! A muffled sound came from within Qiu Yan's body. Since everyone else was in the glass enclosure, they probably didn't hear it. But Su Lanxin, who was outside, heard it. Astonishment was written all over his face. That breaks the boundary? No. A stage that's considered a bottleneck for the next person was broken through like drinking water? However, it was obvious that Qiu Yan's aura was still gradually rising. Soon enough, it absorbed all of the surrounding spiritual mist. Quickly, Warehouse 1 will give 2 more people the amount of aura. Xilan was anxious. It's not good to absorb aura so quickly. The auras of the people around them had basically only absorbed about a third of it. And this absorption of aura was only the first stage. The first stage is to open all the pores of the body all over the body. Seeing that Qiu Yan's face appeared to have a trace of a difficult color, at this moment, the aura once again appeared in the glass cover. It was as if a long drought had been met with sweet rain, greedily absorbing the surrounding aura. Seeing this, Su Lanxin then put her heart down. After that, after everyone had absorbed the aura, a gel-like liquid began to ooze from the base below. When he initially came into contact with this substance, Qiu Yan only felt cold and icy. Then the gel-like object gradually diffused up, and gradually it was as if Qiu Yan's entire body was soaked in a petri dish. However, Qiu Yan was surprised to find that he was still able to breathe when surrounded by this gel-like object. Instead of breathing from the lungs, the pores of the whole body were making a conscious effort to draw oxygen and aura from the liquid. Awesome! However, soon enough, the gel-like object around Qiu Yan began to become a bit cloudy. It was as if it had been contaminated by some substance that had seeped out. After this was done, the gel flowed gradually down through the lower sink below. Throughout the glass enclosure, the spiritual mist from before began to reappear. However, this time, the concentration at the very beginning was the highest, and then little by little it became thinner, not much different from the concentration of aura outside. After that, the glass cover slowly opened. A very bitter medicinal odor appeared in the air of the room, and many of them looked puzzled. All right, everyone go back to the middle of their dormitories and take a bath first, as well as acclimatize your body after the second awakening. Let's meet in the hallway in 2 hours. At that, everyone stood up. After coming back to their senses and feeling the changes in their bodies, many people exclaimed in small voices, "My talent has evolved. It was just a rank, but now it's a plus. Awesome! My cultivation has directly skyrocketed by 3 steps. I've caught up with the captain. Me too. I was originally a black iron 5th order. And in this little while I've become a black iron 8th order. But the crowd was so upset about the sticky feeling on their bodies that they just discussed it and left the room straight away. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, was left behind by Su Lanxin. How do you feel? Did the speed of absorbing aura become faster? Well, it's true, but I've noticed that apart from absorbing aura faster, there doesn't seem to be any other changes. Qiu Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. Nothing else has changed? As a rule, second awakening talents are usually more or less enhanced. Now that the technical aspects have been perfected, where once secondary awakenings were prone to failure, now they are much better. I know you're not a combat type of talent, go back and get a feel for it, and it's likely to be hidden as well. Su Lanxin smiled and waved her hand, signaling Qiu Yan to hurry back. Only then did Qiu Yan drag his dripping body and slip away. To be honest, being covered in the smell of medicinal herbs was really unbearable, and it felt like Qiu Yan's entire body was about to turn into a walking pot of medicine. Chapter 186 Amazing Meals. After a good shower, Qiu Yan dried himself and sat on the bed. After determining that the surroundings were safe, the mind sank into the Imperial Beast space. After coming in again, Qiu Yan realized that the scenery of his Imperial Beast space had become better. Qiu Yan felt it and realized that his body had become more solid here. It was almost as if he had arrived in another secret realm. With a flash, he arrived in front of the Wanxiang Xianshu, wanting to check if there were any other changes. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. It's a shock. Well, not much has changed. The explanation Qiu Wuji gave was that he had eaten too much from the buffet before, so it caused the development of the Imperial Beast space to exceed his original realm. How? It's something like, reward early release. Cut. Qiu Yan was speechless. But then he realized something delightful. The fact that his own spirit beast followed along and reached bronze was clearly out of his expectation. It turned out that the reason why he was able to absorb so quickly was that his spirit beast followed along. That's quite a surprise. In this regard, it was estimated that Qiu Yan still had to thank the official Dragon Kingdom for sending him high-purity auras one after another. With that, he turned over a page of the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries. This time, Purple Moon's Spirit Beast panel changed again. Shadow Devouring Thunder Python. Diamond Medium Bloodline. Skills. Thunder Teeth. Punch. Toxins of the Nine Heavens, changed to Shadow Poison Note. Able to inject toxins into the opponent's shadow through shadow extension. Other toxin characteristics have been inherited. Electric Lightning Arrow, changed to Shadow Thunder Arrow Note. Contains shadow energy and can carry shadow poison. Qiu Yan was surprised after quickly reading it. In other words, the current Purple Moon had an additional attribute after evolving Darkness. After that, toxins no longer need to be suicidally injected with Thunder Tooth, and the opponent can be poisoned via Shadow or Shadow Thunder Arrow. Bull Batch. Qiu Yan sensed his cultivation level. Now his cultivation level should be at the Bronze 2nd stage, and his body had undergone a considerable change. At this time, even if he didn't cultivate wholeheartedly, he was usually walking, eating, and sleeping when he was automatically drawing the aura in the air. There's still an hour to spare. Qiu Yan once again crossed his legs and came down to cultivate. This time, instead, Ling Feng was summoned out, and just by slightly running the breathing technique, it made Qiu Yan feel like he was drawing an aura faster. At this rate, if others needed a month to raise a rank, Qiu Yan would be able to raise a rank in half a month. It's almost cut in half. More crucially, Qiu Yan here simply didn't exist such a thing as a bottleneck. If the obscene development continues, it will definitely reach the diamond earlier than Long Hearing Spring did back then. The point was that Qiu Yan would have to wait next. In case one's realm had risen too quickly and one couldn't enter the Sacred Beast battlefield at that time, that would be a big problem. At that time, it was estimated that those 10,000 races would laugh their big teeth off. Sacred Beast battlefield, the last line of defense for the human race. If the human race fails, the Sacred Beast battlefield will cease to exist. This also meant that Blue Star would be undefended in front of the 10,000 races. Imagine that the strongest batch of talents in the human race right now were at peak diamond cultivation, and the 10,000 tribes side casually come 2 blazing gold or king-level powerhouses. Then the Blue Star human beings are afraid to be extinct clean. Qiu Yan sat up after only slightly stabilizing his realm, not rushing to cultivate first. He planned to ask Su Lanxin afterward what exactly was going on. After all, he had only a half understanding of the matter of the Sacred Beast battlefield. Blue Star always has an expert who will answer for him. Then what exactly was the origin of the 10,000 races that were blocked out by the Holy Beast battlefield? and what was the purpose of their desperate desire to seize the blue star. All of this was a layer of invisible fog to Qiu Yan. When it was almost time to gather, Qiu Yan walked straight out from the outside. It was only then that I realized that there were some students standing at the door with more than 20 minutes to go before assembly time. It must have been the encounter with Xie Xiao Onion earlier today that had been etched in their minds. Wan Guolong was naturally in the middle of the corridor, standing straight. Seeing that there was still time, Qiu Yan directly walked over. "Yo, how's that for strength now?" "Hee, not bad. Got lucky and rose to the peak of the Black Iron 8th rank. Cultivating in that container can be really addictive. I've risen so much in cultivation in just a few hours. I almost don't want to come out." Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed. "It's not good to raise your strength too fast. The realm is unstable. Be careful of the spirit beasts backfiring on you." Wan Guolong followed suit with a smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the cultivation level was raised too quickly, the realm of the spirit beasts could be raised even faster. Once a beastmaster lacked control over his spirit beasts, there was a chance that they would turn against him. This kind of thing happened frequently in the Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star. Of course, Qiu Yan definitely didn't have to consider this. It's just inconvenient to stay in the countermeasure center for a month. It was because Qiu Yan still wanted to continue cultivating the Tiangui forging body to come. The good thing was that Qiu Yan had looked at the weather forecast, and the air quality was so bad within the month that there weren't many days when he could see the stars. It wasn't too much of a loss. After all, Qiu Yan's current physical quality had already reached the peak of black iron before he arrived. If he wanted to advance, then he would need another spirit herb, which Qiu Yan should not be able to access as of now. "Everyone's rested, right? Come on. I'll take everyone to the cafeteria." Lu Zheng's figure appeared outside the corridor for no reason. At this instant, everyone flashed to the doors of their dormitories and stood straight. There's no way around it. Xie Xiao Onion's misery is fresh in my mind. Really don't dare to let Lu Zhang catch any pigtails, right? Lu Zhang looked at these timid students and secretly laughed in his heart. It seems that his strategy is still very successful. Success has a deterrent effect, which is a good thing for him as an instructor. He didn't realize, however, that he was being labeled an old in the minds of these students. Everyone lined up and followed Lu Zhang to the restaurant. The inside of the restaurant is filled with delightful aromas. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. After all, they hadn't eaten yet today, and the crowd's stomachs had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Because here, snacks are not allowed. Just as they were sitting in their seats full of anticipation, at that moment a teacher with a chef's hat pushed a thermos out. Upon lifting the lid, to everyone's despair, today's lunch was a tub of mushy stuff. The teacher placed stainless steel basins in front of each. Then, taking out a large spoon, one added 2 spoons. There was also some soupy snotty soup hanging over the edge of the stainless steel basin due to the teacher's hands shaking a bit. Wan Guolong cupped a spoon in his hand and stared at the paste in front of him. Honestly, there really wasn't much appetite. Sure enough, a member of the team soon launched a protest. "Holy Moncler, what are you doing? We're members of the Starfire Squad, the flowers of the motherland, the future pillars of the human race. Let's eat this. What if it poisons us?" Lu Zhang is in front of him, but there is no stainless steel basin. Cold snort. "If it poisons you, I'm responsible. Points deducted for anyone who doesn't eat." Chapter 187, Obeying the Rules. "This?" The team member looked at the paste in front of him, scooped up a spoon, and looked at the big snot, which was not really able to eat. Maybe this thing is just gross looking too? Thinking that said Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be so irresponsible as to try to poison them. After half a day's hesitation, his heart crossed, and he shoved it directly into his mouth, as if he were taking medicine without chewing it, trying to swallow it into his stomach. It turned out to be impossible to swallow. The paste is half stuck in the mouth and half stuck in the throat. "I can't throw up and I can't get down. Vomit." There was really no way out, and the cadet simply had a fit of regurgitation and threw up along with his stomach acid. Of course, the spit is still in his bowl. When the surrounding team members saw this scene, their brows furrowed and they couldn't help but feel their stomachs turning. "That's disgusting grass. How could it be so disgusting?" At this moment, Lu Zheng's face was still cold. No food now, no food at night, and double the amount of training at night. Reporting to the instructor, "I'm not eating." That team member also had a heartbeat and gritted his teeth. "Aha, that's good. No dead weight like Shea Onion." Zhang Lei, 10 points deduction. Wash the dishes and do your push-ups on the side. Although he was a bit unconvinced in his heart, he still ran to wash the bowl and returned to do push-ups next to Lu Zheng. You could see that he was in bad shape, plus he hadn't eaten anything until now, and even his face was red from doing push-ups. Lu Zheng didn't care, just said that he wasn't allowed to stop without his orders. Within moments, another footstep sounded from outside the restaurant. Qiu Yan turned around and saw that it was Wang Tang and the others who had arrived. Again, they had that pile of goo in front of them. There were also people who resisted, but they were also punished by Lu Zheng to do push-ups with Zhang Lei. You have 30 minutes. I'll see it in a little while. With that, Lu Zheng walked over to a nearby table and waited. Soon Su Lanxin and Lang Yueyao also sat over. Lu Zheng greeted and the food started to be served next door. The dazzling dishes gave those trainees' eyes to look straight. A look at the others' lunches and then at the paste in front of him created more than a little resentment. By what right? Why do you get to eat good food? One of the players on the martial artist side was indignant and stood up with a scoop. Lu Zheng just faintly said, 10 points deduction. The team member immediately sat down honestly. There was no way around it, the gold content of the Starfire squad was too high, so high that they couldn't give it up. It's all come down to this, just hang in there for a month and you're off to the races. After that, you can get more resources by entering the Dragon's Blood Highlander. And the resources gained are the kind that money can't buy on the outside. So, no cutie. Stand up and say you're giving up your spot on the Starfire squad. All they could do was sit there and stare at the paste in front of them. Qiu Yan moved. He scooped up a spoonful of the paste and put it directly into his mouth to chew it amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. It's true, these are nothing to him. Even that battered skin and egg-thin meat congee made by Lin Yuqing could be eaten, so I thought this wouldn't be any worse. After chewing the paste in his mouth, Qiu Yan swallowed it. Other than a bit of nausea, slightly bitter and salty, it's nothing special. I'm brown. Wang Tang was stunned. How come Qiu Yan is so brave, he dares to stuff this into his mouth? As soon as it entered his stomach, Qiu Yan felt his entire abdomen start to warm up. It had obviously been sitting outside for a while, and Qiu Yan was cold when he ate it, so what was this? Qiu Yan felt it carefully and realized that this disgusting paste was able to slightly improve his physical quality. Good stuff. He didn't say anything, but continued to scoop a spoonful into his mouth with a look of eating. At this moment, the crowd looked at Qiu Yan's appearance and their faces turned white, as if they had eaten that disgusting thing themselves. Wan Guolong and Xiaoxiao Onion sat next to Qiu Yan and followed suit, scooping up a spoonful of the paste and sending it to their mouths, and after forcibly swallowing it with nausea, they also realized the abnormalities in their bodies. Both of them were beaming. The crowd was also confused as they watched this scene and couldn't help but ask out loud. Inside. Captain Ah. What the hell is this flavor ah? But Qiu Yan didn't say anything, just swept his eyes over them and continued to bury his head in his own food. Helplessly, looking at Qiu Yan and the others who had begun to eat, thinking that they couldn't be poisoned to death, the crowd looked as if they were dying. Half an hour passed quickly. Lu Zheng walked over with a sneer. Is everyone eating okay? 2 demerits for each person who just spoke at dinner. Wang Tang as captain, 3 points deducted. When these words came out, Wang Tang was instantly bad, and a bitter smile spread on his face. He had only said 2 words from the beginning until now, and was still shocked by Qiu Yan and subconsciously blurted them out. 2 words that made Lu Zheng give him 3 points. With that, Lu Zheng looked around. To his satisfaction, the 2 boys doing push-ups were still carrying out his orders up to this point, gritting their teeth even as they faltered, and immediately told them both to stop. Scanning around the crowd's dinner pots. Well, it's all eaten. Plus 1 point for all. The big stone in the hearts of all the people then fell to the ground. Well, the Imperial Beast's eyes can go back to their floors and rest. All martial artists, follow me to the second awakening. With that, he left the restaurant with the others. At this moment, the members of the Imperial Beast's first team looked at each other, and were really a bit confused. Was there some kind of pit in Lu Zheng's words just now? Don't let him catch any pigtails, or you'll get yourself killed. Qiu Yan, Wang Guolong, and Xiaoxiao Onion were like forming a small group. The 3 of them stood up at the same time and brought their stainless steel basins to the sink to rinse them off before entering the elevator. Looking at the scene in front of them, the remaining 8 people were secretly shocked. Someone then remembered that Rule 11 of the manual. All dishes that you have used should be washed and put back in their place by yourself. If I had listened to Lu Zheng's direct head and left, I was afraid that I would have been deducted points again. It seems that following orders is not the same as ignoring the rules, and sometimes carrying out orders requires one's own thinking. Today Lu Zhang had sort of taught them a valuable lesson. So, several people followed Xiao Yan and the others, rinsing the dishes before leaving. Returning to his floor, Xiao Yan took a long breath. Returning to your floor is the equivalent of coming to a safe zone. Now that Wang Tang's side of the team was participating in the Second Awakening, he thought that Lu Zhang couldn't control their royal beast's first team. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan relaxed. Wan Kwok Lung smiled. There's an hour break after dinner, so you can read the manual. Don't get shaded by that old kid Lu Zhang. At this moment, however, Lu Zhang's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. 5 points for speaking ill of the instructor. Upon hearing this, Wan Guolong shuddered, and with a constipated expression on his face, he returned to his room in a grayish manner. Chapter 188. No, this is bronze? Sitting on his bed and thinking about it, Qiu Yan still sent a message over to Su Lanshan, intending to ask about the 10,000 clans. He didn't have the background of Wang Teng's family, and he didn't even know everything that had happened in Blue Star's past until more than half a month ago. Soon, the other party sent a message asking him to meet her directly in the top floor office. Qiu Yan cleaned up a little and walked straight over, but he still brought along Wan Kwok Lung. After all, Wan Guolong was also his alternate vice captain, so there shouldn't be any problem in bringing the other side. The two got on the elevator and in a few breaths were on the top floor. At this moment, Su Lanshan and Long Hearing Quan were chatting about something with a smile on their faces. Ahem, Mr. Su, we're here. Qiu Yan couldn't help but voice out a reminder, and only then did the two stop talking. You want to know about the 10,000 clans, don't you? Long Hearing Quan looked like he was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Qiu Yan breathed a sigh of relief as the other party was in a good mood. It would naturally put himself in a good mood as well. Well, I realize now that I know very little about the 10,000 clans, and that out there these things are at the secret file level. Okay, then I'll tell you about it, so sit down. Long Hearing Quan pointed to the sofa next to him. Qiu Yan and Wan Guolong honestly sat up. Then Long Hearing Spring spoke again. Do you know why the 10,000 races are desperate to come to the human race? For the sake of resources? To be honest, it hasn't been more than a few years since the recovery of aura in the Dragon Kingdom, and the quality of naturally grown spiritual plants cannot be said to be excellent. In terms of resources, maybe even quite a bit worse than some of them. But the blue planet has an environment that is capable of accommodating 1,000 or 10,000 races to coexist. This is paradise for those of the 10,000. Blue Star has mountains, lakes, oceans, and deserts, so you could say there are all kinds of environments. Long Hearing Spring paused and took a sip of tea before continuing to speak. If that's not all, it's not the main reason. More importantly, the blue planet is the center of the entire universe, and the only place that can withstand the cataclysm that is prophesied. Wherever the space tides go, the universe is dead. All living things will fall and turn to dust, except for that blue star that stands and is alive. The amount of information contained in this passage was so great that, for a moment, both Qiu Yan and Wan Guolong stared in disbelief. Of course, this isn't exactly the original sentence. It was deciphered from the mouths of the captives of the 10,000 races by one of our sages on the sacred beast battlefield. This prophecy seems to come from among a very ancient race, and that race is extremely mysterious, with very few people being able to see its true colors. They are called the Chaos, and it is said that the form can shift at will, or they may be a drop of water, or a grain of sand and dust. At first, the 10,000 races, they would not believe such empty prophecies. It wasn't until one day that a space tidal wave descended upon a great tribe, directly destroying an entire tribe in its entirety, at which point, the 10,000 tribes then believed in that prophecy. The spatial tides can't be manipulated, and at any moment, they could come pouring out of the spatial cracks. This spatial tide is a sharp sword hanging high above the heads of the 10,000 races. At this moment, Long Hearing Spring glanced at Qiu Yan, seeing the other party's desire to speak. You're asking why we must fight each other, aren't you? Why can't we live in peace on the blue planet? Qiu Yan nodded. Although the blue star is the center of the universe, the 10,000 races are not just 10,000 races. The entire universe has so many races. If Blue Star housed that many races, the whole planet would fall apart. When the time comes, not even human homes will be spared. Moreover, even then the resources are limited. Don't look at the Blue Star now, so many secret realms. In fact, it contains very few resources, and it's the kind that's getting smaller and smaller. Spiritual herbs and medicines are still renewable, But what about other non-renewable resources? One day it will be consumed. Cho Yen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Long Hearing Spring was right. Everyone in the human race is in danger, so I don't think there will be a holy mother sacrificing the entire human race to save those so-called 10,000 races. It was also the first time for Wan Guolong to come into contact with this, and moreover, he knew even less than Cho Yen. The information he had received today was horrifying. Originally, he just thought that the Holy Beast battlefield was nothing to be afraid of, but he didn't realize that it was about the safety of the entire clan. He suddenly realized that being a member of Starfire Squad was not something to be proud of. The burden on his own shoulders became heavier. Well, anything else you want to ask? Long Hearing Quan looked at the shocked looks of the two men, thinking that both of their CPUs were going to burn for a while longer, and that they simply couldn't digest it. So he opened his mouth to politely remind the two that it was time to go. But this reminded Cho Yen. Officer Long, then I'd like to ask, what if I advance to Platinum, or even Diamond in 3 years? Then will I be unable to travel to the Holy Beast battlefield? At those words, Long Hearing Spring looked at Cho Yen with some surprise. This kid wants to move up to Platinum or Diamond in 3 years. It's like a fool's errand. At the time when Long Hearing Spring participated in the Holy Beast battlefield, he was only at the gold level of cultivation, and after that, it even took him 10 years to cultivate to the diamond level. He looked at Cho Yen somewhat dumbfounded. This kid is thinking pretty far ahead. Isn't he just a black iron? He's worried about diamonds now? Xiao Yuan, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, blazing gold. There are 3 large segments in between. Oh, you're only black iron now, right? Don't be overly ambitious. There's no need to think so. Long Listening Spring originally still looked like he was educating his juniors, but his voice lurched as he spoke, and he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. He froze. From the moment Cho Yen came in, he noticed that the aura was a bit off, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, he had just awakened for the second time, and it was understandable that the aura he emitted was different from before. Until now, when he carefully felt the other party's aura, his heart was beating wildly. Wait a minute. It looks like this kid is up to bronze. Most of the students entered the colleges after their second awakening, although there were some who reached the peak of black iron. But it's definitely a bottleneck for several months. With luck, a month or 2, with bad luck, even a small 6 months. What kind of person breaks the realm to become a bronze after the Imperial Beast exam? With that, he coughed dryly and pretended to be calm. Oh, you've reached bronze, right? Not bad, your cultivation speed is really fast. At those words, Su Lanxin beside her froze. Let's just say that it seems like he forgot something, and as a result, he forgot to tell Officer Long about Cho Yan's breakthrough. Helplessly, facing Long Hearing Quan's almost murderous eyes, he honestly lowered his head and took a sip of the tea in front of him. It's fine, just practice. The Sacred Beast battlefield still has very broad requirements for humans, but anyone under 30, or at the silver-gold level. But we monitored the faltering of the Sacred Beast battlefield, and I'm afraid that in 3 years' time, even platinum-level experts will have to go up. After forcibly holding back his inner shock and sending Cho Yen and the others away, Long Listening Spring's face turned red as he clenched his fists and slammed his desk against the frame. Bronze-level cultivation. 19-year-old bronze level. This kid. He might really be able to become the person who carries the load in this generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 1. Dinner at the leader's house. Chen ran. My daughter will be back in the evening. You'll come then too, have a family dinner. When the director said this, Chan Ran didn't even react, and visibly froze for a moment. Uncle Zhang, it's not appropriate for me to go to your family gathering, right? Director Zhang said. How is it inappropriate? I have been treating you as a nephew. Then you are my family. What's wrong with you coming to a family party? Unless you just pay lip service and don't take me as an uncle. Chan Ran busily said. What Uncle Zhang said. The main thing is that I haven't paid a visit to my home. Would it be a bit abrupt to go just like that? It's not sudden at all. Your Aunt Yoon has long wanted you to go over there. It's because we've been busy with work lately that we've been putting it off until now. It just so happens that my daughter is back, and we are all having a reunion dinner of sorts. Director Zhang did not leave Chun Ran a way out. Since the words had come to this point, Chun Ran couldn't say anything and could only agree. Director Zhang instructed. We've been busy for so many days, so I'll give you a half day off. Go to your hair and buy some clothes, and dress up a bit more spiritually later. Chan Ran was originally indifferent. After all, it is to go to the leader's home to eat. Everyone is off work to rush over. The image almost cannot be avoided. But the director gave him a vacation, so naturally he could dress up and make a good impression on his first visit. Director Zhang's name is Zhang Chongning, and he is the director of the program department of the public channel of Zhaonan Television. Chen Ran had just turned from an intern, and by all accounts, there would be no interactions with Zhang Chongning. It was about 2 months ago, when Chen Ran had just crossed over, the memories and feelings of the two worlds merged, and the whole person was still in a trance. That day the wind was strong. A piece of glass fell down from upstairs. Chen Ran saw someone underneath, subconsciously pushed the person out of the way. The glass smashed directly on him, smashing him into the hospital. The person who was pushed away by Chen Ran was Zhang Chongning. Chen Ran hand is only a minor injury, in the hospital a few days to recover almost, but Zhang Chongning hard in the hospital with a few days. After a while, the two became familiar with each other as uncle and nephew. During this period, several times, Zhang Chongning wanted to let Chen Ran come up to the house to sit, but the TV station had a new program, and both Chen Ran and Zhang Chongning were busy working overtime, so they didn't have the time. Zhang Chongning on Chen Ran is quite like lunch called on him in front of colleagues, also do not avoid to introduce him to others are said to be their nephew. As time goes by, many people inside the TV station know that the director of the program department is Chen Ran's uncle, although it is not inevitable that some people behind the scenes say that he took the back door, but most of the people are kind, not because of the newcomer to suffer from unfair treatment and so on. Zhang Chongning is a very serious person, naturally will not have much bias towards Chen Ran, for example, it is a breakthrough promotion and so on. In the beginning, this approach was to use his identity to give Chen Ran a convenience so that he could be smoothly converted. As he got along later, he realized that he was purely overthinking it. Although Chen Ran was just a youngster who had just graduated, he was very good in certain aspects, and with this ability alone, he would be able to easily get through the internship period. It was also because of this that he appreciated Chen Ran more and more. In the afternoon, Chen Ran was on vacation and went to dress up as instructed. Made it a point to get my hair cut and a more spirited outfit. He is relatively handsome, not too shocking, but belongs to the eye-pleasing type. This dress himself gave 90 points. Crossing is accidental, many places he does not know how to say it well. The only satisfaction is the skin, handsome degree and the previous life equivalent. As for gifts, he went for a lot of health products. Other things do not know what to send good. Zhang Chongning a little love of smoking, but was tightly controlled. Before leaving work have to brush their teeth and eat chewing gum to avoid the smell of smoke. Cigarettes are definitely not a gift. Think about working overtime a lot of times in the TV station. Buy some healthcare is more of $1 million. 1 to 2 to spend a lot of money. Chen Ran slightly toothache this 3-month internship. His salary is not much. The family has a younger sister just went to college. Most of his money are sent home, the next time slightly over the straitjacket. It's also fortunate that he doesn't have a girlfriend. There was one during college that had some mutual feelings for each other, and then people got famous and it just went away. Single dogs really can't spend much money without some odd hobby. This whole thing, if you didn't know, you'd think I was going on a blind date. Chen Ran himself is happy, just go to work on the day to dress up is still decent, and then it is more casual, this period of time to follow the program group busy, also did not pay much attention to the image, now dress up has been called grand. On the subway, people come and go. Chen Ran yawned. He hadn't rested well in the past 2 days and was a bit tired. This crossing of his was worse than others. There was no system Goldfinger or old grandpa with him. The world is pretty much the same except that it has changed a bit, and in a word, it knows what it knows. In his previous life he was a good-looking average guy, and in this life it looks as if he's living like that. Chen Ran was not complaining, on the contrary, he was somewhat thankful. If it wasn't for the crossing, then he would have died the moment he was hit by the speeding big truck. God has mercy on me if I can live one more time. When he arrived at the neighborhood, Chen Ran looked at the address, gave the doorman a word, and went in first by himself. I didn't call Director Zhang, but if I did, he would come down to get it, and it's not good to bother others. A car drove past him and honked the horn. Chen Ran looked up and moved to the side. The driver was a woman with a black mask. Couldn't see her appearance clearly, but could see that her skin was very white and her temperament was very good. This neighborhood is an old neighborhood, has been many years. When it was first built, did not build an underground garage, are parked inside the neighborhood. There are cars in and out, is not unexpected. Chen Ran found the 4th building and was about to enter the elevator when he heard the horn again. Chen Ran turned her head to look. It was the car just now, in the parking space in front of her. A sedan placed horizontally in the center, occupying 2 parking spaces. She honked her horn a few times and still no one paid attention. The car backed up slowly and appeared to be looking for another parking space. Chen Ran was about to turn around. The roar of the car engine suddenly came. The black sedan accelerated fiercely, and in Chen Ran's dumbfounded eyes, with a bang, it crashed directly into it. The sideways sedan was deformed by the impact and pushed over against the wall in a horrible way.
Hiss.
Chen Ran already had a shadow over the car, and his body shook at the sight of such a crash. Seeing that woman's temperament is clear and cold, I didn't expect her temper to be so explosive. It's a bit too much to have a car take up a parking space and not think to call someone to move it, but to run right into it. Who could stand to marry a woman like that? Men don't get domestic violence every day. The car was hit, and there was always noise and cacophony upstairs. Chun Ran looked at this situation. I guess it is enough to make a fuss, and later on, for fear that the elevator will not be enough, he went up the stairs first. 12th floor 3. Finding the address, Chun Ran rang the doorbell. Opened the door is Director Zhang's wife Yang Yun. When in the hospital when we met, she is not a stranger to Chun Ran. See his big bag carrying, complained. You said you came on the come and not to go anywhere, but also mention these so that your Uncle Zhang see and then say you. It's just some healthcare products. Uncle Zhang works a lot of overtime, so I'll give him a tune-up. Chun Ran laughed. Yang Yun welcomed Chun Ran in and then said, we have this kind of relationship, we are not happy about this. If you bring something up next time, your uncle is definitely going to be unhappy. Come on, you sit down first, I'll go call your uncle. Chun Ran had just gone in when he saw Director Zhang rushing out. Chun Ran, you came. You sit first. I have something to go out for a while. Director Zhang looked hurried. Yang Yun pulled him back and asked in a low voice, what are you going to do? The person Chun Ran is here. Bump. I have to go down. Director Zhang's voice was placed very low, lest Chun Ran hear it. Yang Yun, another bump? Chapter 2 Zhang Fanji. The husband and wife whispered at the door, and Chun Ran didn't deliberately listen. Casual survey of Director Zhang's home. The decoration is still more than 10 years ago. Home furnishings are all old objects. I guess it is also nostalgic people. On the TV cabinet stood the photo album with a family of 4, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Yun, and 2 daughters, looking very cozy. About Director Zhang's daughter, Chun Ran rarely heard him mention, just lamented over rarely go home, about work is very busy and so on. Chun Ran, this is a feeling, predecessor in the city of Lin School, after graduation is also in this side of the internship work, obviously in the province, but rarely have time to go home. Director Zhang gave his wife a few words and opened the door to go out. Yang Yun turned his head to Chun Ran and said, Chun Ran, you drink the tea first. Your uncle has something urgent to go down and will be right back. Saying that, he wanted to pour Chun Ran some tea. Chun Ran was busy stopping it. Aunt Yun, I'll just do it myself. Yang Yun looked at Chun Ran between the eyebrows as more satisfied. They husband and wife would like to have a son. But that year paid the fine also gave birth to 2 daughters, and then after birth control there is no opportunity. It's not that the patriarchal, mainly because they Zhang family 5 generations of single, to their generation will not have a son. When I was young, I didn't think it mattered, I couldn't have the old ideas in the new era. But as I got older, I felt a loss. Being nice to Chun Ran, besides the fact that Chun Ran saved old Zhang, probably because Chun Ran, no matter his looks or character, very much fulfills the couple's expectations for their son in the beginning. Chun Ran, are your parents okay over at home? Yang Yun asked casually. Chun Ran nodded and said, everything is fine. Ever thought of picking up the 2 of them? Chun Ran said, I haven't thought about this. I've just changed my job. I can't save money to buy a house. Moreover, my parents are used to being at home, so they won't be happy if they really want to come over. That is, you won't live with your parents when you get married in the future? That's good. It saves mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Yang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Chun Ran scratched his head. How did he get here? It seemed that Aunt Yun had experienced mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discord back in the day. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked this. But I don't even have a girlfriend, so what with all the in-law conflicts and such, that's a long way off. Below the car horns continue to sound, vaguely noisy up, a little far away, and closed the window, basically cannot hear. Looks like the guy just crashed his car and someone went down to argue. This kind of old-fashioned neighborhood, everyone is living for 1 or 2 decades, are familiar, all kinds of contradictions, more to go. Watching the crowd is also more, all of a sudden noisy normal. Chun Ran chatted with Yang Yun, it was all family talk. Most of the time Yang Yun asked something about his family and he answered. After a long time, when he heard a ding-dong sound, Yang Yun stood up and said, it should be your uncle coming back. I'll go open the door. Opening the door, Director Zhang stood in front of it. How's it going? Yang Yun asked first. Director Zhang said with a black face. What else can be done naturally is to compensate for the money, that leasee is not a thing. Said several times, do not take up my family parking space. Just do not listen, this time it is good, a time to take up too. And you do not know this temper to change, a phone call to solve things. Have to make such a big fuss, how many times? Every time you go home, you make such a mess. Aren't you afraid that people will expose you to the internet? The latter was said to the door, a little grumbling and a little helpless. Yang Yun made a wink, and when director Zhang saw Chen ran, his face slowed down before he walked in, and behind him, there was a woman. Wearing a black tweed trench coat and a black mask, his face was covered tightly, revealing only some pale skin. Chen Ran is drinking tea. See director Zhang over, just put down the teacup to stand up. Suddenly saw the person who came in from the door, eyes bulging, almost didn't spray out the tea, hard to swallow down, choked and coughed a few times. Isn't this the woman who crashed the car downstairs? Still not coming in? Director Zhang frowned. The woman gave an oh so subtly, then went inside and closed the door. Chen Ran, let me introduce you. This is my eldest daughter Zhang Fanji. 24 years old this year, 1 year older than you, almost considered the same age. You guys can get to know each other. Director Zhang looked at Chen Ran has been replaced with a smiling face, turned his head and saw his daughter still wearing a mask, suddenly dissatisfied. What mask to wear when you enter the house? Are all family members? Zhang Fanji looked at Chen Ran, didn't say anything, silently took off her mask under her father's eyes, revealing her delicate little face. Her skin was really white, not pale, but white with some pink color, compared to the whiteness of the face were the somewhat blood-colored earlobes. And the overall look was so delicate that even a stern face didn't ruin the beauty. Chen Ran felt that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. He didn't look at her much and smiled politely. Hello, my name is Chen Ran. Zhang Fanji looked at him without any unnecessary expression, just nodded her head and said, hello. After she said that, she lowered her head to change her slippers and took off her trench coat in passing, revealing her exquisite figure. This girl. Director Zhang wanted to say something. In the end just shook his head and said, Chen Ran, you don't care. This girl is this character, cold outside and hot inside. This is how it is for me and her mom. Chen Ran didn't feel strange the first time they met. They couldn't expect people to be enthusiastic when they met. He wasn't an R&B. You guys sit down first. I'll heat up the meal. Yang Yun went to the kitchen to work, tugging on Zhang Fanji in passing, who reluctantly followed into the kitchen. What is wrong with you, girl? Don't board a face. Before the kitchen closed, Chen Ran vaguely heard 2 sentences. Director Zhang coughed. This girl grew up spoiled, give spoiled. Whether it is reading or work, are not like the heart. Let's say Gigi. Back then let her go to school in the local area, had to run to the capital, and then went to sing, running away from home all year round. Not a few days are at home. Speaking later, Director Zhang's face did not reproach, and there was some hidden pride in it. It was only when he heard singing that Chen Ran realized where this sense of familiarity came from. Zhang Fanji, this name is definitely not familiar, but if you want to say Zhang Xiyun, Chen Ran will know. Zhang Xiyun, who has been on the scene for 2 years, released a self-titled album titled Zhang Xiyun, which received attention at the time of its release, and became a hit last year when she appeared on the hit variety show Heavenly Melody, on which she sang the album's title track. So, at the end of the year's music festival, harvested the Best Newcomer, the Best Album and other 3 weighty awards, is now the most popular female singer, can be said to have a bright future. How could Chen Ran not expect that director Zhang's daughter would be a big star? For the singer, Chen Ran himself was not concerned, but Zhang Xiyun's album cover was herself, and her advertisements rolled on the streets from time to time, so it was natural to feel familiar. Zhang Xiyun is a stage name. I didn't realize there was a real name like Zhang Fanji. Branches and branches are flourishing. Chen Ran had heard director Zhang lament that he didn't have a son, and when he first took this name, he had this vision, right? Chapter 3. I want to be your father. I didn't realize that Zhang Xiyun is Uncle Zhang's daughter. It's really a good fortune. Chen Ran before is really did not think, although both surname Zhang but no entanglement, who will be linked together. Director Zhang, on the other hand, sighed. What blessing, the face is rarely seen once. When the university, at least the vacation, is at home. Now become a star, all year round or running outside. Go home once is still in a hurry. I'd rather she not be the star. This is not a star or not a star thing, Uncle Zhang. Look at me, my family is in Jia City. Busy is not also 2 months rare to return once. Chen Ran from crossing to now, only returned home once, or after discharge from the hospital rushed to rest back, and then opened a new column busy up no time. Director Zhang shook his head and didn't say anything. It's not a work issue. Sons and daughters are not the same. The son is outside. He will always return to his parents. This is his home. But the daughter is not the same. Such a watery cabbage in the outside world will certainly be missed, and now come back less, will eventually come back. This is her home. But if someone hooked away have a home outside, come back even less. And Director Zhang is worried about is the daughter's marriage problem. All day long to see people, without their gatekeeper, not at all rest assured. If the daughter can live happily, do not feel comfortable in the heart of the parents are also still pleased. But the entertainment industry is really not good now. Star couples get together and leave a lot. It is easy to have problems. The couple did discuss it and were determined not to let their daughter find a celebrity to marry, even if they were complained about by their daughter. Chen Ran and Director Zhang were chatting and talking inside the kitchen. Zhang Fanji, do you have a problem with me and your father? Yang Yun asked with a stern face. Zhang Fanji cocked her head. No, Yang Yun said. I haven't been home for over a month, and I come back with a stern face. You call this nothing? Did your father and I treat you badly? Not treating you well. No. Say something else. Yang Yun reprimanded. Bad mood. Yang Yun lightly grunted. You're in a bad mood and go home to take it out on me and your dad? What's wrong with you? Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, just silently took the dishes out from inside the steamer. Yang Yun knew her temper and whispered, I can give you a word, later on when we go out. If you're still like this, don't blame me and your dad for not giving you face. Zhang Fanji turned her head to look outside, where Chen Ran and Director Zhang were talking happily, and couldn't help but purse her lips. Mother and daughter prepared the dishes and brought them up together. Yang Yun's handiwork is excellent and the dishes are very rich and flavorful. Director Zhang and his wife sat down next to each other, and Zhang Fanji sat on the side of Chen Ran. The faint fragrance came over, making Chen Ran slightly uncomfortable and unconsciously moved to the side. Director Zhang gave Chen Ran a sandwich of food. Come on, try your Aunt Yun's cooking. It's not that your uncle is boasting. It's even better than the ones inside those restaurants. Yang Yun bumped her husband and laughed. Don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. It's just will do. Chen Ran, you will eat. Chen Ran took a bite. The flavor was very good. Uncle Zhang's words are very pertinent. Aunt Yun's cooking is really good. It's much better than the ones outside. Director Zhang laughed. See, Chen Ran said so don't be modest. The corner of Zhang Fanji's mouth turned up, feeling a bit redundant. Yang Yun chucked a pile of fatty braised pork in Chen Ran's bowl. Eat more if you like. You've all been working overtime lately. You need to eat more to stay up. Zhang Fanji silently looked at her mother, and then looked at her father who had been talking to Chen Ran. Who is your biological For one meal, Zhang Fanji didn't say a word. Chen Ran's mouth had not been idle, and he had always been pinched by Zhang's husband and wife. It's not good to refuse and you can't eat it if you don't. Finally a hiccup, and only then did the couple stop. Chen Ran was a bit propped up and helped put away the dishes, which made him sit on the sofa not wanting to move. Yang Yun was washing the dishes. Chen Ran and the Zhang family's father and daughter were sitting inside the living room, and Director Zhang said, both of you are the same age. Add your contact information and move around more in the future. Chen Ran glanced at Zhang Fanji, exchanging contact information with a big star. This was new. Zhang Fanji was unmoved, and Director Zhang reached out and pushed her, before she reluctantly took out her cell phone and friend Chen Ran with each other. One for the books. Chen Ran saw this WeChat nickname and the corner of his mouth twitched. His nickname was simple, the word Ran. The contact information was added, but Chen Ran felt that it was unlikely that he and Zhang Fanji would chat. The two have no interactions at all except for Director Zhang here, and with Zhang Fanji's personality here, it would be strange if they could chat. Zhang Fanji took a call and went inside the room, leaving only Chen Ran and Director Zhang. Chen Ran, what's your impression of Gigi? Director Zhang asked in a low voice. Huh. Chen Ran didn't know why Director Zhang suddenly asked this, and didn't know what to say. Director Zhang said, your Aunt Yun and I, we think you're a good person with a good temper, a good heart, and good abilities. Gigi. She's not too young, want to find her a date. The first thing that comes to mind is you. I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet each other and see if there's any possibility of becoming a family. Chen Ran said awkwardly, Uncle Zhang, we're just like family now. Director Zhang shook his head. It's different. You're calling me uncle now, but I want to be your father. Chen Ran was embarrassed. He called Director Zhang uncle, but in his heart he actually treated him more like a friend. Now that Director Zhang actually wanted him to be his son-in-law, his head was a bit spinning for a while. What, are you not attracted to Gigi? Director Zhang frowned. Chen Ran busily said, I don't mean that. Ms. Zhang is good at everything. She's beautiful and a big star. Who dares to say she's not good? Director Zhang said. So it's because of her temper? Let me tell you, Gigi, this girl is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. As long as you guys are familiar with her, you'll know that her temper is actually quite good. If Chen Ran hadn't seen the crash scene below, he would have believed Director Zhang's words. It's certainly not a matter of temper or lack of it, but mostly, it's just so sudden. We said we'd just come to the house for a meal. How did it become a blind date? No wonder Director Zhang gave him half a day off to dress up and said he was having a reunion dinner together. Uncle Zhang, your daughter and I have only met for the first time. We don't know each other. It's too early to talk about this. Chen Ran said stiffly. Beautiful women who do not like. Chen Ran is no exception. Zhang Fanji looks is very beautiful. If there is such a girlfriend, shelves who are willing. But this is a wife is a lifelong thing, cannot be because of good-looking shamelessly go after. First of all, the character of the right one side set for life, that is to see the color, is greedy body. Director Zhang, 2 fingers clamped a bit, just wanted to pull out a cigarette. Only to remember that it is at home, angry retracted fingers. Is that I am a bit anxious, mainly because I think you are good, and Gigi quite match. Anyway, Gigi eventually want to marry. We cannot be cheap outsiders. Think about it, if Gigi marries someone else, who knows what is in that person's mind? It's possible that they won't let her come back once a year for 4 seasons. You're different, you're a person with filial piety, and you definitely won't not care when we're old in the future. Uncle Zhang is good enough for you, right? You can't just watch Uncle Zhang and Auntie Yun both end up alone in the future, right? The corner of Chen Ran's mouth twitched. Uncle Chung, you've had too much drama. Besides, I'm an ordinary person, I don't look good with Zhang Fanji. How can you tell that I'm a good match? Chapter 4. I don't want to get married until I'm 30. Zhang Fanji is a big star. Now the future is bright. With her achievements and voice conditions, she is steadily developing in the entertainment industry. And becoming a diva in the future is just around the corner. Chen Ran, just a TV station, just turned choreographer. This identity difference is not to say how big. Not to mention the difference in social status, the family background is not the same level, properly eating soft rice. Chen Ran thought to himself that apart from his looks, there was no point in matching him anywhere else. Your uncle is not what old feudalism, when and your Aunt Yun is also free love said so much, is that you think you are very good, eye-catching. You now have Gigi's contact information, the first mutual understanding of understanding. If there is a possibility of the best, not we are still good uncle and nephew. Director Zhang said so much to Chen Ran, mainly to let him take it seriously, the fact that relationships are about 2 lovers, no matter which side Chen Ran or Zhang Fanji is unwilling, this can't be a success. Chen Ran's temperament. Director Zhang knows something, the person will be relatively light. Do not fight and do not grab the appearance. If you don't do some work for him, how is it possible to have an encounter with Zhang Fanji? Uncle Zhang. I will try to look everywhere with Ms. Zhang. Chen Ran, although still feel strange, but people Zhang uncle said to this point, he then refused to be meaningless, said a place, probably on the phone to chat a day. From the point of view of Zhang Fanji's character now, he sent a few consecutive days in the past, the other side guaranteed that it would not return, and after 1 or 2 times, Uncle Zhang would dispel the idea. Zhang Fanji came back from the phone. Her face didn't change much, but it was a few points colder, as if her mood was worse. After what Director Zhang had just said, Chen Ran always felt a little weird seeing Zhang Fanji now. At first, the impression of her is Uncle Zhang's daughter, then a big star, and now a blind date. Chen Ran is to feel quite awkward, beautiful to beautiful, but this all-day-long face, and that violent temper, life choose this, is not looking for suffering. The most important thing is still a big star. Chen Ran never wanted to find a star as a wife. Right and wrong is one thing. The key to get together less away from a lot of people, even if the relationship is good, will also be contradictory. Uncle Zhang. It's not that I want to perfume you. This kind of thing can only be done as you wish. Chen Ran secretly said in his heart. Chen ran again in the Zhang family to sit a little more, and Director Zhang and Aunt Yun chatting. Before in the hospital when they ate together, get along quite cordial. Zhang Fanji in the side did not speak, from time to time by Aunt Yun point out that also a little absent-minded. Instead, at Director Zhang's request, Chen Ran's address to her changed from Miss Zhang to Sister Gigi. Originally, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun had asked him to call Gigi, but this was obviously inappropriate and too affectionate, just from his relationship with Uncle Zhang, plus the fact that Zhang Fanji was older than him. Calling him Sister Gigi wasn't too much to ask, was it? Anyway, Zhang Fanji didn't refuse and didn't show anything in particular, so the title was tacitly accepted. After looking at the time and having to work the next day, Chen Ran offered his farewell. Originally, the couple wanted to keep Chen Ran at home for a night, but the first time he came to the door, Chen Ran were good, not to mention there is a big star, how he is not comfortable. Director Zhang and Chen Ran work at the TV station, and knowing that there is quite a lot of work tomorrow, he didn't keep Chen Ran. Zhang Fanji sat on the sofa, staring at the television and froze, and Director Zhang turned around and said, Ji, see Chen ran off. Chen Ran busily said, don't bother Sister Ji. I'll just go back by myself. It's not that far. Okay. It's not like I haven't been to your place before. It takes half an hour to take the subway from here, and it's even more troublesome to take a taxi. When Director Zhang finished speaking and saw Zhang Fanji's lack of response, he added, Ji, why don't you have any response? Zhang Fanji let out an oh-so-slow sound and slowly stood up. Chen Ran looked at her face, thinking that if she sends herself home, she shall not be twisted to death, and said busily, Uncle Zhang, I'll just go back on my own. If you're so polite, then I won't really dare to come next time. You have this temper. Director Zhang shook his head. He was trying to create an opportunity for Chen Ran and his daughter to see if the two of them could see eye to eye, but Chen Ran did not appreciate it. That's fine. Let Ji send you downstairs. Director Zhang retreated. Chen Ran let out a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Fanji, Trouble Sister Ji. Zhang Fanji looked at this performance of his. Her brows frowned slightly and opened the door to go out first. After the door closed, Yang Yun asked her husband, How was it? What did Chen Ran say? Director Zhang frowned. It feels like Chen Ran didn't mean it. Ji, although the temper is poor, but the appearance of conditions temperament are top, and is also considered not too big and not small star, how Chen Ran will not be interesting. Yang Yun does not understand. They were worried at first that their daughter could not see Chen Ran, and they were ready to help assist, who knew that Chen Ran would be the first to fold. This is not a pig farm inside the phase pig fancy pull away, only the first time to meet can see what. I let the two of them exchange contact information, familiarize yourself with the familiar first and then see. Director Zhang shook his head. Yang Yun didn't say anything either. She's been worried about her daughter finding someone in the entertainment industry ever since she caught fire. Look at what's on TV these days. Either this celebrity is getting divorced or that one is cheating on her. Even second and third marriages, one child with one father and one child with one mother abound, and Yang Yun is worried that her daughter has entered this dye bowl. Director Zhang said, Okay, we worry about it cannot be manipulated. I like Chen Ran here, after a period of time to see if the two of them still do not have that meaning, and then continue to introduce other branches. Other people's families worry about their daughters not getting married. Their family is afraid that their daughters are too sought after to worry about. It's really not easy being a parent. Inside the elevator, Zhang Fanji stood next to Chen Ran with an expressionless face, and since she was just sending down the stairs, she didn't wear a mask. I don't know what perfume she uses, the light scent is a bit refreshing. The atmosphere was a bit awkward like this, and Chen Ran had wanted to find something to say, but Zhang Fanji spoke first. She said seriously, Chen Ran, my parents want me to go on a blind date with you. I know they like you and are worried that I'll find a male celebrity to marry. In fact, I made plans to be busy with my career until I'm 30 and it's impossible for me to get married. So I can only say sorry to you. Chen Ran heard her say so, very obviously relieved and said, Gigi's sister said so I'm relieved. I am now only 23, and did not consider the issue of marriage, just Uncle Zhang he has expectations of me. It is not good to hurt his heart. Gigi's sister is now in the rising period of her career. Her career is important. This road is not good to go, not to say that the red up must be smooth sailing, suddenly burst into flames and then disappeared is no longer a minority. Zhang Fanji want to focus on the work is also normal. Zhang Fanji did not expect Chen Ran to react this way. Her eyebrows wrinkled for a moment, then loosened. It's best if you can understand. You have my WeChat. If you encounter any difficulties, you can look for me. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. Chen Ran walked out, revealing a polite smile, waving his hand at Zhang Fanji. Sister Gigi, go back. It's not good for you to go out and be photographed. I'll just go back by myself. Zhang Fanji's cool eyes looked at him and nodded slightly. Chapter 5. I don't have any thoughts about Mizuboshi. Chen Ran's words were sincere. He had crossed over and hadn't even gotten himself much used to it. So how could he be thinking about getting married? What's more, Zhang Fanji didn't give him too good of an impression. Her temper was too violent, and it was true that he hadn't thought about having anything happen with her. So Chen Ran didn't drag his feet when he left, turning around and leaving the neighborhood. Zhang Fanji watched him from behind, but froze before pressing the elevator to go upstairs. When Director Zhang and his wife saw their daughter return, they questioned her again, wanting to know what her impression of Chen Ran was. That's it. Zhang Fanji came and went with those 3 words. How much of an impression can you make when you meet for the first time? Chen Ran's behavior in front of her was either that of a man of strong principles or a hypocrite. Of course, whichever one it was, there wouldn't be a story with her. At best, they could connect a bit because of their father here. That's all. After a few days, the program prepared by Chen Ran's section was aired. As a program that focuses on the human side of the province, it's a hassle to prepare for and relaxes instead when it's actually broadcast. Getting off work, Chen Ran stretched. Just as he was about to leave, he was grabbed by Director Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, you scared me," Director Zhang heatedly said. "What's your kid doing avoiding me these days?" "What avoiding you? Do you see me as such a person, Uncle Zhang?" Chen Ran definitely did not admit it. "As soon as it is noon, I do not see people. They all say that they are eating outside with their colleagues. What are you doing if you are not avoiding me?" Director Zhang said. Okay. Your uncle, I am generous. Do not pursue you this. Just want to ask you, recently in branch chat how?" Chen Ran secretly said. "It's just that I'm afraid you'll ask this. Zhang Fanji's WeChat hasn't been touched since he added it." "Chatting? Where's the conversation?" He stammered. "The conversation was okay. Just put it off for a while, wait a while, and then say it's not a good fit." Director Zhang shook his head and said, "You can't be so rigid. Since the chatting is okay, you need to ask Gigi to come out and play. A 20-something-year-old who can't even coax a girl to be happy?" Chen Ran wanted to spit out, "What kind of thing is this teaching me to pick up your daughter?" Director Zhang said, "First to you, Gigi's conditions put here, that is, uncle likes you, only intends to set you up, not my daughter cannot marry." "Uncle Zhang, where are you talking about? How can Sister Gigi not be able to get married with this condition? I know that Uncle Zhang is good to me, but I'm only 23 now, I don't have any money, let alone a career. It's a bit too early to start a family." Chen Ran thought about it. Director Zhang said to this point he couldn't be perfunctory, so he talked things out. Director Zhang knew he wasn't on board, but he didn't expect such a reason. "You can't be so old-fashioned. You can start a family before you start a business." "It's not the same, uncle, and it's not just me. I don't see Twiggy-san she has any desire to get married either. Back then, before I met your Aunt Yoon, I said that I would focus on my career first before I turned 30 and not rush into marriage. And in the end, I got married after talking for half a year." Director Zhang finished, then shook his head. "Forget it. Let it be. But Chen Ran, I can tell you, after this village there is no such store. Your Aunt Yoon and I are more optimistic about you, but there are quite a few backup candidates. There is no hope for you here, we may have to introduce someone else to Gigi." Chen Ran said, "Uncle, I have no thoughts of that to Sister Gigi." Director Zhang let out a sigh. "All said and done. Can't force people, right? Maybe we don't have the destiny to become a family." Chen Ran busily said, "Your words are not right. I treat you as my own uncle now. It's not the same." Director Zhang patted Chen Ran's shoulder without saying anything more. After this incident, Chen Ran was still worried that it would affect his relationship with Director Zhang. The next day, when Director Zhang had lunch, he still called on Chen Ran. Nothing had changed from before. It was as if introducing him to his own daughter was an interlude, and it didn't matter at all. Just halfway through, he said that he was going to introduce other people to Zhang Fanji tonight, and said that he also looked at Chen Ran, meaning, "Do you kid regret it?" Chen Ran didn't feel much about this, and Zhang Fanji had said that she wouldn't get married at the age of 30 and was just thinking about getting busy with her career. So a person like her should be very determined and have a goal that she wouldn't easily change because of other things. Then Uncle Zhang would probably not be useful even if he introduced her to more people. Of course, it can't be ruled out that people are just not electrified of Chen Ran. Saying that they don't want to get married is just a polite refusal. No matter what, it doesn't have much to do with Chen Ran. After that, Director Zhang gave Chen Ran another talk about work. Recently, the station has a few programs to be revamped. One is going to be redone soon, and now the column team is being formed. Your program has just been busy. I want to transfer you over to gain experience. Director Zhang looked at Chen Ran and said, "A new program? Another revision?" Chen Ran was slightly stunned. For a provincial station like theirs, didn't the program rarely change after it was finalized? A couple of shows are getting revamped and one is being outright redone, so that's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Director Zhang said, "The ratings share has been declining, so it's natural to need a new idea. How about it, if you can hold up, I'll transfer you to the new program. It's considered an unparalleled opportunity." Going to follow the group from the beginning of the program's preparation was a rare opportunity for someone like Chen Ran, who had just turned a new leaf. Chen Ran definitely wouldn't let it go, nodding his head and saying, "Top notch, definitely top notch." Cannot top also to top, Chen ran crossed over, also not want to be a salted fish. There are opportunities to get ahead, certainly will not let go. Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you have this drive. It seems that wanting to establish a career first is not just talk. Chen ran awkward, how can we still talk about this? Director Zhang added, to the new column group, do a good job. I know you have many ideas, novel ideas. What ideas can be mentioned? They do not care, you come to me. He was aware of Chen Ran's ability and could not look at it through the eyes of a freshman. Take for example this program that just aired. Many of the points that were marveled at after it was aired were ideas that Chen Ran brought up and spoke through his mouth. The opening has done research, and several of the critically acclaimed points were the brainchild of Chen Ran. He has such an ability, Director Zhang will naturally open the door for him. Everything is for the betterment of the work. As long as it does not pull across, everything is fine. Got it, uncle? Chen Ran nodded. He's in a position where no one will take anything he mentions seriously, and in this business, seniority is too important. A newcomer with little to say. However, we'll have to wait and see. If people do well, they won't need him yet. Although there are programs from his previous life for reference, Chen Ran does not believe that his vision is necessarily ahead of its time and requires discretion. So, Chen Ran smoothly changed the columnist and also got the information of the new program. Chapter 6, Too Much Talk, Too Much Failure. This program to be redone is a news program. The main reason for the redo was poor ratings. The root of the problem is still that there is not enough differentiation and overlapping content with the Xiao Nan news feed, which is broadcast on Xiao Nan TV. With everyone going to The Guardian, the news programs on the public channels become a bit redundant. Before Chen Ran came, after the discussion between the choreographer and director, the content of the program was almost finalized, and the information that was now in Chen Ran's hands was introduced. A news program to differentiate from the Call South news feed. Chen Ran looked at the information and pondered a little. After half a day of watching, it didn't seem to him that the new program had changed much. The focus of attention or some of the leadership policy and so on, interspersed with a little local livelihood news but not much space. Even if every effort is made to pull away from the difference with the Calling South newsfeed, the situation is still pretty much the same. This? Chen Ran pestled his chin, considering whether or not to make some comments. Personally, he felt that if he really went up and prepared according to the program information, the ratings wouldn't look any better when the show aired. The whole thing gave him a feeling of change for the sake of change. But he's just now arriving at the column, and it's a little inappropriate to make comments. It would be fine if he were a veteran. He's just a newbie who just passed his internship and comes in and says this and that. That's not giving advice, that's picking a fight. Let's wait for now. When the time comes, let's give Uncle Zhang a word first and let him say it. Thinking of this Chen Ran sigh, seniority is too shallow, cannot be helped. If he can independently make a program, the discourse has changed just fine. But where does a newcomer just starting out have any hope of making the show? Even if he was capable, he had to take it one step at a time. Go to the column group, we all know that he is the nephew of Director Zhang. But they are all enthusiastic, there is no difficulty. Deliberately guided, Chen Ran easily fit in. The preparation of the news program is much less work-intensive than the last program, and overtime is not required until midnight. He was a bit of a pain in the ass the month or so before in comparison. It's been 2 days since he entered the new section. During lunch, Director Zhang asked, "How does it feel to be in the section?" Chen Ran said, "It's quite good. It's more relaxed than in the great beauty of Xiaonan, and the people are quite warm. It's good that you can carry it." Director Zhang asked again, "Any thoughts about the program yet?" Chen Ran pondered for a moment and asked rhetorically, "What do you think, Uncle Zhang?" "It's all news programs, it's changed from before, and it's different from the Xiaonan news broadcast, it's kind of middle of the road." Director Zhang said, "The program is subject to his approval, and in his opinion, it's just an ordinary news program. Everyone is like that, and you can't see a flower." Speaking of which, Director Zhang responded, "You're kinda what you think?" He was a bit of a refreshed look. Chen Ran had quite a lot of novel ideas and a set of his own views on programs and things, and a lot of the time he found it greatly beneficial to listen to them. The news program format was just like that, and he also wanted to see what Chen Ran could say something. Chen Ran deliberated on the wording before speaking. "I think this program is just like what you said, Uncle Zhang. It's too middle of the road. Compared to before, it's just a few content differences, and it's not even a revamp, let alone shouting out redoing it with such fanfare. It's kind of like a loud thunderstorm." Director Zhang nodded slightly, think carefully. Chen Ran said that although not exactly, but 8 or 9 is not bad, but the news program probably so, and then change cannot change out of the flower, right? "What do you think should be changed?" Director Zhang asked. Chen Ran slowly said, "Our program, to pull out the difference with the Zhaonan news broadcast. I think it is to change from the form. For example, policy changes in the province, leadership movements, these parts overlap with the Zhaonan news feed, and I think they can be simplified a bit. Second is the livelihood content. This part can be appropriate to increase the length. We are a public channel, and the difference between satellite TV is that the audience of our channel is only the provincial audience. People are more willing to care about the things around. In addition to this, there are also hot news, doing news to fit the times, interpreting some hot news anecdotes, or raising hot issues to interact and discuss with the audience." Chen Ran said 7 or 8 points in one breath without pausing. Director Zhang began to think that Chen Ran was just an idea, and was slightly surprised to hear Chen Ran halfway through. This kid was prepared. Clearly organized, but also able to cite some data to enrich their own point of view, and in one breath to put forward 7 or 8 points without repetition. 2 days. Chen Ran, I'm afraid that the light pondering this program, right? Chen Ran was definitely not talking nonsense when he said that. Director Zhang used to work on the program as well, and had been thinking about it from the moment Chen Ran said it. I was shocked to find that the show was completely changed in a big way according to Chen Ran's thoughts. The content is undoubtedly much richer, and with the Zhaonan news broadcast is even more different, completely out of the dull impression of the news program. Director Zhang took a look at Chen Ran. He used to think that he looked favorably on this kid, but now it seemed that he had been underestimating people all along. "Uncle Zhang, I'm just a family, mentioning some opinions that I've worked out myself. Whether it can be done or not, I don't know about all this, so don't laugh at me." Chen Ran finished for a long time and waited until Director Zhang returned to his senses before he smiled. Director Zhang looked at Chen Ran, did not have the good sense to say, "On our uncle and nephew and no outsiders, you are still modest. What strength? Come, you talk to me again. Talk. This livelihood content, how to do will be popular, and this hot topic and audience interaction is based on what considerations to the creative?" Chen Ran was not polite and started discussing with Director Zhang. The lunch break was over and neither had stopped yet. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to realize that the two of them had been so preoccupied that they hadn't eaten much of the meal, and now it was all cold. At this time Chen Ran understand why there is food without words. This ancient saying, "More words will be lost, say is now." Director Zhang barred his lips, still savoring the discussion he had just had with Chen Ran. Now the program is still only just being prepared. Everything is still not too late. What we just discussed, you make a plan and hand it over to me. It's best to finish organizing it within 2 days. Chen Ran said, "Uncle Zhang, I've said what I should say. I'm too senior, and I don't know how the program is going to be done. Or you can think for yourself, just add what you can." Director Zhang looked at him and said, "Don't beat a dead horse with your uncle. If you're told to do it, you do it." Chen Ran can only nod his head, but in his heart he thought that overtime work does not have to be too late, much easier than the great beauty Zhaonan. But now it seems that these 2 days are estimated to stay up all night. Director Zhang was about to leave when he suddenly added, "By the way, last time Gigi's blind date failed. She didn't see anyone. Today, your Aunt Yoon and I have arranged another one to come to our home. Do you want to go over and take a look?" "Huh." When Chen Ran heard this, he felt puzzled. What am I going over to see? Watching Zhang Fanji's blind date? I'm eating to hold me up. Chapter 7. Do men have menopause? Zhang Fanji matchmaking results. How Chen Ran did not pay attention to after work. Director Zhang kindly invited him, also did not go, is to go home by himself. He's not from around here, he's renting a house and it's not even close to the TV station. The rent around the TV station is too expensive. He pays the rent with 1 month's salary, but he has to be stingy with the rest of his salary, not to mention sending it back home, even for his own use. It doesn't matter if it's far away. The price is right. This is an old-fashioned residential house, partitioned by the landlord into small suites for rent. The environment is not much to ask. Anyway, Chen Ran is sleeping here, meals are not eaten here, and did not want to change. Entering the house, turning on the light, and dropping his body on the bedpan, Chen Ran took a deep breath, feeling thieves. After resting for a while, he slowly got up again, turned on his laptop, and got ready to work. The computer just turned on and a news window popped up. Zhang Xiun versus Lin Han Yun. The battle for the newest first sister of Fan Xing. Originally, this kind of news Chen Ran usually turn off by hand, will also look for where to let the pop-up window to kill. But 3 words from Zhang Xiun made him stop. Isn't this Zhang Fanji? Speaking of which, what he knew about Zhang Fanji other than Director Zhang's introduction was those 2 songs. Chen Ran smoothly clicked into the news and read the content. There are quite a few well-known singers under the banner of Flourishing Star Music. Lin Han Yun has been on the scene for many years and has always been the brand name of Flourishing Star Music. And this year, Zhang Xiyun has risen to the top, handily winning music awards. News some headline party, in fact, did not explicitly say what a sister of the fight, talking about the prosperous Star Music Resources distribution. From a while ago, Lin Han-yun and Zhang Xiyun want to prepare for a new song at the same time. The results of Lin Han-yun's new song successfully released. Zhang Xiyun was postponed, so as to illustrate that the Lin Han-yun prosperous star card unshakable. Zhang Xiyun as a rising star is still tender. The company's strategic center of gravity is on Lin Han-yun, with relatively tilted resources, while Zhang Xiyun's popularity is unstable despite her music awards, and she needs time to settle down. Chen Ran finished reading the news and then looked at the time told in it. Wasn't this when Zhang Xiyun came home a few days ago? No wonder I said I was in a bad mood. So it's just a bad job. Chen Ran muttered twice. Work is not going well, and I keep getting pushed by my family to get a date. What a tragedy for a woman. Chen Ran looked at it, then snapped off the web page, opened the computer butler, looked for half a day to get this pop-up window advertisement with a skirt and pants all dead, and only then comfortably began to write planning. The show is in the works, and naturally the sooner the planning comes out the better. No way, work overtime. I've worked so hard. Uncle Zhang can't even get by without giving me more bonuses. The next day, when Chen Ran arrived at the station, he happened to meet Director Zhang. His old man's face didn't look very good, and he was looking at Chen Ran in a strange way. Uncle, didn't you rest well last night? Chen Ran said with concern. Director Zhang said, Rest my ass. I'm in a bad mood and can't sleep. Is it because of Gigi's sister's matter? Chen Ran instantly understood, presumably Zhang Fanji's blind date is yellow again. He said, Yesterday I saw the news. It said that Gigi's sister's work is not going well. I think she is not in a good mood now, and it is futile for you guys to introduce more. Director Zhang coldly said, Chen Ran, are you quite happy to see that my daughter failed her blind date? Chen Ran was confused and said, What am I happy about? Director Zhang grunted. You kid also give me pretend. I also do not say you. I also have a friend. His son has just come back from abroad. Looks also more handsome than you. Tomorrow night we'll pull over to meet with Gigi. Chen Ran still doesn't get it. Just meet, what does it have to do with me? And what the hell is better looking than me? I can't find anyone better looking than me among these celebrities, and you can? Right. How's the planning going? Director Zhang got down to business. I've written most of it, and it will definitely come out tomorrow. Chen Ran said. Director Zhang pondered for a moment and said, And don't tomorrow, you'll come to my office later and write in there. Get it out within today. So rushed. Chen Ran didn't understand. Didn't he say he would make it in 2 days? Director Zhang laughed. Originally, he didn't rush, but now he's suddenly rushing. Chen Ran? No, there's something in your words, Uncle Zhang. Tossing me around on purpose? If Zhang Fanji's blind date doesn't work out, that has nothing to do with me. Director Zhang glanced at Chen Ran. This kid was not honest. He asked Chen Ran the other day if he and Gigi had any contact, and Chen Ran denied it. However, on these blind dates, Zhang Fanji has been saying one thing over and over again. This person is not as good as Chen Ran. What Chen Ran has become a standard. He, who is a father, knows Zhang Fanji's character. So if he didn't chat about it, how could he hang on to Chen Ran? But the guy won't admit it. Not only do not admit it, but also let Zhang Fanji blind date is not moved. Previously did not see this kid so bad. Anyway, another one tomorrow. If it doesn't work, it will be Chen Ran who is behind it, and it will be right to pull this kid back. And Chen Ran didn't even know that there was such a thing behind the scenes, and was still wondering if Uncle Zhang had reached menopause. By the way, do middle-aged men have menopause? There might be, right? What if? Chen Ran was not in the section today, and was called to the office by the director. Director Zhang sometimes has to be busy, but there's not much going on, and most of the time it's just Chen Ran writing and him reading. Seeing Chen Ran burying his head in the sand, Director Zhang slightly surprised. This kid is not a literary mind like piss? How to think, not much time, all in writing. Chen Ran has not done a news program before, but in his previous life he has seen a lot of them and he can learn from the ideas, and when he went to bed last night he was thinking about how to write, and now he writes naturally fast. Of course, when he encountered some uncertainties, he would still stop and discuss with Director Zhang. After all, he was an old programmer, and Director Zhang definitely had a much better grasp of the program than he did. He was the more creative, but Director Zhang had solid experience and made many constructive comments. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Ran wrote the plan. Director Zhang looked halfway and then looked at Chen Ran. This kid really doesn't look like a newcomer. Plotting he's been watching, and it's a big difference from what it used to be. No one knows the specific effect before it comes out, but Chen Ran has written many analyses above, which seem to be organized and convincing. Plot it out and have a meeting to discuss it. The columnists found it strange that the director suddenly wanted to have a meeting when the program was in preparation. It's like this, about the program, I hear and Chen Ran to discuss it. Have some ideas, now let's discuss it together. Director Zhang did not ink and sent one copy of the plan to each person. Is this like a temporary change of program? Discussions? With Chen Ran? The columnists' crowd was scratching their heads and frowning, not understanding which whole show this was the director. We're all set for the show. Director Zhang pressed his hand. Let's see. Let's see. Chapter 8. Are you there? Everyone actually has no opinion about Chen Ran. After all, he is Director Zhang's nephew, he is quite good, and his work is excellent, so such a person is still getting along with them. But then again, Chen Ran was only a newcomer who had just officially joined the company not long ago. Isn't it a bit of a stretch to discuss and change the program they're working on with the director? Either the director found someone to write the plan and used it as a way to give Chen Ran a seniority, or this guy doesn't know the sky is the limit. Anyway, whatever it was, Chen Ran's impression with them was instantly lowered. In front of the director, no one dared to say what it was, just that none of them were in a good mood, and picked up the planning and read it. Just reading the title, it's confirmed that the show is completely different from what's being planned for the current preparations. Increase livelihood content, engage in hot news interpretation and topic interaction. Every single one of them, when you watch it, is different from the previous news programs. The News Express now in preparation and Jiaonan News broadcast did not pull differentiation. We want to redo, we cannot be a thunderstorm, it is time to change. The suggestion was made by Chen Ran, and the planning was also written by him. When the planning of Great Beauty Jiaonan was initially made, I proposed quite a few changes, but in reality, they were all proposed by Chen Ran first, lending my mouth to say it. Director Zhang knew everyone's thoughts, and first set himself aside from it. The planning was all attributed to Chen Ran. Seeing that everyone was looking at the planning, he added, "This program, Jiaonan Focus, all the creativity and planning is put forward by Chen Ran. If you guys have any opinions or ideas, you can directly raise them to him. First of all, I personally am more optimistic about this program compared to it. News Express is still too outdated, 1 out of 2 to do it. I would choose Jiaonan Focus. It's not Director Zhang's call, but decisions are made by him and sent to the top for review. Now is the time to take a direct stance and support Chen Ran's planning." The crew frowned as the program, which they watched, was indeed, by all accounts, fresher than the preparatory News Express. Did Chen Ran write it all? They're a little disbelieving. Director Lu Bing did not hesitate to grab a few points inside the planning to ask a question. For example, the significance of which hot news links, livelihood news to amplify the necessary and so on. This is considered to be the whole plan inside the more core. If you cannot say, then Chen Ran on the present form. As for Director Zhang said, Great Beauty Jiaonan, Chen Ran also made a lot of suggestions we all subconsciously ignored. After all, no Chen Ran's name want to stick gold on him, that is, the director of a sentence of the matter. To the questions raised by Lu Bing, Chen Ran answered the questions in the writing of the planning. He thought more deeply than this. To do the program risk is not small, every aspect must be considered. Lu Bing saw that Chen Ran didn't show any fear, and the answer made it impossible for him to pick out the thorns, and his heart was already shaken that the planning might really be written by Chen Ran. Others also asked questions not directed at Chen Ran, but about the program itself. Chen Ran answered each and every one of them, and was still very careful. All of us here are seniors, he showed relative modesty, but this kind of eloquent talk reveals a kind of self-confidence. Director Zhang was aware that Chen Ran had real talent, and he couldn't help but nod his head at this time when he saw his performance. This kid does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve when he gets serious. Half a day later, silence fell inside the conference room. Director Zhang left some time for everyone to think and discuss, and then knocked on the table a few times. The specifics of the program are understood by everyone. We don't have a lot of time, so let's all say what we think. Another moment of silence. As Director Zhang said, the program Jiaonan Focus looks better than News Express from the planning, and if we look at the current situation of public channels, it is not just a matter of winning by one step. From the discussion just now, there is a high possibility that the planning was thought up by Chen Ran himself, and there is also the possibility that Director Zhang personally manipulated and did it, but this is very small. They had to admit that they were a little envious of Chen Ran, a newcomer who had written such a plan. But relatively, this envy was in the context of Chen Ran's excellence, and the bad impression of Chen Ran just now was all pulled back. I agree with the change of program. If we are going to split the difference with the Kalanan newsfeed, News Express is clearly not enough and Kalanan Focus doesn't have that problem. Lu Bing was the first to make a statement. It's sort of a consequence of being thoughtful. He would disagree if he said that the Kalanan Focus was just average, and that the News Express was planned and had a piece of him in it. But this show is clearly unusual, and the advantage of comparing the two isn't usually great. Not only him, but the others took a stand, and except for one writer-director who reserved his opinion because of the risk, the others were fine with it. Director Zhang was slightly surprised. Having worked together for many years, he knew the character of these people. It was absolutely impossible for them to be so harmonious. Let's just say that Chen Ran wrote a little something with this plot. After the discussion came out, Chen Ran's position in the column group changed slightly. From the previous exclusively responsible for compiling copy, became one of the top pillars of the program now. Now the preparations are starting to continue, and the director has to consult with him in many places. The power of speech is not at all the same level as before, although it is said that the seniority is still shallow, but it belongs to the category of talking. Chen Ran could imagine that if the performance of the program was okay, then in the future, if he had to say anything without having to pull on Director Zhang's banner, other people would take it seriously for a moment or two. In the director's office, Director Zhang patted Chen Ran on the shoulder and said, "You boys are doing better than I thought you would. I thought you couldn't say anything in this battle, but I didn't expect to be organized. They're going to have to look at you differently." Chen Ran said, "I'm kind of a fox and a tiger. If there is no Uncle Zhang, who would look at me planning?" Director Zhang shook his head and said, "You can't think like that. I'm just going along for the ride. Even without me, it's just a matter of time before you have this ability to come out on top." Chen Ran didn't say anything. Some things just need to be kept in mind. Without Director Zhang's promotion like this, even if he had the ability to go as far as planning the program independently, it would have taken him a year or two. And that was fast. "I'll have your Aunt Yun cook some food tonight, so you can come up to my place." Director Zhang wanted to pull Chen Ran toward his home again. "Some other day, uncle. Change the planning temporarily. There are still many things to do." Chen Ran for the sake of it. This is not an excuse. The program to do planning. Written out is not all the content. The specifics still need to take their time to meet and discuss, ponder, everyone brainstorming to be able to make a program take shape. One person alone will make something very one-sided. Director Zhang shook his head and almost forgot that this kid was now becoming the main policy. "Okay. When you're done with your work." Director Zhang didn't force himself. Chen Ran has to be busy, and so does he. That turtle from his friend's family is coming to the door, and he definitely needs to be there. I just don't know what Twiggy can say this time. Chen Ran was busy until quite late when he got off work, and had just come out of the shower when he saw the breathing light of his cell phone blinking. Opening his cell phone to look at it, there was a WeChat message sent half an hour ago. Ichabod. In Chapter 9. I can't lie to people. Chen Ran was confused. Chong Fan Chi? She asked for me? Wiped my eyes. No mistake. Her nickname really gave Chen Ran a run for his money. Every time I see it, I think of Shower from a previous life. What did she want with me? Chen Ran thought about it. It seemed like there wasn't much of a crossover before. When he first added her, Chen Ran had thought about a few sentences in. To get rid of things. Later, Zhang Fanji made it clear that the trick would not work. I didn't realize it was Zhang Fanji who asked him. Chen Ran wiped his hair and pressed his cell phone with one hand. I was just in the shower. What is it that Sister Gigi is looking for me for? At this point, Zhang Fanji hugged her legs and shrunk down on the bed, and couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw the cell phone message come through. She pressed the button a couple times, typed a paragraph, deleted it, and thought for a moment before barreling off to type again. Wanted to ask you a favor. Chen Ran read the message and froze slightly. Zhang Fanji asked for his help? She's a big star. What can he do to help? Ran. Eboshi-san? Is there some kind of problem? Ichabod. Pretty much. Ran. So tell me. I'm just a regular guy. No promises I can help. There's no movement there. Chen Ran didn't keep waiting and put down his cell phone to blow dry his hair. Ding dong. Chen Ran pinched his phone to unlock it. Ichabod. You be my boyfriend. Chen Ran looked down and felt as if he had misread the situation. Zhang Fanji asked herself to be her boyfriend? You're blind, aren't you? But the words on the top of the phone are real. Ran. Sister Gigi, you've got the wrong person? I'm Chen Ran. Chen Ran's first reaction was that she had the wrong person. On a blind date the other day, it was bluntly stated that it wasn't meant to be and that marriage wasn't on the table until I was 30. After adding WeChat never chatted, the opening is to let herself be her boyfriend, which who can believe? There was silence there. I told you it was the wrong person. Chen Ran felt that Zhang Fanji was probably embarrassed enough right now. He was about to put his phone down when suddenly another message came in. Ichabod. That's right. Now Chen Ran was really confused. What an unfolding. He said tentatively, "It's Uncle Zhang, isn't it? You're playing with Sister Gigi's cell phone. One for the books?" Chen Ran frowned. It seemed not. "So what does that mean?" "Ichabod. What's your number? Say it on the phone." Chen Ran hesitated for a moment, having been somewhat confused by Zhang Fanji's sentence just now, and now that he had come back to his senses, it seemed as if he had somewhat caught Zhang Fanji's idea. She couldn't be a little scared of being rushed into a blind date, so she wanted to use herself as a shield? Today, Uncle Zhang also said that after going back to arrange a blind date for her friend's son, that is, the foreign country has just come back, and Uncle Zhang also said with a clear conscience that looks better than his handsome one. After a little thought, Chen Ran sent the number over. He wanted to see what Zhang Fanji was trying to do. It wasn't long before the phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Chen Ran answered the phone and whispered, "Sister Gigi?" It was half a day later that a cool voice came from there. "Aha! Chen Ran. On your side. What's the situation?" "Zhang Fanji." "That's what I just said." Chen Ran. "Huh. Zhang Fanji. Make a fake to cope with my parents." Chen Ran. It really did give him a good guess. Of course, it's not hard to guess just that. "Sister Gigi, for this kind of thing, I think you can discuss it with Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun. It's not good to deceive them." Zhang Fanji said, "If it's negotiable, I won't bother you." What could she do? She'd said it a million times and her parents still came to her one by one. "I recently tried to take a half-month break and ended up either on a blind date or on my way to one. She's a star, she's dating all day long. What's it going to be when word gets out?" Chen Ran think about it, seems to be, just these days counting him are a few. If it made sense, it wouldn't be such a rush. Zhang Fanji is only 24 years old. Why didn't Sister Gigi find anyone else? Chen Ran was curious. Zhang Fanji. "My parents prefer you. They fancy me and I know it, but they've been good to me, and my conscience would ache if I went and lied to them." Chen Ran said, "Sorry Sister Gigi. I may not be able to help you with this favor. I don't want to cheat Uncle Zhang." Zhang Fanji. She didn't say anything. Presumably she was rather speechless. There was a moment's pause before he said, "It's kind of a good lie. You pretend to be my boyfriend to put them at ease." Chen Ran said, "Even good intentions are lies." It was troublesome anyway, and Chen Ran didn't want to agree to it. Uncle Zhang here is very good to Chen Ran. People are considered to have lifted him up. He cannot do this kind of thing. It really doesn't matter if you really see eye to eye with Zhang Fanji and become Uncle Zhang's son-in-law. There's no point in faking it. I can see that Uncle Zhang really want the son-in-law of his, now make false too old happy, then say break up, not hurt feelings. This kind of trouble, Chen Ran was determined not to get involved. He was on good terms with Uncle Zhang, but he and Zhang Fanji had only met once. There's no need to go through this kind of trouble. Zhang Fanji. Even if it's a favor, I owe you one. Chen Ran couldn't see her expression. He guessed that she was a bit angry, but still refused. What was the use of him taking Zhang Fanji's favor? Hearing Chen Ran's rejection again, Zhang Fanji was probably furious, and without saying anything, she directly pinched the phone. Chen Ran shook his head, not caring. He is not willing to go into this muddy water. Get it wrong is a bunch of trouble, but also affect the relationship with Uncle Zhang. How nice it is now. The matter of Zhang Fanji calling over, even if it passed like this, Chen Ran did not put it on his mind. The next day, Chen Ran had just arrived at the TV station and threw himself into his work. The news program, which has a lot less to prepare for than great beauty calling, is busy now, and when things are over, it's about news gathering. Of course, now Chen Ran had to follow the program all the way. He writes the plans and has to use him from time to time. Chen Ran's work ethic, the columnists are quite satisfied. Even people think better of him than they did before the change of programs. Not just because he's the chief planner, but mainly because of his work ethic. A day's work went round and round, and Chen Ran was tired enough. Physically, I'm fine, but I'm mostly mentally exhausted. When he just arrived home, he flipped through his cell phone and saw the message sent by Zhang Fanji last night, and immediately thought that this guy was probably on a blind date with that returnee, right? At this time, the cell phone suddenly vibrated, startling Chen Ran. Surprisingly, it was a message sent by Zhang Fanji. "Ichabod, are you going to answer or not? Give a response." Chen Ran scratched his head. Didn't understand what it meant. Didn't he make it clear last night? One could only say back, I'm sorry, Twiggy-san. I can't lie. Then no more news from there. Shouldn't you be upset this time? Chen ran threw his cell phone away and fell asleep on his back. Day 2. Chen realized he had a bit of a cold. I lay in bed last night and slept through it, only getting up in the middle of the night to cover up. This is really... Chen felt a bit unlucky. Dragging his groggy head, he arrived at the TV station and saw Director Zhang's deeply furrowed brow. Chen, you're good enough. Huh? Chen sniffled and looked up at Director Zhang, not understanding what it meant. Chapter 10. Why so much drama? Uncle, what's wrong? Chen asked. Could it be a program issue? But there's something wrong with Uncle Zhang's expression right now. You're still pretending with me. Director Zhang exasperated. If it wasn't for Gigi's confession last night, I wouldn't have known that you guys were already on the verge of getting hitched. No, Uncle, you don't defile people's innocence out of thin air. Chen was also a bit anxious and completely puzzled. You still have a load of innocence. Did Gigi confess to you? Director Zhang said. Confession? Chen was busy saying, Uncle, that's not a confession. It's fake. Director Zhang laughed. You're still playing games with Uncle here. Tell me straight, are you craving for my daughter and don't want to be responsible? Otherwise, I want to set you up. You still pretend to have no idea, but privately go to hook up with Gigi. Chen had a bit of a headache. Why are you talking about not wanting to be responsible? Do I, Chen look like such a scum? The point is, I'm wrongly accused. He said, Sister Gigi did send me a message of confession, but that was fake. I didn't chat with her privately either. I just said 2 words last night. If you don't believe me, Uncle Zhang, you can take a look at this chat log of mine. Director Zhang grunted coldly. What are you looking at? See how you rejected Gigi? Let me tell you, Gigi has been sad enough this time. If you don't coax her properly, can you afford me? He turned his away, but Chen was a bit dumbfounded. There was absolutely no need to think about it, and one knew that it was Zhang Fanji who was acting as a demon. This tactic, it's a bit despicable, isn't it? Chen dialed out the phone, wanting to find Zhang Fanji to ask for clarification. But when you dial out and the call goes through, it gets pinched. Chen was undeterred and dialed a few in succession. Still rang twice and then was pinched. Called again and the phone was simply turned off. Chen was confused. You still turned off your cell phone? He clicked on WeChat and sent a message out. Sister Gigi, we don't bring this uncle misunderstanding like this. If he knows the truth, he will be sad. Ichiban has turned on friend verification and you are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request to first. Chen stubbornly sent a few question marks over, yet all of them carried red exclamation marks. Blacked out? What kind of operation is this? I was messaging all last night and now I'm being blackballed. At least you're a big star. Be decent, sis. Chen sniffled. His head was uncomfortable, and his heart was even more uncomfortable. Taking out a tissue to blow his nose, he then texted, Doesn't your conscience hurt? Apparently, there was no message back from there. Chen cell phone was thrown away, feeling that he had grown in knowledge. Really, it's not at all obvious. Zhang Fanji's looks, the character she displayed, was not at all like someone who would do such a diabolical thing. You can't judge a book by its cover? Chen headache is now how to explain to Uncle Zhang. I don't know what Zhang Fanji said, but Uncle Zhang has already believed it, and now he is afraid that he is angry and will not listen to anything he says. Chen catching a cold? Lu Bing looked at him like this and was concerned. Yeah. I slept too deeply last night and forgot to cover up. Chen sighed. Lu Bing patted him on the shoulder. It's good to be busy for a few days. Overtime or late. Pay more attention to your body. It's fine, my body is fine. I should be fine tomorrow, it doesn't affect my work. Chen reluctantly smiled. This time the cold is a bit heavy. Chen nose is not airy, and his head is still dizzy all the time. The good thing is that there isn't much he needs to do. What should have been discussed was pretty much discussed yesterday. Today is just some additions. In his case, don't expect to be in great shape. After a busy morning, it was finally time for lunch. The usual spot, Director Zhang was already sitting there. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Cold? Director Zhang looked at his red nose and red eyes before realizing with hindsight that he had just gone off in anger in the morning. Aha! Chen nodded. Director Zhang let out a hey. Serves you right. Chen Uncle, I don't know what Sister Gigi said to you, At least give me a chance to explain. Director Zhang put down his chopsticks and looked at Chun Ran without saying anything. Chun Ran asked, "What's wrong?" "Waiting for you to make up a story." Director Zhang made a face like he was all ears. Chun Ran was defeated on the spot and said feebly, "Uncle, you can't be like this." Director Zhang said, "Nonsense. I know what kind of character Gigi has. Her temper is average, but her strength is that she doesn't lie. My daughter was raised by herself, I still know that. A few days ago, she said she was chatting with you, and I just saw that you didn't react here before I continued to introduce her. You kid is good. Give me do play darkness." Chun Ran, Gigi has never been in love before. I won't lie to you about that. She even cried last night, except for being beaten by me when she was a child. She has never cried for another man in her life. If you are still like this, you are a wolf-hearted dog lung. Chun Ran looked up at the sky, and also said he talked to me the other day. We've only known each other a few days? We're crying because we failed to confess. We have such deep feelings? Chun Ran couldn't figure out where Zhang Fanji, a singer, had gotten so much theater. Anyway, I'll put my words here. If you don't give Gigi an explanation, then I won't have you as my nephew in the future. Director Zhang gasped. Chun Ran can't help it. From the perspective of being a father, it's perfectly fine for Uncle Zhang to be on Zhang Fanji's side. One can only utter, "Uncle Zhang, I can't say anything about this. I'll go back with you at night and talk to Sister Gigi. I'll see what you can say." Director Zhang lightly grunted. The next thing Chun Ran did was just bury his head and eat. Originally, the cold nose is too congested to eat, and now the heart is heavy, eating is even more flavorless. After eating some random food, I felt no appetite. Seeing him like this, Director Zhang couldn't help but say, "Don't work too hard. Rest early at night. Don't collapse your body." Chun Ran hummed, really not wanting to talk. After dinner, Chun Ran went back to continue working. Behind him, Director Zhang turned his back to Chun Ran. "Old Zhang, what's so joyous that you're so happy? Which one of your eyes sees me happy? I'm angry. I don't see you looking so festive. Being angry is still the same as smiling." Working with illness is indeed a bit of an ordeal. The tissues were halfway through the box, and the tip of his nose stung a little from the rubbing, and his nose was red. Poor Batch. Finally, it's time to get off work. He definitely can't work late at night in this shape and leave work early. Director Zhang was already waiting for him. "When you see Gigi later, you have to say it properly. If she cries, I won't spare you." Director Zhang warned first. Chun Ran answered in a muffled voice, "The Changs, just open the door." Aunt Yoon was standing at the door and said enthusiastically, "Chun Ran is here. Your uncle said you have a cold, why don't you be careful? I've boiled soup. I'll give you 2 bowls first to get rid of the cold." Chun Ran's heart warmed, only to feel that the stuffiness in his heart subsided quite a bit. Chapter 11 Act, Continue to Act. Gollum. A bowl of hot soup slid down his throat and into his stomach. Chun Ran felt his body hot and his dizzy head comfortable. He looked around and didn't see Zhang Fanji, and couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Yoon, where did Sister Gigi go? I have something to tell her. Anyway, let's get this out of the way first. It is just right to explain in front of everyone, lest Zhang Fanji make another demon." Yang Yoon said, "Gigi was not in a good mood all day. Just now the assistant came over and went out together to take a break." Yang Yoon hesitated for a moment and then said, "Chun Ran, according to reason, you young people's things we are not good to ask. But concerning Gigi, I can only have the cheek to ask you to Gigi in the end, what is your opinion? Any thoughts? On the surface, she is beautiful and cool. But in reality, she is dark and evil, with a violent temper." Chun Ran thought this in his heart, but what he said on his lips was, "Sister Gigi is very nice, both beautiful and generous." Yang Yoon added, "If you even think she's good, why did you deliberately reject her?" Chun Ran didn't know how Zhang Fanji had told her family. Even Aunt Yoon was convinced. It was simply horrible. "I didn't have any willful rejection either. That confession of hers, it's just fake." Chun Ran straightened up and said. Yang Yoon frowned. "It can't be fake. I know Gigi's character, although she hasn't been in love before. But she definitely won't fake on this kind of thing. And she also showed me your chatting records. Obviously you chatted well and expressed your love for her. But as a result, you refused after she confessed her love, and you haven't been replying to the messages." Chun Ran? When did he and Zhang Fanji have a good chat? Yang Yoon added, "If you like Gigi, your uncle and I will raise our hands in favor. It's not necessary at all. The last time I let you see Gigi, It was a deliberate attempt to set you up. If you like her, you make a statement. We will not follow up to Gigi introduction of people matchmaking. Tossing and tossing. But in the end it's still such a situation. How can you let your aunt say that you're good? But Chen Ran had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Director Zhang. Don't you, but since you want to talk to Gigi, do it properly, don't keep hanging around. You still think, I don't know, these days young people like to keep a spare tire. My Gigi is a star. So beautiful. You are hanging on so much, just want her to be a spare tire. Is not it? Feel your conscience. Does it hurt? Can you stand us? Chen Ran has a feeling of wanting to tear up. Uncle Zhang, where do you seem to be? Spare tire and so on. It's very strange to say out of your mouth, you know? He wouldn't be single now if he had that scummy attribute. Seeing Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun who were eyeing him intently, Chen Ran had a feeling of being unable to defend himself. He sort of understood that Zhang Fanji was not acting on impromptu intentions, but clearly had been plotting for a long time. What chat logs? No need to think, they must be forged. I gave him my word earlier that I didn't want to get married until I was 30, and I guess I wasn't thinking about it then. I'm afraid the math is when Uncle Zhang is going to find her another blind date. Are all the stars this scary? How many hooks have they gone through to lay out their plans so powerfully? Chen Ran really didn't figure it out. The couple was waiting for Chen Ran to say something when there was a key inserted inside the door, which opened with a rattling sound, and then a silhouette walked in. Zhang Fanji's black tweed coat today, with a tight knit shirt underneath, and the skin on her neck was blindingly white. Seeing that it was her, Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fanji back. As long as the confrontation will always reveal the cloven foot. Yang Yun said, Gigi, you're back. Chen Ran is also here, he came over to say something to you. Zhang Fanji also saw Chen Ran. She moved slightly. Her face didn't change much, but her earlobes reddened a bit with flesh. She took off her jacket slowly and methodically, then looked at Chen Ran. The corners of her mouth deflated as if she had been wronged by the heavens. And then in the sight of the three of them, she quickly stepped inside the house and closed the door with a thud. Chen Ran looked dumbfounded. I'm at your door and you're still acting? Just now, with that look in his eyes, Chen Ran felt as if he had become a negative person. Is this the woman who's a year older than me? It's horrible. Chen Ran took a breath and turned to look at Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun. At this moment, this husband and wife were both looking at him with somewhat odd eyes. No, it has to be clear. Chen Ran stood up and said, I'll go talk to Sister Gigi. Director Zhang said, Chen Ran. Don't let Uncle think less of you. Chen Ran came to Zhang Fanji's house and knocked on the door. Sister Gigi, is it convenient for me to come in? Not a word from inside. Chen Ran looked at it. Uncle Zhang Yun aunt is still staring at him. A clenched teeth directly opened the door to go in. Other than his sister's room, this was the first time Chen Ran had entered another girl's boudoir. The first look was neat. There were no dolls, rag dolls, or anything like that. Instead, there were guitars sitting around and a piano. As for whether the girl's room smelled good, Chen Ran couldn't smell it. His nose was still clogged right now. There was a single sofa next to the bed, and at this time Zhang Fanji, who was wearing a tight sweater, was sitting on it, her face expressionless, her dark and ghostly eyes just staring at Chen Ran, not saying a word. She had a good figure, and her black sweater showed exquisite curves, but Chen Ran didn't care to think about that, and helplessly said, Sister Gigi, what do you want to do? Zhang Fanji twisted her head away and didn't look at him. Chen Ran is convinced. Act, you keep acting. Addicted, huh? If you're like this, I won't be able to get along with Uncle Zhang in the future. I made it clear on the phone the other day that I didn't want to lie. Chen Ran continued. Zhang Fanji stared at him for a while, pursed her lips and said, I just want you to be my boyfriend. The voice was normal, but upon closer inspection, there was a flavor of condescension in it. Chen Ran sighed. Let's not play. Okay. You are at least a big star. This is not a decent practice at all. Zhang Fanji said, as long as you promise to be my boyfriend, it's decent. Crunch. The door suddenly slammed. Chen Ran turned his head over and saw two heads at the door. Director Zhang husband and wife were a little embarrassed, originally eavesdropping, who knew that Chen Ran did not close the door and accidentally pushed it. He coughed and tugged his wife away, slamming the door shut with a smooth thud on his way out. Chen Ran turned to look at Zhang Fanji and said, it's really meaningless for you to be like this. With this mind, go and really find a boyfriend, how nice. I'm not thinking about getting married until I'm 30. Then you can go find someone else to pretend to be. I work with Uncle Zhang all day long, so I might just reveal myself. No. They like you a lot and keep praising you at home. Speaking of this, Zhang Fanji quietly skimmed her lips. I don't agree anyway. Chen Ran looked at her. Whatever. Zhang Fanji locked eyes with him, very much in his element. Chen Ran was defeated. Are all you stars so thick-skinned? Zhang Fanji said, It's very rude of you to talk about a girl like that. I'm sorry for my parents' evaluation of you. Chen Ran, if I was being rude, I'd have slapped you by now. Okay? Chapter 12 Unable to Fight. Chen Ran took a deep breath and allowed himself to relax. Sister Ji, let me run through this with you. I'm just an ordinary person who works with Uncle Zhang all day long. The possibility of finding me as a fake boyfriend and revealing myself is much higher than others. You're a big star. Your suitors are like crucian carp in a river. Just pull any one of them is better than me. Zhang Fanji thought for a moment and said, The others don't have good intentions. Chen Ran laughed in exasperation. Can I interpret this as people being good at being ridden by horses? Zhang Fanji corrected. It is the horse that is good to be ridden. Chen Ran, he's got a cold, his head's not working, and it's normal for him to say the wrong thing. But that's not the point. You're correcting me, like you're a language teacher? Chen Ran asked, Are you just sure I'm not like them? Zhang Fanji looked him up and down. It's different, you're dumber than them. Chen Ran was choked. Where do you see that I'm dumber than them? If you don't like you, you're still stupid. Pursuing beautiful things is human nature, and those who don't have this nature are stupid. Zhang Fanji said calmly. You undermine me just to set yourself off? I'm being honest. Chen Ran couldn't think of anything to say. Chen Ran is not good at speech opposite the sharp teeth when it is not a level. You are close to my parents and don't want them to be unhappy. Then you should promise me. Zhang Fanji said. Chen Ran had a question mark on his face. My parents like you, they're happy as long as we're in a relationship. Chen Ran emphasized. But it's fake. Zhang Fanji paused and looked at Chen Ran. If you have the patience, you can wait for me until I'm 30, and we might be able to make it real. Chen Ran. Sister, you don't have a fever, do you? Question mark. I'm in my prime, I don't go to stage my youth like a song and play a virtual love run with you. Unless my head is broken, why would I do that? Zhang Fanji. And it's not like I'm interested in you. Big star, how troublesome. Chen Ran bristled. Zhang Fanji twisted her head, not wanting to look at Chen Ran at all. This was the first time she had been defeated since her conversation with Chen Ran. Solid blitz. I'll go out and talk to Uncle Zhang and the others. So take your time to explain yourself. Chen Ran happened to have the upper hand and immediately wanted to withdraw. You can't leave. Zhang Fanji turned her head. Chen Ran said, The leg is on me. Why can't I walk? Zhang Fanji bit her lower lip. Her eyes instantly moistened. Tears rippled inside, and she sniffled. If you go out, I'll cry. Chen Ran's feet lurched as he looked at her in disbelief. How can you threaten like that? Threatening someone by crying. Isn't that a child's thing to do? But now Chen Ran really did not move. If Zhang Fanji cried, outside the two mouths waiting, he could not argue. I suspect you're not a singer, you're an actor. And not a star by profession, a scoundrel. Chen Ran said with some indignation. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything, so she looked at him with tears in her eyes. The two of them confronted each other for a while, and Chen Ran unconsciously moved his eyes away first. What should we do? With a thick skin and a dark heart, Chen Ran was a bit overwhelmed. Chen Ran sighed. I feel really bad about this. Zhang Fanji didn't say anything. She naturally knew it was bad. But being rushed into a blind date was even worse. She was able to work during her middle school vacation to earn money to enroll in a music tutorial class. She was able to secretly change her volunteer after the college entrance exams. And she was able to hide from her family that she went to a talent show and signed with a company. I've done a lot of things against my parents' wishes in the past. But now I can't. Marriage is the bottom line, and if that's going to be violated, the relationship with your parents will be frosty. And with older parents, I really don't want them to worry about that. After a long time, Zhang Fanji whispered, It's just a fake. Just help me stabilize my parents. And as long as you find a girlfriend, it will be automatically lifted. Chen Ran said, What will I tell Uncle Zhang when the time comes? Zhang Fanji said, I'll come and say it when it's time to break up. It won't affect your relationship with my parents. Chen Ran skimmed Zhang Fanji and said, I, for one, am a bit of a chauvinist. Zhang Fanji looked at him, not understanding what it meant. Chen Ran said, I don't like it when my girlfriend has a scandal with someone else, even if it's fake. Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow and said, "You're agreeing to this?" She was a little unsure. "Didn't you try to fight back just now?" Chen Ran didn't answer, but just asked, "Just say yes or no. I can promise not to make a scandal and not to have contact with another man until I break up with you." Zhang Fanji nodded. "It's not an excuse not to get married before you're 30. The other men in the entertainment industry, she hadn't even thought about. Parents are one thing, the point is she doesn't have the heart for it." Chen Ran is just saying this, after all, Zhang Fanji is a star. If there are rumors coming out every now and then, even if he and Zhang Fanji are fake, it has to be difficult. No sane man can stand it. As for why you agree, hell knows what else this woman could do back there. I thought she was pretty high maintenance when we met. This is only the second time we've met. Chen Ran recognized another side of her, and had the feeling that her persona had collapsed. It's also good that it's fake. Who could eat such a woman as a wife for real? And who says this is who she really is? The last crash was still fresh in my mind. It was too decisive, too violent. Inside the living room, Yang Yun bumped her husband and asked in a low voice, "How do you think it's going in there?" Director Zhang said, "I'm just sitting here with you. How could I possibly know?" "Then what is Chen Ran's mind?" Director Zhang pondered. "I feel that this kid has some interest in Gigi, but hesitates her star status." Yang Yun didn't understand. Isn't it good to have a star as a wife? Look at Peng Hai, his son. His soul dropped when he saw Gigi. That's vulgar. Chen Ran is not vulgar. Director Zhang said, "Chen Ran is rather light-tempered and isn't too fond of the limelight. Gigi is a star, and with her, there will definitely be all sorts of pressure and stares. Moreover, being in a relationship with Gigi is destined to be together and away from each other. It's easy for emotional problems to arise. It's normal for Chen Ran to be hesitant." Yang Yun felt that her husband was right and sighed, "I do hope it will work out. Chen Ran is nice and treats us well, and he works at a TV station, so he has something in common with you." Director Zhang opened his mouth to speak when he saw the door to Zhang Fanji's room suddenly open. Chen Ran slowly walked out, and behind him was the bright-eyed Zhang Fanji. The couple knew their daughter well. When she was in a bad mood, her eyes were cold. Now they weren't, so she was in a good mood. Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji came to sit down in front of the husband and wife, and when he saw the expectant eyes of the two old men, he was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. For the first time in my life I was a liar, and I was a little unsure of how to speak. Zhang Fanji's face was expressionless, but her knees gently swayed and bumped Chen Ran. "Ahem. That, uncle, I've just discussed with Gigi's sister and intend to try it out by being around first." In one sentence, Chen Ran spoke rather laboriously. The couple's eyes brightened slightly. Is this a done deal? As for Chen Ran's behavior, the duo didn't find it wrong. Just talked to my own daughter and was a little uncomfortable. It's normal to be shy when you change your identity. Chapter 13. Acting like a professional. The Changs. It was clear to see that Director Zhang and his wife were happy. When you let go of your heart disease, you are naturally happy. Moreover, both of them were very satisfied with Chen Ran and couldn't wait to treat him as their sons. If you can't be a son, you can be a son-in-law. Chen Ran's heart was originally very guilty. Deceiving the second oldest always feel uncomfortable in the heart. A little loss. But it was slightly better to see the duo happy. At least it would make Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun happier and less worried. As for the future, we can only take one step at a time. Married couples get divorced when they don't get along, and they're just in love now, so it's normal to break up, right? During the meal, the couple pinched food into Chen Ran's bowl. "Chen Ran, you eat more. Your body is weak from the cold. Eat more to replenish your body." Yang Yun was smiling and full of joy. It is said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks at him, the better she looks at him, and she can't wait for Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji to hurry up and get married. On the side, Zhang Fanji's hand squeezing the chopsticks tightened. Usually when she went home, this was her treatment. Is this guy really that good? Zhang Fanji glanced at Chen Ran and thought that was all. Yang Yun caught her daughter's eyes, elbowed Zhang Fanji, and whispered, "Give Chen Ran the food." Zhang Fanji froze and didn't look back. "What are you waiting for? People still have a cold. You care more?" Yang Yun pushed her again. Zhang Fanji frowned and reluctantly gave an oh-so-reluctant cry, picking and pinching a piece of bok choy to Chen Ran. Yang Yun dissatisfied look at his daughter. Think this girl singing stupid. Never been in love. How even people will not care. Chen Ran to think nothing of it, just Zhang Fanji's temperament. It's already not easy to be able to give him food. Slightly smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Gigi. On the side of the director Zhang heard, dissatisfied. Also called what Gigi sister, how difficult to hear since all the prescription directly called Gigi anyway, just 1 year older, called sister how old-fashioned. Chen Ran took a look at Zhang Fanji. In terms of this person's tactics, he was a younger brother compared to him, and it was right to call him a sister. Of course, it is only normal for couples to be called intimate, and Chen Ran did not object, so he followed and called Gigi. Zhang Fanji felt a bit awkward, but looking at her parents, she ended up not saying anything and just chewed her rice in silence. This meal Chen Ran ate a little uncomfortable. Uncle Zhang Yun aunt to him a little more enthusiastic, completely treat him as a son-in-law. If he and Zhang Fanji were real, it would really be a happy family affair. But they're fake. After dinner, Chen Ran was also going back. Today, Director Zhang's husband and wife did not keep him overnight, but had Zhang Fanji send him home. In their opinion, Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji had just gotten together and needed some personal space. So it was just as well that Zhang Fanji sent Chen Ran back to be alone. Zhang Fanji didn't have a problem with it, put on her jacket and mask, and walked in front of Chen Ran. Seeing her in this dress, Chen Ran skimmed his mouth. Being a star is trouble. Going out of a door is still afraid of being recognized. Downstairs is Zhang Fanji's car. Not the one he crashed a few days ago, a different one. Chen Ran can only sigh that money is arbitrary. The car can just crash. Sitting in the car, the first thing Chen Ran did was to fasten his seatbelt. In itself, Chen Ran had some shadow over the car, and after seeing Zhang Fanji's atrocities that day, it was a bit more serious. I didn't feel it before I got in the car, but when I sat up, I felt unsettled. Why don't I go back by myself and not trouble you? Chen Ran asked tentatively. Zhang Fanji looked at his somewhat fearful expression and couldn't help but frown, coldly saying, I'm not happy to send you either. That's just as well I can just go back by myself. Chen Ran was happy and was going to open the door to get out of the car. Snap. The car door was locked. Chen Ran turned around and asked, What do you mean? Acting should also be professional. Zhang Fanji said indifferently. Then without giving Chen Ran a chance to speak, he started the sedan and drove straight out from inside the parking space. Slow down, slow down. Chen Ran panicked a little and reached out to grab the seat. Zhang Fanji ignored him and drove out of the neighborhood. Fortunately, Zhang Fanji's temper is violent, but his driving is not too outrageous, and his speed is average and steady. In the car, Chen Ran didn't talk to Zhang Fanji, and she kept driving quietly. It had to be said that she was quite pretty in her high spirits, the light reflecting off the contours of her face, her delicate side face looking a little dreamy. Inside the radio station, the song that was played was Chong Fancher's hit song, So. She has a great singing voice, with a wide range, and sings high and low notes with their own flavor. So is a love song. The abundance of emotion within her voice was completely different from what she was showing now. Chen Ran looked at her. Such an emotional song could come out of her mouth? Zhang Fanji didn't seem to realize that her song was playing inside the radio station, and glanced at Chen Ran as if nothing had happened, her earlobes slightly reddening. Next up for you is, from singer Lin Han-yun's new song, Between Us. The song was released yesterday and it's about lovers loving and not loving each other. Chen Ran was listening with great interest when suddenly Zhang Fanji reached out and turned off the radio. Turned off for what? Chen Ran wondered. Zhang Fanji said faintly, The song isn't good. It's a bit noisy. Noisy? Chen Ran blinked his eyes for a moment, suddenly coming back to his senses. This song just now, the singer is Lin Han-yun. This Lin Han-yun, wasn't she the one he saw inside the news, competing with Zhang Fanji for resources? No wonder the song was immediately pinched without even hearing it. Chen Ran also didn't bother to touch the mold and pursue the gossip. There was silence all the way, and finally they arrived at the place where Chen Ran lived. I won't ask you to go up and rest, so be careful on your way. Chen Ran got out of the car and spoke to Zhang Fanji. Zhang Fanji watched Chen Ran leave. Her brows slightly knitted, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Only when Chen Ran's back was out of sight did he drive away. Returning to the rental house, Chen Ran boiled hot water and ate the medicine, then lay down on the bed. Tossing and turning, I couldn't sleep. It was mainly because today's incident had made his heart a little complicated. Fake boyfriends, just like in the TV show. The object was a big star. Chen Ran didn't feel joyful, instead he felt it was a trouble. If one day Uncle Chong accidentally finds out, how can I explain? Uncle Zhang was, after all, the first person he'd met when he crossed over. And if he didn't have no choice, he didn't want to ruin his current relationship. And Zhang Fanji, this person, Chen Ran has no good or bad feelings towards her, although pretending to be in love to deceive Uncle Zhang, but did not want to have any story with her. She's a singer, she's resting at home right now, and when she leaves Zhaonan in a few days, she'll probably see very little of her. Ding dong. Chen Ran's cell phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a friend request. One branch. Blackballed me and now you're re-adding me? Chen Ran had wanted to reject it outright, but after thinking about it, he agreed. Ding dong. Ichabod. Thank you. Chen Ran glanced at it and threw the phone away without replying to the message. Don't think about it, the boat will go straight. What flourishing branches and leaves? Go away. Chapter 14. You come out. The truth is that cold and flu remedies don't work all the time. The next day, Chen Ran still had a headache, slightly better than yesterday, but limited. When Director Zhang saw him today, his attitude was worlds apart from yesterday. Why isn't your cold over yet? Why don't I ask your Aunt Yun to make soup for you again later? Director Zhang was very caring towards Chen Ran. Chen Ran busily said, Don't bother Aunt Yun. Colds are normal. It will be fine in a couple of days. Director Zhang laughed. What's the point of being polite? We're all family now. Chen Ran laughed dryly, not to mention that this is a fake, even if it is true, but also not to just got married on it. He said, Aunt Yun has to work too, and there's not enough time. Director Zhang nodded. All right then, don't go out with your colleagues at noon. I'll take you to a medicinal food restaurant at that time. It tastes great and can also replenish your body. When he parted ways with Director Zhang, Chen Ran exhaled. Director Zhang looked at him directly as his son-in-law, which put him under pressure. I'm afraid that the more Uncle Zhang expects, the greater the disappointment. Chen Ran muttered in his heart. Now he was overjoyed, and if he knew that he and Zhang Fanji were false, the fall got on the thief's boat. Chen Ran sighed. There's no way around it, so I'll just have to go with what Zhang Fanji said, and act professionally if you're going to act. Have fun if you can. Columnists meet. Since it's all a news program, all the ones prepared some time ago are available and progress is very fast. Now everyone thinks about news gathering. A large part of the program is given to livelihood news, but where does the news come from? There is not so much livelihood news, this is a problem. Lu Bing posed the question. There were many sources of news, but those news did not fit Chen Ran's planning. Chen Ran wrote the main theme of livelihood news close to life into the people. There is a difference between the two, and news is time-sensitive, and using it for too long doesn't work. Put out a newswire and advertise more. A suggestion was made. The others said, it can only be. But we've put out news hotlines before, and there aren't many people who call them, and they can't hold up the content needed for a program. Lu Bing shook his head slightly. When you put it that way, it's difficult for everyone. After all, if you go to the police for mediation in big and small matters, you'll be done afterward, and there's no need for them to broadcast a segment on the news, right? Chen Ran was also pondering this question. Where do they get material for the news lines people don't call? Chen Ran thought about it and said, people are not motivated to call the news hotline, so let's find a way to mobilize them. When Chen Ran spoke, everyone looked over. Lu Bing asked, how so? Chen Ran said, the people don't call the news hotline, probably because being on the news is not a decent thing to do. Let's change the way we publicize. Replace the news hotline with a livelihood hotline, and focus on publicizing helping the people to solve their difficulties and mediate disputes. But this is not much difference. Lu Bing frowned, previously did not think to fight, you change a propaganda word, people will not fight. The difference is there, it's just that it may not be very obvious in the early stages. Chen Ran's nose itched and rubbed his nose before continuing. Actually, if you want to mobilize people's motivation, the best way is to give everyone a motivation. Power. Everyone glanced at you and me. Our livelihood hotline, you can set up a call reward found around the news or difficulties the reporter went to interview to solve, and the news by adopting on TV provide news clues to the people, you can get 500 to 2,000 ranging from the cash reward. Chen Ran spoke his mind. The columnists froze, they hadn't really thought of it that way. Mainly, that's a little too realistic, isn't it? But not to mention the idea it's really possible to realize. Money always mobilizes people. Calling the hotline can solve the trouble and possibly get a cash reward, which can indeed be a motivation to call the livelihood hotline. Just now, Director Lu said that changing the publicity words made no difference. Wait until here it does. The bonus is set to motivate people and to make them remember the livelihood hotline. If our program is aired and combined with monetary rewards, It will deepen the impression that people call the livelihood hotline when they encounter difficulties. Chen Ran spoke eloquently. The crowd was thoughtful. On second thought, a news hotline indeed is not as direct as a livelihood hotline. Plus a monetary reward seems like it could be. Lu Bing was the first to nod. That's a good idea. Chen Ran also said, program publicity, we do not adhere to the TV channel, the early stage of more investment in some of the radio repeat ads, street lamp poles on both sides, as well as both sides of the road, all the people's livelihood hotline posted up. Anyway, it is to force the idea of having difficulties and calling the livelihood hotline into the past. He said it simply and roughly, and everyone, being old program people, understood what he meant at once. Does everyone have any other ideas? Lu Bing asked. Everyone shook their heads. Chen Ran's idea is a good one. The livelihood hotline is a good one. Everyone's in favor of it, so that makes things easy. Now the program is going to be pre-publicized, and it will take quite a bit of time for the livelihood hotline to hit the ground running, and for the reporters to pick up the news when the time comes. This program is not an entertainment program. It doesn't need any stage or special recording. All it needs is news. After this is resolved, there are other things to discuss, such as hot news reviews, topics for discussion and interaction, etc. Chen Ran was busy until noon. His headache was a bit unbearable, and he took 2 painkillers to feel better. During dinner, Director Zhang took Chen Ran to a medicinal cuisine restaurant. He wasn't really wrong, the restaurant tasted great. Having fun eating with Director Zhang, the stuff was all piping hot, and the food made Chen Ran's body sweat. By the time I left, I felt a lot more relaxed, and at least my nose was clear. Your body really can't, when you are busy with this head, go to more fitness, don't be young and your body collapsed. Director Zhang said in a serious tone. Chen Ran nodded. He didn't need Uncle Zhang to tell him about this matter. His current body was much worse than in his previous life, basically a geek's physique, and he could easily get sick. Having been in the hospital just after crossing over, and having been too busy to work out since being discharged, is something I need to make time to practice. Afternoon. I don't know if it was because the medicinal food director Zhang took him to eat was effective or if the painkillers took effect, but anyway, Chen Ran felt that his head didn't hurt as much. Needless to say, I'm working late again tonight. Chen Ran's phone suddenly rang. He stopped what he was doing, glanced at his cell phone, and froze. Sniffling, he picked up his cell phone and said, "Hey, what can I do for you?" "You come out." The voice was clear and cold. "Huh." Chen Ran froze. He took his cell phone and stood at the window to look down, where stood a tall silhouette with waist-length hair and a mask on her face. If it's not Zhang Fanji, then who is it? Chapter 15. It's a waste to be a singer. How could Chen Ran not expect that Zhang Fanji would run to the TV station to find him? He clicked his cell phone off, slipped it into his pocket, and rushed down in the elevator. Zhang Fanji stood there, standing tall. Zhang Fanji mask covered her face tightly, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. "What brings you here?" Chen Ran asked. "It's a crowded TV station. Isn't she making herself uncomfortable?" If they were recognized, gossip and scandal would surely spread. Zhang Fanji said, "I don't want to come either." Chen Ran is confused. "You don't want to come here?" Zhang Fanji added, "My mom heard that you still have a cold and made soup for me to send over." Saying this, she stretched out her hand. Only then did Chen Ran realize that there was a bag she was carrying in her hand, which contained an insulated lunch box, and his heart was suddenly warmed. In the morning, Uncle Zhang said that he would let Aunt Yun make soup for him, and he refused on the grounds that Aunt Yun didn't have time to go to work. But he didn't expect that Aunt Yun would still make the soup after work and have Zhang Fanji send it over. "Take it." Zhang Fanji handed it over. Chen Ran took the bag and said, "Aunt Yun has a heart. Thank her for me." Under the mask, Zhang Fanji quietly skimmed her lips. "Thank you for sending the soup over. Go back by yourself and be careful. I'm going to work overtime." Chen Ran finished speaking, nodded with Zhang Fanji and turned around to leave. He's not done with his work, he has to continue. "You're just going to leave?" Zhang Fanji suddenly asked. Chen Ran stopped and looked at Zhang Fanji. "Could it be that you want to go in and sit down? It's overtime now. The TV station can't let anyone in." Zhang Fanji choked. Who wants to go inside the TV station? It just felt like, even though it was a fake relationship, Chen Ran was too unattached. "I'm going up if you're okay." Chen Ran didn't linger this time. Zhang Fanji watched Chen Ran directly turn around and enter the elevator. I don't know what happened. Her heart was a little uncomfortable. She returned to the car, but did not immediately drive away, but fumed for a while. Her cell phone rang. She frowned at the sight of the caller and hesitated to connect. I heard Xiao Qin say that your parents arranged a blind date for you? Over there was the voice of a more serious middle-aged woman. You're pretty quick with news, Zhang Fanji said. Xiyun, it's not that I'm talking about you. Now that you're at the beginning stage of your career, you should put your career first. The current situation, your parents don't understand. Don't you understand? Losing for a moment isn't scary. You're really screwed if you don't have the heart to surrender and admit defeat like this, the woman said in a serious tone. You started high, not many people have a starting point like you. The more this happens, the more you have to cherish it. You take care of things on the home side. Don't let any topic of Zhang Xiyun's blind date appear on the news. I don't want to see it. As for Lin Hanyun, this time she stole your song, but it wasn't well received. It looks like she took advantage, but actually helped us block a loss. Lin Hanyun's new song was released the day before yesterday, and now 2 days later, on the Huaxia music charts, sales are only ranked in the 9th place of the new song. And this is still the company gave enough resources to push the effect. It does seem a bit poor for the former Fanstar one to have this kind of success with a new single. Tao Lin, as Zhang Fanji's manager, was naturally delighted and happy about this. The call was to give her the good news, in addition to asking about the blind date. However, Zhang Fanji couldn't be happy. Whether the song was good or not, it was supposed to be her song. Even if Lin Hanyun's grades were worse after she grabbed it, it was still taken from her. Zhang Fanji disliked this feeling, and apart from her sister, she was not in the habit of letting others steal her things. She blandly said, "Anything else? No, I'm driving." Tao Lin said, "Come back early when you've rested enough. I've pushed a few activities for you on my side, but I can't push a singing variety show. I think it's quite interesting and I plan to let you take part in it." Say it again. Zhang Fanji finished, not waiting for Tao Lin to say anything, and directly hung up the phone. It was said that she was taking a half-month break, but now several days had passed, and instead of resting, she was a little exhausted because of her parents' arrangement of a blind date. She looked at the TV station, illuminated by the colored lights, and there were stars shining in her eyes, bright and dark. Zhang Fanji withdrew her gaze and started the car to leave. Upstairs, Chen Ran drank 2 mouthfuls of chicken soup, which tasted very fresh. Aunt Yun's cooking definitely deserves the praise. I was a little tired earlier, but now I'm sort of refreshed. Whether it was Uncle Zhang or Aunt Yun, because of his romance with Zhang Fanji, they were treating him better and better. The more he did, the worse he felt. There's a lot of suffering. When he thought that this soup was sent over by Zhang Fanji, he felt a bit awkward in his heart. Not to mention, it's kind of heartwarming when a real girlfriend is working late and comes over to care. Of course, the likes of Zhang Fanji should be left alone. This represents trouble as well as not being able to mess with. Thinking of Zhang Fanji, Chen Ran unconsciously stood up and looked down to see a car leaving. It's Zhang Fanji's car. After such a long interval? Chen Ran pondered. She is afraid to create a couple in love, usually cannot be separated from the scene, which stopped for a while before leaving, right? Is that so detail-oriented? Seriously, Zhang Fanji's acting skills are really wasted when she goes to sing. A few days passed in non-stop overtime. The publicity strategy for Call of Cthulhu Focus came out according to Chen Ran's plan. The TV station was still very efficient and quickly laid down all the ads. First, it was teased inside the TV. Public channel news program newly upgraded and revamped, focusing on the difficulties, disputes, and injustices around the people. Not only is it being advertised on the public channel itself, but other local channels have also started repeating it. Next is radio. Radio nowadays is not the old days of listening with a radio. In the square, under the streetlights, in the cabs, these are the places where the radio station's presence is strongest right now. A few-sentence commercial played constantly inside the radio station, with the dialect the anchor used to advertise once before the program and once after. There are difficulties and disputes. Quickly call the livelihood hotline to solve your problems. Breaking news around you. There are cash rewards from $500 to $2,000 waiting for you. On top of that, many places with billboards carried advertisements. The guardrails along the river on both sides of the streetlights have some posted on them. Advertising in this way is practically mandatory for you to listen and watch. Even if I didn't deliberately memorize it, I have some impression of the livelihood hotline and the calling focus. Advertisements can't be less effective when they're run like this. It's amazing how much news material has been collected in just a few days, and the quality is still high. If it wasn't for Director Liu giving me the word, I wouldn't have known that you came up with this publicity strategy. Director Zhang complimented. Very well done. I didn't realize you had such an idea. Chapter 16: Confidence and Modesty. The program began to publicize. Director Zhang naturally know, after all, publicity needs funds. Let him here to send up for approval. After seeing the publicity strategy on the report, at that time, Director Zhang even complimented that there was a novelty, and that the feasibility was very high though the sword had gone out of its way. The publicity has been laid out over the past few days with surprisingly good results. Director Zhang naturally wanted to praise Director Liu. Then the other side said, he realized that the publicity strategy was given by Chen Ran here. This is the result obtained after everyone's discussion. I wouldn't dare to take credit for it. Chen Ran laughed. Director Zhang looked at Chen Ran, and if he didn't know, he would have thought that he was putting on an act and pretending to be modest when he said that. He had been with Chen Ran for some time and knew that this was Chen Ran's temperament. This is also a reason why Director Zhang prefers Chen Ran, doing things more calmly than his peers. He patted Chen Ran and said, "Don't be modest with uncle here. You're not an outsider." Chen Ran smiled awkwardly. Could he say that he was indeed not modest? These ideas were proposed by him, but the source was the earth in his previous life. The difference between the two worlds gave him many advantages, but this was standing on the shoulders of giants, so it was only abnormal to be proud of it, right? Director Zhang added, "The program is almost ready, so I don't know what will happen when it goes on air." You could hear that he was a little worried. The higher-ups are more focused on the news program, or they wouldn't have taken it here in the first place, along with the fanfare of redoing it. Other than that, the funding is given in full. Reasonable funding requests above are completely relaxed as long as they are needed for the program. Director Zhang is an old man in the TV station, a lot of wind and rain over, generally more calm. But you can't help but feel a little nervous and apprehensive about facing this program. These 2 days the program team just did a survey. The results of the survey are okay. Basically more than 90% of the people saw the news, also said that they are looking forward to it. If not unexpected, the program should be okay anyway. It will not be worse than News Express is. Chen Ran comforted a sentence. Director Zhang shook his head. We're redoing it with such fanfare. The station has given us enough conditions. If it's really worse than News Express, then what's the point of mixing? This program is your idea. I am very optimistic about it. It is definitely much better than News Express. I'm just wondering if the ratings can get to about 5%. 5%. Chen Ran scratched his head. Uncle Chang's talking favorably about giving a 5% expectation? You know, that news program before the redo was up to 3%. That's a pretty low expectation on your part. Chen Ran said, Uncle, it's not that I'm inflated. I just think that 5% of this program is definitely fine, and it can even be higher. Director Zhang heard him and looked at him and asked, Tell me, how much do you predict you'll get? 6%. I'm bolder. How much? 10%. Chen Ran said the figure very heavily, with a bit of a decisive flavor. 10%? You really dare to think? Director Zhang was instantly happy. I just said you were modest? 10%? That's still not inflated? It's really not inflated. It feels like it's just about this ratings. Chen Ran was somewhat confident. Director Zhang shook his head. At first he thought that Chen Ran was intentionally teasing him for fun, but now looking at him, he seemed to be serious. So confident, but there aren't many shows with 10% local ratings, and they're all short-lived and sliding downhill from there. Their station has even less than one right now, and the best one in the ratings is about 7%. A news program on Call of Duty South Focus is also too unlikely. Although he recognized Chen Ran's ability, Chen Ran was still too young and had followed too few shows. Since the turnaround, it was the last great beauty Calling South and then moved to the current Calling South Focus. Young people love to fantasize, and it is normal for them to have such unrealistic fantasies when they have not endured the harsh beatings of reality. Director Zhang was even thinking of throwing Chen Ran in again after the opening of Xiaonan Focus stabilized and preparations for the new show began. Young people, it doesn't matter if they are tired, the main point is to gain more experience. Chen Ran does not know what thoughts turn inside the mind of Uncle Zhang, but did not continue to say the previous generation of this type of local livelihood news programs, ratings have a lot of quite good, the highest, there are more than 20% ratings of the program. Even local ratings can outperform Newswire. The world is not the same, the quality of news is different. Chen Ran dare not think too much, but combined with the survey, as well as this period of time to advertise out to get the reaction, 10% should not be excessive. There's no use talking too much about it now, and we'll have to find out exactly what's going on with the show after it airs. Off duty. Chen Ran packed up and prepared to leave. The preparation is done almost, the program team still has people working overtime, but the work has little to do with Chen Ran, so it's rare to get off the early shift. Not just today, but this weekend he gets a break. I had just exited the station and was about to leave when my cell phone rang. Chen Ran took it out and the corner of his mouth twitched. It shows Branch calling. Originally, he saved Zhang Fanji, but when she saw it, she changed it. Said to be more serious, otherwise save your girlfriend's number, which is not even a name. In the past few days, Chun Ran and Zhang Fanji didn't chat much, but when he worked overtime, Aunt Yoon would make soup and have Zhang Fanji send it over. Meet every day. Thought I'd take the early shift today and figured I wouldn't need her. I didn't expect the call to come just after I left the house. Look in the back. Zhang Fanji's voice was still the same formula, so cold that people had no desire to speak. Chun Ran turned his head and saw a familiar car parked there. He hung up the phone, walked over and opened the car door saying, "I'm not working late today." Zhang Fanji, still wearing her mask, hummed. "I know, my dad told me." Chun Ran said, "Then you still came over?" Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. "I don't want to come either. My dad ordered 2 movie tickets." Chun Ran held his forehead and was unable to find words to say. Uncle Chong is too uptight. He's just not that uptight about doing the show. The first 2 days have been letting Chun Ran go to the house more often to play. He has been working overtime, and he spends too little time with Zhang Fanji, for fear of conflict. Chun Ran perfunctorily passed, saying that he saw them every day and there would be no conflict. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be working late today, and that he'd just arrange all the movie tickets for him? Really want to go to the movies? Chun Ran asked tentatively. Seriously, he wanted to go back to lying down. He really didn't want to move. Zhang Fanji looked at him with her beautiful eyes and calmly said, "What do you think?" Chun Ran knew that she was afraid of wearing out, so she could only sigh and asked, "What movie?" 30 Days of Chasing Love? Question mark. Chun Ran said with odd eyes. "If I remember correctly, this movie, it seems to be a big mess." Zhang Fanji tilted her head sideways, her hair sliding down her shoulders, and asked with a wink, "So, by the looks of her, it's a must-see?" Chun Ran waved his hand powerlessly. "Just watch it. It's just a bad movie. Has he watched less in his previous life? It's just a shame about the hour-and-a-half break." Chapter 17, Bizarre Movie Plot. Chen Ran was so busy these days that he didn't have much time to pay attention to the movie. I know this 30 Days of Chasing Love is a bad movie because the cell phone news pushes it. It says clearly that the movie has a low rating, whether it's a 6 or a 7 coming in. An 8 is barely passable. Anything below that is, without a doubt, a bad movie. The movie is still playing early, 8 to 9:30 p.m. As for this time of year, it's natural to go to dinner. Inside the restaurant, Chun Ran was lost in thought how this felt similar to a date. Although he and Zhang Fanji were lovers, it was only in name. That's not a good feeling to have. Glancing up, he glanced at Zhang Fanji and found her pinching her cell phone and pressing it absently. Doesn't she feel awkward? Chun Ran muttered in his heart and turned his attention away. In fact, Zhang Fanji also felt uncomfortable. Despite being a star, she is a blank slate when it comes to relationships, and is such that she has basically never had dinner alone with another man. Coupled with the fact that Chun Ran was now her nominal boyfriend, this felt even stranger. Of course, she didn't resent Chun Ran, and likewise didn't have any special feelings is all. Ding dong. A message came in on WeChat. It's from Agent Tao Lin. Shiyun. The boss has overstepped the mark, and you've rested for so long, it's almost enough. Zhang Fanji frowned. She was now considered to be well known, with all kinds of commercials going on. This was the time for the company to make a fortune, so how could they let her rest in peace? When I first said that I would rest for half a month, there are still a few days left. Zhang Fanji returned. No matter how many more days you have, the day after tomorrow at the most, you have to go back to the company. Tao Lin was stronger this time. What's going on? Why is Tao Lin suddenly in a hurry? A party at Manhwa is inviting you. I agreed to all of it, but Lin Han Yun is still bouncing around. If you don't come back, you might really be snatched by her. Zhang Fanji frowned. Even if she grabbed the song, she even blatantly came to grab the commercial performance? I can't right now, I'll call you later. After saying that, Zhang Fanji put the phone away. Chun Ran was keenly aware that Zhang Fanji's mood seemed to have gotten a little worse. He thought for a moment and felt concerned. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Fanji didn't seem to want to speak, but after uttering the 2 words, for some reason, she explained another sentence. Something at work. Hearing that it was a work-related matter, Chun Ran could only express his love for it. He's just an ordinary TV writer-director. He's no help at all. Originally, Zhang Fanji had few words, and as a result, She was even more reluctant to talk when she was in a bad mood. 7:30. The movie is about to enter. Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji went in together. The people who come to see this movie are all couples. It's like glue on people. Men and women can't wait to get right up against each other. Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji were different and far away. Movie seats are connected. No matter how separate they are, you have to sit together. Chen Ran could smell the faint fragrance of her body and couldn't help but inhale. The movie begins to play. Chen Ran wasn't interested in this movie, but they were all sitting inside the movie theater, so he took a look at it in passing. The story starts off with a single story about an ordinary worker who meets a big star on a breakaway. The hero, who is never interested in stars, falls head over heels for the heroine and goes on the offensive against her. The heroine is not interested in the hero, but is willing to give him a chance by giving him 30 days to chase after her and agree to be with him if it moves her. The movie, which revolves around this 30-day engagement, Chen Ran blinked his eyes. This plot unfolded. Could it be a comedy movie? But that being said, isn't there one sitting next to him in the setting where the heroine is a big star? Chen Ran turned his head over. The movie theater was dark, but through the light of the movie, he was able to see a pair of clear eyes, also looking at him. Air. Chen Ran paused, his face a little awkward, and slowly turned around, having the feeling of being caught peeping at someone. Zhang Fanji was actually a bit uncomfortable, again because of the plot thinking of Chen Ran, so he turned his head to look, not expecting to bump into each other. The two continued to watch the movie. By the time he got to the middle, Chen Ran realized that he really didn't see through the movie. The first part of the book is moderate, although the plot is a bit corny and outlandish, so at least the story is more complete. But what the hell now? Out of nowhere, a sister of the heroine, a female lickspittle, starts courting the hero. The hero is in love with the heroine and is unmoved. But 30 days pass, and the heroine rejects the hero on the spot, saying she's just bored with life and looking for someone to amuse her. The hero is heartbroken and is taken advantage of by the heroine's sister. But here comes the magic. The heroine, who was so pleased with herself when she rejected the hero, is empty and lonely as she doesn't have a hero to lick her in the days to come. So she suddenly looks into her heart and realizes that she actually loves the hero. So the second half of the episode became a sisters' fight for their husbands. This episode of Chen Ran felt heavenly thunder rolling. He finally understood what made the movie score so low. If he was given the fight, it would have been 2 runs at the most, no more. A lot of the audience next to me left the stage halfway through, completely underwhelmed. Chen Ran wanted to leave, but Zhang Fanji actually watched with great interest. It doesn't look like it's pretending, it looks like it's seriously watching. Can you even watch this movie? Is it vicarious because it's the same star as the heroine? Chen Ran was about to open his mouth and say leave, but seeing that she was interested, he held back. All sorts of doggerel drama ensues. The car accident stunt came out when the female lead left the concert and was chased by a crazy fan in a car showing her love, then got into a car accident and was hospitalized. When the hero heard about it, he rushed over to see her. The heroine thought the hero had come around and was happy, but what she heard was the hero talking about his marriage to the heroine's sister. The movie ends with the heroine sitting in her hospital bed bawling with regret. There is also a reading. Don't wait until you miss it to regret it. I would like to dedicate this movie to all the couples and hope that you cherish the person in front of you. The corner of Chen Ran's mouth twitched. So that's what this movie has been doing for half a day, just for a line like that? So what's with the 30 days of love? By now, he was certain that director Zhang had not read the online reviews at all and had just booked the tickets. Probably saw 30 days of chasing love and assumed it was a relationship drama. Who knew that the movie would be so strange? It's also a miracle that this movie, even though it's still in theaters, after leaving the movie theater, Chen Ran let out a sigh of relief. What company would want to release a movie like that? Zhang Fanji said from the sidelines, I think it's okay. Chen Ran turned his head and asked, Are you serious? Zhang Fanji nodded. Well, the female lead was not a good person to begin with, and I knew she would end up like this later on. Chen Ran understood what she meant. That is, the ending and the story development, in line with her expectations, so look so enjoyable. But the story of this movie is a little too bizarre. There are too many hard feelings. Chen Ran bristled. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chen Ran and said indifferently, Reality is even more bizarre than this. Chen Ran laughed. In reality, I haven't heard of any ordinary person going after a big star as a wife, much less any scene of a big star and her sister stealing her boyfriend. It only means you've seen less. After Zhang Fanji finished speaking, she also ignored Chen Ran, opened the car door and walked up. Chen Ran mouth corner. I see less. I've lived 2 lifetimes and I don't know more than you with your long hair. Chapter 18. The program is going on air. In the car, Zhang Fanji concentrated on driving. Chen Ran searched the internet, and the movie's box office was surprisingly not bad. Despite the poor ratings and the fact that audiences come out cursing it, it's grossing around $10 million a day. This makes Chen Ran slightly surprised, knowing that it is a bad movie still go to contribute to the box office. So strange. After looking at it more closely, I realized what was going on. The movie sucked, but the marketing was good. Pain point marketing. The plot aside, intercept the last conversation between the hero and heroine in the hospital, add the recitation behind it with a stirring piece of music and copy, and go sell it in a short video. The target is the young couple and the female one at that. Knew it was a bad movie, but girlfriend said she wanted to go see it. Do you give her the koan that it's a bad movie and say how bad it is? Or do you just agree to go see it with her? Choose the former and you'll most likely have a fight. Choose the latter and your girlfriend is happy and you've wasted an hour and a half at best. Generally speaking, there is no choice. That's why bad movies get bad word of mouth, but look good at the box office is what it's all about. In response, Chen Ran could only say that this marketing was quite impressive. Red light. Zhang Fanji glanced at Chen Ran and found that he had been playing with his cell phone. Her willow brows slightly knitted, and she stepped on the brakes slightly heavier. Chen Ran was startled and looked up, about to open his mouth to ask, when he heard Zhang Fanji say, "I'll probably be going back to work the day after tomorrow." Work? Chen Ran was slightly stunned. It was only then that he realized something. Zhang Fanji, a star, didn't go to pick up advertisements and run commercials, so how did she stay at home for such a long time? Zhang Fanji nodded her head and said, "It will probably be rare to return to Lin City." Hearing this, Chen Ran's eyes brightened for a moment. Is it true that if you go out, Uncle Zhang and the others won't rush you? If that's the case, wouldn't we not have to have some kind of fake couple? Ha! Zhang Fanji gave a stiff laugh. Anyway, when you're off work and with my dad, you tweet me and I'll dial you when I can. Chen Ran expression stalled. This laughter is a bit harsh. How people are not together but also acted. He knew it wasn't that simple and sighed. Fine. Go ahead and relax. Zhang Fanji heard this, more and more feel wrong. A pair of eyes staring at Chen Ran. What do you mean you feel free to go? This is scolding? Chen Ran also felt that something was wrong and explained. What I mean is that you don't worry about going to work. I'll try not to wear out my welcome. Zhang Fanji skimmed her lips and ignored Chen Ran. She went all the way to send Chen Ran home first and waited until she was about to drive before saying, I owe you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties you look for me, I will try my best to help you. Chen Ran nodded perfunctorily, but in his heart, he thought that there was nothing he needed from her. Zhang Fanji looked at his expression of not caring, and somehow got a little angry in her heart and pressed the horn hard. Suddenly such a sound in the middle of the night startled Chen Ran. What are you doing? Zhang Fanji looked at this somewhat panicked look on his face. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook up. The sulkiness in her heart subsided a bit, and she calmly said, It's nothing. There were rats in front just now. Rats? Chen Ran heard this unreliable answer and seriously doubted that she had done it on purpose just now. He didn't bother with Zhang Fanji, and waved his hand in a depressed manner. You hurry up and leave. Be careful on the road. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips. Chen Ran's impatient look made her unable to resist honking the horn again before leaving. Sick, right? Chen Ran turned around and cursed, but he only saw Zhang Fanji's taillights. He opened his mouth and wrinkled his brow without saying anything. Back home, Chen Ran lay on the bed, always feeling a little off flavor, thoughts a little chaotic. When Chen Ran went to work the next day, he suddenly received a WeChat from Zhang Fanji. I'm at the airport, leaving today. Chen Ran froze and asked, Isn't it for tomorrow? It didn't take long for the other side to come back. Work was a bit of a rush. Chen Ran pressed a line. About when will you be back? But after thinking about it and deleting it, I just replied back, Oh, good luck with your work and have a good trip. No word back from there. Chen Ran put his cell phone down, feeling in a general mood today. During lunch, Director Zhang said, Ji is a star. Busy is a little busy. When you guys get married, it'll be fine. Then she'll definitely take care of her family, so don't mope around. Chen Ran's face is just a question mark. Where am I moping? And marriage and all that, it's just a fake relationship now, and you don't even know when you're gonna suddenly break up. These Chen Ran only thought about in his mind, and only smiled awkwardly at Director Zhang. Director Zhang added, Gigi isn't at home. Your Aunt Yun must be in a bad mood. Later after work you'll go back to dinner with me. She'll be happier to see you. Okay, uncle. Chen Ran nodded. When Zhang Fanji was around, he felt a bit awkward going to the Zhang family. Now that she went to her busy work instead, she was much more relaxed and could go when she wanted to with little mental baggage. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Originally Chen Ran plans to go home this weekend, but the money on the body does not have much left, can only dispel this idea, focus on work, and so on the end of the month to pay the salary and then go back. Call of Cthulhu Spotlight has been scheduled to start this Friday. The publicity in the past few days was even more overwhelming out, and many of the TV station's publicity resources were ceded to them. And this is a time when journalists go out and gather a lot more news. A variety of news into films are cut out, the columnists pick them together, and then start preparing scripts for the hosts. Director Lu Bing watched the news one by one and couldn't help but nod his head. I think the response to our program should be good. Others agreed and even started predicting ratings. I feel that it should get to 6%. Is too conservative, I'd guess 7%. 7% can't be right, we're just a news program. I would estimate between 5% and 7%. That's so chicken stealing. I was guessing between 0.001% and 100%. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's get the show done first. Lu Bing saw that Chen Ran didn't say anything and asked, Chen Ran, what do you think? The core planning and publicity of the program was Chen Ran's idea, and he wanted to know what Chen Ran thought of the program. Chen Ran laughed. I am more optimistic as for guessing the ratings even if our program is very good, with the main theme of speaking out for the people, good intention and interesting content, the ratings won't be bad anywhere. Lu Bing shook his head. That's almost as good as not saying anything. Chen Ran smiled without saying anything. If I say it, I am afraid of scaring you. Listening to their discussion just now, most of them were similar to Director Zhang's expectations, and wouldn't he be saving a 10% to make people laugh? And he also thinks he's being more conservative. Not to say it out loud for fear that people will think he's arrogant, it's good to leave a good impression. It's not much time before it airs anyway, so we'll find out then. Chapter 19. This is an interesting story. Friday. Chen Ran yawned as he sat in front of his computer. Last night, I went to Zhang's house again and Zhang Fanji called. The two had to create the effect of being in love and still not show it, so naturally they played some extra time. It turned out to be too late, so Chen Ran slept at Zhang's house. He is staying in Zhang Fanji's room. Inside the room, it was all the smell of Zhang Fanji's body. He was so uncomfortable that he couldn't sleep for half the night. What? The program is about to start broadcasting. So you're overly nervous and didn't rest well? Lu Bing asked in amusement when he saw him yawning. Yes, a little. Chen Ran smiled unnaturally and asked again, Isn't Director Lu nervous? Lu Bing said, Nervous is a little bit, but I've been doing a lot of programs. Not to the point where I can't sleep. He's in his mid-40s, has been in the business for over a decade, has had a lot of experience and has done a lot of shows. Also doing a show on TV, but not the general director, just the sub-director of the original talent show. Then after doing the show for all these years and weathering the storm, my mind was a lot stronger. Chen Ran thought to himself. Actually, I am not very nervous, the program has made it to this point and will be aired soon. Even if I am nervous, it is useless. The anticipation was there, after all, it was the first show he had ever produced as a core creator, so naturally he wanted to see how it went. It's actually quite good to be nervous, at least it proves that you're still young. When you do more in the future and realize that you're not nervous, that should show that you're old. Lu Bing patted Chen Ran on the shoulder. Chen Ran smiled, he was going to say that he was only 23, and was still far from the word old. But after seeing director Lu Bing's face full of folds, he thought about it and refrained from saying such solid words. Director Lu Bing looked at Chen Ran as a little envious, and now also basically argued that Director Zhang's statement when the great beauty Zhaonan a few acclaimed clips are Chen Ran out of the idea. The call of duty-focused Chen Ran is the core, from the program idea to the construction, publicity are his ideas. He was personally optimistic that the ratings wouldn't be bad. But regardless, Chen Ran's talent was obvious. More importantly, Chen Ran is still young, only 23 years old, talented, and with Director Zhang to help take care of, the future is bright. Thinking of his idea of wanting to make a big splash in the TV field back then, and then looking at the present, Lu Bing sighed in his heart, time is really a pig killer. Between 5 and 6:30 p.m., it's time for a local dialect workplace sitcom. An old show that's been on the public access channel for years and has been a consistent performer. It's hard for a few of the actors, too, to go from their 20s to now, one by one, they've aged, and now the show is still going on when they're all married in and out of the show. For many locals, this TV show is probably their youth and love affair. When this dialect sitcom finished airing, it was followed by Call of Duty Spotlight. This news program with all the publicity is finally going to be on the air. Whether it's the viewers in Jiaonan or elsewhere, the program newsfeed is still a pretty high priority. Most people, if they turn on the TV at this time of day, most people are watching the news broadcast. When the public channel's news program at this time of the day was mostly a repeat of the news broadcast by the Jiaonan newsfeed, which had only just been broadcast, naturally not many people watched it. Now that the news has been suddenly revamped, a lot of people didn't react. Take, for example, the Grand Master Yang. He usually turns off the TV and rests after watching a sitcom on a public channel, and when his partner is ready to eat, he watches the news broadcast for dinner. It's kind of been a habit for over a decade and never changed. But today was a little different. After watching the sitcom, when I was about to turn off the TV, I saw the commercials. Don't walk away. The next show is even better. Coming up next is Calling the South Spotlight. Today's focus content. The TV hadn't even been turned off when the news feed started playing. What appeared on it was an old woman crying, "Sins? How could I have given birth to such a son? What sins did I commit in my last life?" Then another woman said, "It's not our fault. She left on her own. We couldn't even keep her." The old woman accused, "You don't feed me and you don't give me a place to sleep." Narrator. What's the truth about the 70-year-old man who wandered the streets and sued his son and daughter-in-law for inhumanity? Then the scene shifted to the next news item. A group of people pointed at the empty office and said, "Look, the property has all moved out without saying hello to us. Now the neighborhood is paralyzed. No one fixes the elevator when it breaks down. Garbage is everywhere. And this property has no work ethic at all. Just tell us if you're not going to do it. Just leave. Who's going to take care of our neighborhood?" Narrator. The neighborhood property disappeared for no reason. A night actually all moved away, the neighborhood no one to take care of, chaos, why in the end? Yang Moncler outlet store stopped turning off the TV and was instantly interested. Call South Focus? That's the news that's being advertised everywhere. Yang didn't turn off the TV, wanting to watch it when the commercials were over. These few synopses tickled his interest. There were quite a few people who thought the same way he did, many of whom saw the commercials but had no idea of watching the program, but saw the synopsis and were instantly interested. A lot of people are seeing the commercials and wanting to check it out themselves, and they see the synopsis and think it seems like an interesting show. "Hey, I thought it was really that son who was unfilial, but I didn't realize it was this wifey who was too unreasonable." After reading the first news, Mr. Yang slapped his thigh. That's not how it works when the old lady keeps crying that her son won't feed her or give her a place to sleep. She gave all her savings to her oldest family to repair their house, and then resented the inconvenience of being in the countryside and wanted to live with her second family who lived in the city. This second family has 2 children, and they usually have to go to work while the children are in kindergarten. They live in a 2-bedroom house, and the 2 couples live in one room with their children, leaving the old lady to live with her eldest grandson. The old lady disliked her eldest grandson for being too noisy and wanted to live alone. But the 2 couples had no choice and there was no extra house, and then the old lady quit. As for not giving her food, this is even more ludicrous. The oldest 2 families work at noon to rush home to cook. The result of the 2 days of overtime, gave the old woman money, let her go outside to eat a little bit. She is not willing, said the oldest 2 families are not willing to cook for her, and made a scene to run away from home. That property news, the property is more aggrieved, the property bidding, the owners of the community to exclude them, do not allow them to bid, the expiration of their contracts naturally gone. The owners of the district and other property negotiation price did not come to an agreement, let them continue to work and do not pay the property fee, they naturally refused. Yang Moncler outlet store felt that he really up, these can be the things that happen in Jiaonan, and these 2 are in the city of Lin, this kind of strange news I really have not heard of before. He shouted inside, "Tian Hui, don't cook for a while? Come over and take a look. This news is old and interesting." Chapter 20 I guessed conservatively. The Yang Moncler outlet store family is very punctual for meals, basically around 7 o'clock being eaten. Tonight was an exception. He called his partner over to watch the news, and the old couple saw that it was past 7 o'clock, felt a little hungry, and realized that the meal had not yet been cooked. "Can you pause it? I'm going to cook while you pause it," the old lady said. Moncler outlet online Yang said, "This is the news. Who gave you a pause?" "Then I'll look again. I'll look again." The old lady was in no hurry again. The old man watched his partner intently watching the news. Regret, I should have known not to ask her to come to watch the news. The news is placed at mealtime, just convenient for everyone to read the news while eating. Now young Moncler outlet online is delayed. The emergence of the calling of the South Spotlight has attracted a lot of attention. In all their years of watching television, they had never seen any news program with so many commercials. It's plastered everywhere, the local stations are pushing it together, and you can still hear it when you go out for a ride. Whether you want to listen to it or not, you will always know about the program calling South Focus. It's not a skill to advertise a program to attract people to come and see it, it's a real skill to keep viewers. And the calling Focus certainly has the chops for it. The news chosen for the first day of broadcasting is considered to be carefully selected, capable of causing controversy and in line with the contradictions of the current times. It's all about finding news that people care about and are still happy to discuss to air. It's like young Moncler outlet online old couple. As long as you turn on the TV, you will keep watching it, don't even want to move much. Next up, it will be a little rain to bring you tomorrow's weather intelligence for the province. The livelihood news comes to an end, and it's time for the weather forecast. The weather forecast is a sweet little girl, in a local dialect instead of Mandarin, who first puts up a weather map and then explains it a little bit. It's cloudy to drizzle tomorrow in Ka City, not to mention the low temperature and the wind, so make sure you add clothes. The weather reading was very detailed. The weather forecast is also reported inside the Calling newsfeed, which is broadcast on Calling TV. But some people just look at a temperature or they look at a cloudy day like how much rainfall, what kind of wind, they can't read it. In her sweet voice, Xiaoyu introduced tomorrow's weather in the most down-to-earth metaphors all over the place. That's it for today's weather intel, followed by an international brief brought to you by Zihan and Yufeng. This is Weather Intelligence. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time. The news then moved to the main studio to the two hosts. The so-called international newsletter is a selection of big, small, and funny international happenings. Normally, many people don't pay much attention to international news when they see it. I couldn't care less about my own country's affairs, and I care about international affairs, but the newsletter is really just that, a newsletter, mostly a few sentences of very condensed content. Surprisingly, the audience didn't find it annoying. Then, by the time the program was over, they were stunned to find that an hour and a half of programming had just ended. I can't believe it's 8 o'clock. I haven't eaten yet. Grandpa Yang let out this exclamation of surprise. Most of the audience, their expressions were similar to that of Grandpa Yang. Expect most of the news programs to be dull and unwatchable unless one is attentive to current events. But the show not only watched on, it lost track of time. This news program, it seems to be pretty good. The viewer is remembering it, taking a closer look, and it's airing at this time tomorrow as well, so keep it in mind for now, and keep watching tomorrow. All this news and they haven't had a chance to read it. Inside the TV station, Chen Ran is still off duty. The show opens today, and all the columnists are working overtime. By the time the program had finished airing, everyone was still there. Mostly, a lot of people are still nervous about what the show is about. We've had some big revisions this time around, and we really don't know how it's going to turn out. A lot of people on the program are apprehensive. Sort of a new program format, they hadn't done this kind of news program and were afraid of meeting their Waterloo. Director Lu Bing clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention over. Everyone, come look here. The guys look over carefully and realize it's the local forum interface. Above, there are a number of threads discussing Calling the South Focus. Has everyone watched the new Calling South Focus on the public channel? It's a bit of an interesting program. Floor 2. What could be the point of a news program? The owner replied to the second floor. Just check it out. It's not the same as it used to be. It's broadcasting local news now. I can't tell you anyway. Just check it out. Floor 3. This program is so aggressively advertised and plastered everywhere. I don't know what a news program is doing with so much publicity. Floor 4. Agree with the owner. Many of the news are indeed quite interesting. In addition to this post, there were several others, and Director Chen Bing opened them one by one and found that most of the reviews were good. It looks like our program has a good reputation. But how come there's only so much discussion? Are too few people watching? Someone was worried again. Chun Ran said, the people who go on the forum are only a minority, and it is only normal that there are few discussions. The hot topic discussion behind the program, I just looked at the amount of participation. From the end of the program to now, there have been close to more than 500 discussions. If there are no accidents, the discussion will at least break 1,000 tonight. The others moved. That much? Don't think it's only 500 people, but the program has only just finished airing for a short time, and people are lazy and won't participate if they don't have a strong desire to discuss it. After all, the way to participate in the discussion is more cumbersome. You need to scan the code to follow the public number, and then enter the discussion topic to be able to participate in the discussion. The commission is a bit cumbersome. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The ratings will not be tallied until tomorrow at the earliest. I was apprehensive, but now that I hear that the numbers are not bad, the tension in my heart has gone most of the way. Regardless of the ratings, we've done our best. It's been a busy time for all of us. So take a good rest tonight, and please keep up the good work tomorrow. Lu Bing gave everyone a pep talk. The news program is a daily broadcast, so it's not like they just start and relax, it's a permanent job. Chen Ran had just gotten off work when Director Zhang called. I watched the program, it felt very good. Your Aunt Yoon also watched it with great interest. I see that there are topics to discuss. How many people are participating now? Director Zhang went straight to the heart of the matter, and he was also a little worried about the ratings. Chen Ran said the data just now, and Director Zhang burst out laughing. I told you, if a housewife like your Aunt Yoon, who doesn't usually read the news, can afford to watch it, then it definitely won't be bad. Next to her, Yang Yoon snapped, Old Zhang, what do you mean by that? Director Chang coughed and held the receiver down. Chen Ran snorted and laughed. Uncle Zhang seemed quite strict. Who knew he was a bit afraid of the inside? It was only after a long time that Director Zhang was heard to continue. The data is good. I feel proper. My last guess was a bit conservative. At least I can sit 6 and hope for 7. Chen Ran secretly said in his heart, it is really bad to sit 6 and look at 7. Chapter 21 Results. Days. Everyone on the program is meeting together. Everyone is looking forward to it and wondering how the show's ratings will be. Although it's a news program, it's the culmination of many days of working together, and anyone who wants to hear good news. Around 9:30, the tally came in. Lu Bing opened the file, wiped his eyes, and continued to read. Then, ate it up. The others saw this expression on his face and asked with some urgency, Director Lu, what are the ratings? Chen Ran also felt that Lu Bing's expression was a bit too odd. Whether this was good or bad. Without saying a word, Lu Bing projected the page onto the screen behind him. Everyone rushed to look over and was startled by the sound of frogs. Hiss. This 11.93%? It was sent in error. Wasn't it that high? Director Lu, did you put the wrong file? The first reaction of all the columnists was not excitement, but disbelief. 11.93%. That's a scary number. Close to 12% ratings, not to mention public channels, even other channels, that's never been done before. It's only local ratings, but that's a bit of a stretch. Lu Bing felt his mouth dry. He doesn't believe it either, but with the ratings put out by the stats department, there's no way this is fake. It's possible for the data to be wrong, but the probability is so low. Not to mention them, even Chen Ran, who had always had high expectations for the program, was taken aback by the ratings. This is the premiere of the news program, and Chen Ran's expectation for the program's premiere ratings is between 9 and 10. Surprisingly, it broke 10 and even approached 12 on the first day. And the market share, surprisingly, went to about 25%. It was completely unexpected. Chen Ran took a breath and said, Director Lu, look at the ratings curve. Lu Bing also back to the country god. If he suspects that the ratings are wrong, then look at the ratings curve on the line. Cannot be this thing will also be wrong, right? Scroll down the file to the ratings curve. It started with a 7.71% opening and then the ratings went way up. It's a very smooth diagonal line, not much of a curve at all, and it goes up almost all the time. This means that more and more people switching over to watch Call of Duty Focus and then not changing the channel again. Peak ratings yesterday, surprisingly, went to about 14%. After looking at the ratings curve, all were first confused, then cheered. They were skeptical when they saw the ratings, but the fact that the ratings curve is so good is a perfect indication that the show is fine. Not only is it a no-brainer, but the potential for the show is very good. It's still only the first day of airing, and the ratings are sure to go up as time grows. As for how far it can go, many people are afraid to think about it. This is now a statistic that they couldn't even think of before. Not to mention their program team, the station was shaken when they learned of the ratings figures. The local news program, with a first-day rating of nearly 12%, needs no introduction to the concept. Other than a couple of variety shows that were big hits on their TV, there really wasn't a single one that could hit. The station is optimistic about Call of Duty Focus, or it wouldn't have given so many promotional resources and support. But the 12% figure was too much for them. Hiss, it's 11.93%. That's a bit too much. At the same time, Director Zhang's hand shook as he held the document. He was naturally happy and excited inside, and it was a credit to his face to revamp such a program. And the fact that the core creator of the show is his son-in-law makes it even better. To think that when he and Chen Ran predicted the ratings, the highest they would give was a sitting 6 and looking at 7, this is almost double. Chen Ran himself thought it was about 10%, which was better than he thought. This kid has 2 skills, Director Zhang muttered. When Chen Ran predicted it, Director Zhang said he was thinking too nicely and unrealistically. Now that the ratings are higher than Chen Ran thought, it's not that Chen Ran is unrealistic, but that he has full confidence and knowledge of himself and of the program. Director Zhang here raised his appraisal of Chen Ran a lot more. The first few days he was thinking of continuing to throw Chen Ran in for polishing when the new show started to be prepared. Now that people are this accomplished and the premiere broke records, do they need to keep throwing it in and polishing it? It's a problem. Call of Cthulhu Spotlight is definitely a success. Ratings, this is something that only they in the business care about, while others see a show fire based on the amount of discussion online. The local forum, which usually has very little chat about TV programs, had a surprising number of people posting about what was inside the news. The hot topic discussion inside yesterday's program had more than 2,000 participants, and the public number of Zhao in Focus had nearly 5,000 fans. The numbers are a bit high for this kind of news program to be commissioned. Saturday's news continues. The ratings hit another record high, going to 13%. This rate of increase is really a bit exaggerated, although we all know that it is impossible to go up indefinitely, but cannot resist now everyone happy. This is too much with this momentum. Is it hard to get to 20%? 20% feels impossible. What kind of program would have to be to get to those numbers? And it's a Newswire time slot, and a lot of people still want to watch the Newswire. I don't feel it's possible either. The ratings will stabilize in a few days and it'll be hard to go up then. But 13% right now is scary. The columnists were excited to discuss it. Chen Ran was listening on the sidelines, but in his heart, he felt that it was possible to reach 20%. News programs differ from variety shows in that the ups and downs of ratings growth are not as intuitive. Judging by the reaction of the audience right now, it's a real long shot. At the same time, the team began sampling the program and found that it had a surprising 100% favorable rating, with not one bad review. Instead, a number of people suggested that the news was too short, and that it would have been nice to add an extra half hour. This is the first time anyone has ever complained about a news program being too short. The station on the program itself is quite important, and now look at the program results are so good, immediately said the column group should be awarded. This rating is unique to several local stations, except for their own TV stations. The opening episode was all about setting records, and it's still setting them. If you don't get an award for this kind of show, you don't get an award. Director Zhang came over, first thanked some staff for their efforts. We all worked together to create Zhao in Focus. And then encouragement, I hope that we can continue to work hard, not forgetting the main theme of the program on behalf of the people's voices, and make the program on this basis to make the program to a higher level. After a lot of pleasantries, the core creators are brought up for praise. As for the rewards, that's practical, naturally, bonuses. Proposing rewards at this point in time is invigorating, and people are naturally more motivated. Chen Ran, of course, happy. He is now short of money. Next month's salary has a bonus, at least can be more generous. After the meeting was adjourned, Director Zhang found Chen Ran and said, "Your Aunt Yoon asked you to come to the house for dinner tonight, saying that your program grades are good and let's celebrate." Chapter 22. Don't narrow the path. Chen Ran eat more meat. It's been a busy time working hard overtime. Aunt Yoon was very enthusiastic and gave Chen Ran a lot of meat. Aunt Yoon, I really can't eat anymore. It's not the first time I've been here, so don't be so polite. Chen Ran held the bowl. He'd eaten so much of it that his throat and mouth were now itchy from looking at the meat. All right. I think Chen Ran really can't eat anymore. Director Zhang helped to relieve the situation. I won't advise then. Chen Ran, you eat more of the other dishes. Aunt Yoon put down her chopsticks. Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief and gave Director Zhang a grateful look. Director Zhang showed his teeth and smiled. Back in the old man's house. But it wasn't just meat in those days, it was also alcohol. Director Zhang himself does not like to drink, but that year before the door heard that his father-in-law likes to drink, so he practiced hard for some time before the door. He lamented in his heart that Chen Ran had been lucky to meet a reasonable father-in-law like him. Meanwhile, Chen Ran's phone rang. Once the call came in, it turned out to be Zhang Fanji. This guy is a fortune teller. How did he know I was at her house? Chen Ran muttered in his heart. Although every time he came to the Zhang family, he would give Zhang Fanji a message or call her on the phone to pretend. But not this time. Branch's phone, Director Zhang asked. Chen Ran smiled awkwardly before getting up to answer the phone. It was only after walking to the bedroom balcony that Chen Ran asked, "What is it?" Zhang Fanji paused before asking, "You're at my house?" Chen Ran asked in dismay, "How did you know?" "I knew it. Didn't I say you were going to give me news when you went to my house?" "No. If you happen to call every time I come to the door, aren't you afraid that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Yun will find it suspicious?" "What's so suspicious? You all go to my house only after work, so little time is not enough for a couple to chat," Zhang Fanji said. "Chen Ran, it's my fault. I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know what the state of a couple is." Zhang Fanji didn't dwell on this topic and turned to say, "I heard that the program you did very well and broke many records. Congratulations." "Where did she get the information?" Uncle Zhang told her. "Thinking about it is the only possibility." Chen Ran humbly said, "The program was not made by me alone. It was the effort of everyone in the section." Zhang Fanji, rather modest? Excessive modesty is pride. I can understand that you are proud of this? Chen Ran, where have I been proud? In fact, a local program with good results isn't something to be proud of. It'll only be great when it's time to do a satellite TV program. Zhang Fanji added, "Guardian program? I'd love to. But where is the Guardian so easy to get to?" Chen Ran asked, "You called specifically just to hit me?" Zhang Fanji said blandly, "No, I'm encouraging you." Chen Ran let out a laugh. "Then I'm really grateful to you." Zhang Fanji said, "No need to thank you. Even if it's fake, it's still a couple. It's only right for me to care. I'm searching to see if you're in a good mood today and purposely splashing cool water on me." Chen Ran mulled over some flavors. Zhang Fanji, "Am I that boring?" Chen Ran, "I feel like there is." Zhang Fanji, "You feel just what you feel." Chen Ran expressed his speechlessness and remained silent for half a day. This was probably the state of his chatting with Zhang Fanji, and over there, he was probably having fun just hitting him, specifically messing with his mindset. The two of them choked each other so much every time they talked. Zhang Fanji seems to be a man of few words, but in fact, he is a concise barbarian. And add a temper tantrum. There were a few times when he couldn't say anything to Chen Ran and just hung up the phone. Whoever marries this guy in the future will have a hard time. Chen Ran bristled. After disliking him for another half day, Chen Ran hung up the phone in a refreshed manner. Back in the living room, both of Director Zhang's families were looking at him. "How's Twiggy doing these days?" Aunt Yun opened her mouth and asked. Chen Ran, slightly stunned, the two just focused on the fight, did not mention the recent situation, but thought she still have the heart to splash their own cool water. Estimate the mood is good. Can only say that everything is good. Aunt Yun was satisfied. "I'm relieved to see that you guys are so affectionate. Why don't you see when she comes back and you take her back to see your parents?" "See my parents?" Chen Ran didn't respond. "It's only been a while. It's been about a month since we met. And this is meeting the parents?" Director Zhang coughed and pulled Aunt Yun. Then said, "What your Aunt Yun means is that you haven't been back for a long time. So when Gigi comes back, take a few days off and go see your parents." Aunt Yun also realized that she was in a bit of a hurry and smiled sarcastically. "That's what I mean. Even though you're busy with work, don't forget to care for your parents." Chen Ran laughed. "I've been on the phone with my family for the past few days, so I'll take a few days off to go back in a few days when I get paid." Although he knew what Aunt Yun meant, he just didn't pick up on it. While Chen Ran was chatting with the Zhang family's old couple, Zhang Fanji, who was far away in Huahai, also put away her phone. The agent, Tao Lin, was wearing a black and white floral dress and high heels, but knocked her legs on the sofa and looked at her with a suspicious face. Zhang Fanji frowned. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Tao Lin looked at her carefully and said, "I think something is wrong with you lately." "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Fanji raised an eyebrow. Tao Lin got up and circled around Zhang Fanji saying, "It smells like love." Zhang Fanji walked over and sat down, saying calmly, "You're not crazy, are you?" Tao Lin laughed twice. "I don't know if I'm crazy, but you're definitely crazy. Shiyun, you are not unaware of how good your chances are right now. To fall in love at this time. Do you want to destroy yourself?" Zhang Fanji said with a sideways glance. "First, I'm not in love. Second, I'm not an idol. So what's self-destructive about falling in love? Tao Lin shook her head. Your fans don't think so. You have to realize that you don't have many songs, your fame isn't consolidated, and most of your fans are face fans. Zhang Fanji said, I need listening music fans. I don't care about face fans. But the company cares. Tao Lin said, Shiyun, there are some circulars that you don't take, and you've pushed back a lot of favors. The company is very critical of you, and now the resources have been tilted towards Lin Han Yun. If you burst into a relationship at this time, the company will immediately give up on you. Fan popularity is the foundation of everything you have. Shiyun, you have a great, bright future ahead of you. Don't narrow your path. Zhang Fanji frowned. Sister Lin, I just want to sing, nothing else. Tao Lin said, I know what you think, you don't like to socialize and you are tired of announcements, but where in the world is such a good thing? If you want the company to give you resources, you have to create value for the company. This is equal exchange and the rule. Zhang Fanji pursed her lips and did not speak. Tao Lin felt a bit of a headache when she looked at her like this. How did you end up with such an entertainer? Chapter 23, Homecoming. The ratings for Call of Cthulhu Focus are way up, having broken 15% 2 weeks apart from its premiere at 11.93%. The ratings are going very smoothly except for that time slot when there's a very hot TV show on, they're up. Because of the time slot, Call of Duty South Focus and the TV show overlap by less than half an hour, and the impact isn't too great. The show is hot and it's getting good word of mouth. Just like Chen ran planning, many people now have the concept of dialing the livelihood hotline in their hearts, and are willing to find Zhaonan Focus to mediate any disputes they encounter. And a variety of new and strange things contribute to the program's content enrichment. The show has really just gotten rave reviews so far, and there have been a couple of surveys done, and a lot of people have been raving about it. The number of participants in the Hot Topics discussion session skyrocketed, reaching a maximum of more than 3,000 participants. Chun Ran also set up some prizes at this stage in order to increase the amount of people's participation, things of low value, just to increase people's motivation. At this rate, when the station selects the outstanding programs, we'll definitely get our hands on them. The columnists were enthusiastic. Every year, Call of Duty TV hosts internal awards to sort of wrap up the year's programming. Although the annual conference is still more than 2 months away, everyone is confident that they will win. Nothing specific to reward, but an honor. Chun Ran was naturally happy, but at the same time, he was pondering something in his heart. The show has gotten to the point where he doesn't have to be busy anymore and is basically taking it easy. Just this morning, I heard Director Zhang say something and wanted to send him to follow the preparation of the new program. But not from a public channel. Director Zhang also has considerations. At first he did consider letting Chun Ran in the public channel a few revamped programs around. Tired is a little tired, can accumulate experience. Who knew that Chun Ran had come up with the Call of Duty Spotlight, which was an instant hit. The program was the result of everyone's efforts, but the core idea was still proposed by Chen Ran, and in terms of contribution, Chun Ran was definitely the highest. And it wouldn't make much sense for the public channels to have no redo except for this program, which just needs to be revamped so that Chun Ran can learn it again. Director Zhang pondered over this for a long time, and when he was struggling with it, the news of the entertainment channel doing a new program over there was also put up, and Director Zhang decided to apply for Chun Ran to go to the entertainment channel once he thought about it. The public channels, if the revamp is successful, are on track for a long time and the programs are the same. Take for example the current Call South Focus, a journalistic model that is hugely successful, that basically won't change much in the next few years or even a decade. Entertainment channels are different, they need to be fresh, the programs are often changing, and the opportunities are comparatively much greater than public channels. Director Zhang was very optimistic about Chen Ran. Not because of what happened between Chen Ran and Zhang Fanji, but more because of his ability. Really want to be in the public channel all the time, to time long to put Chun Ran this kind of vigor to wear out, that would be a pity. Director Zhang told him things, Chun Ran was pondering in his heart, the application is an application, but whether it can go to the entertainment channel, it still needs to be approved from above. If it was an ordinary person moving around, as long as Director Zhang said hello, he could immediately go to the entertainment channel. Director Zhang also didn't want him to go over as an ordinary employee, but a core creator with a voice which would need to be assessed from above. The entertainment channel is fine. It just makes things difficult for Uncle Zhang. Chun Ran sighed. Director Zhang was in charge of the public channel program, and trying to plug someone in directly like this would definitely make his colleagues in the entertainment channel dissatisfied. Creating opportunities for Chun Ran even at the risk of offending people was indeed a somewhat heavy grace for Chun Ran. The key Director Zhang did so, I do not know a few points to see in the relationship of Zhang Fanji which makes Chen Ran more entangled, always feel a little loss. Explaining this now doesn't make sense, and he did want to go to the entertainment channel himself. For all the memories of his previous life, he had far more leeway to play on an entertainment channel than on a public channel. If I can really transfer there, I'll live up to Uncle Zhang's expectations and develop properly. Chen Ran pinched his brow. He was never very good at thinking about these things in the first place, and had always been rather nerdy with an average emotional intelligence. If the higher-ups really approved him to go over there, then he should work hard and not let Director Zhang's efforts go to waste. Friday afternoon, Chen Ran got off work and took the subway directly to the high-speed train station. It was 2 days off, just in time to go back to see my parents after not being home for close to 2 months. Looking out the window at the unfamiliar yet familiar scenery, Chen Ran had been in a daze. My parents were living in the small town of Jia City, and after getting off the high-speed train and riding for most of an hour, it was already almost dark before I saw the familiar house. The house was built not many years ago. The family became strapped mostly because of the house. A few years, the external debt is barely paid off. Before building a house, Chen Ran family also opened a small processing plant belonging to the second processing. From the large factory inside the small single over to do, can barely earn some. Later, the development of the industry is difficult. Many large factories have closed down. Chen Ran's family's small factories cannot be opened. Chen Ran's father is not willing to find another way out. But unfortunately, the money did not earn, but instead of the savings lost in. And the house is in the small factory closed down before the construction began. Stopping in the middle of the day is not a matter of fact. Chen Ran's father borrowed some from relatives. The house will be built up. During Chen Ran's college years was when the family was at its most difficult. After the house was built and the real estate certificate was done, Chen Ran's father mortgaged the house for a loan and paid back the money owed to his relatives first, and then it was a long career of debt repayment. That is, until this year when the bank loan was almost paid off. Chen Ran, even in the internship, will send back most of the salary. The loan is paid off, but there is still the sisters' college expenses. Entertainment channels are doing variety shows and public channels rely only on bonuses is not the same. The core creators do the program in addition to the basic salary, but also according to the contribution to take the program revenue dividends. Chen Ran mused that if he could get into the entertainment channel, he would be able to get into the core creative team and work hard to earn more money. At the beginning of the crossing, he thought about writing songs to make money, but let's not even talk about the fact that he'd just be able to simply play a guitar, with no knowledge of sheet music at all. Even if you can stumble through the writing, who can you sell it to? Before that, he didn't know a single star. And now, all that is known is a Zhang Fanji. Thinking about it, the most realistic or the work of the TV station with the vision and experience of the previous life, still able to mix well. In thought, Chen Ran approached and looked at the doorway where 2 people stood. It's the very parents who remember. In the past 2 years, in order to pay off the debt, the 2 old men have turned a little gray at the temples. Chen Ran took a long breath and smiled. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chapter 24. Are you in love? Chen Ran's father's name is Chen Junhai and his mother's name is Song Hui. The 2 families are honest. A pair of children are outside. One working and one studying. Just the 2 of them at home. See, Chen ran back. Eyebrows are overflowing with joy. Chen Junhai lit a cigarette and asked, How's working at the TV station? Chen Ran said, It's not bad. The leadership treats me well, and this month's bonus is quite large. Leaders treat you well, so work hard and don't disappoint. Got it, Dad. Song Hui, who was choosing vegetables next to her, interjected. I heard that your TV station is quite hard and you often have to work overtime. You're alone over there, so take care of your health. Now that the weather is getting cooler, if you catch a cold, go see a doctor if you need to. Don't put it off and don't think about saving money. Chen Ran laughed. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a child. Song Hui shook her head. I see you're still no different from a child. Chen Ran asked, How is Yao Yao doing at school lately? I dialed her phone and it seems like she changed her number. WeChat also sent a message and never returned. This girl. Let her give you her number. She is just embarrassed. Chen Junhai shook his head. When you were in college, you were earning money on your own part-time job as tuition and sending her money as pocket money. Now that she's in college, she's too embarrassed to leave her number for you for fear that you'll send her money. Chen Ran said breathlessly. What's wrong with that? I'm her brother. What's there to be embarrassed about? She's been like that since she was a kid. A little overbearing. I'll give you the number later, you call and talk about her. Chen Ran remembered his sister Chen Yao's number. The heart is also a little depressed. Memory of the siblings' relationship is quite good. But after her high school, Chen Ran went to college, the contact is less. The main reason is that during that time Chen Ran had to both study and work part-time, so he didn't have much time at all, and then later on it was that now that he was working, he wanted to give his sister a phone call, only to find that the number had changed. Chen Ran was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. He coughed, picked up the phone and said, "I'm going to take a call outside." Chun Junhai and Song Hui watched Chen Ran go out the door and vaguely heard, "I'm really not at your house? Where are you checking in?" Just now Chen Ran's cell phone is placed on the table. The two old can see, caller ID is Gigi. It's a girl's name, right? And save a branch, so intimate. Chun Junhai hesitantly said, "Son, this is a situation?" Song Hui lowered her head to choose vegetables and said, "Don't you just ask him later? I don't know how that girl. I heard that now people are very mercenary. Talk about friends to look at the car house. Our family this situation will not drag behind." Chin Junhai finished some silence. Song Hai didn't say anything either. There really wasn't anything she could do to help with the situation as it was. It didn't take long for Chan Ran to hang up the phone and come in. Seeing the silence of the two old men, somewhat puzzled. "Son, are you in love?" Chin Junhai didn't test the waters and asked directly. Chan Ran did not expect his father will suddenly ask such a sentence. He said truthfully, "No, just called over, is the leader's daughter." The leader's daughter? The two members of the Chin family looked at each other, and their hearts were in the right place. No wonder Chan Ran said that the leader was very nice to him, so this kid has arched the daughter of others. But the two families frowned again. Since it is the leader's daughter, the family must be good, will not look down on their family? Song Hui said, "Son, since we talked about a girlfriend, in the future your salary should not send back. Now the family loan is finished, your father and I still go to work, cannot use much money, you keep it yourself." Chan Ran busily said, "Mom and Dad, I really didn't fall in love, and I have quite a lot of salary now, this month plus the bonus. The salary is twice as much as usual. Even if I send it back I can't use it all. Your mom said let you keep it. A man always need a little money. Can't meet anything on the body, a little money is not there." Chun Junhai said, "Just like your mom said, our family can't spend much money, although there is no way to help you, but also can't drag you down." Chun Ran scratched his head. How did it come to this? The two old men thought that he had a girlfriend, how to say do not listen. Chun Ran a little bit of 100 words. "You can't tell the truth about yourself and Zhang Fanji. Can you? Mom and Dad, how about this? I'll send half of my salary over in the future, and you guys will help me save it. In the future, I want to buy a suite of rooms in Lin City, and the money can't be saved on me." Chen Ran finally said. The two old men were still hesitant when Chan Ran added, "I'm not a little cutie. Surely there will be enough before I send it over." He persuaded the two old men so much before they nodded.